What gives you cause to do so? Tulas pointed down at the scabbarded sword. That. I will admit to some unease, friend. Good. Shall I show you the dragon-patterned welding? Oh, dear. Father? The scene was murky, stained like an old painting, yet the figure looked up from the chair he was slumped in. Tired eyes squinted in the gloom. If this is a dream, Rude, you look well, and that is good enough for me. Where are you? Udinas grimaced. She's a stubborn one, as bad as me. Well, not quite. The home of Seren Pedak. Then, Silchas judged rightly. You went to her for help. Desperation, Rude. Seems to be driving my life these days. And you? Are you well? My power grows, Father. Blood of the Elent. It scares me, but I can reach you now. You are not dreaming. I am unharmed. Udinas rubbed at his face, and he looked old to Riyadh's eyes, a realization that triggered a pang deep inside. His father then nodded. The Emas are in hiding, north of the city, a forest abandoned by the Teblor. It is perilous, but there's no choice. I comfort myself with the thought of these ancient people, ancestors of us all, perhaps, crouching unseen in the midst of humanity. If this is possible, then so are many other unlikely possibilities, and perhaps the world is not as empty as we think we have made it. Father, Kelavra sent you away because she will not resist the sundering of the gate. Udinas looked away. I suspected something like that. She has already given up. Rude, I think it was her desire all along. In fact, I do not think Kettle's mortal wounding came from the other side of Starval Demelaine. The Azath was young, yes, but strong. And with the finesse of Skabandari, well, do you remember our confidence? But then, suddenly, something changed. Riyadh thought about that, and felt a surge of anger building within him. That was wrong, he said. She pushed the Emas back into the world of the living. That was a living world. It was a dream, doomed to go round and never change. In the eyes of nature, it was an abomination. But listen, Rude, and he leaned forward. Onrak loves her still. Do nothing rash. Leave her be. And if you all die? If the Emas are discovered and then hunted down? Trust in Seren Pedak. She will find a place for us. Rude, stay away from the dragons. When they come, stay as far away from them as you can. Silchas so warned me, Father. Is he with you? No. Udinas nodded. I'm not very free with my trust, but he did as he promised. I will give him that. Still, I'm glad he's gone. Father, Seren Pedak must protect her child. He's in great danger. Offer her the protection of the Emas. Udinas lifted his brows. That just might work. Good thinking there. Not me, Father. Silchas ruin. You begin to fade from my eyes, Rude. I grow weary. Be safe. I look... And then he was gone. Riyadh blinked his eyes clear, stared round at the grim cave walls. A place to hide, he whispered. It's all we ask. It's what we all would ask. Had we the voice. Just leave us alone. She means to kill us, Stavy said, with eyes that did not belong to a young girl. Me and Story. She only wants Absi. The dusk was drawing its shroud. Torrent had found some Bedouin dung, years old, and they huddled around the flickering flames. He watched the strange flashes of colour coming from the crystal shard Absi was playing with. She won't, he assured the twins. She means to use you to bend your father to her will. She only needs Absi for that, said Story. She'll kill one of us first to get his attention, and then the other to leave him with only his son, and then our father will kneel before her. He will surrender. You're thinking too much, both of you. We're still a long way from anything happening." "You're wrong," Stavy said. "It's much closer than you think, Torrent." To that he had nothing to say. Even my lies fail me. He threw another chip onto the fire. "Wrap up now in each other's arms. Epsy, go to your sisters. This night will be a cold one." "She took us north." "Yes, Stavy." "Why?" "I don't know. We couldn't cross that desert." He looked around. "This might be a hold for all I know. I do not recognize the stars, and those jade spears are gone." "A warren," said Story with some impatience. "We already knew that. But still she took us north." "Go to sleep, all of you." When the three children settled down, Torrent threw the one fur skin they possessed over them, and then rose to stretch his legs and back. Glancing over at the witch, huddled 15 paces away, he was reminded of a corpse he'd once found, one of the old women of the village who'd walked out in the winter cold to find a place to die in solitude. A few of the old ones still did such things, though for most the custom had faded. A withered creature rising from the spring thaw's deep snows, kneeling in the fold of a hillside. Maybe it wasn't a bad way to die, alone, freezing until all feeling went away, and then sleep, offering one last warm sigh. The winds had torn her up, he recalled, and ice shards had broken through her skin from the inside, and the crows had found her eyes, lips, and ears, and what was left. Forkrul Assail lifted her head, regarded him across the distance. Torrent turned away. "Do not wander too far," she warned behind him. "In this warren it is easy to get lost, and I will not go looking for you." "Because we're almost there, aren't we?" "If you choose to run away, pup, do not think I will take you back." He set out with no intention of going too far. "Don't leave us," they begged. "I won't. Promise." 10 paces on, he glanced back. Spirits below! The camp had vanished. Now nothing but flat tundra, stretching away into the darkness. Then he caught a glimmer. The fire. I was just looking in the wrong direction. Torrent ran towards it. Halfway there, he slowed and then halted. Too far away. I never walked this far. I barely walked at all. But he could see a figure seated before the feeble flames. Shivering, Torrent slowly approached. "Forkrul Assail? Is that you?" "No, not unless you've been hiding that red waistcoat." The man was reaching into one voluminous sleeve, drawing forth silver wine cups, a large decanter, and then a host of candied fruit and baked desserts. "I am dreaming, all of this. I am sleeping close to the children right now, and my moans are heard by none but the hag." The man looked up. His face was round, softened by years of indolence, a city dweller's face. He gestured with a plump hand. "Quickly, Crupper gestures, see? There is little time. Come, sit, before Crupper awakens to a miserable and fraught dawn in his beleaguered city. You are the keeper of my daughters?" "What? Crupper would be there if he could." "Ah, it is ever our excuse, and paltry and pathetic it is. But then Crupper is famous for his energetic seed. Why, it has been known to swim a league upriver to impregnate a baron's pretty daughter not 3 months before her scandalous marriage. Well, the marriage proved scandalous 6 months later anyway, and how that husband was castigated and indeed disowned. Now, if he'd been as adventurous as she would have liked, why, Crupper's seed would have come to the door only to find it barred, yes? So the husband got all that he deserved, or so Judge Crupper pronounces." "Your daughters. Spirits take me. I see the resemblance. The eyes, the gestures with the hands. But Hetan, delicious Hetan. Memories return in a stew of desire and alarm. No matter. Grievous the fate of their mother, perilous the fate of her children, and we must do something about that. Why are you not eating, drinking? Baruch's finest fare." Torrent pointed. "They vanished. Oh my, the dread curse of unmindfulness. Perhaps next time, my barbarian friend. But time, it grows short, but Crupper is shorter still." He fluttered a hand. "Tell me, what do you now see there?" Torrent squinted. "A bow, quiver, arrows." "Rivi." To this day they yearly ply me with useless gifts, for reasons that, while obscure, are no doubt well deserved. In any case, I give them all away as a measure of my extraordinary generosity. Are these not finer weapons than the ones you now possess?" My bow split. I had nothing with which to repair it. The arrow shafts have dried and warped. I'd intended to harden them one last time, but forgot. The fletching— Before you go on, good sir, by your list, Crupper can conclude that yes, indeed, this Rivy offering is superior to that which you now possess. I just said that. Did you? Excellent. Take them and be off with you, quickly. Let it never be said that Crupper is a neglectful father, no matter what that baron's daughter later claimed in court. And if Crupper had not dramatically revealed that she was now sleeping with her advocate, why, Crupper would be a much thinner man than the one you now see fading before you, red waistcoat and all. Wait, I'm lost. She said, "Behind you, O wily scout." New weapons in hand, Torrent slowly turned, to see 20 paces away the dying fire, the children knotted up beneath the fir, and Forkrul Assail slumped on the far side. He swung back to thank the man, but he was gone, and with him his modest hearth. He lifted the weapons for a closer look. These are from no dream. These are real and finely made. He set the string and tested the draw. Spirits! These Rivy must be giants. Forkrul Assail barely stirred when he returned to the fire. "Changed your mind, did you?" Torrent set the bow and quiver down beside him. "Yes," he said. "Just as well, pup. Warrens are dangerous places for fools such as you. If you would honor the vow you made, you would do well to stay close to me." Torrent tossed the last chip of dung into the fire, watched sparks lift into the night. "I shall, Bonecaster." Her head settled once more. He stared across at her. "When sleep offers its final sigh, old hag, I'll be there to wake you." Absy rolled over in his sleep and in a soft sing-song voice said, "Kra-la-la-la-la, yip." But Torrent could see that his eyes were closed, and on his face there was a contented smile. The child licked his lips. "Saved them for him, did you, Crupper? Well done." Onos Tulan halted, slowly turned. Limned in jade light, 1,000 Tlanimas stood facing him. So many, and swirling there, the dust of hundreds more, strangers, summoned by the unveiling of Telan. Is this what I want? Is this what I need? All at once he felt the weight of their attention, fixed so remorselessly upon him, and almost buckled. Needs, wants, they are irrelevant. This is what I will, and by that power alone a world can be destroyed, or shaped anew. He slowly straightened, restored by the thought and the strength that came with it. When I am done, dust shall be dust, nothing more. Not a thing alive with secrets, or thick with grief and horror, simply dust. Do you understand me? We do, First Sword. I will free you. Not yet, First Sword. I would walk alone. Then you shall. His army fell in cascading clouds, save 2 figures that had been standing well back in the Tlan Legion. Onos considered them for a time and then beckoned. They approached, and the female spoke. "First Sword, I once walked these lands, yet I did not." "You are named Ristal Ev?" "Yes." "Your words make no sense." She shrugged, pointed northward. "There. Something troubling." "Forkrul Assail?" "No, First Sword. This is closer." "You are curious, Ristal Ev?" The warrior beside her, Ulag Togtil, spoke. "There are lost memories within her, First Sword. Perhaps they were taken from other Yimas, from those who once lived here. Perhaps they are her own. That which will be found to the north, it is like the awakening of an old wound, but one she cannot see, only feel." "What you seek," Ristal Ev said to Onos, "is threatened, or so I fear, but I cannot be certain." Onos Tulan studied the 2 of them. "You resist me well. and I see the strength you find in each other. It is strange." "First sword," said Ulag. "It is love." Onos was silent, struggling to comprehend the warrior's statement. "We did not discover it from within ourselves," Ristal Ev said. "We found it—" "Like a stone in a stream," Ulag said. "Bright, wondrous." "In the stream, First Sword, of your thoughts." "When the mountains thunder, and the ice in the high passes at last shatters to spring's warmth," Ulag lifted a withered hand, let it fall again. "The stream becomes a torrent, sweeping all down with it. Cruel flood, and yet a stone glimmering." "This is not possible," said Onos Tulan. "There is no such thing within me. The fires of Telan have burned hollow my soul. You delude yourselves, each other." Ristal Ev shrugged. "Delusions of comfort. Are these not the gifts of love, First Sword?" Onos regarded the female. "Go, then, the two of you. Find this threat, determine its nature, and then return." Ulag spoke. "You ask nothing more of us, First Sword?" "Ristal Ev, does it hunt us?" "No, First Sword, I think not. It simply is." "Find this memory of yours, Ristal Ev. If it is indeed a threat to me, then I shall destroy it." Onos Tulan watched the two Tlanimas trudge northward. The First Sword had drawn the power of Telan close, protective. Wearying of Olar Ethil's assaults, he had made it an impenetrable wall. But there was risk to this. The wall left him blind to all that lay beyond it. "Threats to what I seek, to the fate I desire for us. Olar Ethil stands alone against me. I can think of no one else. After all, I do not flee destruction, but strive to meet it, to find it in the place of my choosing. Who would deny me that? Ristal Ev, memories are powerless. Did the ritual not teach us this? Find what troubles you, then come back. Ulag Togtil, in your language of flowers, I would know more of this glimmering stone, this wondrous impossibility." He resumed his walk, now alone on the ravaged plain, sword tips striking sparks from stones lying embedded in the ground. In his wake, a building wall of dust, alive with secrets, thick with grief and horror, rising higher. Ristal Ev glanced back, watched the First Sword making his solitary way eastward, the dust seething behind him. "He does not know, does he?" "He is closed too much within himself," Ulag Togtil said. "See the cloud. We began as only a few hundred. We left 1,000 to march behind him, as he demanded. But he has awakened Telan. He has summoned." "How many now, Ristal Ev?" 5,000? 10? "That wall, Ristal Ev. It is vast." "Yes," she whispered. Another moment passed, and then they turned and set off northward. The mists cleared, and Gruntle found himself padding through fresh snow. 1,000 paces to his left, 2 splintered masts jutted from a white mound, the wind-blown snow heaped in a high dune around the wreckage of a ship. Directly ahead, rocky outcroppings marked the foot of a range of cliffs split by narrow gorges. At the flat foot of the outcroppings, a scattering of skeletal hut frames crouched in the lee of the cliffs. The breath of raw magic was heavy in the air. There was an answering thunder in his chest, and he could feel the warrior souls within him gathering close, awakening their power. He drew closer. Hearing a coughing grunt, he halted, and tensed upon seeing 2 thick-shouldered cats emerge from a cave. Their hide was banded grey and black, like shadows on stone. Their upper canines reached down past their lower jaws. The beasts eyed him, small ears flattening back against their broad skulls, but made no other move. Gruntle stretched his jaws in a yawn. Just beyond the huts, a rockfall had made a crevasse into a cave, and from that dark mouth drifted unsettling emanations. Fixing his eyes upon that passage, he padded forward. The two saber-toothed cats loped towards him. Not soul-taken, not diverse. These are true beasts, hunters, but they look hungry. At the cave mouth, Gruntle hesitated, glancing back as the big cats approached. Are you that fearless? What do you want with me? Having drawn closer until flanked by the hooped frames of two huts, the cats halted, the one on the left sitting down on its haunches and then flopping onto the thin snow and rolling onto its back. Tension eased from Gruntle. Hungry for company? He faced the cave once more and then slipped into the darkness. Instead of bitter cold, he felt heat, gusting damp and fetid from further within. She is here. She is waiting for me. Oh, how I have waited for this moment. Drake, I never asked for this. I never asked for you. And when you chose me, I told you again and again it was a mistake. Stonny, if you could see me now, you'd understand. You'd know the why of all of this. I can almost see it, that one quick nod to tell me it's all right. I won't be coming back, but it's all right. We both know there are some places you can't come back from. Not ever. He considered sembling and then decided against it. She would meet him as she chose, but he was Trake's mortal sword, at least on this day. A voice whispered inside him, distant, hollow, commanding him to turn round, to flee this place, but he ignored it. The crevasse narrowed, twisting before opening out into a vast domed cavern. She stood facing him, a squat, muscular woman cloaked in the fur of a panther, but otherwise naked. Her hooded eyes held glints of gold, her round face was framed in thick, long black hair. Her broad, full-lipped mouth was set, unwelcoming. Behind her, on a cracked hump of stone, was the ruin of a house. Walls had caved in, and it seemed that an ancient tree had grown up from beneath the structure, shattering the foundations, but the tree was now dead. Sorrow drifted down from the broken edifice, bitter to Gruntle's senses. Above it, just under the dome, steam roiled, the clouds lit from behind, as if the cavern's roof was glowing, hot enough to melt the stone. Staring up at this manifestation, Gruntle felt on the verge of falling upward, pulled into a realm unimaginably vast. Vast, yes, but not empty. She spoke in his mind, that now familiar, deep, liquid voice. Staval de Demalane, mortal sword, now commanding this place, transforming the very stone itself. No other gate remains. As for you, is this your god's panic? You should not be here. Tell him, mortal sword, tell my child, I will not permit your interference. Your child? You claim to be Trake's mother, do you? He sensed a flash of irritation. First swords, first empire, first heroes. We were a people proud of such things, for all the good it did us. I have birthed many children. Most of them are now dead. So is Drake. First heroes were chosen, mortal sword, to become gods, and so escape death. All that he surrendered that day on the plains of Lamatath was his mortal flesh. But like any god, he cannot risk becoming manifest, and so he created you, his mortal sword, the weapon of his will. Remind me to thank him for that. You must stand aside here, she said. The Alaint are coming. If you seek to oppose them, you will die, mortal sword. No, what you fear is that I shall succeed. I will not permit that. Then it is you and I who shall fight in this cavern, as I have seen in my dreams. Dreams? You fool. I was trying to warn you. Black fur, blood, a dying breath. Woman, these were not your sendings. There is little time left. Gruntle, do not challenge this. She lifted her arms out to the sides. Look at me. I am Kelava Unas, a bone caster of the Imas. I defied the ritual of Telan, and my power beggars that of your human gods. What will occur here not even I can prevent. Do you understand me? It is necessary. He had expected such words, but still his hackles rose. It's what we always hear, isn't it? From generals and warlords and miserable tyrants, justifying yet another nightmare epoch of slaughter, of suffering, misery, and despair. And what do? We duck down and weather it. We tell ourselves that this is how it must be. I stood on the roof of a building, and all around me people were dying, and by my hand, gods, that building wept blood. For what? They all died, the whole fucking city, all those people. They just died anyway. I told Drake he chose wrongly. I was never a soldier. I despise war. I detest all the sordid lies about glory and honor. You, Kilava, if you have lived as long as you say you have, if Drake is your get, then you have seen a child of yours kneel to war, as if war itself was a damned god. But still, you want him to live. You want your child god, your first fucking hero, to go on and on. Wars without end. And the sword shall swing down and they shall fall, forevermore. Gruntle, why are you here? He advanced, feeling the blood within him rise to a boil. Haven't you guessed? I'm going to fight. I'm going to bring your son down, here and now. I'm going to kill the bastard. An end to the god of slaughter, of horror, of rape. Kilava howled in sudden rage, vanished inside a blur of darkness. Veered into a panther as huge as Gruntle himself, she coiled to spring. In his mind, he saw a single quick nod. Yes. Baring his fangs, Gruntle lunged to meet her. Far to the northeast, something glittered. Mappo stood studying it for a long time as the sun swelled the horizon behind him, and then slunk, red and sullen, down past the edge of the world. That distant flashing fire held on for a while longer, like burning hills. He drew the waterskin from his sack, drank deep, and then crouched down to probe his lacerated feet. The soles of the boots had been torn away by the fierce assault of crystal shards. Since noon he had been trailing blood, each smear vanishing beneath a frenzied clump of cape moths as if flowers sprang from his every footprint. Such is the gift of life in this tortured place. He drew a deep breath. The muscles of his legs were like clenched fists beneath him. He could not push on for much longer, not without a full night of rest. But time is running out. Mappo drank once more and then stored the waterskin. Shouldering the pack, he set off, northeast. The jade spears slashed a path into the night sky, and green light bled down, transforming the desert floor into a luminescent sea. As he jogged, Mappo imagined himself crossing the basin of an ocean. The bitter cold air filled his lungs, biting like ice with each indrawn breath. From this place he knew he would never surface. The thought disturbed him, and with a growl he cast it from his mind. As he ran, shooting stars raced and flared overhead, growing into an emerald storm, crisscrossing the heavens. He thought that if he listened carefully enough, he might hear them, hissing like steam as they skipped, and then igniting with a crack of thunder once they began their final descent. But the rasping was only his own breath, the thunder nothing but the drum of his own heart. The sky stayed silent, and the burning arrows remained far, far away. The sorrow in his soul had begun to taste sour. Aged and dissolute, moments from crumbling. He did not know what would come in its wake. Resignation, as might find a fatally ill man in his last days, or just an exultant eagerness to see it all end. At the moment, even despair seemed too much effort. He drew closer, eyes fixing on what seemed a range of tall crystals, green as glacial ice, rising to command the scene ahead. His exhausted mind struggled to make sense of it. Something. Order, a pattern. Oh gods, I've seen its like before, in stone. Icarium. Immortal architect, builder of monuments, you set out to challenge the gods, to defy the weavers of time. Maker of what cannot die, but with each edifice you raise the things that you need the most, the memories the rest of us guard so zealously, and they arrive stillborn in your hands, each one as dead as the one before. And look at us. We who would pray to forget so much, our regrets, our foolish choices, the hurts we delivered over a lifetime, we think nothing of this gift, this freedom we see as a cage, and in our rattling fury we wish that we were just like you, raiser of empty buildings, visionary of silent cities. But how many times could he remind Icarium of friendship, the precious comfort of familiar company? How many times could he fill once more all those empty rooms? My friend, my bottomless well. But should I tell you the truth, then you would take your own life. Is that so bad a thing? With all that you have done, is it? And now you are threatened and helpless. I feel this. I know it is truth. I fear that you will be awakened in all your rage, and that this time there will be more than just humans within reach of your sword. This time there will be gods. Someone wants you, Icarium, to be their weapon. But if I reach you first, I could awaken you to who you are. I could speak the truth of your history, friend, and when you set the point of the dagger to your chest, I could stand back, do nothing. I could honor you with the one thing I still had, myself. I could be the witness to your one act of justice. I could talk you into killing yourself. Is it possible that this is where friendship can take us? What would I do then? I would bury you and weep over the stones for my loss, as friends will do. The city was his genius. Mappo could see that truth in every line. But as he drew closer, squinting at the strangely flowing light and shadows in the facets of crystal, he saw evidence of occupation. His steps slowed. Broken husks of fruit, fragments of clothing, the musty smell of dried feces. The sun was beginning to rise. Had it been that far? He approached the nearest, broadest avenue. As he passed between two angular buildings, he froze at a flicker of movement, there, reflected from a facet projecting from the wall to his right, and as he stared, he saw it again. Children walking past. Yet no one was here. No one but me. They were wending their way out of the city, hundreds upon hundreds of children, stick-thin limbs and bellies swollen with starvation. As he watched the procession, he saw not a single adult among them. Mappo walked on, catching glimpses in the crystals of their brief occupation, their squatting presence amidst palatial, if cold, splendor. Icarium, I begin to understand. And yet, cruelest joke of all, this was the one place you could never find again. Every time you said you felt close, this city was the place you sought. These crystal machines of memory, and the trail you hunted. It did not matter if we were on another continent. It did not matter if we were half a world away. That trail was one of remembering this city. He went on, piecing together the more recent history, the army of children, and many times he caught sight of one girl, her mouth crusted with sores, her hair bleached of all color, and huge eyes that seemed to somehow find his own. But that was impossible. She was long gone, with all the other children. She could not be. Ah, this is the one, voicing songs of incantation, the banisher of the diverse. Opals, gems, shards, this is the child. He had come to a central square. She was there, looking out at him from a tilted spire of quartz. He walked until he stood in front of her, and her eyes tracked him all the way. You are just a memory, Mappo said. It is a function of the machine to trap the life passing through it. You cannot be looking at me. No, someone has walked my path. Someone has come to stand before you here. He swung round. 15 paces away, before the sealed door of a narrow structure, Mappo saw a boy, tall, clutching a bundled shape. Their eyes met. I am between them, that is all. They do not see me. They see each other. But the boy's eyes pinned him like knife points, and he spoke.
"Do not turn away."
Mappo staggered as if struck. Behind him the girls said,
"Icarius cannot hold us. The city is troubled."
He faced her again. A boy had come up beside her, in his scrawny arms a heap of rubbish. He studied the girl's profile with open adoration. She blew flies from her lips.
"Badal,"
The tall boy's voice drifted past him.
"what did you dream?"
The girl smiled.
"No one wants us, Rut. Not one. In their lives they won't change a thing to help us. In their lives they make ever more of us. But when they say they care about our future, they're lying. The words are empty, powerless. But I have seen words of real power, Rut, and each one is a weapon. A weapon! That is why adults spend a lifetime blunting them."
She shrugged.
"No one likes getting cut."
When the boy spoke again, it was as if he stood in Mappo's place.
"What did you dream, Badal?" "In the end, we take our language with us. In the end, we leave them all behind."
She turned to the boy beside her and frowned.
"Throw them away. I don't like them."
The boy shook his head.
"What did you dream, Badal?"
The girl's gaze returned, centering on Mappo's face.
"I saw a tiger. I saw an ogre. I saw men and women. Then a witch came and took their children away, and not one of them tried to stop her."
"It wasn't like that," Mappo whispered, but it was.
"Then one rode after them. He wasn't much older than you, Rut, I think. He was hard to see. A ghost got in the way. He was young enough to still listen to his conscience."
"It wasn't like that."
"Is that all?"
asked the boy named Rut.
"No," she
replied.
"But he's heard enough."
Mappo cried out, staggered back, away. He shot a look back and saw her eyes tracking him, and in his skull she said,
"Ogre, I can't save you, and you can't save him. Not from himself. He is your held, but every child wakes up. In this world, every child wakes up, and it is what all of you fear the most. Look at Rut. He has held in his arms. And you go to find your held, to fill your arms once more. Look at Rut. He is terrified of held waking up. He's just like you. Now hear my poem. It is for you. She made you choose which child to save, and you chose one to save, the others to surrender. It is not an easy choice, but you make it every day. That is not an easy truth, but the truth is every day. One of us, among those you walk away from, dies. And there are more truths in this world than I can count. But each time you walk away, the memory remains. And no matter how far or fast you run, the memory remains."
Mappo spun, fled the square. Echoes pursued him, carrying her voice.
"In Icarius, memory remains. In Icarius waits the tomb of all that is forgotten, where memory remains, where he would have found his truth. Do you choose to save him now, Ogre? Do you choose to bring him to his city? When he opens his own tomb, what will he find? What do any of us find? Will you dare map your life, Ogre, by each dead child left in your wake? You see, I dreamed a dream I cannot tell Rut, because I love him. I dreamed of a tomb, Ogre, filled with every dead child. It seems, then, that we are all builders of monuments."
Shrieking, Mappo ran, and ran, leaving a trail of bloody footprints, and on all sides his reflection, forever trapped.
"Because the memory remains."
"Will you ever tire, Setch, of gloom and doom?" Setchul Lass glanced across at Erastus. "I will, the moment you tire of all that blood on your hands." Erastus snarled. "And is it your task to ever remind me of it?" "To be honest, I don't know. I suppose I could carve out my own eyes and then bless my newfound blindness.
Do you now mock my wound?
No, forgive me. I was thinking of the poet who one day decided he'd seen too much. Behind them, Kilmandaros asked,
And did his self-mutilation change the world?
Irrevocably, Mother.
How so?
She asked. Eyes can be hard as armor. They can be hardened to see yet feel nothing if the will is strong enough. You've seen such eyes, Mother. You as well, Erastus. They lie flat in the sockets like stone walls. They are capable of witnessing any and every atrocity. Nothing gets in, nothing gets out. Now, that poet, he removed those stones, tore away the veil permanently. So what was inside, well, it all poured out.
But being blinded, nothing that was outside could find a way in.
Indeed, Mother. But by then it was too late. It had to be, if you think about it.
So it poured out, grumbled Erastus. Then what?
I'd hazard it changed the world.
Not for the better, Kilmandaros muttered.
I have no burning need, Erastus, said Setchul, to cure the ills of the world, this one or any other.
Yet you observe critically.
If all honest observation ends up sounding critical, is it the honesty you then reject or the act of observation?
Why not both?
Indeed, why not both? Abyss knows it's easier that way.
Why do you bother, then?
Erastus, I am left with two choices. I could weep for a reason or weep for no reason. In the latter we find madness.
And is the former any different?
Kilmandaros asked. Yes. A part of me chooses to believe that if I weep long enough, I'll weep myself out, and then in the ashes, in the aftermath, will be born something else.
Like what? Erastus demanded.
Setchul shrugged. Hope.
See this hole in my face, Knuckles. I too weep, but my tears are blood.
My friend, at last you have become the true god of all the living worlds. When you finally stand at the very pinnacle of all creation, we shall raise statues marking your holy wounding, symbol of life's ceaseless suffering.
This I will accept, so long as the blood leaking down my face isn't my own.
Kilmandaros grunted.
No doubt your worshippers will be happy to bleed for you, Erastus, until the abyss swallows us all, and I shall possess a thirst to match their generosity.
When we... But Kilmandaros's hand suddenly gripped Setchul's shoulder and spun him round.
Friends, she said in a rumble, it is time.
They faced the way they had come. From the ridge where they stood, the basin to the west stretched out flat, studded with rocks and tufts of wiry grass, for as far as they could see. But now, under the mid-morning light, the vista had begun to change. Spreading in a vast curved shadow, the ground was bleaching, all colour draining away. From grey to white, until it seemed that the entire basin was a thing of bone and ash. And in the distance, at the very centre of this blight, the earth had begun to rise.
She awakens, said Kilmandaros.
And now, whispered Erastus, his lone eyes glittering bright, we shall speak of dragons. A hill where no hill had been before, lifting to command the horizon, bulging, swelling, a mountain. They saw it explode, a billowing eruption of earth and stone. Huge cracks ripped across the basin floor. The entire ridge rippled under them, and all three elder gods staggered. As the column of dust and ashes rose skyward, as the cloud opened like a mushroom to fill half the sky, the sound finally reached them, solid as a rushing wall, igniting stunning agony inside their skulls. Setchul and Erastus were battered to the ground, sent tumbling. Even Kilmandaros was thrown from her feet. Setchul stared across at her, saw her mouth opened wide in a terrible scream that he could not hear amidst the howling wind, the crushing thunder of that eruption. Twisting round, he stared at the vast roiling cloud. Carabas, you are returned to the world. Within the maelstrom spinning vortices of dirt, dust and smoke had begun to form. He watched them coil, pushed out to the sides as if buffeted by some unseen column of rising air at the very centre. Setchul frowned. Her wings?
Are those made by her wings? Elder blood.
As the roar died away, Sechul Lath heard Erastus, laughing. "Mother?" Kilmandaros was climbing to her feet. She glanced across at her son.
Corabas otatarol iraselaint. Otatarol, Sechul, is not a thing. It is a title.
She turned to Erastus.
Errant, do you know its meaning?
The one-eyed elder god's laughter slowly died. He looked away. "What do I care for ancient titles?" he muttered.
Mother?
She faced the terrible blight of earth and sky to the west.
Otastarol. In every storm there is an eye, a place of stillness. Otastarol means the eye of abnegation. And now, upon the world, we have birthed a storm.
Sechul Lath sank back down, covered his face with dust-stained hands. "Will I ever tire? Yes, I have. See what we have unleashed. See what we have begun." Erastus staggered close, falling to his knees beside Sechul, who looked up into that ravaged face and saw both manic glee and brittle terror. The errant smiled a ghastly smile.
"Do you see, Sech? They have to stop her. They have no choice."
"Yes, please, stop her."
"She has begun to move," Kilmandaros announced.
Sechul pushed Erastus to one side and sat up, but the sky revealed nothing. Too much dust, too much smoke and ash. The pall had devoured 2/3 of the heavens, and the last third looked sickly, as if in retreat. The unnatural gloom was settling fast.
"Where?"
he demanded. His mother pointed.
"Track her by the ground. For now it is all we can do."
Sechul Lath stood.
"There!"
she said. A broad swath of bleached death stretching in a line.
"Northeast,"
he whispered, watching the slow, devastating blight cutting its slash across the landscape.
"All that lies beneath her." "Where she passes," said Kilmandaros, "no life shall ever return. The stillness of matter becomes absolute. She is the eye of abnegation, the storm's center, where all must die." "Mother, we have gone too far. This time—" "It's too late," shrieked Erastus. "She is the heart of sorcery. Without the eye of abnegation, there can be no magic." "What?"
But Kilmandaros was shaking her head.
"It is not as simple as that." "What isn't?" Sechul demanded. "Now that she is freed," she said, "the Elaint must kill her. They have no choice. Their power is magical, and Corabas will kill all that magic depends on. And since she is immune to their sorcery, it must be by fang and claw, and that will demand every Elaint, every storm, until Tiam herself is awakened. And as for Korul, well, he can no longer refuse the errant's summons. He was the one who harnessed the chaos of the dragons in the first place." "They have to kill her!" cried Erastus.
The blood leaking from his eye was now black with dust. Kilmandaros grunted noncommittally.
"If they truly kill her, Erastus, then the storm dies."
She faced him.
"But you knew this, or at least guessed the truth. What you seek is the death of all sorcery bound to laws of control. You seek to create a realm where no mortal can hurt you ever again. A realm where the blood is sacrificed in our name, but in truth we have no power to intervene, even if we wanted to. You desire worship, Erastus, but one where you need give nothing in return. Have I guessed right?"
Sechul Lath shook his head.
"They cannot kill her." Erastus wheeled on him. "But they must. I told you. I will see them all destroyed. The meddling gods. I want our children dead. Korul will understand. He will see that there's no other way, no way to end this venal, pathetic tragedy."
He stabbed a finger at Sechul.
"You thought this was a game? Cheating with the knuckles and then a wink to the mole? I summoned the elder gods. Korul thinks to ignore me? No, I have forced his hand."
He suddenly cackled, his fingers twitching.
"She is a blood clot let loose in his veins, and she will find his brain and he will die. I am the master of the holds, and I will not be ignored."
Setchul Lath staggered back from Erastus. "They chained her the first time," he said, "because killing her was not an option. Not if they wanted to keep the Warrens alive." He whirled on Kilmandaros. "Mother, did—" She turned away.
"I grew tired of this," she said.
"Tired? But the heart of the crippled god!" Erastus spat. "What do we care about that dried-up slab of meat? He'll be as dead as the rest of them by the time this is done. So will the Forkrul Assail, and all the rest who'd think to challenge me. You didn't believe me, Setch. You chose to not take me seriously, again." Setchul Lath shook his head. "I understand you now. Your real enemy is the master of the deck of dragons. Dragons who are Warrens, all that new, raw power. But you knew that you could not hope to match that master, not so long as the gods and Warrens remained dominant. So you devised a plan to kill it all. The deck, the sorcery of the dragons, the master, the gods. But what makes you think that the holds will somehow prove immune to the Eye of Abnegation? Because the holds are elder, you fool. It was Carol's bartering with the Elate that made this whole mess, that brought the Warrens into the realms, that forced order upon the chaos of the old magic. Carol's conniving that saw one dragon selected among the Grand Clan, chosen to become the Negator, the Otataral, while all the others would chain themselves to aspects of magic. They brought law to sorcery, and now I will shatter that law, forevermore. Carol sought peace. He sought to trump us, and so he did. But that ends today. Today! Setchul Lath, did you not agree to end it all? By your words, you agreed." "I wasn't serious. I'm never serious. That's my curse." "So, Erastus, if you will not seek the heart of the crippled god, where will you go now?" "That is my business," he snapped, turning to study the bleached scar crossing the land. "Far away." He faced Setchul again. "Mael finally comprehends what we have done here. But tell me, do you see him? Does he charge towards us now in all his fury? He does not. And our daughter? Know that she too now schemes anew, as does Assail. The elders once more approach ascension, a return to rule. There is much to be done." The errants set off then, southward. "He flees." Setchul turned to Kilmandaros. "I see my path now, Mother, from this moment onward. Shall I describe it for you? I see myself wandering, lost and alone, with only a growing madness for company. It is a vision. I see it clear as day. Well," and his laugh was dry, "every pantheon needs a fool, drooling and wild-eyed."
"My son," she said, "it is only a plan."
"Excuse me, what?"
"The errant. What we have unleashed here cannot be controlled. Now more than ever the future is unknown, no matter what he chooses to believe."
"Can she be chained again, Mother?" She shrugged.
"Anomanda Rake is dead. The other Elate who partook of the chaining, they too are now dead."
"Carol?"
"She is loose within him. He can do nothing. The Elate who come will fight her. They will seek to take her down, but Carabas has long ago surrendered her sanity, and she will fight them to the bitter end. I expect most will die."
"Mother, please!" Kilmandaros sighed.
"You will not stay with me, my son?"
"To witness your meeting with Draconis? I think not." She nodded. "Draconis will kill you." She faced him with burning eyes.
"It was only a plan, my beloved son."
Book 6. To One in Chains. If you knew where this path led, would you have walked it? If you knew the pain at love's solemn end, would you have awakened it? In darkness the wheel turns, in darkness the dust dims, in red fire the wheel burns, in darkness the sun spins. If you knew the thought in your head, would you have spoken it? If by this one word you betrayed a friend, would you have uttered it? In darkness the wheel turns, in darkness the dust dims, in red fire the wheel burns, in darkness the sun spins. If you knew the face of the dead, would you have touched it? If by this coin a soul's journey to send, would you have stolen it? In darkness the wheel turns, in darkness the dust dims, in red fire the wheel burns, in darkness the sun spins. Sparak chant, Psalm 7, the vulture's laugh, the Sparak Nethem. Chapter 17. The faces all in rows will wait as I take each in my hands, remembering what it is to be who I am not. Will all these struggles fade into white, or melt like snow on stone in the heat of dawn? Do you feel my hands? These weathered wings of dreams of flight, stripped, are gifts worn down. Still I hold fast and climb shore through your eyes. Who waits for me away from the ravaged nests? The scenes of violence, any searching will easily find the broken twigs, the tufts of feather and hair, the spilled now drying. Did you spring a light swift away unharmed? So many lies we leave be, the sweet feeding to make us strong, but the rows are unmoving, and we journey without a step. What I dare you to lose, I surrendered long ago, but what I beg you to find, must I then lose? In these rows there are tales for every line, every broken smile. Draw close then, and dry these tears, for I have a story to tell. The Unwitnessed, Fisher Keltath.
These soldiers.
The two words hung in her mind like meat from butcher hooks. They twisted slowly, aimlessly. They dripped, but the drips had begun to slow. Lying on her side atop the packs of wrapped food, Madal could let her head sink down on one side and see the rough trail stretching away behind them. Not much was being left behind now, barring the bodies, and beneath the light of the jade strangers those pale shapes looked like toppled statues of marble lining a long-abandoned road. Things with their stories gone, their histories forever lost. When she tired of that view, she could set her gaze the opposite way, looking ahead, and from her vantage point the column was like a swollen worm, with thousands of heads upon its elongated back, each one of them slave to the same crawling body. Every now and then the worm cast off a part of it that had died, and these pieces were pushed out to the sides. Hands would reach down from those walking past, collecting up fragments of clothing which would be used during the day, stitched together to make flies, gifts of shade from the dead, and by the time those discarded pieces came close to her, why, they'd be mostly naked, and they'd have become marble statues.
Because when things fail, you topple the statues.
Directly before her, the bared backs of the haulers glistened with precious sweat as they strained in their yokes, and the thick ropes twisted as they went taut and gusted out breaths of glittering dust all down their length.
They call these soldiers heavies, some of them anyway. The ones who don't stop, who don't fall down, who don't die. The ones who scare the others and make them keep going, until they fall over dead. Heavies, these soldiers. She thought back. The sun had been spilling out along the horizon. The day was going away, and it had been a day when no one had spoken, when the snake had been silent. She had been walking 3 paces behind Rut, and Rut walked hunched over around Held, who was huddled in his arms, and Held's eyes were closed against the glare. But then they were always closed, because so much in the world was too hard to look at. This would be their last night. They knew it. The whole snake knew it. Madal had said nothing to change their minds. Perhaps she too had given up. It was hard to know for certain. Defiance could hold its shape, even when it was made of nothing but cinders and ash. Anger could look hot to the touch, when in truth it was lifeless and cold. In this way the world could deceive. It could lie, and in lying it invited delusion. It invited the idea that what it was true.
In this way, the world could make belief a fatal illness. She stared down at the backs of the heavies and remembered more. Rut's steps wavered, halted, his voice cracked as it made a wordless sound, and then it cracked a second time, and he said, "Badal, the flies are walking now." She looked down at her legs to see if they could take her up alongside him, and slowly, agonizingly, they did. And far ahead, to the place where he was looking with his blinded, closed-up eyes, she saw swarming shapes, black as they came out of the sunset's red glare, black and seething, flies walking on two legs, one clump, then another and another, emerging from the bloodlight.
"The flies," said Rut, "are walking."
But she had sent them away, her last command of power, the one that used her up, and now, this day, she had been blowing nothing but air from her lips. Badal squinted. "I want to be blind again, Badal." She studied the puffed masses filling his sockets. "You still are, Rut." "Then they are in my head. The flies in my head." "No, I see them too. But that's seething. It is just the sun's light behind them. Rut, they are people." He almost fell then, but widened his stance, and with terrible grace he straightened.
"Fathers." "No. Yes. No." "Did we turn round, Badal? Did we somehow turn round? No. See the west. We have walked into the sun, every day, every dusk."
She was silent then. The snake was coiling up behind the two of them, its scrawny body of bones drawing together, as if that could keep it safe. The figures from the sunset were coming closer.
"Rut, there are children." "What is that upon their skin, their faces?"
She saw the one father among them, his beard grey and rust, his eyes suffering the way the eyes of some fathers did, as they sent their young ones away for the last time. But the faces of the children drew her attention.
"Tattoos. They have marked themselves, Rut. Droplets, black tears. No, I see the truth of it now. Not tears. The tears have dried up and will never return. These marks upon face and hands, arms and neck, shoulders and chest. These marks. Rut, Badal, they have claws."
A ragged breath fell out from him, left him visibly trembling.
"Try now, Rut. Your eyes. Try to open them." I can't." "Try. You must."
The father, along with his mob of clawed children, drew closer. They were wary, she could see that.
"They did not expect us. They did not come looking for us. They are not here to save us."
She could see their suffering now, the thirst that gripped their faces like taloned skeletal hands.
"Claws will make you suffer."
Yet the father, now standing before Rut, reached down to the waterskin strapped to his sword belt. There was little water in it. That was obvious by its thinness, the ease with which he lifted it. Tugging the stopper free, he held it out to Rut, who in turn thrust out Held.
"Her first," he said. "Please, the little one first."
The gesture was unambiguous, and without hesitation the father stepped up, and as Rut pulled the cloth from in front of Held's small, wizened face, the bearded man leaned close. She saw him recoil, saw him look up and stare hard into Rut's slitted eyes. Badal held her breath, waited. Then he shifted the waterskin, dipped the mouthpiece over Held's mouth, and the water trickled down. She sighed.
"This father, Rut, is a good father."
One of the clawed children, a year or two older than Rut, came up then and gently took Held from Rut's arms. He might have resisted, but did not have the strength, and when the babe was in the cradle of the strange boy's arms, Rut's own arms remained crooked, as if he still held her, and Badal saw how the tendons at his elbows had shrunk, drawn tight, and she thought back, trying to recall when she had last seen Rut not holding Held, and she couldn't. The baby was a ghost in his arms now. The father was weeping. She could see the tracks down his darkened, pitted cheeks, and he guided the mouthpiece into Rut's mouth, forcing it past the boy's lips, a few drops and then out again. Rut swallowed. The other children with claws slipped past them, into the coiled snake, each pulling out their own waterskins. But there were not enough of them. Still they went. And now Badal saw a new snake coming out of the sunset, and this one was of iron and chains, and she knew that she had seen it before, in her dreams. She had looked down upon this glittering serpent.
Fathers and mothers, but children all. And there, I see her. That is their one mother. I see her. She comes.
People spilled out around the woman with more waterskins. She halted close to the bearded father, her eyes on Badal, and when she spoke, it was in the language of Badal's dreams. "Fiddler, they are walking the wrong way." "Aye, adjunct." "I see only children." "Aye." Standing behind this woman was another soldier. "But, adjunct, who do they belong to?" She turned. "It doesn't matter, Fist, because they now belong to us." Rut turned to Badal.
"What are they saying?" "They're saying we have to go back."
The boy mouthed the last word. "Back?" Badal said,
"Rut, you did not fail. You guided the snake, and your blind tongue flicked out and found these strangers who are strangers no longer. Rut, you led us from death and into life. Rut," she stepped close, "you can rest now."
The bearded man, whose name was Fiddler, managed to break Rut's fall, but both went down to their knees. The adjunct took a half step. "Captain, does he live?" He looked up after a moment. "If his heart still beats, adjunct, I can neither feel nor hear it." Badal spoke in their language.
"He lives, father. He has just gone away, for a time."
The man Mother had called Fist, who had been standing back, now edged forward and said, "Child, how is it you speak Malazan? Who are you?"
"Who am I? I don't know. I've never known."
She met Mother's eyes.
"Rut led us to you, because you are the only ones left." "Only ones?" "The only ones who will not turn away from us. You are our mother."
At that, the adjunct seemed to step back, her eyes flaring as if struck to pain, and then she looked away from Badal, who then pointed at Fiddler.
"And he is our father, and soon he will go away and we will never see him again. It is the way of fathers."
That thought made her sad, but she shook her head against the feeling.
"It is just the way."
The adjunct seemed to be trembling and unable to look upon Badal. Instead, she turned to the man beside her. "Fist, broach the reserve casks." "Adjunct, look at them! Half will die before dawn." "Fist Blistig, I have given you an order." "We cannot spare any water, not for these.
"Obey my command," said the adjunct in a weary tone, "or I will have you executed, here, immediately."
"And face open rebellion, I swear it." Fiddler had straightened, and now he walked to stand in front of Fist Blistig, so close that the Fist took a step back. He said nothing, only smiled, his teeth white amidst that tangle of rusty beard. Snarling an oath, Blistig swung round. "On your heads, then." The adjunct spoke. "Captain Ziel and Gud, accompany Fist Blistig." A man and a woman who had been hanging back swung round to flank Blistig as he marched back into the column. Fiddler returned to where Rut was lying. He knelt beside the boy, settled one hand to one side of the thin face. Then he looked up at Badal. "He led you?" She nodded. "How far? How long?" She shrugged.
"Kolanse."
The man blinked, looked over at the adjunct for an instant, and then back to Badal. "How many days, then, to water?" She shook her head.
"To Icarius, where there are wells. I can't remember. 7 days? 10?
"Impossible," said someone from the crowd gathered behind the adjunct. "We have a day's supply left. Without water, 3 days at the most. Adjunct, we cannot make it." Badal cocked her head.
"Where there is no water, there is blood, flies, shards. Where there is no food, there are children who have died."
Someone said, "Fist Blistig is right this time, adjunct. We can't do this." "Captain Fiddler." "Aye." "Have your scouts guide the ones who can walk back to the food wagons. Ask the Kundril to attend to those who cannot. See to it that everyone gets water and food if they can manage any." "Aye, adjunct." Badal watched him ease his arms under Rut, watched him lift the boy.
Rut is now held. He carried Held until he could carry her no longer, and now he is carried, and this is how it goes on. Adjunct,
she said as Fiddler carried Rut away.
I am named Badal, and for you I have a poem.
Child, if you stand there unattended to for much longer, you are going to die. I will hear your poem, but not now. Badal smiled.
Yes, mother. And for you I have a poem.
She stared at the straining backs, the shedding ropes, the toppled statues by the wayside. 2 nights now since that meeting, since the last time Badal had seen the adjunct, or the man named Fiddler. And the water was now gone, and still Rut would not wake, and Sadik sat atop the bales putting his things in patterns only to pack them away again until the next time. And she listened to the arguments. She heard the fighting, saw the sudden roiling eddies where fists lashed out, soldiers grappled, knives were drawn. She watched as these men and women stumbled towards death, because Icarius was too far away. They had nothing left to drink, and now those who drank their own piss were starting to go mad, because piss was poison. But they would not bleed out the dead ones. They just left them to lie on the ground. This night she had counted 54. The night before there had been 39. And on the day in between they'd carried 72 bodies from the camp, not bothering to dig a trench this time, simply leaving them lying in rows. The children of the snake were on the food wagons. Their walking was done, and they too were dying.
Icarius, I see your wells. They were almost dry when we left you. Something is taking the water away even now. I don't know why, but it doesn't matter. We will not reach them. Is it true, then, that all mothers must fail, and all fathers must walk away never to be seen again? Mother, for you I have a poem. Will you come to me? Will you hear my words?
The wagon rocked, the heavies strained, soldiers died. They were on a path now. Fiddler's scouts had little trouble following it. Small, bleached bones, all the ones who had fallen behind the boy named Rut, the girl named Badal. Each modest collection he stumbled over was an accusation, a mute rebuke. These children, they had done the impossible, and now we fail them. He could hear the blood in his own veins, frantic, rushing through hollow places, and the sound it made was an incessant howl. Did the adjunct still believe? Now that they were dying by the score, did she still hold to her faith? When determination, when stubborn will proved not enough, what then? He had no answers to such questions. If he sought her out, no, she's had enough of that. They're on her constantly. Fists, captains, the cutters. Besides, talking was torture. Lips split open, the swollen tongue struggled, the back of the throat, tight and cracked, was pained by every uttered word. He walked with his scouts, not wanting to drop back, to see what was happening in the column, not wanting to witness its disintegration. Were his heavies still pulling the wagons? If they were fools. Were any of those starved children left? That boy, Rut, who'd carried that thing for so long his arms looked permanently crippled, was he still in a coma, or had he slipped away, believing he'd saved them all? That would be the best, to ride the delusion into oblivion. There are no ghosts here, not in this desert. His soul just drifted away, simple, peaceful, rising, carrying that baby, because he will always carry that baby. Go well, lad. Go well, the both of you. They'd come looking for a mother and a father, 1,000 children, 1,000 orphans. But he was beginning to see, here on this trail, just how many more there had once been. In this train Badal had called the snake, and the comprehension of that twisted like a knife in his chest. Kolanse, what have you done? To your people, to your children? Kolanse, had you no better answer than this? Gods, if we could have found you, if we could have faced you across a killing field, we would give answer to your crimes. Adjunct, you were right to seek this war. But you were wrong thinking we could win it. You cannot wage war against indifference. Ah, listen to me. But am I dead? Not yet. The previous day, when the entire camp was silent, soldiers lying motionless beneath the flies, he had reached into his pack, settled his hand upon the deck of dragons, and nothing. Lifeless. This desert was bereft, and no power could reach them. We have made the gods blind to us, the gods and the enemy ahead. Adjunct, I see your reason for this. I did then, and I do now. But look at us. We're human, mortal, no stronger than anyone else. And for all that you wanted to make us something more, something greater, it seems that we cannot be what you want. We cannot be what we want either. And this, more than anything else, is what now crushes us. But still, I am not yet dead. He thought back to the moment when they'd found the children. The way his scouts, not much older themselves, moved so solemnly among the refugees, giving all the water they carried, their entire allotment for the night's march given away, from one mouth to the next, until the last drops had been squeezed from the skins. And then the Kandril youths could only stand helpless, each surrounded by children who reached out, not to grasp or demand, but to touch, and in that touch give thanks. Not for the water, that was gone, but for the gesture. How far must one fall to give thanks for nothing but desire, empty intent? The ones who drove you away. But we have allies, and there is no barrier before them, nothing to slow their march on Kolanse. Gessler, show Stormy the truth of this, and then cut his leash. Leave him to voice a howl to make the hounds themselves cower. Let him loose, Gess, I beg you, because I don't think we can make it. The bones of his neck grinding, Fiddler looked up, glad at the jade strangers. They filled the night sky now, blazing slashes across heaven's face. Omens make me puke. I'm sick of the miserable things. But what if you're nothing like that, you up there? What if your journey belongs to you and you alone? No destination, no reason or purpose. What if, tomorrow or the next day, you finally descend, to wipe out all of us, to make pointless our every struggle, our every great, noble cause? What is it then, O glorious universe, that you are telling us? Destiny is a lie. But then, do I even care? Look at these bones we step over. We go as far as we can go, and then we stop. And that is how it is. That is all it is. So, now what? Snakes, said Banascar, blinking against the hard clarity of sober vision. It was better when everything was blurred, much better. That might have been my first fear, the one that had me stumbling right into the pit of vipers we so blithely call the Temple of the Wreck. Face what you fear, isn't that the sage advice? Maybe that's sobriety's real curse, the recognition that being frightened is not character building after all, and that the advice was shit and the world is full of liars. The adjunct was silent as she walked beside him. Not that he was expecting a reply, since he was no longer certain that his words were actually getting past his throat. It was possible, indeed highly likely, that everything he'd been saying for the past 2 days had been entirely in his own mind, but then it was easier that way. Rebellion. Even the word itself makes me envious. I've never felt it, here in my soul, never experienced a single moment of defiant fury, of the self demanding its right to be just the way it wants to be, even when it doesn't know what that being looks like. It just wants it. Of course, drinking is the sweet surrender, the sanctum of cowards. And we're all cowards, us drunks, and don't let anyone try to convince you otherwise. It's the only thing we're good at, mostly, because it's both our reason and the means by which we run away from everything, which is why a drunk needs to stay drunk. He glanced across at her. Was she listening? Was there anything to listen to? Let's move on. That subject makes me cringe. Another grand notion awaits us as soon as I can think of one. Snakes, you ask? Well, of course it was a grand notion, the girl giving us names like that. Theirs, ours. Snakes in the desert. It's bold if you think about it. Snakes are damned hard to kill. They slide past underfoot. They hide in plain sight. So, how about knowledge? When knowing becomes a fall from grace, when truth is seen to condemn rather than liberate, when enlightenment shows nothing but the dark pathos of our endless list of failures. All that. But these attitudes, well, they come from those who want to encourage ignorance, a vital tactic in their maintenance of power. Besides, real knowledge forces one to act. Or does it? He paused then, trying to think it through, only to feel a spasm of fear. You're right, let's move on yet again. If there's one thing I know, it's that about some things I don't want to know anything. So, in keeping with unexpected guests, shall we speak of heroism? Smiles staggered to one side and dropped to one knee. Bottle took up position behind her, guarding her back. The short sword in his hand seemed to be trembling all on its own. He watched Tar bull his way back through the milling press. His visage was darker than Bottle had ever seen before. "Korik!" he snapped. "Yes, Sergeant." "You'll live?" "Got a look in an eye," the man replied, edging into view. One side of his face was sheathed in blood, but it wasn't his own. "Seen hyenas looking saner." He pointed with a bloodied long knife. "That corporal there gave him a nudge." The man Korik indicated was on his knees, a regular, burly, broad-shouldered, with a knife handle jutting from the right side of his chest. Blood was streaming from his mouth and nostrils, filled with bubbles. Tar glared round, his eyes catching Bottle. He walked over. "Smiles, look at me, soldier." She lifted her head. "Like Korik said, Sergeant, we ain't blind and we ain't stupid. Caught the same nudge, so I gave him my knife." Tar met Bottle's eyes. Bottle nodded. 12 paces between 'em, in the dark, in a crowd. The dying corporal had dropped his bearded chin to his chest and seemed to be staring at his knees. Korab edged closer and gave the man a push. He fell over. The thudding impact, as he landed on the ground, spurted one last mass of foam from his mouth and nose. "Two down?" Tar asked. Bottle could feel the hatred in the eyes of the regulars crowding the scene, and he flinched when Korab said, 3, Sergeant. The first 2 were the distraction. 2 more came in low from behind, making for the wagon. I got the first one, then Cuttle chased the last one away. Still after him, I guess." "He's out there?" Tar demanded. "Hood's breath." Smiles straightened and, moving drunkenly, made her way to the dead corporal, where she retrieved her knife. "It ain't right," she muttered. She faced the crowd. "We're guarding empty casks, you damned fools!" Someone called out, "Wasn't us, Marine! That was the Fists gang!" Bottle scowled. "Ballistic, guards below." "Just leave us alone," Smiles said, turning away. Cuttle returned, caught Tar's eye, and with one hand casually brushed the crossbow slung down behind his left arm. The sergeant faced the haulers. "Pull up the rope, soldiers. Let's get this moving again." Smiles came up to Bottle. "Killing our own. It ain't right." "I know." "You had my back. Thanks." He nodded. The crowd of regulars was melting away. The wagon started rolling, the squad falling in alongside it, and the bodies were left behind. "It's the madness," said Korab a short time later. "In 7 cities—" "You don't need to tell us," Cuttle interrupted. "We was there, remember?" "Aye, just saying, that's all. The madness of thirst. That was planned out." "The corporal, aye," Korab said. "But not that fool going for Korik." "And the ones coming in from behind?" "Planned, Korab. Someone's orders. That ain't madness. That ain't anything of the sort." "Mostly I was talking about the rest of them regulars, the ones closing in on the smell of blood." No one had any response to that. Bottle found that he was still holding his short sword. Sighing, he sheathed it. Short Nose took the blood-stained shirt and pushed it beneath the collar of the leather yoke, stuffing it across the width of his collarbones where his skin had been worn away and things were looking raw. Someone had brought in the shirt, sopping wet and warm, but all that blood didn't bother him much. He was already adding to it. The wagon was heavy, heavier now with children riding atop all the bundles of food. But for all their numbers, not as heavy as it should have been. That was because they were mostly starved down to bones. He didn't like thinking about that. Back when he'd been a child, he remembered hungry times, but every one of those times his da would come in with something for the runts, Short-Nose the runtiest of them all. A scrap, something to chew, and his ma, she'd go out with other ma's, and they'd be busy for a few days and nights, and then she'd come back in, sometimes bruised, sometimes weeping, but she'd have money for the table, and that money turned into food. His da used to swear a lot those times she did that. But it was all down to feeding the runts. "My beautiful runts," his da liked saying. And then, years later, when the garrison had up and left town, suddenly Ma couldn't get the money the way she used to, but she and Da were happier for all of that anyway. Short-Nose's older brothers had all gone off by then, 2 of them to war, and the other one to marry widow Karas, who was 10 years older than him, and who Short-Nose secretly loved with all his might. So it was probably a good thing he ran away when he did, since his brother wouldn't have taken kindly to that trouble behind the barn with Karas drunk, or maybe not, and anyway, it was all in good fun. He noticed a boy walking beside him, carrying a sack. His hands were bloody, and he was licking them clean.
"Brought me that shirt, did you? Ain't good, runt," he said. "Drinking blood."
The boy frowned up at him and went on with his licking until his hands were clean. And he'd heard later how one of his brothers got killed outside Nathilog, and the other one came back with only one leg. And then the pensions came through, and Ma and Da stopped having to struggle so, especially when Short-Nose joined up himself and sent 2/3 of his pay back home. Half of that went home to Da and Ma. The other third went to his brother and his wife, because he felt guilty about the baby and all. Still, it wasn't good being hungry so young, and starving was worst of all. His da used to say, "If you can't feed 'em, don't have 'em. Hood's proud pole, it don't take a genius to see that." It sure don't, and that was why Short-Nose kept paying for his runt. And he'd still be paying for it if it wasn't for them being fired and made outlaws and deserters and all the other names the military came up with for not doing what they told you to do. By now, though, that runt would be old enough to work all on its own, so maybe his brother would have called off the bounty on his head. Maybe everything was all right by now, the dust settled and all. It was nice to think so, but now he'd gone and fallen in love with Flashwit and Mayfly, and wasn't that silly, since there were 2 of them and only 1 of him? Not that he saw that as a problem, but women could get funny about things like that, and lots of other things too, which was why there was so much trouble. The hauler on his right stumbled. Short-Nose reached down one-handed and lifted the woman back onto her feet. She gasped her thanks. Now, women. He could think about women all.
"You're Short-Nose, aren't you?"
He glanced down at her. She was short, with big, strong-looking legs. Now that was bad luck for her, wasn't it? The one thing that made proper men drool turned out getting her yoked like a...
"Yeah, that's me."
"Been trying to look, you see."
"No."
"I heard you got the same ear bitten off twice."
"So?"
"Well, how's that possible?"
"Don't ask me. It was all Bread's fault."
"Bread? Nefarious Bread? You were fighting him?"
"Might have been. Save your breath, soldier. See this runt here? He ain't saying a thing, 'cause he's smart."
"It's because he doesn't understand Malazan."
"As good an excuse as any, I always say. Anyway, just keep pulling and think about things you like to think about, to distract you from all the bad stuff."
"What are you thinking about?"
"Me? Women."
"Right," she said in a strangely cold tone. "So I guess I'll think about handsome, clever men."
He smiled down at her.
"You don't have to do that, lass. You got one walking right beside you."
The boy went away and came back a short time later with some more cloth, which he gave to Short-Nose so that he could stop his bleeding nose. Like his da used to say,
There ain't no figuring the ways of women.
Too bad, too. She was kind of pretty, and, even better, she could swear the hide off a bedouin. Could there be a sexier combination? He didn't think so.
You'd think I was some kind of leper. It ain't my fault I've been dead once. And maybe being dead once means things like getting thirsty don't hurt as much. I don't know.
I have been condensing everything in sight, the verdict said. That's what's been keeping me going.
Hedge eyed the alchemist quizzically, and then he shrugged.
Beats talking all day, I suppose.
The verdict opened his mouth and then shut it again.
How are the kittens?
The kittens are just fine, Commander.
We got enough of them?
For more than one engagement? Hard to say, sir. I'm comfortable with one battle, using what we need and not holding back.
He glanced back at the carriage and then said,
I have given some thought to strategies, sir, with respect to alchemical, kittens. I don't think being misers with them works. You want to go the opposite way, in fact. Flood the field of battle, hit them so hard the shock overwhelms them.
I thought you wasn't going to talk all night. Listen, we worked that out years ago. Walls and waves, we called it. Walls when you was holding a line or position, waves when you was on the advance. And there ain't no point in holding back, except the one with your own name on it, of course. Because every sapper will tell you, if you're going to kill 'em, they're going to kill you at the same time, guaranteed. We call it disincentive.
The verdict glanced back a second time, frowned at the troops stumping along beside the carriage. The captains weren't doing well. Thinning out, but not in a good way. They'd not said much in days. Behind them walked the Kundril, still leading their horses.
So I wasn't quite telling Hedge the truth. I didn't just dose the oxen, but you'd think they'd see.
Still nervous?
Hedge asked him.
I'd be, if I was you. Kundril like their horses. A lot. Between a warrior's horse and his mother, it's even odds which one he'd save if it came down to choosing. Then you just went and killed 'em.
They were dying anyway, sir. In a single day, a horse needs more water than 4 soldiers, and those Kundril were running out. Try bleeding a dehydrated animal, sir. It isn't easy.
Right. So now they got undead horses and still no water. Meaning if you'd done that a week ago, why, all that sacrifice wouldn't have been necessary. They want to kill you, alchemist. It took me half a day to talk 'em out of it.
The verdict glared at Hedge.
You just said, between horses and their mothers.
They'd save their mothers, of course. What are you, an idiot?
The alchemist sighed.
Anyway,
Hedge continued after a moment,
we're all bridge burners now. Now, it's true we killed a few officers every now and then, if they was bad enough. Who wouldn't? Get a fool in charge and they're likely to get you all killed, so better top 'em first, right? But you ain't done nothing to earn that. Besides, I need you and so do they. So it's simple and all. Nobody's gonna cut your throat.
I am most relieved, Commander.
Hedge moved closer, dropping his voice.
But listen. It's all about to fall apart. Can you see that? The Bonehunters, those regulars, they're losing it.
Sir, we're not much better off.
So we don't want to get caught up in the slaughter, right? I already told my captains. We're going to pull out hard as soon as it starts up. I want 100 paces between us before they start looking for somebody new to kill.
Sir, do you think it will get that bad?
Hedge shrugged.
Hard to say. So far, the Marines are holding them all in check. But there's going to come a scrap any time now when a Marine gets taken down. And the smell of blood will do it, mark my words.
How would the bridge burners have handled this, sir, back in the day?
Simple. Sniff out the yappers and kill 'em. It's the ones who can't stop bitching, talking it up, egging on the stupider ones to do something stupid. Hoping it all busts out. Me.
He nodded to the column walking beside them.
I'd jump Blistig and drag him off into the desert, and for a whole damned day nobody'd be sleeping because of all the screaming.
No wonder you all got outlawed,
the verdict muttered. The sky to the east was lightening, the sun rising to wage war with the Jade Strangers before they plunged beneath the north horizon. The column broke down in sections, clumps of soldiers spilling away onto the sides of the trail. Sinking down, heads lowered, weapons and armor clashing as packs dropped to the ground. The haulers stopped, struggled out of the heavy yokes, wailing from the cundrill as yet another horse stumbled and fell onto its side, and out flashed the knives. And this day there would be plenty of blood to drink, but no one rejoiced among the burned tears. Where the wagons halted, the Marines settled, red-eyed and slack-faced with exhaustion. On all sides the soldiers moved like old men and women, fighting to raise tarps and flies, roll out bedding, pausing to rest between tasks. Weapons were slowly drawn, the day's damage repaired with oiled whetstones, but the act was almost mindless, gestures of instinct observed by dull, sullen eyes. And then out from the wagons came the children, in ones and twos, into the midst of the soldiers. They came not to beg or plead, but simply to sit, watching over the soldiers as they slept, or suffered with staring eyes, or, in the case of some, quietly died. Sergeant Sinter observed this as she sat leaning against the wheel of the wagon they'd been guarding. The tremulous arrival of a child into every knot of soldiers seemed to have a strange effect upon them. Arguments fell away, glaring eyes faded, resentments sank down. The sleepless rolled onto their sides and surrendered to weariness. Pain was swallowed back, and those who sat weeping without tears eventually settled into silence. What gift was this? She did not understand, and when a soldier awoke in the closing of dusk and found curled at his or her side a small, still form, cool and pale in the dying light, she'd seen how the squad then gathered to set shards of crystal over the lifeless child, raising a glittering mound. And the soldiers would then cut fetishes free from their belts and harnesses, the bones they'd carried since Aaron, and set them upon the pathetic heaps of rock.
"They're killing us."
She looked over at her sister, who sat against the back wheel, her splintered legs stretched out.
"Who is it this time, Kisware? They come and share the last moments. Ours, theirs. It's not fair what they bring."
Sinter's eyes narrowed on Kisware.
"You've gone away, sister. Will you ever come back?"
"I don't know what they bring," she said.
"You wouldn't."
A dull awakening of anger, which then drained away.
"Why do you say that?"
Kisware bared her teeth, the back of her head resting between two spokes, her eyes closed.
"What you always had, Sinter, what I never had. That's why you can't see it, can't recognize it. It'd be like seeing into your own soul, and that's something nobody can do. Oh, they say they can. Talk about revelation or truth, all that shit. But inside us, something stays hidden, forever. There's nothing hiding inside me, Kisware. But those children, sitting, watching, lying close. It hurts you to see them, doesn't it?"
Sinter looked away.
"You fool," Kisware sighed. "They bring dignity. Same as you, same as the adjunct herself. Why do you think so many of us hate her, hate the sight of her? She shows us everything we don't want to be reminded of, because there's nothing harder for most of us to find than dignity. Nothing. So they show us how you can die with dignity. They show us by dying themselves, and by letting us die while being watched over." The adjunct said unwitnessed. "These children don't agree. But it's all pointless anyway."
Kisware went on.
"Did you think this would be easy? Did you think our feet wouldn't start to drag? We've walked across half a world to get here. We stopped being an army long ago, and no, I don't know what we are now. I don't think there's a person in this world who'd be able to give us a name." "We're not going to make it," Sinter said. "So what?"
Sinter looked across at her sister. Their eyes briefly locked. Just past Kisware, Corporal Rim sat hunched over, rubbing oil into the stump of his right arm. He made no sign of listening, but she knew he was. Same for Honey, lying shrouded under stained linen to keep the sun from her eyes.
"So you don't care, Kisware? You never did. Surviving this ain't the point, Sinter. It stopped being the point some time ago."
"Right," she snapped. "So enlighten me."
"You already know. You said it yourself. We're not going to make it. And those children, they come among us like homunculi, made up of everything we surrendered in our lives, all that dignity and integrity and truth, all of it, and look at them, starved down to bones and not much else. We ain't been too good with the best in us, sister, have we?" If tears had been possible, Cinta would have wept them. Instead, she sank down onto the hard ground. "You should have run," she said. "I bet the adjunct says that to herself 1,000 times a day." "The adjunct?" Cinta shook her head. "She's not the running type." "No, and neither are you. And now, it turns out, neither am I." "This is not my sister." "I think," Kisware resumed, "tomorrow will be our last march. And you know, it's all right. It was worth the try. Someone should tell her that. It was worth the try." "No spiders," said Hellion, settling her head back on the bedroll. "This is the best there is. This desert, it's paradise. Let the flies and Cape moths take my corpse, even those damned meat-eating locusts. You won't find a spider making a nest in my skull's eye sockets. What could be better than that?" "What got you so scared of 'em, Sergeant?" She thought about that, but then her mind wandered away, and she saw heaps of skulls, all of them smiling. And why not? Oh yes, no spiders. "My father tells the story, especially when he's drunk. He thinks it's damned funny, that story." "Oh, wait, is that my father? Could be my uncle, or even my stepfather. Might even be my brother's father, who lives down the lane. Anyway, it was a story, and how he laughed. You got to know Cartool, maybe. Spiders big enough to eat gulls, right?" "Been there once, aye, Sergeant. Creepy place." "The redbacks are the worst. Not big, not much poisonous by themselves. One at a time, I mean. Thing is, when they hatch, there's thousands, and they stick together for days, so they can kill big prey and all of them feed on it, right? And the egg sacs, why, they can be hidden anywhere. So, I was maybe 2, spent all day in a crib every day, since my mother had another baby on the way, only she kept getting fevers, and eventually she went and lost it, which was stupid, since we had a good healer down the street, but father drank up all the coin he made. Anyway, I had this doll." "Oh, God, Sergeant." "Aye, they came out of its head, ate right through the stuffing and then out through the eyes and the mouth and everywhere else. And there I was, food. It was my half-brother who came in and found me. My head was swollen to twice its size, couldn't even see my eyes, and I was choking. Counted 200 bites, maybe more, since they were mostly in my hair. Now, as far as prey goes, I was too big even for 1,000 redback babies, but they tried damned hard." "And that story made him laugh? What kind of fucked up—" "Watch it. That's my father you're talking about there, or uncle, or stepfather, or the guy down the lane." "Now I see it, Sergeant," said Touchy. "It's all right. I see it. That'd scar anyone for life." "The story ain't finished, Corporal. I ain't got to the whole point of it. You see, I was eating them damned spiders, eating 'em like candy. They said my belly was more swollen than my head, and that's why I was choking so bad. They were biting me all the way down. So they brought in the healer, and she conjured up big chunks of ice into my mouth, back of the throat, and all around my neck, too. Story goes that I had a stroke from all that ice. Killed the part of my brain that knows when it's time to stop." She stared up at the brightening sky. "They say I stole my first jug from my father's stash when I was 6. Got so drunk they needed to bring the healer back a second time. And that's when she scried me inside and said I was in for a life of trouble." A hand brushed her upper arm. "That's a heartbreaking tale, Sergeant." "Is it? I suppose it is. Of course, I just made it up. Tug those heartstrings, see all that sweet sympathy in their sweet little faces. They'll forgive me anything now. Why do I hate spiders? Gods, who doesn't? What a stupid question." "Faces in the rock," said Urgal the Woven, crouching to scrape patterns in the hard ground. "7 of the dying fires. The Unbound. These are our titles. We Tlani Mas cast out from our clans. We who failed in the wars. We who were cursed to witness.
Nomkala shifted to look back upon the human camp, a dissolute column forming a jagged line across the hard pan. All motion was dying away there, the growing heat stealing all that was left. The humps of prostrate bodies stretched long shadows.
We chose a night of chains, Uragal went on, and by his will we were freed from our prison. And by his will the chains shall one day shatter. Then we awaited the sanctification of the House of Chains.
This night, rumbled Kaltur Manal. Is he among us now?
No, but he awaits us, replied Uragal. Long has been his journey, and soon the fate of us all will fall at his feet. But alas, the fallen one does not command him, and the king in chains has turned his back on our cause. For the king of the house is cursed, and his chains will never break. It is our belief that he will not sit long upon that throne. Thus we discard him.
Barok's soft voice said,
The knight is a despiser of chains, but understanding eludes him still. Many are the chains that cut cruel, that enslave with malice. Yet other chains also exist, and these are the ones we each choose to wear, not out of fear or ignorance. These are the noblest of chains. Honor, virtue, loyalty. Many will approach the House of Chains, only to falter upon its threshold, for it demands within us strength rarely used. When suffering awaits, it takes great courage to stride forward, to enter this unrelenting, unforgiving realm.
Uragal had scraped 7 symbols on the ground. He now pointed to each in turn and said,
The consort, she who is known to us. The Reaver, there are 2 faces. 1 man, 1 woman. Night, we have spoken of. The 7 of the dead fires, the Unbound. We Tlani Mas for now, but that will change. Cripple, he whose mind must crawl to serve the sacred life within him. Leper, that which is both living and dead. Fool, the threat from within. All, then, but the night walk among the mortals in our keeping. Here, now.
Nomkala studied the symbols.
But, Uragal, they are all dying. And there is no wind to carry us,
Barok said.
We cannot travel to what lies ahead. Thus we cannot give them hope.
Kaltur Manal grunted at Uragal's conclusion.
We are Tlani Mas. What know we of hope?
Are we then lost?
Nomkala asked. The others were silent.
I have a thought, she said. It is as Kalt says. We are not creatures of hope. We cannot give them what we surrendered so long ago. These mortal humans will die if we cannot save them. Do any of you dispute that?
We do not, said Uragal.
And so,
Nomkala stepped forward and with one skeletal foot broke the patterns in the dirt.
The House of Chains will die. In another age it will awaken once more. If it must be us, and we do wish it to be us, do we not? If it must be us unbound, then we have no choice. We must go to the adjunct. And say what? Uragal demanded. Why, we must lie to her.
None spoke for a time. Nomkala studied the camp, the stretched shadows.
Let us seek to steal one more day. To what end is one more day? I cannot say, Uragal the Woven. Sometimes hope is born from a lie. So be it. To her we shall lie.
Ruthengard's eyes tracked Lostara Yill as she approached the adjunct. The two women stood studying the east as if to defy the savage dawn. He wondered what kept Tavore on her feet. Each night she set out, marching without rest, and by her will alone she dragged an entire army in her wake. If she would not stumble, then neither would the soldiers behind her. It had become a battle, a silent war.
And she's winning it. Everybody left behind is testament to that. But how much longer can she keep this up? Look at that rising sun, adjunct, and the emptiness beneath it. Sometimes, when people speak of forbidding, deadly places, it's not just a story. Sometimes it's all true, and the warnings are honest warnings. There are places that will kill you, and we have found one.
What are they saying, do you think?
Scannero asked. He looked down at her, eyes tightening.
Sleep, my love.
He watched her settle her head back on the hard ground, her eyes closing.
Not much longer. And now it's too late. I can't save you. I can't just steal you away because you won't make it.
He wondered if he would walk out of this desert alone. One survivor left, leaving behind 6,000 corpses. A damned Otatarl sword in one hand, for the day when he'd need it.
Aye, Ruthengard. He's been a one-man army before, after all. Here he goes again.
Lifting his gaze, he studied the two women standing 20 paces away and frowned.
Lostara. She's been possessed by a god. Does that make her tougher than she used to be? Who knows? But she's looking in better shape than Scannero. Better than the adjunct, too.
Please, lie beside me.
Ruthen flinched. He combed through his beard.
I will, in a moment.
Beloved?
A moment.
He walked over to Tavore and Lostara. If they were in a conversation, it wasn't one using words. The adjunct heard him approaching and turned to regard him.
Captain, the ice armor you conjured...
Not here, adjunct. Nothing works here.
Her eyes flattened.
But you will persevere.
Lostara Yill coughed and then said,
Ruthen, the Tlanimas bow to you. They title you Elder.
I am not a god, elder or otherwise, Lostara. I'm sorry. Wouldn't it be nice to be one, though, for each and every one of us, just to be outside all this? The Tlanimas will manage when...
So will you,
the adjunct cut in.
Yet you are not a god.
We do not choose to whom we are born.
Indeed not. Who, then, are your parents?
He scratched his beard vigorously.
Adjunct, does it matter? It may be that this desert doesn't kill me. It's equally likely that it will.
You will reach the city with the wells.
Will I? Ruthen shook his head. Let me be honest with you. I cannot fathom how those children got as far as they did. What did Badal say? 10 days away? But Icarius is 2, even 3 weeks' march from here.
How do you know this?
He grimaced. I was once a guest of the Jaghut who dwelt in Icarius along with the refugee enclave of Kachen Jemal. The simple fact remains, the only way those children could have come as far as they have, adjunct, is by Warren.
Tavore turned to Lostara.
Get the girl. Bring her to me. Aye, adjunct.
When she'd departed, Tavore fixed Ruthen with a hard stare.
Warren. Which is impossible, I know.
He saw a glitter of hope in her eyes and shook his head.
Do not, adjunct. The desert is sucked dry, and if you're not careful, things are likely to get much worse.
Worse? Explain to me how this could get worse, Captain.
He looked away, back to where Scannero slept, and sighed.
Draw your sword, adjunct.
What?
Unsheathe your Otatarl blade.
She had the sword half out of the scabbard before Ruthen reached out and grasped her wrist, and then, retching, he fell to his knees, turning his head away. Tavore slammed the weapon back down and staggered back a step.
Gods!
She gasped. Ruthen spat, and then used the back of his wrist to wipe at his beard.
It's what none of you ever understood,
he said, staring down at his trembling hands, studying the smears of blood in what he'd coughed up.
It's not just some damned metal that just happens to devour magic. Otatarl is aspected.
He pushed himself back onto his feet.
The next time you draw that weapon, adjunct, the act will summon. She is loose upon the world now, the dragon that is the source of all Otatarl, the living heart of that which takes life. She has been freed."
Tavore took another step back, shaking her head.
"What has been done?"
she demanded, her voice breaking. He saw panic rising within her, vast cracks in her armor, and held out a hand.
"Wait, listen to me. Tavore Paran, listen. It will be answered. Everything is answered. Everything."
And now, all at once, it was as if a child was standing before him, lost, frightened. The sight tore at his heart.
"They're not interested in the crippled god. Do you understand me? The ones who did this, they don't care what happens to him. They're reaching for something bigger, and they think they will sweep all this aside. You, the fallen one, the Forkrul Assail, all of it, swept away. But they're fools. Do you understand me? Anomandarake is gone, but Draconis now walks the world. Do you see? Everything is answered. And that is the true madness of this. The Otatarl dragon cannot remain unchained. Draconis will have to kill it, him or the Elent. And by killing it, they will end all magic. They will cast us all out into a world devoid of sorcery."
She had turned away from him, was now staring into the east.
"This is what he meant," she murmured.
"Adjunct?"
"He said my sword would not be enough. We argued that again and again. He said...
She faced him, eyes suddenly shining, and Ruthen was struck by a sudden beauty in her face, a thing that seemed to rise as if from nowhere.
"He said, it will be answered. His words, the same as yours."
"Who are you talking about?" he demanded. "Who's been scheming this nightmare all along? What raving lunatic idiot?"
"Ben Edefon Delat." He stared, disbelieving, thunderstruck at his own stupidity.
"That name!"
"High Mage Quick Ben, Captain. He vowed he would save Byrne, and that was one vow he would not surrender. He said the cancer needed cutting out. Ruthen, what is wrong?"
But he had turned away, struggling to hold it all in, struggling and then failing. Laughter burst from him, disbelieving, wondrous laughter.
"Delat? Edefon Delat? Quick Ben? Oh, by the abyss! The bloody nerve of him! Was it a glamour that made me so sick? No wonder he stayed away from me."
"Captain?"
He stared at her, and he could feel his mouth stretched wide in a manic, helpless grin.
"And down he went in the battle with the short-tails, like Hood he did."
Her lips thinned into a straight line. "Captain Ruthen Gud, even you could not be so dense. Of course he isn't dead." She pointed to a nearby figure perched atop an outcrop of rock. "Ask our resident Septarch of Derek. He will tell you, since he at last has figured it out." As if commanded, Banascar rose then, tottering as he walked to them. He wagged a finger at Ruthen Gud, and through cracked, bleeding lips he said,
"This is Quick Ben's game, O Elder. The bones are in his sweaty hands, and they have been for some time. Now if at his table you'll find the Worm of Autumn, and the once Lord of Death, and Shadow Throne and Cotillion, not to mention the past players Anomandarake and Decembre, and who knows who else, well, did you really believe a few thousand damned Naruk could take him down? The thing about Edefon Delat's game is this: he cheats."
He turned to the adjunct and managed a faint bow.
"Lady Tavore, it is fair to say that I will remember the light in your eyes, as I am privileged to see it now, for the rest of my days. Did I not speak of heroism? I believe I did, though in your despond perhaps you were not listening."
"By your words, High Priest, I found the strength for the next step. Forgive me if I could give you nothing in return."
He cocked his head and regarded her, and then said softly,
"My lady, have you not given enough?"
Ruthen Gud clawed at his beard. The delight was fast fading, and he feared stirring the ashes and finding that hope had been nothing but a lone spark, already gone.
"We still face a dilemma. And oh, how I wish Delat was here, though I think even he would have no answers for our plight. This desert will have us."
Tavore said, "Captain, if I fall, take up my sword."
"If I do, adjunct, and if indeed a time comes when I must draw that weapon, it will kill me."
"Then, as you have said, you must not be an elder god."
"As I said," he agreed wryly. "But the matter is simpler than that. I have lived a long time, and that is by magic alone. Without sorcery, I would be less than dust."
He glanced at Banaskar.
"Delat is not the only one to have gamed at the table of the gods." "I would know your story someday, Ruthengard," said Banaskar with a sad smile.
Ruthengard shrugged.
"To be honest, too sordid to tell."
They were silent, as if so thoroughly wrung out by all that had been said and felt that nothing remained. Lostara then returned, and at her side was the girl named Badal, and a boy carrying a sack. Nom Kala walked through a silent camp, bodies lying motionless on all sides, half-closed eyes tracking her as she strode past. She saw suffering on a scale that made long-dead emotions tremble inside her, and she remembered the fate of her own kind, when walls of ice closed in, when the animals died out or went away, when there was nothing left to eat, when the humans hunted them down. Their answer had been the ritual, an escape that proved a prison. But such a thing was not available to these mortals. Another day. A lie to give them that, if one is even possible. See how weak they are. See how they fail. Another day. But would that be a gift? The marching, the dragging steps, the ones falling to the side to surrender? Will they thank me for those extra moments? Perhaps her desire to help was in fact one of cruelty. "So, how does it feel?" At the faint voice she halted, looked round, saw a soldier sitting nearby, studying her. "How does what feel?" she asked. "Being dust." She did not know how to answer him, and so was silent. "We'll be joining you soon enough, I suppose." "No, you won't. No memory will remain, nothing to draw you back." "But I have strings, Tlanimas. That's my private curse. I will be pulled back together, or they'll try anyway. Over and over again." Nom Kala studied the man and then shook her head. "I see no strings, mortal. If they once existed, now they are gone. Nothing holds you. Not the will of gods, not the lies of destiny or fate. You are severed from everything but that which lives within you." "Truly? No wonder I feel so lonely." "Yes," she said, "that is the reason." "But you are not alone, are you, Tlanimas?" "No, but that is no salvation. Together we but share our loneliness." He snorted. "Not sure that makes sense, but I think I understand you anyway. Listen, do us a favor. Once the last of us has fallen, don't fall to dust. Don't give up just yet. Walk out of this desert. Walk out of it. Please, will you do that?" "Because it is said that this desert cannot be crossed." "Yes, I understand you, mortal. Will you do it?" "We shall." He settled back on his bedroll with an uneven sigh. "Good. Prove them wrong. It's good enough, I think." Nom Kala hesitated and then said, "Do not give up, soldier. One more march." Eyes closed, he asked, "What would be the point of that?" "Push your comrades on, through this next night. Do this, please. As I have agreed to do as you wish, I ask that you reciprocate." He opened his eyes, squinted at her. "Is it that important?" "Suffering is a chasm. But there is the other side, and upon that side waits the fallen god. I am one of the 7 now. I am one among the unbound. The fallen one understands suffering, mortal. In that you are not alone. In that neither are the Tlanimas alone." "Aye, I'll grant you that he knows a thing or two about suffering. That you do as well. I just don't see the comfort in that kind of sharing."
If not comfort, then find strength. To keep bearing that suffering? What for? Yes, Namkala, what for? Do you have an answer? Does anyone? When you at last reach across that chasm, mortal, and grasp tight the hand of the fallen one, ask him your question. He managed a sour smile. Convenient, and he closed his eyes once more. She continued on, troubled, heavy with anguish. The Tlanimas have seen civilizations rise and fall. We have seen lands die, only to be reborn. We have seen the seas rise, and we have walked ancient seabeds. We have witnessed life's myriad struggles, from the lone creature suffering its last moments to thousands dying in a bleak season. And what have we learned? Only that life is its own purpose, and that where there is life, there shall be suffering. Has it any meaning? Is existence reason enough? I am an unbound. I am free to see, and what is it that I see? I see nothing. Ahead, at the vanguard of the column, there were figures standing. Now I must find a worthy lie. And if my name is to be cursed in the last breaths of these humans, so be it. My crime was hope. My punishment is to see it fail. But the Tlanimas have weathered that punishment for a long time, and the failure of hope has a name. It is called suffering.
Words,
said Badal, meeting the adjunct's eyes.
I found power in words, but that power is gone. I have nothing left.
Mother turned to her companions, but said nothing. There was almost no life left in her plain face, her plain eyes, and seeing that hurt Badal somewhere inside.
I had a poem for you, but it is gone, dried up.
A man combed his beard with filthy fingers and said,
Child, if your strength returns, another day.
It is not that kind of strength,
Badal replied.
It is gone, perhaps forever. I do not know how to get it back. I think it has died. I am not your hope. I cannot be. It was meant to be the other way round, don't you see that? We are children, that and nothing more. The God that died here, it was the same.
Mother frowned. Can you explain that, Badal? She shook her head. The other man, the one with the haunted eyes, then spoke.
What can you tell us of that God, Badal?
He broke apart.
Did he just break apart, or did someone break him apart?
He was murdered by his followers.
The man reacted as if he'd been struck in the face.
It is in the Song of the Shards, she continued. The gods sought to give his people one last gift, but they refused it. They would not live by it, and so they killed him.
She shrugged.
It was long ago, in the age when believers murdered their gods if they didn't like what the god had to say. But it's all different now, isn't it?
Aye,
the bearded man muttered.
Now we just ignore them to death.
It's not the gods that we ignore,
said the woman standing beside Mother.
Just their gifts of wisdom.
The other man spoke.
Do that long enough and the gods just wither and die. So it takes longer, but in the end, it's still murder. And we're just as vicious with mortals who have the nerve to say things we don't want to hear.
He cursed and then said,
Is it any wonder we've outstayed our welcome?
Mother met Badal's eyes and asked,
This city, Icarius, who dwells there? Only ghosts, Mother.
Beside her, Sadik had seated himself on the ground, taking out his useless things, but at the mention of Icarius he looked up and then pointed at the bearded man.
Badal,
he said,
I saw this man, in the crystal caves beneath the city.
She considered this and then shrugged.
Not ghosts, then. Memories.
Forever frozen,
the bearded man said, eyeing the boy. He faced Mother.
Adjunct, they cannot help you. Look at them, they're dying just as we are. Would that we could have done better by them, said the other man.
Mother hesitated and then nodded as if in defeat.
This is not how it should be. What am I not seeing? Why do I feel so helpless?
The bearded man was still watching Sadik, and then he said,
"Send them back to their beds, Adjunct. This is all too cruel. The sun and heat, I mean."
"Lastara."
"No, I will escort them, Adjunct."
"Very well, Captain. Badal, this man, Ruthengard, will take you back now."
"Yes, Mother."
The captain settled into a crouch, facing Sadik.
"Here," he said gruffly. "Let me help with these toys."
Badal stared, suddenly breathless, watching as Ruthengard and Sadik filled the tattered bag. Something made Sadik look up then, his eyes meeting hers.
"Badal, what is it? What did he say?"
She struggled to breathe, struggled to speak. Something fierce and wild rushed through her. She fell to her knees, snatched the bag from Sadik's small hands. She spilled the objects back out and stared down at them in wonder.
"Badal?"
The captain had leaned back, startled by the vehemence in her gesture, yet he said nothing.
"Badal? Sadik, these things, they're toys."
He looked up at her, the color leaving his face, showing her, bared and raw, wretched astonishment. Then that shattered, and she could see that he was about to cry.
"I'm sorry, I'd forgotten."
She watched as Sadik's attention returned to the collection of objects spilled out on the ground before him. He reached out as if to touch one, a bundle of twine and feathers, and then snatched back his hand.
"Toys,"
he whispered.
"They're toys."
The captain climbed to his feet and backed away. His dark eyes met her gaze, and she saw the horror in them, and she understood.
"Yes, this is what we lost." "Thank you, Captain," she said quietly. "We will go back. Just not yet. Please?"
He nodded, and then led the other adults away. And though it was obvious that they were confused, that they had questions, not one of them said a word. Badal moved to kneel across from Sadik. She stared down at the array, weakened by a sudden feeling of helplessness.
I don't remember."
Yet, when she reached down to pick up the pommel from a knife or sword, when she hesitated and looked over at Sadik, he simply nodded his invitation. 30 paces away, hot but dry-skinned in the burgeoning heat, Ruthengard stood watching, his only company the adjunct. In a few terse, difficult words, he had explained his sense of what had just happened. Neither spoke for some time. It wasn't fair. Of all the crimes he had seen in a life almost too long to comprehend, this one surpasses them all. The look on her face, on the boy's when she told him, that pathetic collection, carried like a treasure, and is it not a treasure? Finally he wiped a hand before his eyes and said, "We spoke of murdering gods with a strange diffidence, almost a bluster. And what did they show us? Adjunct, what are we when we murder innocents?" Tavore's sigh was ragged. "It will be answered." He saw her take on the burden, in the settling of her shoulders, recognized the breathtaking courage in the way she lifted her head, the way she refused to look away from the scene. Of 2 children trying to remember what it is to play. Adjunct, do not do this. You cannot carry anything more. Hearing someone behind them, they both turned. At Tlanimas, Ruthengard grunted. "One of our deserters."
"Nom Kala," the apparition replied. "Now in the service of the Fallen One, Elder."
"What do you wish to tell me?" Tavore asked.
"Adjunct, you must march for another night. You cannot stop here. You cannot give up. One more night."
"I intend to march for as many nights as we can, Nom Kala." She was silent, as if nonplussed. Ruthengard cleared his throat.
"You don't want us to give up. We understand that, Nom Kala. We are the Fallen One's last hope."
"Your soldiers fail."
"They're not interested in worshipping the crippled god," he said. "They don't want to give their lives to a cause they don't understand. This confusion and reluctance weakens their spirit."
"Yes, Elder. Thus there must be one more night of marching."
"And then," the adjunct demanded, "what salvation will find us by tomorrow's dawn?"
"The 7 of the dying fires shall endeavor to awaken Telan.
Nomkala replied.
We have begun our preparations for a ritual of opening. Once we have created a gate, we shall travel through to a place where there is fresh water. We shall fill the casks once more and return to you. But we need another day.
There are but 7 of you, Ruthen said. In this desert, that is not enough.
We shall succeed in this, Elder.
Ruthen cocked his head.
If you say so.
I do. Now, please inform your soldiers. One more march.
To reach salvation, said the adjunct.
Yes.
Very well, Nomkala. The Tlanimas bowed to them both, turned, and then strode back into the camp. When she was gone, the adjunct sighed. In your obviously long life, Captain, did you ever throw dice with a Tlanimas?
No, and I used to think that wisdom on my part.
And now?
Ruthen God shook his head. They are terrible liars.
Still, she said under her breath, I appreciate the effort.
We don't need it, adjunct. To keep us all going, we don't need it.
We don't?
No.
And he pointed to Badal and Sadik.
I will go among the troops this day, adjunct, for I have a story to tell. 2 children, a sack of toys.
She eyed him.
These children?
He nodded. These children.
Chapter 18. Down on the strand where the sea meets the land, where fishermen kneel over wounds that won't heal, and the water weeps at the end of the day, in the mirror you walk away. Among the red trees and the long dead leaves, the axeman wanders but cannot remember, and the earth runs like tears and will not stay. In the mirror you walk away. In the silent season, high on the hill's bastion, in the burning rain and the soul's dark stain, where the children lie where they lay, in the mirror you walk away. Along the furrows of his heels a long shadow steals, down from the altar, pulled all the destinies fulfilled, tell the tale another god has had his day, and in the mirror you walk away. When on the grey fields the troubles fall still, another soldier's cause dies for what never was, drifting past the dreams now gone astray. In the mirror you walk away. Soiled the sacrament and broken the monument, sullied the sculpture and soured the rapture. Beauty lives, but brief its stay, and in the mirror you walk away. Gods will give and then take away. If faith tastes of blood, drink deep when you pray. Beauty lives, but brief its stay, and when it all goes away, and there's nothing left to save, in the mirror you walk away. In the mirror you walk away. Song of the Last Prayer in the Age of Adjudication. Sevul of Kolanse. He felt the nudge, and imagined himself in the hold of a ship, rolling in heavy swells. When the nudge came a second time, he thought of drunken nights, sprawled beneath a table with someone's booted foot thudding against him. With the third nudge, harder this time, delivered with irritation or impatience, he muttered a curse. But something had gummed together his lips, so the word came out as a moan. He decided it was time to open his eyes. That, too, proved a struggle, lids pulling apart as if glued, stinging viciously once he blinked his way clear. Gloom, blurred shapes, something like a face hovering over him. The air smelled of decay. The taste in his mouth was of old, old blood. And something else, bitter. It was, he decided, the taste of failure. Get up! Another figure, now kneeling beside him. A soft hand pressing against the side of his face, but his beard was stiff and it crackled under the palm, and the hand slipped away, only to come back hard enough to rock his head. And a woman said, "We don't have time for this. The door's open. Some people round here got a feel for things like that." The first speaker said, "Poison's gone inert, long ago, but he ain't moved in a while. The Guardian should have off wandering the warrens, is my guess. Lucky us. Just help him to his feet, will you?" Hands under his arms, a grunt, and he felt himself leave the stone floor, except for his heels. Sudden pain in his lower back and his legs, as they tried to take his weight. He couldn't remember being this heavy. Was he ever this heavy?
Stand up, damn you. I can't hold you up long.
How do you think I felt? The woman asked beside him. He made all my bones creak.
He swore at the sharp stabs lancing out from his legs, tottered.
There, back a step. Lean against the wall. Good, like that. Now look at me, idiot. Look at me like you know me.
It was dark, but he could make out the man's face now, studied the eyes fixing on his own, and frowned.
What's my name?
The man demanded. He worked until he had some spit in his mouth, pushed with his tongue to force open his lips.
I know you,
he managed to say.
Your name, Blob.
Blob? The man's head turned towards the woman.
He says my name is Blob.
Should I slap him again?
Blur, he now said, blinking at the woman. Blob and Blur. I remember now. You got me drunk. Took advantage of me. I should probably kill you both. Where are my trousers? Still leaning against the wall, still using it to prop himself up, he glared at the man and the woman, watched them both back off a step. They were all in a corridor, and to his right was a thick wooden door, pushed open, revealing a snarled, lumpy mess of a yard just beyond, and a cool draught was slinking in, smelling of brackish water and rubbish. The man spoke slowly, as if to a child.
You're wearing your trousers.
Of course I am. Think I can't dress myself? Where are my knives? The woman swore under her breath and then said,
The fool's lost his mind. Not hard, since it wasn't great to begin with, but it's gone now. He's useless to us. Cotillion lied. Just wanted me out from underfoot, so he sent me riding wild as a she-witch, all for nothing.
I'd agree with you on that assessment, said the other man, now crossing his arms, except for one thing.
What?
Blob and Blur? The bastard's having us on, Minala. And he thinks it's funny, too. See that glare? Like every ocean storm's come home to roost on his forehead. Thing is, Callum never glares, almost never scowls. Callum's got the face of an assassin.
Callum sneered. I'm having you on, am I? Tell you what, wizard, am I having you on the way you had me on when I cracked that acorn and you never showed? With about 100 claws closing in on me?
Not my fault. Besides, look at you. You came out the other end still walking.
Crawling, actually, corrected Minala. According to Shadowthrone, I mean. In fact, the wispy runt had to drag Callum up to the door here. It's a wonder he even managed it.
Quick Ben snorted.
So, you ain't nearly as good as you think you are. What a shock. Look at your clothes and armor. You're chopped to pieces, O mighty assassin. A handful of Lassine's weasels made a mess of you, and you've got the nerve to blame me.
So where is she? Callum demanded.
Who?
Lassine. I got to settle with her. She cut Tavore loose. She said the Wiccans have to be sacrificed, and Corbelow Dom. I want that bastard's knobby head bouncing down every step from Mock's Hold to the mouth of the sewer. Where the fuck are my knives? Minala drew out a belted brace and flung the gear at his feet.
So I come riding through 1,000 warrens, nearly get blasted by lightning, and you ain't got a single word for your hood-damned wife?
You threw me out, remember?
Remember? I'm remembering why is what I'm remembering. This is all Cotillion's fault.
Quick Ben said.
She won't say it, but she misses you.
She rounded on him.
You stay out of this.
I'd love to, but we haven't got time. Look, Callum, she's sincere. She even found you a horse.
What do I need a horse for? We're in Mala's city. If Lassine's run away, I don't need a horse. I need a ship.
Callum, listen to me. Shadowthrone delivered you to the dead house. You were dying, poisoned. And then you were just, left here, lying there on the floor, for some time. Well, a fair bit of time, in fact.
Did you kill Lassine, then? Did you avenge me? And you have the nerve to call yourself my friend? You didn't kill her, did you? Did you?
No, I didn't.
Just close that trap of yours and try listening for a change. Never mind the Malazan Empire. Never mind the Regent or Protector or whatever title Malik Rel's come up with. And maybe Lassine got killed like they say she did. Or maybe she didn't. It doesn't matter. We're not hanging around, Kalam. We're needed elsewhere. Do you understand what I'm saying? Not a word. But it sounds to me like we're wasting time. He looked at Minala. So you got me a horse, did you? Is it big enough? Better not be a stallion. You know how they get jealous when I'm around you.
I wasn't picky, she said. But if I'd thought about it, I'd have gotten you a fat, one-eared, three-legged ass. And you could take turns riding each other. Not that anybody'd tell the difference.
God's below you two, hissed Quick Ben, with a sharp look out into the yard. Trying to wake up the whole waterfront? We've got to go, now. Kalam collected the weapon belt, checked to confirm that the sheaths held his long knives. But his memory still wasn't the way it should have been, so he couldn't be sure. But they looked to be decent weapons anyway. Fine. Shut up, the both of you, and let's get going. Outside, beneath a strangely green, cloudy night sky, Quick Ben led the way down the winding path between overgrown mounds and dead trees. They reached the gate, and the wizard gestured off to their left. The horses were tethered to a hitching post in front of a sunken tavern 30 paces away. Rising waters had flooded the taproom, leaving the place abandoned and dark. As they set off for them, Kalam narrowed his gaze on one of the beasts. His steps slowed. "Hold on," he whispered. "That ain't a horse." "Best I could do," Quick Ben muttered. "Don't worry, it's mine." 4 paces from the rail, and a hulking, armoured figure stepped out from the tavern's nearest alley. 2 heavy blades clashed together and then lifted threateningly. Quick Ben swore. "Look, Temper, I knocked. Nobody home." The visored face swung to study the dead house, and then a deep voice rumbled out. "I might have to kill you 3 anyway." "Why?" yelped Quick Ben. Temper pointed with one of his huge swords. "You didn't close the fucking door." "I'll be right back." They watched the wizard hurry back to the dead house. Temper turned to Kalam. "He never fooled me, you know. I don't know what Whiskey Jack was thinking." "You smell of Coop's ale," said Kalam. "I'm thirsty. Listen, Minala, when Quick gets back, tell him—"
"Don't even try," she said in a growl. "Besides, here he comes."
"Done," said Quick Ben when he returned. His teeth flashed white as he smiled. Temper slid his weapons back into their sheaths. "I suppose I don't really need to say this to any of you, but don't come back. We like it sleepy here. I see any of you again." Quick Ben's smile vanished, and he sighed and shook his head. "Temper, you should have bolted to the bridge burners when you had the chance." "I hear they're all dead." The wizard swung atop his ethereal horse and grinned down. "Exactly." Examining the natty gelding Minala had found for him, Kalam glanced over. "Do you like being retired, Temper?" "No, it's an honest question. Do you like it?" "Night like this, seeing you all eager to ride out. Into serious trouble, no doubt. Aye, assassin, I like it. And if you want to do the same, I'll stand you a tankard of coops in yonder inn before throwing you into the harbour." "I'll get back to you on that," Kalam replied, mounting up. He looked across to Minala and then Quick Ben. "All right, unless these horses can run on water, someone needs to crack open a warren." "Well," said Quick Ben, "mine can. Smug as ever, I see. In any case, warrens are my business." "And how's business?" Kalam asked. "Awful. But that's all about to change." "Really? How?" "God's below, Kalam. Because I'm back, that's why. Now stop talking and leave me to it, will you?" When the 3 riders were gone, and the tattered wisps of foul-smelling smoke had drifted away, Temper swung round, stepped back into the gloom of the alley, and studied the wraith-like figure standing amidst the rubbish. "Old loyalties," he said. The only reason I let them go. The dead house isn't a damned toll booth, Emperor." A cane cracked its silver heel hard on the grimy stones.
"Emperor? I left that behind long ago. And as for the days when I gave kindly advice, well, they never existed. But for this once, and for you alone, Temper, a word of caution. Watch how you talk to gods, mortal, lest they—"
He suddenly giggled.
"Take umbrage."
Temper grunted, said nothing for a dozen heartbeats, and then,
"Umbrage.
Huh." He turned to leave, and Shadow Throne struck the cobbles again. The huge warrior paused, looked over. Shadow Throne hissed.
"Well, is that it?
"Is what it?"
That's all you have to say? This is a momentous scene, you fat fool. This is where everything really, truly, finally begins. So squeeze the ale from your brain, mortal, and say something worthy of your kind. You stand before a god. Speak your eloquence for all posterity. Be profound."
"Profound? Huh." Temper was silent for a long moment, studying the cobbles of the alley mouth. And then he lifted his helmed head, faced Shadow Throne, and said, "Fuck off." Sister Belai watched the man pick his way carefully through the mass of rubble that had once been the citadel gate. He wasn't especially tall. He had nothing of the brawn common to a veteran soldier, though a white scar was visible climbing one side of his jaw up to a clipped ear. That didn't look like a sword cut, she decided. Something bit him. Would Sister Reverence appreciate that? A Jaghut's tusk, perchance? Not likely. No, there wasn't much to this man, nothing to explain the source of his defiance, his infuriating resistance to the will and voice of the Watered. This was about to change, of course. The enemy commander had just made a fatal error in agreeing to this parley. For Sister Belai's blood was not watered, and this man was about to discover the power in the voice of a pure-born Forkrul Assail. The smoke-stained, cracked walls of the citadel were proof of the effort the Watered commanders had made in seeking to conclude this siege, and the 1,000 or so rotting corpses lying on the killing ground beneath those walls marked the savage determination of the Shriven. But every assault thus far had ended in defeat. Yes, the enemy has done well, but our patience is at an end. It is time to finish this. The fool was unguarded. He came out alone. Not that it would have mattered, for she would have used his own bodyguards to cut him down. Instead, she would make him take his own life, here, before the horrified eyes of his soldiers lining those battlements. The enemy commander picked his way past the corpses and then drew to within 10 paces of where she stood. Halting, he eyed her curiously for a moment, and then spoke in passable Kolanse. "Pure, then. Is that the correct term? Not mixed blood, the ones you call watered, as in watered down, presumably. No, you are a true Forkrul Assail. Have you come to adjudicate?" And he smiled. "Human arrogance ever takes my breath away," Sister Belai observed. "Perhaps, under certain circumstances, it is justified. For example, when dealing with your own kind, whom you have made helpless and at your mercy, or in the matter of dealing with lesser beasts, when they presume to defy your tyranny. In the palace of the now-dead king of Kolanse, there is a vast chamber crowded with stuffed trophies, animals slain by those of the royal line, wolves, bears, cats, eagles, stags, elk, bedarin. They are given postures of ferocity to mark that final moment of defiance, their presumption to the right to their own lives, one supposes. You are human as was the king of Kolanse. Can you explain to me this sordid need to slay animals? Are we to believe that each and every beast in that chamber sought to kill its slayer?" "Well, now," the man replied, "I admit to having a personal opinion on such matters, but you have to understand, I never could comprehend the pleasure of slaughter. Those whom I have met who have enjoyed such activities, Well, the reasons they tend to give don't make much sense to me. You could have simply asked the King of Kolanse.
I did,
Sister Belai said, nodding. His brows lifted. And?
He said it made him feel one with the animal he killed.
Ah, I've heard similar.
Accordingly, she resumed, I killed all his children and had them stuffed and displayed in the same chamber. It was my wish that he feel one with his offspring, too.
I imagine that wasn't very successful. She shrugged.
Let us hear your opinion, then.
Some needs are so pathetic they cannot be satisfied except by killing. I don't mean those among us who hunt out of necessity. That's just food. But let's face it, as soon as you start planting fields and keeping livestock, you don't need to hunt for food anymore.
The king also said it was his means of worshipping nature.
By destroying it?
Just my thought, human. But then, is that not your principal means of worship?
Now that is a perceptive, if slightly painful, observation. But consider this. In killing and stuffing those children, were you not expressing the same detestable arrogance that so offended you in the first place?
It was an experiment to see if I too could feel one with those I had slain. Alas, I did not. I felt sad that I should have such power in my hands and should choose to use it for destructive ends. And yet I discovered something else, a truth about myself, in fact. There is pleasure in destroying, and it is a most sordid kind of pleasure. I suspect this is what is confused with the notion of oneness by such chronic slayers.
You're probably right.
Because they are, in fact, not particularly intelligent.
I assumed you would arrive at that opinion sooner or later.
Why?
Well, it sounds as if you feel a need to justify killing us. And while you have pity for the lesser beasts of this world, your definition of lesser beasts does not include humans. Yet, ironically, your justification is predicated on the very same notion of arrogant superiority that you found so reprehensible in the Kolanse royal family. The beast that knows no better can be slain with impunity. Of course, there is no logic to that notion at all, is there?
Sister Belai sighed. That was most enjoyable. Now I need you to take your own life, so that we may end this pointless battle. I would like to be able to tell you that your army will be well treated, and so on, but the truth is, I will command them, just as I command the Shriven, and with the power of my voice I will set them against my enemies, whoever they may be, and they will fight without fear. They will fight with a ferocity the like of which has never been seen among your kind, because I intend to use them, the way you use horses or war dogs. In other words, like well-trained beasts.
What a depressing notion, Forkrul Assail. Those pathetic needs I talked about, they all come down to power. The king killed those animals because he had the power to do so, and expressing that power made him feel good. But it never lasts long, so out he goes to kill some more. I find it pathetic, and all that you have just said to me here, well, it's really the same old shit. By your voice and the sorcery of Akrast Corvalane, you will seek to fill that void in your soul. The void that is the hunger for control, when the bitter truth is, you really control nothing, and the universe is destined to swallow you up just as it does everything else.
You do not believe in the power to do good? To do what is right?
The hold of the beasts wants vengeance. It wants to redress the balance of slaughter. Messy as that would be, at least I see the logic of it. But I fear it's too late. Their age is past, for now.
We will prove the lie of your words, human.
No, you won't. Because, Forkrul Assail, you are going to fail, and in failing you fail your allies as well. And for them the misery simply goes on and on. The only end to the tragedy of the beasts will come at the hands of humans, and to the wolves I would advise patience. They need do nothing more, because we humans will destroy ourselves. It may take a while, because there's lots of us, But we'll do it in the end, because we are nothing if not thorough. As for you and your kind, you're not even relevant.
Draw your knife, human. Kneel.
I'm sorry, but I can barely hear you. She blinked.
Draw your knife.
Barely a whisper, I'm afraid. He drew out a small wooden card. I am Ganos Paran. I was a soldier in the Malazan army, a marine, to be precise. But then I became the master of the deck of dragons. I didn't ask for the title, and had no real understanding of the role for quite some time, but I'm getting the hang of it now. He held up the card. This is where your voice is going. It's another realm where the only things hearing you, or rather succumbing to your power, are insects and worms in the mud. They're confused. They don't know what a knife is. They don't even know how to kneel. Sister Belai stepped forward.
Then I shall break you with my hands.
He seemed to lean back, and suddenly he was gone. The card fell, clattered on the stones. She reached down, picked it up. The image was little more than a scratching of lines, a rough landscape, a hint of ground, low plants. And there, vague in the gloom, stood the man. He beckoned, and in her mind she heard his voice. Come after me, Forkrul Assail. I invite you to do battle with me here. No? Well, it was foolish of me to think you were that stupid. After all, I need only step out of this wretched place, leaving you trapped, and it'd be a long, long time before you found your way home. Well, we have now met. We are enemies known to one another, as it should be. You cannot enslave my army. If you want to defeat us, you'll have to do it the hard way. Oh, by the way, I enjoyed our little talk. I think I now understand you better than you do me, which is an advantage I intend to exploit. Oh, if you could see your expression now. With a snarl, she snapped the card in half, flung the pieces to the ground. Whirling, she marched back to where her officers waited. Summon Brother Grave. Assemble the legions. We shall end this. One of the Watered stepped forward tremulously and bowed. Pure, we need reinforcements. And you shall have them. We shall sustain this assault, give them no rest. Brother Grave waits with 3 legions. I will have that human's hide nailed to the wall of this citadel. The Watered grinned. A worthy trophy, Pure. She faced the edifice once more. I will, she whispered, because I can. You fool, snapped Noto Boyle. She almost had you, didn't she? Paran wiped at the mud caked on his boots. Find Fist Bude. Get the reserves ready. This one's going to be messy. And tell Mathok to mount up for a sortie before the bastards get a chance to set up. Did she seek to command you? I told you. I had an answer to that. But you're right. Those Forkrul Assail moved damned fast. It was close. Closer than I would have liked, but then, he smiled at the healer, we've stirred them up. Got 2 pure bloods over there now, and more legions to boot. Let me guess, all according to your plan. Where's Ormulogan? I need him to work on that etching, in case we need to get the hood out of here. Noto Boyle sighed, and set off to look for the Imperial artist. He chewed on his fish spine until he tasted blood. You always could pick them, couldn't you, woman? She'd been walking in her sleep again, this time out and down the steps into the cellar, where waited a dead friend. He was sitting on one of the kegs Antsy called the Sours, one of those that held bodies of damned Segula. Not that they were there any more, but that pickling concoction was still one of the foulest brews she'd ever smelled. Was it Blue Pearl who'd given it a taste? She couldn't remember, but probably. He was sitting working a knife tip under filthy fingernails. Am I sleeping again? Picker asked. Yeah, Blue Pearl replied. But I'm telling you, Pick, getting dragged into your dreams like this ain't much fun. You know what's happened to this city? He grimaced, frowned at his nails. I voted against settling here. Do you remember that? But the Count didn't go my way. Story of my life.
and then Darudistan went and killed me.
But you didn't know why, did you? I can tell you why now, Blue Pearl. I know why now."
He sheathed his knife, and the sound the weapon made as it locked in the scabbard was sharp enough to make her breath catch. Looked across at her and said,
"We re-sanctified this place, did you know that? Spilling all that blood. It was stirring when we moved in, but then we went and drenched the stones in that red stuff."
"Meaning?"
He shrugged, drew out his knife again, and began cleaning his nails, each gesture the same as the time before.
"In here, Pick. We're safe."
She snorted.
"Maybe for you."
"You got to go soon, Sergeant. Out of the city. Will there be trouble, you doing that?"
"You called me Sergeant."
"Aye, I did. Because I'm passing on orders here, that's all."
"Whose orders?"
He examined his nails.
"There's no such thing, Picker, as retiring from the bridge burners."
"Go back to Hood."
He grunted in amusement, clicked his knife home, the sound louder and more disturbing than the first time.
"Where Hood's at, I ain't going, Pick. We got us the right commander again, the one we should have had right from the start. By whose order, Sergeant?"
He drew out his knife and set to his nails again.
"Whiskey Jack."
"What's he got to do with any of this? I know who I'm supposed to find. I even know where he's holed up, and staying out of Darudistan tells me he's smarter than he looks."
Lifting an arm, she caught a flash of silver, stared in horror at the torques now encircling her upper arms.
"Gods below! How did these come back? Get 'em off me!"
"Treach needs you now. Tiger of summer and all that."
He grinned at her.
"It's all brewing up, my love."
"Shit! I just put 'em on because they look nice."
He was studying her, head cocked.
"Getting fat on us, Sergeant?"
She scowled.
"Taken to wearing chain under everything."
"Even when you're asleep? And you say you ain't a bridge burner no more?"
"What kind of dream is this?"
He sheathed his dagger. This time the click was sharp enough to make her flinch.
"The important kind, Sergeant. Look at it this way. Hood's gone. Death's Gate was just gaping. But someone sanctified us. We've seen more death than a sane person could stand. But we ain't sane, are we? We're soldiers, veterans. We're past sane. We're in that other place, where all the insanity's been storming around us for so long it can't touch us no more either. Meaning we're outside both. What makes us perfect for Death's Gate? Simple, Picker. It don't matter what we look at. We don't blink."
"I can get out of the city," she said, "but it won't be easy."
He began cleaning his fingernails, the knife blade flashing dull in the misty gloom.
"Glad to hear all that confidence has come roaring back. Thing is, we ain't in the mood to challenge what's going on here. Besides, we're kind of busy at the moment."
"So I'm on my own, is that it?"
"Not quite. We arranged for a reliable guide."
He rose. The dagger slammed back into its scabbard. The sound startled her awake, lying tangled in sweaty blankets, Blend snoring at her side. Something was at the door, trying to get in. Cursing under her breath, Picker collected up the sword propped beside the bed. She saw the latch flick once, the same sound Blue Pearl's dagger had been making. Whoever was trying to open that door wasn't having much luck.
"What a fine guide you sent there, Whiskey Jack. Can't even open a stupid door." "Go back to sleep, love."
She rose and walked to the door, turned the latch with her sword point and stepped back to let the door swing open. A mangy cat sat in the corridor. Mangy?
"The ugly thing's dead. A hood-damned undead cat. Gods below."
The creature had a collar made of thick hide or leather, twisted into a coil. A tarnished silver coin or medallion hung from it. Picker crouched, reached out and dragged the cat closer, frowning when it made no effort to walk, just sliding in its sitting position.
"Gods, you stink."
Rotted eye sockets offered her about as much expression as any living cat might manage. She bent closer, took hold of the medallion. Feeble scratching marred both sides, a name in archaic Gadrobi or Rivi. She frowned at it.
"Tufty?"
So Blend and Antsy weren't just making stuff up. They were telling the truth. They'd found that Jaghut a damned dead cat. Then her eyes narrowed on the collar, skin mottled here and there by red ochre tattoos.
"Oh," she muttered. "Let me guess. Tilani Mas?"
From the room behind her, Blend called out,
"Pick?" "It's fine," Picker said, straightening.
Just the cat.
Did you feed it? I didn't feed it. Oh, gods, I can't remember when I last fed the cat.
Picker walked into the room. Sure enough, Blend was still sleeping, having one of those dreams. She went over and settled down on the mattress, leaned closer and whispered,
It's true, Blend. You forgot. For months.
The woman moaned, distress twisting her features, but her eyes remained shut.
You've made a real mess, Blend. That poor cat. I just found it, and Hood knows it ain't a pretty sight.
You could have fed it, Picker. Why didn't you feed it?
Something sharp pricked under Picker's chin, and she froze.
Better answer me,
Blend said in a casual tone.
You see, I loved that cat. Got it for my 6th birthday. It was my favorite cat.
Blue Pearl? Picker called out. Can you fix this, please? Blue Pearl?
No answer. Picker knew that if she tried to pull away, Blend's deadly instincts would answer with a fatal thrust, up through her brain. She thought furiously.
I was only joking, love. Tufty's fine.
Blend's brow wrinkled.
Tufty? Who's Tufty?
The cat I forgot to feed.
The knife vanished beneath the blankets, and Blend rolled over.
You never was good with animals,
she mumbled, and then added,
Bet it hates you now. No more cuddles for you, Pick.
A moment later, she was snoring. Picker's sigh was ragged. Wiping sweat from her eyes, she glared across at the ugly thing in the doorway.
Lords above, I hope so.
And then she discovered the silver talks. The waters calmed, as they were wont to do whenever he came up from below deck. Shurkalal watched the Jaghut approach. The rest of her crew, the few that still lived, sat or sprawled amidships, tracking the tall, ghastly warrior with a fascination she almost envied. Here was the once god of death, and the exquisite irony of her meeting Hood was simply delicious. Back in Letheras, she'd have wagered her entire fortune that this was one encounter she would never have. Instead, she was captaining Hood's ship of the dead, or whatever it was he called it, vessel of souls, death ship, something ominous anyway. Not that she had much to do by way of giving orders and the like. Whatever propelled the craft wasn't slave to winds, canvas, and cordage, and not an oar in sight. Suddenly the seas had become uninteresting, as if all her skills, and possibly it was the same with her crew, all their skills had become irrelevant. And for all the ease and comfort that came with this kind of sailing, her sense was one of tragic loss. At this moment her respect for the sea wavered, as if fatally weakened, and she wondered if, before long, there would come to humans a true conquest of the waves, spelling the end of humility. And let's face it, humanity without humility is a dangerous force. Don't know why I'm thinking as if I'm seeing the future, but that's how it feels. Some future time when sorcery does too much, when it solves all our problems, only to invent new ones. If this is to be the real future, I don't want it.
There is a darkness upon your thoughts, Captain Elal.
She glanced over at him. Burnished tusks, mottled with unimaginable age. Worn, leathery skin stretched gaunt over sharp bones. Deep-set eyes, haunted in shadow, the vertical pupils barely visible. But they'd not been there when he'd first appeared, so it seemed that life was returning to the Jaghut.
You can sense such things, Hood? You are the captain.
I don't see the relevance of that. The title has lost all meaning.
To the contrary,
Hood replied.
It is by the currents of your thoughts that we find our course.
He pointed ahead. She squinted, a smudge building on the horizon.
I've conjured up a storm. Out of witless boredom, I created ships like this one, and I set captains upon them, choosing those among the dead for whom death has become an obsession.
I imagine you'd have plenty to choose from. How can the dead not obsess over their being dead?
I am not responsible for small minds, Captain Elal. Indeed, I always possessed a kind of admiration for those who refused their fate, who struggled to escape my dreadful realm. Enough to let them go? Go? I can tell you that all those who have escaped my realm now exist in misery. For their path ahead is no longer a mystery, and for them hope does not exist. They know that no paradise awaits them, and that no amount of diligent worship, sacrifice, or piety can change that. That is awful. What it is, Captain, is inexcusable.
She considered his words, and then considered them some more.
The gods take, but give nothing in return. Ah, see how the storm dissipates? Excellent, Captain. Oh dear, it now returns, much more virulent than before. Captain, I would advise me nothing. Couldn't you have forced their hand, done something?
The strange, terrible eyes fixed on her.
But I have. Then was it necessary for you to leave the realm of death? Is that why you're here? It must be. You have set something in motion. I have not acted alone, Captain. I would hear more, Hood. If there is a reason for all this, I need to know it.
Hood said nothing for a time, studying the roiling clouds marring the way ahead. Then he spoke.
I so dislike moments of revelation, Captain. One is invited to infer all manner of deliberation, leading us to this place, this time, when the truth of it is chance and mischance rule our every step.
He sighed.
Very well. I am not indifferent to your needs. This possibility only gained life when two usurpers reawakened the remnants of Korald Emulan, the realm of shadow, and then set out to travel the warrens, and indeed the holds, seeking knowledge, seeking the truth of things. What they eventually discovered did not please them, and in the boldness of their youth, they decided that something must be done.
Two new gods, Shor-Kelal murmured. They came to you?
Not at first. Instead, they sought out loyal allies among the mortals they had once commanded. Well, perhaps mortals is not quite accurate in some instances. No matter. Let us call it a wondrous conflagration of circumstance and character, a kind of audacity which made anything possible. Before long, they found the need to gather additional allies. Shall I list them for you?
Why not?
The Son of Darkness, who understood the true burden of a surrendered future, the fatality of empty faith. The warlord of the sleeping goddess, who would defy the eternal patience of the earth itself. And Stone Wielder, the one who stood facing Caladan brood, ensuring the world's balance. These two are destined to walk disparate paths, but what they seek is much the same. The Queen of Dreams, whose pool had grown still as death itself. The Lord of Tragedy, and, well, a host of others, all drawn into the fold.
Those you have named, are they gods?
Hood shrugged. Ascendants. The complexity of this beggars belief, to be honest. The sheer scale of contingencies. Well, for all his peculiarities, let no one accuse Shadow Throne of failings in the matter of intelligence. The same can be said for Cotillion, for the patron of assassins well comprehended that just as certain individuals deserve a knife through the heart, so do certain ideas.
Yet mortals are part of this plan too.
Indeed.
The adjunct Tavore Paran? Hood was silent for a moment.
This Congress, Captain, is not above cruel use of mortals.
That is unfair.
But consider what may be won here, Shor-Kelal.
I am, Hood, but no, that is unfair.
The storm, Captain.
Why does that surprise you? She retorted. Try telling me something that doesn't break my heart, then. Try telling me something that doesn't make me furious at your arrogance, your contempt.
We do not hold the adjunct Tavore Paran in contempt.
Really? She asked, the word dripping with derision.
Captain, she takes our arrogance and humbles us.
And what's her reward? Shurk demanded. Hood looked away and then shook his head.
For her, there is none.
Tell me, Shurk said in a rasp. Tell me she did not agree to this.
To that, Captain, I shall say nothing.
He stepped past her then and raised his hands.
We cannot survive the violence your thoughts have conjured, Captain. Thus I have no recourse but to intervene. Fortunately,
he turned to eye her briefly,
Mael concurs.
Push it away then, Shurk Elal snapped. But I will bring it back, I swear it. To so use an innocent woman.
You begin to try me, Captain Elal. If you intend to fight me for the rest of this voyage, I must find us another captain.
Please do, Hood. I barely knew the adjunct, but... He twisted round.
Indeed, you barely know her. I will tell you this, then. I looked out through her sister's eyes, through a helm's visor, in the moment that she died, and I stared up at my slayer, the adjunct Tavore Paran, and the blood dripping from her sword was mine. You will speak to me of innocence? There is no such thing.
Shurk Elal stared at Hood. So, in using her now, is this punishment?
Consider it so, if it eases your conscience.
She murdered her sister?
Yes.
Is it guilt that drives her now, Hood? Does she seek redemption?
I imagine she does.
Will she find it? Hood shrugged. What is it you're not telling me? I can sense something. The sister, the helm's visor. Hood, that murder. Was it an accident? The Jaghut did not reply. Shurk stepped closer. Does Tavore even know she killed her own sister?
Irrelevant, Captain Elal. It is the ignorant who yearn most for redemption.
After a moment, she stepped back, went to the side rail, stared out over the rolling grey swells, what Skorgan called swollen waters. If we had met in your realm, Hood, she said, I would not have refused my state. I would not have sought to escape. Instead, I would have tried to kill you.
Many have, Captain.
Good for them. Swollen waters. Hood, if she never discovers the truth, if she is made to carry that ignorance for the rest of her days, do you even care?
Do you imagine that knowledge would be a gift?
I don't know.
The truth may hide at your feet. The truth may lie coiled in high grasses, but it still has claws. It still has fangs. Be careful, Captain, where you step.
Food reserves are dwindling,
Valash said, and then sighed and looked up at her handmaiden.
Straits are dire for dear mother.
She sat straighter, arched her back, and groaned.
Do you advise rest? These journeys through troubled realms, by Jaghut's cold breath or not, do take their toll upon my delicate self. But I must refuse your concerns, my dear. Necessity demands... Is that wine you're pouring? Excellent. I thought that long gone.
I made a request, Highness.
Indeed? Of whom?
It seems, the woman said, passing over a cup, libations in the name of death continue unabated. And if the once god of that dread underworld is not above trespassing in his old, haunts, well, far be it from us to complain.
Just so. Nonetheless, sweetie, I dislike the notion of you consorting with that hoary creature. Best keep a respectful distance, matching my own wise caution in this matter.
As you wish.
But I must say, superb wine, given its provenance. I trust you have acquired a decent supply.
Luckily, yes, Highness.
The other news is almost as dire, I'm afraid. We have cause now to mistrust the motivations of the perished Greyhelms. Most disturbing.
The handmaid's eyes narrowed as she set to filling a bowl of rust leaf. Are we not at this moment sailing to a rendezvous with the perished fleet, Highness?
Assuming no calamity had struck, yes.
But what is their disposition? The answer to that question is now paramount. Perhaps I could scry. No, we cannot risk that. The warren of the Forkrul Assail waxes full. Was I being poetic there, or succumbing to cliché? I wouldn't know, murmured the handmaiden, concentrating on lighting the pipe. We have been careless in your education. Never mind. Too late now. For it is well known that a person's brain ossifies at a certain age, becoming incapable of new acquisition, barring simple matters such as languages, martial skills, and so on. There is a moment when true genius is within the reach of any and every child, and the gauge of that moment's duration is in fact the only means of defining intelligence. Thus, while you are naturally bright, and therefore it is probable that the time of your receptivity could have been measured in months, if not years, we have done all we thought to do at that juncture, and the time for regrets is past. My dear, what was in this wine? My mouth seems to be running all by itself. For most people, of course, that moment of receptivity was sadly brief, a day, half a day, and alas, once gone, it can never return. Excuse me, Highness, your pipe is lit. Good, give it over. About this wine. There was a knock upon the cabin door, and a moment later the latch lifted and First Mate Skorgan Caban, the pretty, loomed in the doorway, knuckling his brow.
Princess, highest of highs, beg your pardon. Got urgent happenings up top, if you please. Captain requests your presence.
Falash sighed. Very well, assuming I am able to, stand. Some assistance. The handmaid reached out to steady her. Lead on, Skorgan, Falash said with a careless wave of one hand. And if you must ogle my tits, try being subtle about it, will you?
Sorry, Highness. Only got the one good eye, you know.
They paused and waited while the handmaid got over a sudden fit of coughing. Shorkalal turned as her first mate clumped up to her.
Captain, the squall witch, she's drunk.
Pretty, was that meant to be a whisper? Greetings, Highness. Drunkenness lies in the purview of the low-born. Captain, allow me to assure you that I am neither drunk nor low-born. But I must ask, where is our jagged guest?
Shork grunted. Thought you'd have passed him on the way up. There is the matter of keeping at least one knife well hidden, you see.
No, Captain, I am afraid I do not.
Ah, of course. Shork pointed ahead. We have been sighted by that ship, and it now bears down on us. Not a throne of war, Kolansian, one presumes. Somewhat unsteadily, the princess made her way to the captain's side.
Oh dear, she said. That is an Assail ship. At the very least, a lesser watered will be commanding. Most distressing, of course, are the implications.
As in, ventured Shorkalal, where is the Perish fleet?
Precisely. And if that is not sufficiently alarming, I am afraid that I have been engaged in exhausting rituals this day. If we must fight, I will be of little use. We have already experienced the danger posed by Forkrul Assail, by both their physical prowess and the sorcery of their voice.
I need no reminders, Highness, and while I proved immune to such magics, the same cannot be said for my crew. And now you tell me that you are unable to defend us. So much for hiding one knife, Highness.
We shall see. We have, after all, my handmaid.
Shork glanced over at the woman, recalling her attacks upon Sister Equity. She did not fare so well against a pure, Highness.
Well, a higher watered Assail blood is, watered down, and is not quite as powerful. In any case, it remains to be seen how this will play out. After all, this could be one of the betrayers among the Assail. In the meantime, Captain, may I suggest your first mate gather your crew and make for the hold?
Skorgan, take 'em down and keep 'em quiet.
Aye, Captain.
There was something skeletal about the Assail ship. Two types of wood were visible, one bone white and the other dull black. The hull was narrow of beam and high-castled, and with the two masts offering minimal canvas, Shork suspected that it had been built to ply sheltered waters. An open sea gale could well swamp such a ship. At twice the mass of our old raider, the Undying Gratitude, Shork judged it to have a complement of 70 or so sailors on board, along with 20 or more marines, and as the craft came around and fell off before the wind on the port side of the death ship, she stepped to the rail and looked across. A tall, spectral figure was staring down on her, flanked by two helmed guards cloaked in chain surcoats. A few paces behind the captain, Princess Falash said,
"Dearie, those Marines."
"Yes, Highness," the handmaid replied.
"Captain?"
"Highness?"
"Why not ask them what they want?"
Shurk turned to eye the princess. Before she could say anything, however, there were shouts from the Assail ship, and she swung back to see the handmaid scrambling up the side. Shit, wish I'd seen that leap. The craft was wallowing at least 6 paces away. "Princess, what is that woman doing?" The handmaid drew herself up and over the rail. The deck was an eye-hurting maze of black and white wood, like a shattered mosaic. 6 more helmed, chain-clad Marines stood near the mainmast, now drawing heavy cutlasses. The Assail half-blood commander wore a heavy jeweled cloak. The thick oiled wool dyed a deep blue. Torques of gold collared her long neck, and her head was shaved, emphasizing the angled planes of her skull. She was unarmed, and she now faced the handmaid with a look of amused surprise, lifting a hand to stay her soldiers. Looking round, the handmaid saw recent storm damage. Much of the rigging had been torn away, and mounds of cordage and shattered stays littered the deck. There seemed to be less than a score of hands working on repairs.
"Inform your captain," said the Assail half-blood, "that having entered territorial waters, she must abide by the laws of High Kolanse. I am lesser-watered intransigent, Inquisitor of the Southern Fleet."
"Not much of a fleet," the handmaid observed. The Inquisitor blinked.
"A sudden storm has temporarily scattered us. To resume my message to your captain, she and her crew, including all passengers, must accept adjudication."
"By adjudication, do you mean killing?" The pale-skinned woman smiled, the expression seeming to fold the 2 sides of her face slightly inward.
"The proclamation of restitution has been sanctioned. We continue the task."
"And did this fate befall the Perish?"
"Yours is not a Perish ship."
She frowned.
"I sense enmity from your vessel. And that fat little girl with the pipe, she is a mage, is she not? We shall adjudicate her first."
The handmaid walked back to the rail and leaned over. "Highness," she called down, "they're being a little cagey regarding the Perish. Might be you were right."
"Anything else that might be important?"
Falash asked.
"No, Highness. Only that they want to kill us." "Very well. Carry on."
The handmaid turned round. The lesser-watered spoke.
"Reach not for your weapons. Kneel. For each and every one of you, the healing of the world begins with your death. Among all the reasons to die, is there one more worthy than this? Be thankful that we give meaning to your end. Kneel."
The handmaid shook her head.
"A pure already tried all that. Caught me off guard, for a moment or two. My will is not yours to command."
She moved then, rather faster than they'd expected, her hands thrusting outward, striking the bodyguards in the chest. Both warriors were lifted from their feet, over the rail, plummeting to the waters below. She ducked at that instant, evading the lesser's lashing attack, and kicked at the second joint on the woman's left leg, folding it halfway between the knee and the ankle. Her attacker stumbled, and the handmaid slipped past her, spinning round and out to one side to meet the 6 Marines. Behind them, others were coming up from below, she saw. She drew her fighting knives. She needed bigger weapons. The Marine closest to her wielded a nice pair of cutlasses. She would take those. Shurk loosed a startled oath and then leaned forward to watch the 2 armored guards plunge into the choppy waters between the ships. Both men vanished in a froth of bubbles. Turning to Falash, she asked, "Does she need help over there?" Plucked brows lifted.
"I certainly hope not."
The sounds of fighting, blades clashing, shouts and then screams, came from the deck of the other ship.
"Princess, this handmaid of yours, where did she come from?" "Ah, now that is a mystery. Enlighten me. Do we have the time? Well, I suppose we do."
She puffed on her pipe, her face disappearing briefly behind a plume of smoke, and then said,
"My mother's account, this. There were 7 of them. 6 remain. The 7th, well, there was some kind of private challenge that, failed. No matter. Now I will grant you they appear young, but do not let that deceive you. my mother concluded that alchemies constituted a worthwhile investment in maintaining the vigor of her 6 eldest daughters' handmaids. And we daughters are, of course, sworn to secrecy in all such matters, perpetuating the illusion that we have simply grown up with our loyal companions, and so on. She paused then, when another chain-clad marine spun head-first over the rail, trailing blood over the side. A loud splash followed. They were most recalcitrant about divesting themselves of their horrid masks, but in the end my mother's will prevailed. Shur-Kelal frowned. Masks? The sailors made a mess of things as the Lesser Watered, in her pain and panic, used the sorcery of her voice to command them, and it was some time before the handmaid worked her way through the howling mob. Frenzied rage had shock value, and the crew's utter lack of the instinct for self-preservation made things rather frantic for a few moments, but there was nothing tactical in their efforts to bring her down. When at last the handmaid stepped over a sprawl of bleeding bodies and approached the Inquisitor, she was breathing hard and sweat stung her eyes. The woman facing her cradled a broken arm, stood hunched over a dislocated shoulder, and glared across at the handmaid. "What manner of demon are you?" she demanded in a ragged hiss. "For an answer to that," the handmaid replied with a half-smile, "best look elsewhere." The Inquisitor scythed out one leg. The handmaid leapt high, swung down, and severed the limb just above the knee. As she came down, her other cutlass cut into the vertical hinge of the woman's face, splitting it in two. A backswing with the pommel of the first cutlass slammed into the side of the Inquisitor's skull, punching through. Pouring out blood, the corpse crumpled at her feet. The handmaid looked round. No movement among any of the other bodies. Just as Mother taught. She glanced down at the cutlasses in her hands, and then let them fall with a clatter. Pieces of shit. She went looking for her knives. Hood returned to the deck once they were underway. The once god of death looked back, frowned at the burning ship in their wake. "Would have stopped her firing it," Shur-Kelal muttered, following the Jaghat's gaze, "if I'd had the chance." "Oh, why is that, Captain?" "Well, that column of smoke can be seen from a long way off." "Indeed." And Hood turned to her then, and smiled.
"I must leave you now," Ublala grunted. "I knew you weren't my friend."
"I assure you," Draconis said, "that I am, Ublala Pang. But events have occurred that now force my hand. As for you, a different destiny awaits."
"I hate destiny."
"Do you understand the meaning of the word?" Ublala looked across at Relata and scowled.
"Of course I do. It's the place where you end up. Everyone knows that."
"In a manner of speaking, perhaps. I fear you have mistaken it for destination. Ublala, destiny is the fate you find for yourself. Many hold to the belief that it is preordained, as if the future was already decided and there is nothing you can do to escape it. I do not. Each of us is free to decide."
"Then I'm going with you. My wife can go somewhere else. She keeps talking about babies, but I don't want babies. They get in the way of having fun, and people who end up having them spend all day talking about how great it is, but they look miserable even when they're smiling. Or worse, they're those ones who think their baby is the god of genius reborn, and even its poo smells like flowers, and all they do is talk about them forever and ever, and it's so boring I want to run away, or break their necks, or drown them all in the slop bucket."
"A rather uncharitable view, Ublala."
"I don't give nothing for free, that's for sure. Whole people disappear when a baby arrives. Poof! Where'd they go? Oh, I know. They're crawling around making baby noises. It makes me sick."
He ducked the rock Relata threw at him and continued.
"So I'm going with you, and if you were a real friend, you'd take me, because if I make a baby, my life is over. Over!"
"Can you fly, Ublala?"
"That's not fair."
"Nevertheless, and no, I will not carry you. Now listen to me. We have gone as far west as needed. Now you must strike northward."
"Why?"
Draconis glanced away, eyes narrowing, and then he sighed and said, "Your innocence is a gift, Ublalapang, a rare gift. It must endure. It must be protected, but that I can no longer do. Walk northward, that is all I ask."
"Where am I going?"
"I cannot say for certain," Draconis admitted. "Nothing is certain, especially now."
"Will you come back?"
Draconis hesitated, and then he shook his head. "I do not think we will meet again, no. And for that I truly grieve."
"Are you going somewhere to die?"
"Do not weep, friend. I do not know what awaits me." He stepped close to Ublala. "I have left you sufficient food and water for a week's travel. Beyond that, well..." He shrugged, and then held out a hand. "Now, let us clasp arms." Instead, Ublala wrapped the god in a fierce hug. After a moment, Draconis pulled himself free. "You give reason, friend, for what I must attempt. If sorcery must die, the magic in the mortal soul will persevere. Or so I choose to believe." Ralata hissed.
"Kill him, Ublala! Kill him now! You can do it! Snap his neck! Take that sword!"
Ublala winced and then shrugged.
"She's always going on like this. She don't mean anything by it, Draconis, honest."
He wiped at his eyes.
"Goodbye. I'll never see you again."
And this time he burst into tears, wailing with his hands over his eyes. When Ralata rushed to him, scrabbling to draw his knife, Ublala batted her away between sobs. She was thrown back, sailing through the air and then landing hard, limbs flailing before falling still. Frowning, Draconis walked over, crouched down. "Unconscious. Well, that is something, I suppose." Sniffling, Ublala said,
"Women always get jealous about man friends. Sometimes they say bad things about them. Sometimes they try to knife them. Sometimes they sex them. Sometimes they run away with them. Sometimes they get so mad they just up and die. But it's all just stupid."
Draconis straightened, walked a short distance away, and then turned to face Ublala one more time. "Be well, Ublalapang."
"Don't die, Draconis!"
The god smiled. "I shall try not to." Ublala watched his friend disappear inside a bloom of black ethereal darkness, watched as the darkness found shape, spreading wings, a long serpent neck, a massive head with rows of scimitar-length fangs, eyes of lurid yellow. The dragon lifted into the sky, the vast wings hissing with the sound of cold water on hot stones as the creature wheeled and set off. With an uneven sigh, the Teblor collected the pack containing the food, and then the heavy waterskins. Along with his weapons and armor, the burden was enough to make him grunt when he straightened. Grasping Ralata by one ankle, he began walking. The way she was right now, why, a wife was as bad as a baby. Brother Diligence arrived well ahead of the retinue, his boots echoing as he strode the length of the throne room. All the bloodstains remained, splashed and smeared across the marble tiles, along the pillars to either side and the walls behind them, and upon the throne itself, where sat Sister Reverence. Restitution had begun here, in this very chamber, and it was proper to remind all who would enter. Halting before Reverence, the only other person present, he said, "We must assume that they are lost to us, sister."
"I smell smoke, brother."
"Indeed."
"Excellent."
She paused and then said,
"Lost. Now that is a curious word. Are they dead, or are they now treasonous to our great cause?"
"If the former, sister, we must then reconsider the enemies arrayed against us."
"And if the latter, then we must reevaluate the loyalty among us."
"The issue lies with Sister Calm," said Brother Diligence. "Equity but follows."
"Not precisely true, brother. Equity is the heart of the ideals which they would hold, but it is Calm who adheres to the practical. Her long imprisonment, horrific as it must have been, has greatly damaged her spirit, I am afraid. We must indeed hope that she is dead, more so than poor misguided Equity.
I have received a missive from the siege, sister. The assault failed. Reverence sat straighter.
But how can this be?
Sister Belai informs me that Akrast Corvalane is ineffectual against the commander of the besieged.
Impossible, unless he is a god, an ascendant?
Neither, I am told. This man, a mortal, titles himself the Master of the Deck of Dragons. He commands the Warrens in ways Sister Belai cannot quite understand. But what she describes at last explains the sudden appearance of that army. They arrived via a portal, traveling by Warren. Incidentally, this is why they could not get closer to us here at the Spire, where our sorceress influence is strongest.
I see. Then this master's power cannot challenge us.
He and his army represent a military threat nonetheless. I now advise we dispatch another 3 legions, commanded by another pure.
Ready the legions, brother, but do not send them to Estobance, not yet. The challenge posed by the Master of the Deck of Dragons intrigues me. I will think some more on how to deal with him.
As you wish, sister. The doors swung open then, and Diligence turned to observe the approach of the retinue. Flanked by 2 pures, the heavily armored warriors marched towards the throne, a full dozen of the highest-ranking officers. Brother Diligence murmured, "Most formidable, are they not, Sister Reverence?"
Indeed, brother.
10 paces from the dais, the contingent halted. Brother Diligence studied them briefly, and then said to one of the escorting pures, "Brother Serenity, they have anchored their ships in the harbor?"
They have, brother. They are now servants of the restitution.
Sister Reverence then spoke.
Welcome, grey helms of the parish. Your gesture has left no doubt in our minds as to the veracity of your claims.
One of the commanders tipped his head and said, "We have discussed your arguments at length, Sister Reverence, and we are agreed. Our mortal sword committed blasphemy in swearing fealty to the Malazans. Furthermore, we are certain that our shield anvil has concluded much the same, and that he is now at odds with the mortal sword."
And who will win this wrestling for control of your land-based army?
There is no ambiguity, Sister Reverence. The mortal sword shall be made to accept her crime and do penance. If she refuses, she will be divested of her title and the privileges it affords. The time has come. The vengeance of the wolves of winter must now begin.
All very delightful,
Sister Reverence purred, and then she leaned forward.
Unfortunately, the Forkrul Assail demands something more than an alliance of forces that just happen to share, for the moment at least, a common cause.
She raised her voice.
Now you shall kneel. You shall avow your service to the will of the Forkrul Assail.
Even Brother Diligence felt buffeted by the power of Sister Reverence's sorcery. Against this, no mere human, no matter how pious or disciplined, could stand. The chamber echoed with the creak and clatter of armor as the parish warriors knelt on the blood-stained tiles of the throne room. Diligence turned to Reverence. "Sister, I look forward to using these subjects, and it pleases me to know that yet more are on their way." She nodded, leaning back.
What are wolves but dogs not yet beaten into submission?
Diligence frowned. Their cause is just, Sister Reverence.
It is indeed, brother, but wildness is without discipline. Even savagery must be controlled, given direction and focus. We shall be the guiding hand.
As you say, sister. He regarded the still kneeling parish.
You look thoughtful, brother.
I was contemplating setting these warriors against the master of the deck of dragons.
Reverence arched her brows, and then said,
Brother Serenity, what think you of that notion?
I only ask that I be granted the privilege of commanding them, sister. It is my understanding that the offending army is composed of Malazans, and I have a history with Malazans.
Send them, Brother Diligence. Break their defenses, Serenity, and if you can, drive them out into the open. I dare say even mastery of the Warrens would not save them then. At that moment, we shall discover what other resources the man possesses, if any.
Do you want him delivered in chains before you, sister?
She considered, and then said,
No, his head will suffice.
The swarm of shards twisted as it lifted high into the air, blotting out a third of the sky. The shadow it cast spread across the ravaged, lifeless desert, flowing like black water. The scent of suffering was in the air, and the hunger of the locusts was, as ever, desperate. The shadow found the prey, but even the sudden cooling of air was not enough to awaken it to the threat fast closing, and the locusts rushed towards it. As the vast cloud hovered a moment, it seemed to tremble, and then out from its heart burst a winged creature. It plummeted down upon the unconscious form lying sprawled on the parched ground, and in its wake descended the shards, their wings voicing a roar. Taloned hands reached down, grasped hold of the body, lifted it effortlessly. Wings thundering, the creature rose back into the sky. Behind it, the locusts spun in confusion. From the body he held, Gorul could taste the flavor of life, but that flavor was weakening. He wondered if he'd end up delivering a corpse to Gessler and Stormy. It made little difference to the Shigal assassin. This one, this mortal sword of the Grey Helms, had lost her command, and such failures revealed flaws of character. Better that such flaws be exposed now rather than later, when the lives of thousands might be at stake.
A waste of time, this. I was drawing closer to the enemy. The Destriant should not have called me back.
The Shigal was looking forward to the imminent war. The bitter flavor of ancient memories remained strong in the Khajain Shemal. There could be no convenient rewriting of histories, such as seemed common among humans. No invented myths of past glory and honor that never was. The crimes committed back then were as sordid as those committed now, or those to come. And in the moment of slaughter, none of that really mattered. Who struck the first blow all those thousands of years ago was without relevance. The only thing that counted was who would strike the last blow. This contingent of Forkrul Assail, these pures so twisted away from their own history as to imagine themselves an entire world's arbiters, was perhaps the most powerful remnant of that species left. And could not the same be said for Gunthan Wandering?
Are we not the last Khajain Shemal? Is it not fitting that we meet for one more battle, a final clash between elder powers?
That this war would make use of humans on both sides was incidental. That entire civilizations might fall, or indeed every civilization, well, Gorul would not shed a single drop of oil in grief. Among humans, every faith was nothing but smoke, at times thick enough to blind, and at other times cynically thin. And every belief was a fire that devoured its own fuel, until nothing but ashes remained. As far as Gorul could determine, the only virtue humans possessed was a talent for starting over, with stern resolve restored in the sudden glow of renewed optimism, in complete disregard of whatever lessons past failures might offer. And he had no choice but to acknowledge the power of that virtue.
It is contingent upon collective amnesia, but as everyone knows, stupidity needs no excuse to repeat itself.
The body he carried voiced a faint moan, and the assassin looked down at her with his lower eyes. She had not fared well in her idiotic attempt to find the Bonehunters. Gorul had found the skeleton of her horse less than a third of a day's march from the trail the army had made, and making use of the carnivorous locusts, he'd tracked her to the trail itself. He felt a faint disquiet at the thought of the Bonehunters. High in the sky above the desert, he had seen their churned-up, broken path stretching eastwards, hundreds of corpses and carcasses left behind. but he could see no end to that trail. Surely they must all have died by now. He crossed the edge of the desert, banked southward. "Reduce the rations again," Queen Abrastel commanded, and then watched her officers bow obeisance and make their way back to their companies. Beside her, Spax turned to glare for a moment at the setting sun, and then he grunted. "They're suffering, Firehair. The Barghast are used to such deprivations. For generations we've been pushed to the poorest regions. We learned what it is to starve." "Tomorrow," she said, "we shall reach the southern provinces of Kolanse, but I fear we shall find no salvation there." He silently agreed with that observation. They had come upon the remains of refugee trains, camps cluttered with withered rubbish and desiccated corpses, fire pits filled with human bones, many of them belonging to children. Only yesterday a pack of emaciated dogs had attacked a Gilk scouting party, and every animal had to be cut down. Desperation had gnawed away all fear, all sense of self-preservation. "We shall begin killing the draft animals," Abrastel said. "War Chief, I think I now understand the adjunct's recognition of all that we would face, and the manner in which such truths wounded her. We must divest ourselves of all hope of ever returning from this war." He scratched at his beard, considered her words, and then said, "The white faces set out seeking a final battle, a moment of perfect glory. Our young gods stood before us, blackened faces smeared with filth, their hair the color of blood. From the deepest beds of peat they rose to confront us, and from the ancient burial ships they brought forth the finest weapons of our ancestors. Our enemies await us, they said." She studied him with narrowed eyes. "And yet you, Gilk, broke away, abandoned the destiny that brought you to this continent." "Ah, I shall tell you the truth of that, Highness. When Humbrol Tar died, we saw the end of the Whiteface Alliance. There was no flaw in Onos Tulan, who was raised in Tar's place. Indeed, if certain rumors are to be believed, that warrior is older than our gods, and of his prowess with that flint sword I have no doubt at all. No, he accepted the title out of love, for Humbrol's only daughter. He possessed nothing of the zeal the younger warriors so desired in their war leader. His eyes did not shine with glory, and his voice, no matter how wise the words, held nothing of fire." "In short, he was no politician," Spax grimaced. "You'd think tribes beaten down by centuries of defeat, clans rotted with feuds and mutual hatreds. You'd think, wouldn't you, that we'd listen to measured wisdom, that we'd heed his warnings against self-destruction." "And if Humbrol Tar had not drowned?" "Even Tar was barely holding the clans together. I cannot even say for certain that his drowning was an accident. I was not witness to it. In any case, we Gilk saw nothing evil in Onos Tulan, only in what was likely to be done to him. Among the Barghast, Firehair, a leader is not simply ousted, cast adrift. He is killed. And so too his family, his entire bloodline is slaughtered. We Gilk would not be party to that." "And did you warn Onos Tulan before you left?" "No, for it is possible that he would have sought our support in the power struggle to come. And had he asked, well, how could I have looked him in the eye and refused? It's my thought now that he would not have asked. But even then, it's likely I would have offered nonetheless." She was frowning at him thoughtfully. "You chose the coward's path." "Perhaps you see it that way. Perhaps many did, and still do. But what I did to save my people. And this only Onos Tulan understood, for he did not pursue me, even when he had his chance." "And now, perhaps alone among all the white-face Barghast, you have found that final war to fight, in the name of your bog gods." He sighed. "And nightly I pray that when the battle begins, Onos Tulan will be there, to lead the Barghast." "But it is not to be, Spax." "I know, Highness, I know. and the Gilk shall stand alone, the last clan, the last of the white faces. Will you call upon your gods, Specs, upon the charge? I doubt it. Then what shall you do to inspire your warriors? He shrugged loose the tension in his shoulders, felt weariness draining in behind it. I believe, Highness, I shall shame them. As Faint swung herself astride the gaunt horse, she glanced back to see the ghost of sweetest sufferance standing at the edge of the camp. A shiver whispered through her, and she looked across to Precious Thimble.
Tell me you don't see her.
I don't see her, Faint. Let's go, else we lose them in the dark.
They set off at a canter. Overhead, heavy clouds obscured the jade strangers, enough to mute the green glow that had haunted every night for what seemed to be months, if not years.
Typical, isn't it? The one night we could do with that ghoulish light.
Are they rain clouds? That's what I want to know. Are they, Faint?
What am I, a weather scryer? I don't know. But I don't smell rain. I smell dust.
Thanks, snapped Precious Thimble. Faint could just make out the two riders ahead, Bryce and Aranict. A Kell hunter had arrived with dusk, delivering a message scratched on a wax tablet, and now they were riding to the Chemal encampment. Aranict's invitation had come as a surprise, but Faint was eager to see these huge lizard warriors who'd be fighting at their side.
Fighting? Well, not us shareholders. We're just along for the ride, yee-haw. But a good look at the Lethri allies just might put me at ease. At least there's one army that isn't starving and half dying of thirst, or so I've heard. But for all their complaining, and Hood knows there's been plenty of it, seems no one can get too heated up about it. Not with that Malazan army trying to cross a real desert, no matter how bad we've got it.
I still hate horses,
Precious Thimble said beside her.
You've got to roll with the animal under you, girl. Just think about making love.
What's that supposed to mean?
Faint looked across at her.
Gods below, don't tell me you're a damned virgin.
Then I won't, and no more talking about that. They're letting us catch up to them.
Ahead, Bryce and Aranict had slowed their horses to a fast trot.
The mounts are winded, Precious. We're all in bad shape.
Before long, they drew up alongside the prince and the Etricida.
Where's this army, then?
Faint demanded.
I thought they were camped close.
They are, Faint, Aranict replied. They simply have no need of cook fires or lanterns. And now Faint made out a darker stain covering the low hills before them, and the dull gleam here and there of iron or maybe reptilian eyes. Another shiver rippled through her.
How confident are you in these allies?
She could see massive elongated heads lifting now, eyes fixing upon them. She could see serrated rows of fangs.
They are commanded by 3 humans, Faint, and 2 of them were once soldiers in the Bonehunters.
Precious Thimble muttered something under her breath, probably a curse. Aranict glanced at the young sorceress, and then over at Faint.
Do you share your colleagues' mistrust of Malazans, Faint?
Well, they tried conquering Darujistan once, but then they turned round and crushed the Panion Domin, and the Panions were headed towards Darujistan with bad intentions.
She shrugged.
I don't see them as any better or worse than anyone else.
Turning to Precious, she said,
Besides, I visited One-Eye Cat before it got conquered, and that place was a hole.
But at least it was my hole,
Precious snapped.
Did you just say, oh, be quiet, will you? You know what I meant.
The prince and the Atricida said nothing and managed to hold their expressions, at least as far as Faint could discern in the heavy gloom.
Darkness, our saviour.
30 paces ahead, at the mouth of an avenue between ranks of silent, motionless Kachin Chemal, stood 2 men and a woman. The woman knelt and lifted the shutters of an oversized lantern, bathing the area in light. As the riders drew closer, Faint studied these commanders. The men were the soldiers, clad in the uniforms of Malazan Marines, and though at first Faint took them to be Falari, with that red and yellow hair, there seemed to be a strange hue to their skin, somewhere between bronze and gold, almost lit from within. The woman was a tribal of some sort, like the Rivi, only bigger boned, her face broad, slightly flat, her eyes dark and glittering like obsidian. Prince Bryce dismounted, followed by Aranict and then Faint. Precious remained seated on her horse, glowering at the Malazans. "Sergeant Gessler," Rice began, and then stopped. "Are you certain you prefer that modest rank? As mortal sword to the—" "Forgive me for interrupting, Commander," Gessler said, "but Stormy insists. He won't even talk to me otherwise. Leave all the fancy titles to other people." "He got busted down for good reasons," Stormy cut in, "and he ain't fixed none of those that I can see. In fact, he's gotten worse. If he showed up in a recruiting line right now, I'd send him to the cook staff, and if they was feeling generous, they might let him scrub a few pots. As it is, though, he's a sergeant, and I'm a corporal."
"Commanding 7,000 Kachin Chemal,"
Aranict observed, lighting a stick of rust leaf from a small ember box. Stormy shrugged. Sighing, Bryce resumed. "Sergeant Gessler, your message? I take it she is awake?" "Aye, and she's not particularly happy. Commander, she's got something to say, something she needs to tell you." "I see. Well then, lead on, Sergeant." As they made their way through the camp, with Gessler out front and Stormy carrying the lantern a few paces behind, Faint found herself walking alongside the tribal woman.
"You are the Destriant, Calith, once of the Elan, and you are one of the strangers who found the Lethari army. Faint of the Trigal Trade Guild. That miserable girl riding behind us is Precious Thimble. She doesn't like Malazans." "From her," Calith said, "the flavor is one of fear."
"With good reason," Precious retorted. "It's this war we can't make any sense of," Faint said. "The Malazans fight when and where it suits them. They're a damned empire, after all. It's all about conquest, expansion. They don't fight for noble causes, generally. Even taking down the Panions was politically expedient. So we're finding it hard to work out what they're up to. From all that we've heard, Kolanse is not worth the effort, especially with a bunch of Forkrul Assail laying claim to it now."
Those dark eyes fixed on Faint's.
"What do you know of the Forkrul Assail?"
"Not much," she admitted. "An ancient race. Back in Darujistan, where I come from, most people think of them as, well, mythical, ruling in an age when justice prevailed all over the world. We've long since fallen from that age, of course, and much as people might bemoan our state, no one wants it back, if you know what I mean."
"Why not?"
"Because then we'd actually be taken to task for all the terrible stuff we do. Besides, being fallen excuses our worst traits. We're not what we once were, too bad, but that's just how it is. Thank Hood and all the rest."
Calith was slowly nodding. "Then is it your belief that we can be no better than who and what we are now?"
"Something like that."
"What if I were to tell you that the Malazans seek to change that? That they seek to rise higher, taller? That once fallen, they now wish to stand, one more time, perhaps the last time, and not just for themselves, but for all of us?"
A snort from Precious. Faint frowned and then shook her head.
"Then why fight the Forkrul Assail?"
"Because the Forkrul Assail have judged us. They came among my people, so this I know all too well. And in that judgment, they have decided that we must all die. Not just in Kolanse, not just on the plains of Elan, but everywhere."
"Given our history, that's not too surprising."
"But, Faint of the Trigal Trade Guild, the Forkrul Assail are in no position to judge. I have tasted the ancient flavors of the Kachin Chemal, and it is as if that history was now my own. The age of justice, and the time of the Forkrul Assail, ended not at the hand of enemies or foreign races, but at the hands of the Forkrul Assail themselves."
"How?"
"They judged their own god and found him wanting, and for his imperfections they finally killed him."
Ahead was a large tent, and the prince, Aranict, and the Malazans entered, taking the lantern's light with them. Faint held back in the darkness, Calith at her side. Behind them, Precious Thimble reined in, but still did not dismount. Calith continued.
"There was war between the Kachin Chemal and the Assail. The causes were mundane, a hunger for land, mostly. The Forkrul Assail had begun wars of extermination against many other races, but none had the strength and will to oppose them as did the Kachin Chemal. When the war began to turn against the Assail, they turned on their own god, and in the need for yet more power they wounded him. But wounding proved not enough. They took more and more from him. The Kachin-Chemal nests began to fall one by one, until the last surviving matron, in her desperation, opened a portal to the heart of chaos and set her back against it, hiding its presence from the advancing assail. And when at last she stood facing them, when the tortured god's power rushed to annihilate her and all her kind, she surrendered her life, and the gate, which she had sealed with her own body, her own life force, opened, to devour the assail god's soul. He was too wounded to resist. What remained of him in this realm was shattered, mindless, and lost. Her eyes glittered. You have seen the glass desert. That is where all that remains of that god now lives, if one could call it a life. What happened to the assail, Calith? The woman shrugged. Their power spent, they were broken. Though they blamed the matron for the loss of their god, it was by their judgment that he was wielded as would one wield a weapon, a thing to be used, a thing not worthy of anything else. In any case, they had not the strength to exterminate the Kachin-Chemal, but the truth was the war had destroyed both races, and when other races appeared through the cracks of chaos, which could now reach this and every realm, neither could stop the invasions. More wars, defeats, betrayals, until the age itself crumbled and was no more. This has the sound of legend, Calith, Faint said. The memory of every matron is passed down in the blood, the oils, the secretions. Nothing is lost. Gant's Mac has offered me some of their flavors. Much of it I cannot be certain of. There was a time between the stars. I don't know. And it may be that I did not fully understand the tale I have just told. It may be that many truths were lost to me. Our senses are so limited compared to those of the Kachin-Chemal. You have given reason for why the Kachin-Chemal seek to fight the Forkrul Assail, because their war never ended. We are each the last of our kind. Is there not room enough for both of you? The Kachin might wish it so, but the Assail do not. Their memory is just as long, you see, and they do see their cause as being just. Behind them, Precious spoke in a dark, gleeful tone. You're using them, the Malazans and all their pathetic arrogance. You Kachin-Chemal, you're using them. The Destriant turned. Does it seem that way, sorceress? I taste in you the pleasure of that thought. Why not? It's all they deserve. If it is all that they deserve, then it is all that we deserve. Just use them, Destriant. Use them up. For some reason, Faint was no longer interested in entering the tent. She nodded towards it. What's going on in there, Destriant? Krukava, once mortal sword of the perished Grey Helms, speaks to Prince Bryce Bedict. She warns him of betrayal. The Perish vowed to serve the adjunct Tavore. Instead, they will draw swords against us. They will fight under the banner of the Forkrul Assail. Gods below, why would they do that? But Precious was laughing. Calith sighed. The truth is this. The standard of justice can be raised by many, and each may lay rightful claim to it. How are these claims weighed? Gessler would answer quickly enough. They are weighed on the field of battle. But I am not so sure. The Perish claim to worship ancient war gods, and these— Which war gods? Faint demanded. They are called Thandere and Tog, the wolves of winter. Faint turned, stared up at Precious, and then back at Calith. And Krukava was the mortal sword. Who now commands? The shield anvil, Tanakalian. And the Destriant? There should be a Destriant among them, right? He died on the voyage, I am told. The position is still vacant. No, it isn't. Leave it, Faint, said Precious. You don't know. You can't be certain. Don't be an idiot. You saw her eyes. Those were a wolf's eyes. And all her talk about the ghosts and the old crimes and all the rest. Calith spoke. I do not understand. Of whom do you speak? Shit. Faint turned back to the tent. Seems I need to go in there after all. The forgiving embrace must be earned, Shield Anvil Tanakalian said. Am I of such little worth that the cowards and fools among you can demand my blessing? He scanned the faces before him, saw their exhaustion, and was disgusted. You come to me again and again. You ask, is this not the time to elect a new mortal sword, a new Destriant?
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am but waiting for one of you to rise above the others, to show us all your worthiness. Alas, I am still waiting." The eyes regarding him from beneath the rims of the helms were bleak, beaten down. The camp behind these officers had lost its orderliness. Discipline had given way to bestial indifference, the torrid pace of the march their only excuse. They had crossed the border into central Kolanse 2 days past, trudged down a road already overgrown, through towns little more than burned stains. This was a land returning to the wild, yet it stank of death. "It must be," said Tanakalian, "that for now one man shall suffer the burden of all 3 titles. I did not ask for this. I do not welcome it. Ambition is a poison. We all saw what it did to Krugava. Must we now invite a return to that madness? I am not—" He stopped then, as a sudden breath of ice flowed past him. He saw the officers facing him recoil, saw a stirring ripple through the ranks assembled behind them. Mists lifted from the ground, curled and roiled on all sides. What is this? Who has come among us? He started, something caught in the corner of his eye, a flash of movement, then another. Lo, the whisper of fur, a lurid glint from burning eyes. Sudden shouts from the perish, the ranks losing formation, weapons hissing from scabbards. Tanakalian could feel the buffeting tide sweeping past him. Invisible forms slid past his legs, pushed him off balance. He spun round, glared into the darkness. "Show yourselves!" A figure coming up from beyond the road's berm, a girl wearing rags. But he could see the flowing shapes now, the ethereal forms surrounding her. Wolves. She comes in a sea of wolves. But they were not real, not living, not breathing. These beasts were long dead. They bore wounds, stains in the fur, gashes in the hide. The glow from their eyes was otherworldly, like holes burned through a wall. And what lay beyond was rage. Incandescent rage. She drew nearer, and her eyes were the same, torn through by fury. One blazed yellow, the other was quicksilver. Horror filled Tanakalian at the moment of recognition. The wolves of winter. They are within her. They are there, inside her. Those eyes. They stare out at me from the beast throne. Fandere, Tog. Our gods are among us. All strength left his limbs when those terrible eyes fixed on him and sank into his skull like fangs, forcing him to his knees. All at once she stood before him. Those fangs dug deeper, tearing into his brain, ripping loose every secret, every hidden hunger, raping him with cold remorselessness, as if he was carrion, something washed back, thick as blood, and he was filled with contempt. An instant later, and he was dismissed, made irrelevant. Her gaze lifted past him to the grey helms, and he knew that they too knelt, abject, helpless, their courage drained away, their souls made cold with fear. When she spoke in their minds, the voice was a multitude of howls, a sound more terrible than anything they had ever heard. "I am the voice of the wolves of winter. Listen well to these words. We will not be judged." She looked down at Tanakalian. "You would wield my sword, mortal? Are you the one to lay waste to 1,000 realms in my name? I think not. Pettiness consumes your thoughts. Vanity commands your every vision. Look well upon this child. She is Setok, destriant. She is our voice. She is our will." The girl raised her eyes once more, addressed the entire army. "Your kin kneel before the Forkrul Assail in the palace of Kolanse. The Assail would force the perish grey helms to serve them, and they eagerly await your arrival and the moment when you too must kneel in obeisance. This offends us. When Sister Reverence summons destriant Setok, when she seeks to wrest this army from us, she shall know the wrath of the wolves." One of the officers suddenly found the courage to call out, "Blessed wolves! Do you wish us to destroy the Forkrul Assail? Did the mortal sword speak true?" "Around us, mortal,
There are only enemies. But we are among you now, and in the moment of battle the ghosts shall rise, in numbers beyond counting, and before us every army shall fall. Before us every city shall burn. Before us there shall be slaughter to redress the balance. Think on your faith, my children. Think well on the imbalance of which I speak, the millennia of slaughter at your human hand. We shall give answer. In every realm we shall give answer. Before the power of his gods, Tanakalian bowed his head to hide his eyes. He was seething, his time of glory ripped away from him, his dreams of power stolen, his ascension left in ruins by this girl. She had walked past him now into the midst of his soldiers. But no, they were no longer his, were they? "It will not end this way," he whispered. "It will not end this way." She staggered away, blood pouring from her wounds. Gruntle sought to rise, to lift his huge form one more time, but will was not enough. The pain was fading, a dullness seeping in, and in his blooded nostrils all he could smell was burned fur, scorched flesh. The time surrounding him now, slowly closing in, seemed a force vast beyond countenance. It felt thick, unyielding, and yet he could see its expanse, the way it stretched behind him, but not ahead. No, there, almost within reach, it vanished into dark mists. If he could, he would have laughed. The irony of life's end was found in all the truths suddenly discovered, when it was too late to do a damned thing about them. It was said that in the moments before death there arrived an acceptance, a willingness to see it come to an end, and an indifference to the anguish and grief of the living. If I have let go, why can't you? It's these truths, you see, and my helplessness in answering them. I would laugh, but in laughter there is pain. I would bless, but in blessing there is loss. This is not how anyone wants it, but then it never is. Don't you see that, Stonny? In all your fraught moments, and isn't every moment fraught? In all of them, you miss the chance of peace, the calm of all these truths, the ones us dying discover, and even then we can say nothing, offer nothing. This time, it's all past. No, it's my past, and with it, I can do nothing. They had fought with terrible savagery. For how long, he could not guess. Two indomitable beasts spilling out their hot, steaming blood, lashing out in rage, staggering in pain, claws tearing, slashing deep, fangs punching through hide and thick muscle. The stone floor of the chamber had grown slick, the air hot and fetid. And overhead, looming above the ruined carcass of the Azath house, the huge wound fulminated, the edges burning, sizzling as if weeping acid. Gruntle did not even see the moment the first of the dragons came through. He and Kelava were locked together, claws raking each other's flanks down to the bone, when something like a hurricane wind slammed them down onto the unyielding ground. Pulverized rock billowed out, filling the chamber even as enormous cracks opened on the rough walls. Stunned by the thunderous concussion, Gruntle pulled away from Kelava. Yet the rage would not leave him, and he felt his god howling somewhere deep inside his chest, a creature held back for too long by Kelava's denial, and now it clawed its way free. She could no longer resist him, could no longer find the strength to defy what was coming. I warned you. The dragon filled the chamber, impossibly huge, wings hammering at the walls. Gruntle understood then that the creature was trapped by the ancient heavy stone of the cavern walls. It needed to unleash its sorcery, to shatter these confines, to open the way for the hundreds of other dragons crowding the gate. He must strike now. The roar that tore out from his throat was Trake's own, a god's call to war. The power within him becoming a thing of agony, Gruntle's limbs coiled, lowering him into a crouch, and then he leapt. The dragon's neck arched, the head snapped down, jaws opening wide. He slammed into the creature's neck,
claws sinking deep, his fangs burying themselves in the dragon's throat. Scales broke as Gruntle's jaws tightened, closing on the windpipe. The dragon reared in shock, and with a convulsive motion, blood poured into Gruntle's mouth. As he clung to the creature's writhing neck, his weight began to pull the dragon down. Wings cracked on the stone floor, talons gouged wounds in the rock and then scraped frantically. The impact when the dragon struck the ground almost tore Gruntle loose, but he managed to hold on, the muscles of his shoulders, neck, and jaws bunching until they creaked. He could hear the desperate wheezing of breath and tightened his death grip. The dragon reared a second time, lifting Gruntle into the air. And then Kilava struck him with all the force of a battering ram. The dragon's throat was ripped wide open in a torrent of gore. But Gruntle was falling, Kilava's own fangs scoring deep across his shoulder blades. They pounded against the stone floor, burst apart, Gruntle scrabbling to find his footing, twisting to find Kilava, to kill her once and for all. The dying dragon was not yet done. Its jaws slammed down on Gruntle. Fangs long as scimitars impaled him. He was lifted from the ground and then flung through the air. Bones exploded inside his mangled flesh when he struck the wall. Leaving a glittering crimson streak, he slid down the stone to slump gasping, too broken to move. The dragon staggered, head swinging round, eyes blazing as they fixed on him. Jaws opened and sorcery roiled out in a torrent. Gruntle heard Trake's death cry, and that howl itself seemed to catch fire in the conflagration of draconic magic. It raged around him, tore deep into his ruined body, and all at once his god left him, stumbling away from this realm. A trail, another cave, a place of darkness, a place to lie down and die. Again, you damned fool. You never learn. And now it's too late. The dragon careened against the far wall, sank down, spilling out the last of itself. But above it, in that tearing wound, another was clawing its way through. The cavern simply disintegrated as Alaint sorcery annihilated the last barriers surrounding Starvald Demolain. Beyond, the deep snows erupted in clouds of scalding steam. The ground itself was torn away, leaving nothing but swirling chaos. In clouds of spinning dust and pelting rubble, in the wildfires of chaotic magic, the dragons returned to the world. In my dreams, a blackened cat, a thing lying bleeding, gasping, dying. Blackened, in my dreams, I saw not her, but myself. Dear Kilava, you did warn me, and I did not listen. And when I warned Drake, tiger of summer and god of war, he did not listen. You fool, you needed wisdom in the one you chose, Drake, not just another damned version of you, with all the same useless, deadly flaws. All that time stretching away behind me now, solid as stone, every shape, every rise and every dip, worn away in these winds of dying. Stonny, see what I have done, or failed to do. You were right to refuse me. I always thought bigger than I could deliver. I always wanted what I could not hold. And I saw it in your eyes, the day I stood before you, when I promised that I would come back. I saw in your eyes you knew I wouldn't. You knew you would never see me again. Ah, my love, so many truths come too late. And this love, it is the last thing I have left, the last thing to hold on to. All I ever wanted, feel it slip away, slip away. Woman, you should never have let me go. I should have given you that power over me. If I had, you would have understood. You would have believed my love for you. And if you had believed, in that moment, I would have believed too. How could I not? This is my fault. I saw that then, and I see it now. My fault. Stonny, my love, I am sorry. Time that stretched behind him forever, that closed in and became solid, that beckoned ahead with a darkness almost within reach, then ended. By the time she staggered to his side, she saw that he was dead. Assembled into her Imass form, she sat down weakly beside his carcass, lifted her gaze to the empty, dust-wreathed sky. The last of them gone now. Out into the world. She had known that there would be hundreds of them, but still, the sight of that exodus had stunned her. Blood pooled beneath her, mixing with that of Gruntle, this noble fool lying so still beside her. There was nothing more heartbreaking than to look upon a dead beast, a thing stripped of its terrible strength, its perfect majesty. And there was something still crueler when that beast was a hunter, a predator, a rival. Not killed for food, no, killed for existing, killed for the presumption of competition. The predator fights to the last. It refuses to surrender. Hunt it down, corner it. See those bared fangs. Listen to its fury and its fear and its noble defiance. You understood all of this, Gruntle. You understood the inescapable, profound tragedy that is the beast that hunts, that dares to challenge our domination. I did not mean to take your life. She knew she was badly hurt. She knew she might not survive this, even without the power of his god, whom she had kept away until the dragon's arrival. He had been extraordinary. Had he not turned upon the Alaint? Yes, he would have killed me. Gruntle, I will remember you. This I swear, here in the cracks in my heart. I will curse Drake until the end of my days, but you, brother of the hunt, I will remember. Hearing a scrabble of stones, she lifted her head. The pair of Emlava had returned and now edged towards her. She sensed their distress, their grief. He lives, she whispered. My husband lives, for now. As for what comes, I wish I had an answer. The realm was dying on all sides, disintegrating into dust as all dreams must do when the last dreamer is gone. When she leaned back, closed her eyes, she felt the world shifting beneath her. So gentle now, sweet as the rocking of a ship. Husband, was I wrong to do this? She looked over to see the two saber-toothed cats lying down beside Gruntle's carcass, as if to give him warmth, as if to make him their own. Chapter 19. Not even the dead know the end to war. Iskar Jarak. What are you doing? Withal cinched tight the last straps and reached for the black-scaled gauntlets. I can't just sit here anymore, he said, since it seems we're all going to die anyway. He glanced up at her and shrugged. Her lips were dry, chapped. Her eyes were ringed in red, hollowed with exhaustion. What of me? She asked in a whisper. You will leave me alone? Sand, there are no chains on that throne. But there are! No, and there's no law says you got to sit there until the end. Why give them the glory of dragging you down from it, their delight at seeing fresh Andean blood splashing the day's steps? Piss on them! Come with me! Die with the ones giving their lives to defend you! She looked away. I do not know how to fight. Doesn't matter, he said, rising from where he'd been sitting on the stone steps at the base of the throne. He took up the heavy mace he'd found, along with this arcane armor, in a dust-thick crypt far below the palace. Look at me, too old for this by half. He picked up the shield, slipping his arm through the straps. She did look at him then. That's not Andean armor. Didn't think it was, he replied, else it would never have fitted me. Better yet, it's not the kind that needs two people to put on, and the leather bindings, they don't seem to have aged at all. How could I bear it withal, seeing them die? You sit here fighting your own war, Sand. If their dying in your imagination is easier for you to bear, it's because you don't see the blood. You don't hear the cries. The price they're paying you won't even deign to witness. Did I make any bold claims to courage? You make plenty of claims, he said wearily, but none of them come close to courage. Go then, she hissed. I am done with you. He studied her and then nodded, walked from the throne room. Sandalath Drukolat leaned back on the throne, closed her eyes.
Now, she muttered, I have my very own ghost.
The life that was, the one she had just killed.
There's courage in doing that. And if it felt easy, well, we know that's a lie. But a gentle one. Gentle as a kiss never taken. A moment slipping past, not touched, not even once.
The soldier who walked in then, why, she knew him well. She could see through his armor, right through to his beating heart, and such a large, strong heart. She could see, too, all his bones, scarred with healed breaks, and beyond that the floor of the chamber. Because this soldier's arrival had been a long, long time ago, and the one seated on this throne, before whom he now knelt, was not Sandalath Drukolat. The soldier was looking down, and then he was laughing. The sound was warm with love, softened by some unknown regret. "Gods below," said a voice from the throne, seeming to come from the dark wood behind her head. "How is it I cannot even remember your name?" The soldier was grinning when he looked up. "Lord, when was the last time a warden of the Outer Reach visited the throne room of Karkanas? Even I cannot answer that." But Anomander was not yet prepared to excuse himself this failing. "Have I not seen you before? Did not your commander at the Reach speak to me of you?" "Perhaps, Lord, the praise was faint, if it existed at all. Shall I ease your dismay, Lord?" Sandalath saw a hand rise from where one of her own rested on the arm of the chair.
His hand, pointing. No, just the gesture, just that.
"No need. Warden Spinok-Durav." The soldier smiled and nodded.
"Upon word of your summons, Lord, I have come, as at that time I was the ranking officer in the Reach."
"Where, then, is Kalat Hastein?"
"An event at the gate, Lord."
"Starvald Demelaine? I have heard nothing of this."
"It has been only a week, Lord, since he set out for it."
"What manner of event was this, do you know?"
"The word that came to us from the Watchers did not suggest urgency or dire threat, Lord. An awakening of foreign energies. Modest, but worth closer examination."
"Very well. Then, Spinok-Durav, it shall be you."
"I am ever at your call, Lord. What is it that you wish me to do?"
Anomander's answer stole all humor from the soldier's face, and, she recalled, it was never to return. The peace of the forest belied the horror waiting ahead. Water dripped from moss, ran like tears down channels in the lichen covering the boles of the trees. Somewhere, above the canopy, heavy clouds had settled, leaking rain. Withal would have welcomed the cool drops, the sweet kisses from heaven. He needed to be reminded of things beyond all this. The throne room and the woman he had left behind, and before him the first shore with its heaps of corpses and pools of thickening blood. But this forest was too narrow to hold all that he wanted, and to pass from one misery to the next took little effort, and it was not long before he could hear the battle ahead, and between the towering trunks of the ancient trees he now caught flashes of shimmering light.
"Where the world ends, for all of us."
He was done with her haunting his dreams, done with all the demands that he make his love for Sandalath into some kind of weapon, a thing with which to threaten and cajole. And Sand had been right in rejecting him. No, she was Mother Dark's problem now. The chewed-up trail dipped before climbing to the ridge overlooking the first shore, and as he scrabbled his way up the slope, the sounds of fighting built into a roar. 2 more steps, a thick root for a handhold, and then he was on the ridge, and before him was a scene that stole the strength from his legs, that closed a cold hand about his heart.
Who, then, has seen such a thing?
Before him, 7,000 bodies, lethargy, shake, and there, along the base of Lightfall, to either side of that breach, how many dead and dying Leosan? 10,000? 15? The numbers seemed incomprehensible. The numbers gave him nothing. In his mind he could repeat them as if voicing a mantra, as his gaze moved from one horror to the next, and then down to where the knot of defenders fought at the very mouth of the wound, fought to deny the Leosan a single foothold upon the shore, and still none of it made sense, even when it did.
It is the last stand. That is what this is. They keep coming, we keep falling, an entire people face to face with annihilation.
All at once he wanted to turn round, march back to Carcanas, to the palace, into the throne room, and
what? It's not her fault. There's nothing here she ever wanted. Gods below, Sand, I begin to understand your madness. No one here will accept surrender, no matter what you say. You could open your own throat there on that throne, and it wouldn't matter. These people will die defending a corpse on a throne in a corpse of a city. The cause stopped meaning anything some time ago. I should have seen that.
2 girls were among the dead and dying, stumbling from body to body. They were painted head to toe in crimson. One of them was shrieking, as if seeking to tear her own voice to pieces, to destroy it for all time. The other careered among the corpses, hands over her ears. There were no reserves. All who remained standing were at the breach, where Yedan Derig still stood, still fought. But what of Jan Tovis? What of the queen of the Sheikh? If she was in that dreadful press, withal could not see her. If she had died, she was buried beneath her fallen subjects. He found that he was breathing hard, his heart pounding. The grip of the mace was slick in his hand. He set it down, reached for the ornate, full-visored helm slung from his knife belt, fumbled to loosen the clasp, as if his fingers had forgotten how to work. Finally, tugging it free, he worked the helm onto his head, felt its weight settle. He closed the clasp under his chin, the iron hoop tearing at the beard on his throat. The sounds of the battle dulled then, faint as distant breakers on some unseen strand. A louder squeal when he set the visor and locked it in place, and the scene before him was suddenly split, broken up by the chaotically angled bars. His breaths now filled the confined space. Withal collected the mace, straightened, brought the shield round to guard his left side, and lurched into motion. Someone else had wrested control of his body, his legs now carrying him down onto the strand, his eyes searching for a path through the pale, motionless bodies, the hand holding his weapon and the forearm bearing the weight of the shield. They no longer belonged to him, no longer answered to his will. You do not willingly walk into a battle like this. How can you? No, some other force takes you there, moves you like a pawn, a puppet, and you watch yourself going ever forward, and you are baffled, disbelieving. And all that fear, it's hollowed out, just an empty place now. And the roar outside is lost to the roar inside, your own blood, your breaths. And now your mouth is parched, and you would kill your own mother for a drink of water. But of course you won't, because that would be wrong, and that thought makes you want to laugh. But if you do, you know that you will lose it. You know that if that laughter starts, it won't stop. Was this how it was in my first battle? Was this why I could remember so little? Only frozen moments, those moments that reach up and take you by the throat, that make you see all that you don't want to see, remember all that you pray to forget? Is this how it was? He was clambering over the heaped bodies now, the flesh beneath him cold, taking the imprints of his feet and knees like damp clay. He looked back at the dents and wondered at their wrongness. And then he was moving on, and before him was a ragged wall, Lethery and Shake on their knees, or bent over, or trying to drag themselves out from a forest of legs, shielding wounds. He thought he would see weeping faces, bawling despair, but the pain-twisted faces were dry, and every cry that clawed past his own roaring self was one of raw pain. Just that, nothing more. A sound without complications. Can you hear it? If there could be one God with one voice, this is the sound it would make to stop us in our endless madness. But look on withal, see the truth. We do not listen. He made his way past these exhausted and wounded comrades, pushed his way into the heaving mass. The stench rocked him. Abattoir, sewer, cutter's floor. Thick enough to choke him. He struggled against vomiting, here inside this helm. No, he would not do that. Could not. Faces now on all sides, none speaking, and the look in their eyes was flat, flatter than anything he'd ever seen. And they were all straining towards the front line, moving up to take their places, to fill the gaps, the unending gaps, as if to say, If you will kill us all, kill me next, but do not think it will be easy." Suddenly he felt ready for this. "Walk until something bars your path, then stand until you fall. Whoever said life was complicated?" The channels and currents had carried him to the left flank, well away from that immovable knot at the center, where a sword's laughter had taken for itself all the shore's madness, every last scrap of it. He saw Brevity, though at first he did not recognize her, that solid, handsome face, the wry look in her eyes, all gone. In their place, a mask of wet blood over dried blood, over blood that had turned into black tar. A slash had opened one cheek, revealing 2 rows of red molars. There was nothing sardonic left, but she commanded that front line, her will clenched like a fist. Off her shield side, 2 shake fell and 3 Leosan pushed in to widen the gap. Eyes widening at the perfect, breathtaking simplicity of what was needed of him, withal surged to meet them. This was something new. Jan Tovis could feel it. Yedan Derrig had advanced the line to the very edge of the breach, and there they had held against the Leosan. This time there was to be no foothold. He would refuse them a single step upon the strand. He had explained nothing, and as she fought, crowded hard against that wound, from which Leosan poured like blood, she began to realize that this time there would be no respite, not until one side or the other fell, to the very last soldier. What had begun would not end until the last sword swung down or sank deep in writhing flesh. How had he known? What had he done on the other side of the gate? What had he seen? She caught glimpses of her brother, there, where the terrifying pealing laughter went on and on, where blood fountained, where Leosan bodies piled ever higher, and they stood on them, fighting for balance, face to face, weapons flashing. Glimpses. A face she barely knew, so twisted was it, the husked sword dragging him past exhaustion, past all reason of what the human body could withstand. Of his face she could see the white bones beneath translucent flesh, could see all the veins and arteries and the root mat of vessels, could see the bloody tears that streamed down from his eyes. Night had come to the sheikh. The sand had measured the time in a kind of stillness, a kind of silence that was beneath all this, and the grains slipped down, and now had come the eternity just before dawn, the time of the watch. He stood, he fought, his stance wide to find purchase on a hill of bodies.
See him, in the eternity before dawn, when among mortals courage is at its weakest, when fear sinks talons on the threshold and will not let go, when one awakens to such loneliness as to twist a moan from the chest. But then, you feel it, breath-catching, you feel it. You are not alone. The watch stands guard.
They would not break, would not yield, all those who stood now with him. Instead, at his sides they died and died. She was a thing of ash and blood, molded into something vaguely human-shaped, tempered by the crushed bone of her ancestors, and she fought on, because her brother would not yield, because the very border that was Lightfall and the wound had now become the place where it would be decided. And still the Leosan came, lunging wild-eyed from the swirling chaos. Most did not even have time to react, to make sense of the nightmare world into which they had just stumbled, before a pike plunged into them or a sword lashed down. And so they died, there on that threshold, fouling those who came after them. She had no idea how many of her people were left, and a vision that had come upon her a century ago, maybe longer, of Yedan Derrig standing alone before the breach, the very last to fall, now returned to her, not as some dreadful imagining, but as prophetic truth.
And all because I would not kneel to the shore.
There was no dragon challenging the breach. If one came, she now would not hesitate. She would fling herself down, trusting in Yedan to kill the damned thing, trusting in the power of her own blood to claim that dying creature, hold it fast, grasp hold of its blood and lift it, higher, yet higher, to make a wall, to seal this gate.
Why did I wait? Why did I resist? Why did I believe my freedom was worth anything? Why did I imagine that I had the right to choose my destiny, or choose to deny it? Only the defeated kneel. Only slaves, the ones who surrender their lives into the hands of others. But now I would do it. to save my people, this pitiful remnant. Come to me now, my child witches. See me kneel. Bleed me out. I am ready."
Eliosan fell to her sword, onto his knees before her, as if mocking her sudden desire, and over his head she saw her brother, saw him turn, saw him find her, their gazes locked. Jan Tovis loosed a sob and then nodded. Yet Anderig threw out his arms to the sides, roared, "Back 10 paces, and hail welcome to the dragon." She watched Spinok Durav enter the throne room yet again, and wondered at the absence of his smile. That face did not welcome solemn regard, wore it like an ill-fitting mask, made it lined where it should be smooth, made the eyes flinch when he looked up to meet the gaze of the one seated on this throne. He smelled of burnt wood, as if he had dragged the death of a forest behind him, and now the smoke swirled round his legs, his kneeling form, like serpents only she could see.
"Highness,"
he said.
"Speak to me," said a strained, half-broken voice, "on the disposition of my legions."
"Certain leaders among us,"
Spinok replied, eyes lowering to fix on the dais, or perhaps a pair of booted feet,
"are in their souls unleashed. 'Tis the scent upon this wind.
If the fire draws closer, the city will burn."
"Against that conflagration, Highness, only you can stand, for it is by your will. We see that now. We see your grief, though we do not yet understand its meaning. What pact have you made with Silana? Why does she lay waste to all the land? Why does she drive ever closer to proud Karkanas?"
"Proud?"
The word was a sneer.
"I am now one ghost among many, and it is only ghosts who belong here. If we are to be forgotten, the city must fall. If we are to be forgiven, the city must swallow our crimes. If we are to be dust, the city must be ash. That is how to end this."
"We have journeyed long, Highness, from the outer marches, on 100 hidden paths only a thief would remember. And then the violence took our leaders, the blood of Elaint."
"Cursed blood!"
"Highness."
"No. It poisoned me once. You know that, Spinok Durav. You were there."
He bowed his head still further.
"I saw what was done, yes. I saw what you sought to hide away."
"I did not ask them to come back. I didn't."
He lifted his gaze, tilted his head.
"I sense this is important. Highness, who did you not ask to come back?"
Hard, cold hands closed on her face. She felt them like her own, felt the long fingers like prison bars, smelled the wax of melted candles.
"Can't you hear it?"
"Hear what, Highness?"
"Their screams, the dying. Can't you hear it?"
"Highness, there is a distant roar. Lightfall."
"Lightfall!"
Her eyes widened, but she could not speak, could not think.
"What is happening?"
he demanded.
"What is happening? Everything is happening. Are they in disarray, your troops?"
He shook his head.
"No, Highness. They wait on Blind Galan's road."
"Blind Galan's road? There was no such road. Not then. Not when Spinok Durav came to kneel before his lord. I have lost my mind."
A sudden whimper, and she shrank back in the throne.
"Take off that mask, Spinok Durav. You were never so old."
"Who did you ask not to come back?"
She licked her lips.
"She should have taken the throne. She was a true queen, you see, of the Sheikh, and the Lessery, the ones she saved. I don't belong here. I told them—"
But Spinok Durav was on his feet, a growing horror on his face.
"Highness! Sandalas Drukolat! What is that roar?"
She stared at him, moved her mouth to make words, failed, tried a second time.
"The breach! They've come again. Tell Anomander, tell him. No one can stop them but him. The Sheikh, dying. Oh, Mother bless us, dying!"
Her shriek echoed in the vast room, but he was already leaving. Out in the corridor now, shouting orders, but that voice too desperate, too frantic, not like Spinach Dorav at all. Lord Nimander Golit Anomandaris, firstborn of the fraught union of Son of Darkness and the first daughter of Draconis, fell to his knees. His body trembled as he struggled against the blood of the Elate and its terrible need, its inescapable necessity. Where was Skintic, Desra, Nenanda? The stones of the riverbed crunched beside him, and he felt hands clutch his shoulders.
Resist this, Lord. We're the last two left. Resist the call of the Elate.
He lifted his head, baffled, and stared into Korlat's ancient eyes. What? Who?
She has commanded Silana. She has summoned the Warren of Fire and set upon the dragon the madness of her desire. Do you understand? She would burn this realm to the ground.
Gasping, he shook his head. Who sits upon the throne? Who would do this in Mother Dark's name?
Can you not smell the blood, Nimander? There is war here. I don't know who, but souls are falling in appalling numbers, and on the throne of darkness sits a queen in despair.
He blinked. A queen? Where is Apsalara? Korlat looked across the river.
Into the city, Lord.
And Spinok?
He has followed to beseech the queen, to make sense of this. Nimander, listen to me. Your soul-taken kin, they have succumbed to Silana's power. She now commands a storm. If we now veer, you, myself, Dathanar, and Prazek, we shall be forced to fight them. In the skies above Karkanis, we shall annihilate each other. This must not be.
Nimander forced himself to his feet. No, Silana, she must be stopped. Only the Queen can command her to stop, Nimander. Then take me to her. When Korlat hesitated, he studied her, eyes narrowing. What is it, Korlat? Who is this Queen of Darkness?
I fear no matter. Go then, Nimander. Convince her to release Silana.
But where will you go?
The war. I will go with Dathanar and Prazek. Lord, I believe I know where the battle will be found. I hope that I am wrong. But go, walk where your father walked.
How long ago was it? She could not remember. She was young. The night before she had taken a boy to her bed to remind herself that not everything was pain. And if she later broke his heart, she'd not meant to. But this was a new day, and already the night just past seemed centuries away. She'd been with her brother's hunting party on the spoor of Tenag. The day was warm, the sun bright and pleased with itself. They heard his laughter first, a deep thing, hinting of thunder, and they followed it down into a depression thick with chokecherry and dogwood. A figure lying against a slope. He was Imas, like them, but they did not recognize him, and this in itself was startling, disturbing. She could see at once, when she and her kin gathered close, that his wounds were fatal. It was a wonder he still lived, and an even greater wonder that he could laugh as he did, and through all the agony in his eyes, that mirth still shone when he looked up at them. Her brother was first to speak, because that was his way. "What manner of stone do you wear?" "Stone?" the dying man replied, showing a red smile. "Metal, my friends, armor, a Thel-Akai gift." "Where have you come from?" "Clanless. I wandered. I came upon an army, my friends." "There is no army." "Jagat, Thel-Akai, others." They were silenced by this. The Jagat were despised, feared, but an army of Jagat? Impossible. Were they now at war, her clan, her people? If so, then they would all die. An army of Jagat. The words alone opened like Omptos Felak in her soul. "I joined them," said the man, and then, lifting a mangled hand, he added, "Set no crime at my feet for that. Because, you see, I am the last left.
They died, all of them. The Jagat, the Fel Akai, the Jack, all dead.
What enemy has come among us? Her brother asked, his eyes wide with fear.
None but that has always been with us, friends. Think well on my words. When you slay a beast, when you hunt as you do now, and blood is spilled, when you close upon the beast in its dying, do you not see its defiance, its struggle to the very last moment? The legs that kick, the head that tries to lift, the blood frothing from the nostrils?
They nodded. They had seen, and each time they had felt something fill their hearts, choke in their throats. One needed to bite back on that. Things were as they were.
Bless the Jagat,
the stranger said, his head falling back. He laughed, but it was short, frail.
Why defy death when you cannot help but fail? They would tell you why. No, they would show you why. If only you had the courage to see, to stand with them, to understand the true enemy of all life.
His eyes found her alone, and once more he managed a smile.
Now I will die. I will fail, but I beg of you.
And his eyes glistened, and she saw that they were beautiful eyes, especially now.
A kiss. Many a woman cursed me in my youth, even as they loved me. It was glorious.
She saw the life draining from those eyes, and so she leaned forward to catch its leaving. With a soft kiss. His breath was of blood, his lips were cracked, but they were warm. She held that kiss as that warmth left, held it to give him as much of her as she could. Her brother pulled her away, held her in his arms the way he used to, when she was much younger, when she was not so guarded with her own body. They took the armor before leaving his body to the wild, and she claimed that armor for her own, for that kiss. And now she wanted it back. Hissing in frustration, Apsalara scanned the empty chamber. She was far beneath the ground floor of the palace. She was where they'd put her armor and her mace, the first time she'd been captured in their midst. They'd been amused by her. It was always that way, as if Karkanas held nothing worth stealing, as if the very idea of theft was too absurd to countenance. But someone had stolen her armor. Seething with outrage and indignation, she set out in search of it. All reason had left the face of their lord. Froth foamed the corners of his mouth as he screamed his rage, driving the ranks into the maw of the gate. And it was indeed a maw. Apparal Forge could see the truth of that. The fangs descended again and again. They chewed his people to bloody shreds and splintered bones. And this was an appetite without end. They could not push past, not a single damned step, denying the legions a foothold, a place into which their soul-taken masters could come, could veer and, in veering, at last shatter the opposition. The commander on the other side had anticipated them. Somehow he had known the precise moment at which to modify his tactics. Apparal watched the mangled bodies being pulled from the swirling maelstrom of the gate, watched the way those bodies floundered like wreckage, bobbing on human hands and shoulders, out to the deep trenches already heaped high with the dead. Apart from the elite companies, hardly any soldiers remained. This iron mouth has devoured the population of an entire city. Look well, my soul-taken kin, and ask yourself, whom will you lord it over now? Who will serve you in your estates? Who will raise the food? Who will serve it? Who will make your fine clothes? Who will clean your shit buckets? None of this was real, not anymore, and all the ordered precision of existence was now in shambles, a bloodied mess. There was nothing to discuss, no arguments to fling back and forth, no pauses in time to step back and study old tapestries on the walls and pray for the guidance of heroic ancestors. Saranus was destroyed, and when this was done, it would be as empty, as filled with ghosts as Karkanas. Light finds the face of darkness, and lo, it is its own. Is this not what you wanted, Kadagar? But when you finally possess what you wanted, who, O Lord of Ghosts, who will sweep the floors? And now, at last, the elite ranks were pushing up against the gate. All the fodder had been used up. Now, then, arrived the final battle. Aparal made his way down to where the wounded were being left, abandoned alongside the trenches. The chorus of their cries was horrible beyond measure. To enter this place was an invitation to madness, and he almost welcomed that possibility. He pushed past the staggering, dead-eyed cutters and healers, searching until he found one man, sitting cradling the stump of his left arm, the severed end of which trailed wisps of smoke. A man not screaming, not weeping, not yet reduced to a piteous wretch.
"Soldier, look at me."
The head lifted. A shudder seemed to run through the man.
"You have been through the gate?"
A shaky nod.
"How many left among the enemy? How many left?" "I could not be sure, Lord, but I think few." "This is what we keep hearing, but what does that mean? 50? 5,000?
The soldier shook his head.
"Few, Lord. And, Lord, there is laughter. Husked weapons, soldier. Possessed blades. Tell me what is few."
The man suddenly bared his teeth, and then, with deliberation, he spat at Aparal's feet.
"All who return from the other side are subjects no longer. Mark this, Kadagar."
Aparal pointed at the legions now crowding the gate.
"More than them? Look, damn you!"
Dull eyes shifted, squinted.
"That, soldier, is 7,000, maybe 8. On the other side, as many? More? Less?"
When the man simply returned his stare, Aparal drew his sword.
"You have been through the gate. You have seen. Assess the enemy's strength."
The man grinned, eyes now on the weapon in Aparal's hand.
"Go ahead." "No, not you, soldier."
He waved with the blade of the sword, the gesture encompassing a score of other wounded.
"I will kill them, one after another, until you answer me. Do you not see, Lord, why we refuse you? You have already killed us, all of us. Surviving these wounds will not change that. Look at me. I am already dead. To you, to all the world. Now fuck off. Oh, better yet, take yourself through to the other side. See for..."
Aparal did not know where the rage came from, but the savage strength of his blow lifted the soldier's head from his neck, sent it spinning and then bouncing, until it fetched up against another wounded soldier, who turned her head, regarded it for a moment, then looked away again. Trembling, horrified by what he had done, Aparal forged backed away. From one side he heard a weary chuckle, and then,
"Barely 1,000 left, Lord. They're done."
He twisted round, sought out the one who spoke. Before him was the trench piled with corpses.
"Is it the dead who now speak?"
"As good as," came the reply. "You don't understand, do you? We don't tell you because we honor our enemy. They're not Tist and E. They're humans who fight like demons."
He saw the man now. Only the upper half of his body was visible, the rest buried under bodies. Someone had judged him dead. Someone had made a mistake. But then Aparal saw that half his skull was gone, exposing the brain.
"The Hust Legion. Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you? But there's no Hust Legion. There's one man, one Hust sword, slayer of dragons and slayer of hounds, slayer of 1,000 Leosan. One man. And when you finally break through, Lord, may he cut you down, you soul-taken, you betrayers, every one of you."
"If you stood here, Kadagar Fant, if you stood here, you would finally see what we have done."
Aparal retreated, made his way towards the gate. Yes, he would push through. He would step out onto that foreign shore. And if he could, he would destroy this lone warrior.
And then it will be over. Because that is all I want now, for this to be over.
He spied a messenger corps, a dozen or so runners standing just beyond the nearest legion.
"Words to my kin," he barked. "Less than 1,000 remain on the other side, and there is but one man with a Hust sword. Inform our lord. The time is now."
An end. Bless me, an end. Sheathing his bloody sword, he fixed his gaze on the gate. There, he whispered. Now. Halfway across the bridge, Nimander paused, stared at the keep's massive gates. The air was filling with smoke, and he could now hear the detonations. The sorcery of dragons, the Elaint doing what they did best, destroying everything in their path. The return of the Tist Andi should not have been like this, in flames, in annihilation. He had felt his kin being torn away from him. They had veered over the outer marches. They had been flying in the company of Silana, to honor her, of all things. She was of the royal household now, or so Nimander had wanted. Another foolish conceit. In draconic form, she was my father's lover, but that was long ago. But Animander Rake's hunger for awakening the blood of the Elaint within him had waned. Even when faced with the ruination of Moon's spawn, he had not surrendered to it. Nimander could not even imagine the will that had denied such a gift. Above Pale, he could have killed Teishren. Korlat had said as much. He could have flown down from Moon's spawn, Silana at his side, and brought fire and devastation to the Malazans. The sudden descent of terror from the skies, scattering the enemy, shattering the opposition, arrayed against him. Instead, he waited, and when at last he veered into his draconic form, it was to save a different city.
He would have done so for Pale, if not for the betrayal.
But Korlat, it was only the mages who broke their vow, not the people of the city. She had nodded then, and looked across to her two companions, Prazek Ghoul, who had once been Orphantal's swordmaster, and Dathana Fandoris, abandoned spawn from a high priestess, and then, much later, Korlat's own mistress of assassination. The three of them, all that remained of his father's cadre of soul-taken dragons. Prazek had said,
No matter what, there would have been terrible destruction visited upon Pale. Had Animander Rake veered into a dragon, Teishren would have had no choice but to turn his fullest powers upon him. By the time the two were done, all of Pale would have been ashes. Instead, our lord descended into the city and hunted down those wizards, taking them one by one. So, in truth, he did indeed save Pale.
Although, added Dathanar, he could not have anticipated the revenge of the Moranth upon Pale's citizens.
The Malazans could have stopped that,
countered Prazek, and the three had nodded. Blinking, Nimander drew a deep breath, pushing away that gnawing hunger within him, to veer, to rise up, to join the storm. Then he made his way across the bridge and into the palace. From the shadows of the entrance, Apsalara stepped out to block his path.
Lord Nimander, there is a Tist Andi woman upon the throne.
So Korlat told me. She has bound Silana. I must convince her.
She is Korlat's mother, Lord. Once a hostage, now the Queen of High House Dark. But madness has taken her. It may be, Lord, that you will have to kill her.
What? Where is Spinnock?
Return to your legions. There is war upon the first shore. The Tist Leosans seek to invade, and those who oppose them are few.
There are other Tist Andi? She shook her head.
No, they are Sheikh.
Sheikh? The island prison? Gods, no. He stood, his desires suddenly torn in two directions.
Make the Queen yield, Lord, said Apsalara. Spinnock will lead your people in battle.
She stepped closer, reached up and brushed Nimander's cheek.
My love, do this.
I will not usurp the Queen of High House Dark. Do we return only to spill Andean blood all over again? He shook his head in horrified denial. No, I cannot.
Then convince her to release Silana. The storm will be needed, to save Karkanos, to save the Sheikh.
Come with me.
No, Nimander. I will go to the first shore. I will fight. Find me there.
Her hand slipped behind his head now and drew his face down to her own. She kissed him hard and then pushed him away and was past him, out onto the bridge. The thunder of Silana's rage was drawing closer. Nimander rushed inside. The elders and the young remained camped near the bank of the river, though Spinnock knew that before long they would have to retreat into the city, if Silana could not be stopped. Glancing back up the road, it seemed that half the sky was aflame. Forests were burning, the ground itself erupting into fountains of molten rock. He caught a dark shape sailing amidst the smoke. Drawing on his gauntlets, he faced his warriors, and saw that all eyes were upon him. At Spinnock's back was the forest, and beyond it waited the first shore. They understood what was to come. He need tell them nothing. And yet,
Anamander, old friend, do you now sit at your mother's side? Do you now look down upon us? Are you helpless, unable to reach across to still Silana's savage fury? Or have you ceased to care?
Spinnock straightened, scanned the helmed faces before him. And then he drew his sword, caught the eye of Captain Irind, gestured the burly man forward.
Face to me your shield, Captain, and hold well your stance.
The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he took position, raising the shield between them and settling his shoulder beneath its rim, head turned away. Spinnock half-turned, as if dismissing Irind, and then he whirled. The sword cracked hard against the shield, staggering the captain. The reverberation echoed out into the forest, and then fell back like rain among the troops.
When he led you and your ancestors from this place,
Spinnock said, pitching his voice loud enough to carry, though in truth a sudden silence had taken the scene, and it seemed not even the storm could reach through.
From smoke, from fire, from ruin, Mother Dark had turned away. Before you, before your Lord Anamander Rake, there was nothing.
Again his sword struck. Again Irind staggered but held his ground.
Prepare to advance. We will not form up once clear of the forest.
He bared his teeth.
There is no time for that. Captain Irind, stay at my side.
Spinnock led the way into the ancient wood. Behind him the ranks spilled out, order almost immediately broken by the boles of trees, by sinkholes and treefalls. The air was heavy with mists. Water streamed down every trunk, every branch, every dark-veined leaf. He raised his voice as he advanced, knowing that they would hear him, knowing that Mother Dark had given him this.
For her people, for this day, this most fraught day. Lord Nimander has gone to the palace. He seeks to turn Silana from her path. What value winning the battle if we lose the war? If not for that, he would be here. He would be speaking to you, but he is not. And this time, this one time, it is well, for like many of you, I was born in this realm.
Irind was beside him, ready for the blow. The sword hammered the shield, the sound a shout of iron.
Lord Anamander Rake led you to another world. He fought to give you purpose, a reason to live, and for many, in that he failed. But those of you here, for you, he did not fail.
He swung the sword again, the impact shivering up his arm.
He asked you to fight wars that were not yours to fight. He asked you to bow to causes not your own. 100 banners, 100 cities, allies who welcomed you and allies who did not, allies who blessed you and allies who feared you. And your kin died. Oh, how they died. They gave up their lives in causes not their own.
The sword cracked again, and this time Irind almost buckled beneath the blow. Spinnock could hear his harsh breaths.
They were all different, and they were all the same. But the cause, the true cause he offered you, did not change.
The blow sent Irind to his knees. Another soldier moved up, readying his own shield, bodily dragged Irind back, and then took his place. The sounds from the advancing warriors behind Spinnock was a susurration, breaths, armor, boots scrabbling for purchase.
Your lord was thinking each and every time. He was thinking of this moment.
Again flashed the sword.
Each time, every time, the cause was just.
Crack.
He needed to keep reminding you, for this day.
Crack.
Today, this is not foreign soil. Today, this cause is your own.
Crack.
Today, the Tisandi fight for themselves.
and this time other weapons found the rims of shields. Crack! You're home! Crack! You're kin! Crack! The sword shivered in his hand. The soldier stumbling beside him fell away. His shield split. Gasping, Spinnock Durav pushed on. Anamander Rake, do you witness this? Do you look into these faces, all these faces behind me? This time, strangers fight in your name. Strangers die for you. Your cause, not theirs. Crack. The reverberation shoved him forward, shivered through him like something holy. Children of dark, humans are dying in your name. Crack. The very air trembled with that concussion. A torrent of water, clinging to high branches, to needles and leaves, shook loose and rained down in an answering hiss. Ahead, Spinnock could hear fighting. Do you see, Anamander? Old friend, do you see? This is our war. Crack. Through the bowls a glimmer of falling light, a vast shape lifting high, the sudden roar of a dragon. Gods, no! What have they done? Crack. Anamander Rake entered the throne room. Sandalath Drukolat stared at him, watching as he strode towards her. His voice held a hint of thunder outside. Release, Ilana! Where is your sword? The Son of Darkness drew up momentarily, brow clouding. One hand brushed the grip of the weapon slung at his belt. Not that one, she said. The Slayer of Draconis. Show me his sword. Highness, stop that. This throne is not mine. It is yours. Do not mock me, Lord. They said you killed him. They said you cut him down. I have done no such thing, Highness. A sudden thought struck her. Where is Orphantal? You took him to stand at your side. Where is my son, my beloved son? Tell me! He drew closer. He looked so young, so vulnerable, and that was all wrong. Ah, this is much earlier. He has not yet killed the consort. But then, who am I? Release Ilana, Sandalath Drukolat. The storm must be freed. The destruction of Karkanis will make all the deaths meaningless. Meaningless, yes. It is what I've been saying all along. It's all meaningless, and I am proving it. He was standing before her now, his eyes level with her own. Korlat! A shriek shattered his next words. Sandalath recoiled, and only then realized that the cry had been torn from her own throat. Not yet! Where is Orphantal? Where is my beloved son? She saw something in his face then, an anguish he could not hide. She had never known him to be so weak, so pathetically unguarded. She sneered. Kneel, Anomander, son of darkness. Kneel before this hostage. When he lowered himself to one knee, a sudden laugh burst from her. Disbelief, shock, delight. I proclaim my beloved son, Knight of Darkness. You I cast out. You're kneeling. Now, and she leaned forward. Grovel. Release Ilana, Highness, or there can be no Knight of Darkness. Why not? Because you're destroying Karkanis. She stabbed a finger at him. As you did, when you made Mother Dark turn away. But don't you see? I can save you from all that. I can do it first. She bared her teeth at him. Now, who is the hostage? He rose then, and she shrank back in the throne. She had gone too far. She could see it in his eyes, his trembling hands. He seemed to be struggling to speak. Just tell me, Sandalath whispered, the truth. Where is my son? It was as if the question delivered a mortal wound. Anamander Rake staggered to one side, like a broken man. Shaking his head, he sank down, one hand groping for the edge of the dais. And she knew then she had won. Back 10 paces. In the space left by their retreat from the breach, bodies made a floor of trampled, bloody flesh, shattered spears, broken swords. Here and there limbs moved, hands reaching, feet kicking, legs twitching. Mouths in smeared faces opened like holes into the abyss. eyes staring out from places of horror, pain, or fading resignation. Charles, who had failed in keeping her brothers alive, and who had thus far failed in joining them, stood beside Captain Brevity. She held a sword, the point dug into a corpse under her feet, and knew she would not be able to lift it, not again. There was nothing left, nothing but raging agony in her joints, her muscles, her spine. Thirst clawed at her throat, and every desperate breath she drew deep into her lungs was foul with the stench of the dead and the dying.
"Stiffen up, lads and lasses,"
growled Brevity.
"They're suspicious, is my guess. Not sure. But count on this. They're coming."
Someone moved past them then, burly, heavy in armor. Sergeant Sellows, the last of the prince's own soldiers. He made his way to position himself on Yedan Derrig's left, drawing round and setting his shield, readying the heavy-bladed sword in his other hand. For some reason, his arrival, so solemn, so solitary, chilled Charles to the core. She looked to her left and saw Jan Tovis, standing, watching, a queen covered in blood, and how much of it belonged to her own subjects. But no, the question no longer mattered, nor the fact that she had led them to this end.
"We all end somewhere,"
she whispered. Brevity heard and glanced over, spat blood, and then said,
"That's the truth of it, all right. The only truth there is."
Charles nodded, and somehow raised once more the sword in her hand.
"I am ready, Captain." "We all are, soldier."
Behind them, Charles heard a low murmuring, the words, "We all end somewhere," rippling out, taking hold, and soldiers slowly straightened, drawing up their weapons. When the words followed the curve of waiting soldiers and at last reached Jan Tovis, Charles saw her flinch as if struck, and she turned to look upon her people, saw them straightening, readying, saw the look on their battle-aged faces. Their queen stepped back, then, into the gap, one stride and then another, and all at once all eyes were upon her. Lightfall streamed down behind her. It could have been a thing of beauty and wonder. It could have been something other than a manifestation of terror and grief. But it was as if it ceased to exist for Jan Tovis as she scanned the faces, as she fixed her eyes upon the last 1,000 subjects of her realm. And then, with even her brother looking on, the queen knelt, not to the first shore, not to this horror, but to her people. In the swirling wound 8 paces behind her, a row of spear points lashed out, scything empty air. And then, pushing through the miasma, fully armored soldiers.
"Shit,"
muttered Brevity.
"That's heavy infantry."
Jan Tovis rose, swung to face her ancient foe. For a moment she seemed deaf to her soldiers, shouting for her to rejoin the line. For a moment Charles thought she might instead advance to meet them, and she saw the flank behind bristling up as if to rush to join her. One last suicidal rush, to die beside their queen, and oh, how Charles longed to join them. Then Jan Tovis turned her back on the enemy, rejoined her soldiers. The first row of Leosan stepped clear of the wound, another following. They were shouting something, those Leosan, shouting in triumph a single word, but Charles could not make it out. Yedan Derrig's voice rang out above their cries. "All lines! Advance 5!" And there, 4 rows back of the Leosan front rank, a knot of officers, a single figure among them waving his sword, as if to cut down his own people, and they pressed back on all sides. And there, off to the right, another widening swirl of humanity, making space, and there, upon the left, the same. Charles stared, unable to understand what they were. The 3 isolated warriors then dissolved into blinding white light, and the light burgeoned, and inside that light, massive, scaled shapes taking form, the flash of blazing eyes, wings snapping out like galley sails. And the dragon at the center then rose into the air.
"We all end somewhere. We all end here."
As the center ranks rose up to collide with the Leosan front line, Yedan Derrig, with Sergeant Sellows at his side, pushed forward. 5 lines between him and that veering dragon, his only obstacle. But these were the elites, heavily armored, perfectly disciplined. He saw the other 2 soul taken, 1 on each side, but there was nothing he could do about them, not yet. The husked sword howled as he slammed into the front line. The blade was gorged on draconic blood. It had drunk deep the red wine of hound's blood. It had bathed in the life ends of 1,000 Leosan soldiers. Now it shook off the chains of constraint. So swiftly did it slash that Yedan almost lost his grip. He grunted to see the soldier before him cut through, shield, sword, chain, flesh and bone, diagonally down his torso, gore exploding out to the sides. A backswing split open the chests of the man to either side. Like a cestus, Yedan and the soldiers closest to him drove into the Leosan ranks. The husked swords spun, lashed out in blurs, blood sprayed. Yedan was tugged after it, stumbling, at times almost lifted from his feet as the weapon shrieked its glee, slaughtering all that dared stand before it. All at once, there was no one between him and the soul-taken. The wreaths of white fire were pouring off the shining scales, the solid bulk of the dragon rising to fill Yedan Derrig's vision. "Shit, miscalculated. It's going to get clear. Sister, I'm sorry. I'm too late." The head lunged. He leapt. The sword sank deep into the dragon's chest. The creature roared in shock and pain, and then the wings hammered at its sides, scattering Leosan and Sheik alike, and the soul-taken lifted into the air. Hanging from his sword, Yedan scrambled, fought his way onto the dragon's shoulders. He tore his weapon free, cut two-handed into its neck. 20 reaches above the melee, the creature pitched, canted hard, and slammed into Lightfall. The concussion thundered. Yedan Derrig slid down over the dragon's right shoulder, down between it and Lightfall. The dragon's neck bowed, and the jaws plunged down to engulf him. As they closed, the husked sword burst from the top of the dragon's snout. Wings smashing the wall of light, the giant reptile reared its head back, Yedan tumbling free, still gripping the sword. He was caught by the talons of the soul-taken's left foot, the massive claws convulsively clenching. Blood sprayed from the body it held. Again the dragon careered into Lightfall, and this time a wing collapsed under the impact. Twisting, pitching head first, the creature slid downward, slammed into the ground. Yedan Derrig was thrown clear, his body a shattered mess, and where he fell, he did not move. At his side, the husked sword howled its rage. The journey through the forest by Rake's last 3 soul-taken, Korlat, Prazek Ghoul, and Dathanar Fandoris, had been as savage as fighting a riptide. Selana was among the most ancient of all living Elent. Her will tore at them, drove them to their knees again and again. Selana called upon them, called them by name, sought her own summoning. Still, they managed to resist, but Korlat knew that to shift into draconic form would simply make it worse, the blood of the Elent awakening in each of them, chaos unfurling in their souls like the deadliest flower. At the same time, she knew that there was soul-taken at the first shore. She could feel them. And what could the Sheik do against such creatures?
Only die.
The Leosan soul-taken would be able to resist Selana, at least for a time, or perhaps indeed they could even defy her, if their own storm, when it broke upon this world, was strong enough, and she feared it would be.
This is not the taste of 1 or 2 soul-taken. No, gods, how many are there?
Kolat,
gasped Dathanar.
I know, but we have no choice, do we?
Prazek spat behind her and said,
"Better to die in Karkanos than anywhere else."
Korlat agreed. As they reached the rise, they saw a frenzied battle at the wound in Lightfall, and the Leosan soldiers now pouring from that breach vastly outnumbered the defenders. They saw a man do battle with a dragon rising skyward, saw 2 Leosan warriors veering to join their winged kin. They did not hesitate. Darkness bloomed, erupted like black smoke underwater, and 3 black dragons rose above the strand. As they closed, 8 more Leosan veered, and the air filled with the roars of dragons. Jan Tovis dragged herself over corpses, trying to reach her brother's horrifyingly motionless form. The 2 witches were taking the last from her. She felt each sorcerous wave they lashed into the flanking dragons, heard the soul-taken screaming in pain and outrage, and knew that all of it was not enough. But they were stealing from her this one last act, this journey of love and grief, and the unfairness of that howled in her heart. Soldiers fought around her, sought to protect their fallen queen. Bodies fell to either side. It seemed that the Leosan were now everywhere, The shake and leathery lines had buckled, companies driven apart, hacked at from all sides. And still he seemed 1,000 leagues away. Draconic sorcery detonated. The bed of bodies beneath her lifted as one, and then fell back with a sound like a drum, and Jan Tovis felt a sudden absence.
Squish, she's dead.
A trickle of strength returned to her, and she resumed pulling herself along. Her bones were rattling to some distant sound, or was it inside her?
Yes, inside, yet still distant, as far away as hope, and that is a shore I will never reach.
It shook through her, shook even the corpses beneath her, and those to the sides. 2 stood to either side of her, 2 of her own, the last 2, fighting. She did not have to look to know who they were. The love filling all the empty spaces inside her now could take them in, like flavors. Brevity, who imagined that her friend Pithy was still with her, still fighting for the dignity they had always wanted, the dignity they'd once thought they could cheat and steal their way to find. Charles, sweet, young, ancient Charles, who knew nothing of fighting, who knew only that she had failed to save her brothers, and would not fail again. There were all kinds of love, and, with wonder, she realized that she now knew them all. Before her, 5 simple paces away, could she walk, lay the body of her brother. Another concussion.
Polly, I am sorry. There is no glory in dying young, unless you were old first.
No witches now to steal her strength. She lifted herself up onto her hands and knees and made for Yedan. As she drew up alongside, she saw the hand nearer her move. Pulled herself up, knelt at his side, looked down into his face, the only part of him that had not been chewed and crushed beyond recognition. She saw his lips moving, leaned close.
"Beloved brother," she whispered, "it is Jan." "I see it," he whispered. "What do you see?" "I see it, Jan. It's there, right before me."
His broken lips smiled.
"Yedan? At last," he sighed. "I am home."
Their queen and the body of their prince, they were now an island upon the sea, and the last of them gathered round to hold its ever-shrinking shoreline. And above it all, 3 black dragons warred with 10 white dragons, and then there were only 2 against 10. Surrounding the island and its shore, the Leosan pushed in on waves of steel and fury. Theirs was the hunger of the ocean, and that was a hunger without end. But the ground trembled, it shivered, and the source of that steady, drumming thunder was coming ever closer. Leaning like a drunk on the dais, Nimander struggled for a way through this. It would seem that he had to veer, and soon, and then he would have to somehow resist Silana's will. He would have to fight her, try to kill her. But he knew he would fail. She would send his own kin against him, and the horror of the blood that would then spill was too much to bear. Sandalath Drukorlat still sat on the throne, muttering under her breath. "I could kill her. After all, do I not already have Tist Andi blood on my hands? And then, should we by some miracle prevail here, why, a usurper could take this throne. That too has been done before. And the new kingdom of Carcanus shall be born in the ashes of murder. Yes, I could do that. But look upon her, Nimander. She does not even remember you. In her madness, I am my father. Sandalath, do you truly not remember? Withal and I, we lied to you. A terrible accident, the suicide that never was. Shall I lie to you again? No, I cannot." There were ghosts in this palace, in this very room. He had never before felt such palpable presence, as if countless ages had awakened to this moment, as if all of the fallen had returned to witness the end of every dream. "Upsalara," he whispered, "I need you." Came an answering whisper,
"It's not her you need."
Smiling down on the broken form of Anamander Rick, Sandalath slowly drew her dagger.
"But he doesn't have the sword. He hasn't done what he vowed to do. How can I kill him now? Look at him, though. This thing, Against mighty Draconis? Impossible. I suspected it, back on the island. That broken window, the body lying on the cobbles. How few his followers then, how pathetic his lack of control. A new voice spoke. Orphantal will die if you do not release Silana. Sandalath looked up. Her eyes widened. A ghost stood before her, where Anamanda, in that bold, deceitful moment of bluster, had been a moment earlier. A woman, young, and she knew her. No, I do not. I will not. I refuse. How can my thoughts summon? Silana? Who was speaking of her? Was it me? To the ghost standing before her, she growled, I do not know you. Smiling, the ghost said, But you do. You knew me all too well, as I recall. I am Fayed. My brother, and she gestured down to Anamanda, is of such honor that he would rather give you your end, here and now, than hurt you further. Nor will he threaten you with what he cannot do in any case, no matter what the cost, to his people, to those doomed humans upon the first shore. I only want my son, Sandalath whispered. He took him, and I want him back. This is not Anamanda Rake, Fayed said. This is his son. How can you not remember Sandalath Rukolat? Upon the islands, across the vast seas, you took us in as if we were your children. Now Nimanda is here, begging you to release Silana, to end the destruction of Karkanas. Sandalath sneered. I can taste lies. They fill this room. 10,000 lies built this keep, stone by stone. Remember what Galan said? At the roots of every great empire you will find 10,000 lies. But he was not blind then, was he? I never trusted you, Fayed. But you trusted Nimanda. She blinked. Nimanda? You are right. He does not lie. What a damned fool! Just like his father, and see where it has got us. Your son Orphantal will die, Sandalath Rukolat, unless you release Silana. Orphantal, bring him to me. I will, once you relinquish the throne and all the power it grants you. Once you free Silana from your will. She licked her lips, studied the ghost's strangely flat eyes. I remember those eyes, the knowing in them, knowing that I knew the truth of her, Fayed, venal, conscienceless. You are the liar among us. Fayed cocked her head, smiled. I never liked you, it's true, but I never lied to you. Now, do you want to see your son or not? This is what I offer. She stared at the ghost and then looked down at Anoman. No, Nimanda. You have never lied to me, Nimander. Does your sister speak true? Do not ask him, Fayed snapped. This negotiation is between you and me. Sandalath, you of all people should understand what is going on here. You know the way of hostages. Orphantal is not a hostage. Events have changed things. There are new powers here. That is not fair. Fayed's laugh stabbed like a knife. The hostage whimpers at the unfairness of it all. Don't. Oh, shall I show some mercy then? Stop it. Very well, said Fayed. I will give you this gift. Retire to the chamber in the tower, Sandalath. You know the one. Lock the door from within so that no one else may enter. Remain there. Await your son. And when he comes, why, then you can unlock your door, to take him into your arms. My room, my sweet, perfect room. If I wait there, if I hide there, everything will be all right. Tears streamed down Sandalath's face. Yes, she whispered. My son. Will you yield the throne? Fayed asked. It must be now. Once you have done that, then you can go to your room, Sandalath, where you will be safe and where you can wait for him. There was no end, it seemed, to what could spill down from her eyes.
She rose, the dagger falling to clatter on the stones.
My room, yes. It's safe there. I have the lock there at the door, the lock to keep me safe. Silana, hear me. I will see my son. They will bring him to me. But first I must release you. Elent, you are free. And soon we will all be free, all of us hostages. We will finally be free.
After Sandalas Drukolat, making sounds like an excited child, had rushed from the throne room, Nimander looked across at the ghost of Fayed, who stared back expressionless.
I vowed to haunt you, my brother, my killer, to torment you for the rest of your days. Instead, you deliver me home.
His eyes narrowed on her, suspicious, as he knew he would always be with this one.
Join your kin, Nimander. There is little time.
What of you? He demanded. Fayed seemed to soften before his eyes.
A mother will sit in a tower awaiting her son. She will keep the door locked. She will wait for the sound of boots upon the stairs. I go to keep her company.
Fayed, the ghost smiled.
Shall we call this penance, brother?
Blows rang, skittered off his armor, and beneath the banded ribbons of iron, the scales and the chain, his flesh was bruised, split, and crushed. Withal swung his mace, even as a spear point gouged a score above the rim of his helm, twisting his head round. He felt a shield shatter beneath his attacking blow, and someone cried out in pain. Half blinded, blood was now streaming down the inside of his helm, clouding the vision of his left eye. He pushed forward to finish the Leosan. Instead, he was shield-bashed from the side. Stumbling, tripping in a tangle of dead limbs, withal fell. Now I'm in trouble. A Leosan loomed over him, thrust down with his sword. A strange black flash blocking the blow, a blur, and the Leosan howled in agony, toppling back. Crouching now over withal, a half-naked woman, her muscles sheathed in sweat, an obsidian knife in one hand, dripping blood. She leaned close, her face pressing against the visor's bars. Thief? What? What? My armor! You stole it! I didn't know. But you stood long, and there's more standing ahead, so get off your ass! She grasped him by the collar of his hauberk, and with one hand pulled him to his feet, withal staggered for balance, brought his shield round and readied the mace. They were surrounded, fighting to the last. Overhead, two black dragons, where in Hood's name did they come from, were at the center of a storm of white and gold-hued dragons. They were torn, shredded, hissing like gutted cats, lashing out in fury even as they were being driven down and down. The half-naked woman fought beside him with serpentine grace, her ridiculous obsidian knives whispering out like black tongues, returning wet with blood. Confusion roared through withal. This woman was a stranger, but that was impossible. Through the grill of his visor he shouted, "Who in Hood's name are you?" Charles sank back, knees folding, and suddenly she was lying on the ground. Figures crowded above her, twisted faces, thrusting spear shafts, feet fighting for purchase. She'd lost her sword, and blood was welling from somewhere below her ribcage. Her fumbling fingers probed, found a puncture that went in and in.
Ah, I am slain.
Can you breathe? Take a breath, woman. A deep breath, and that's an order.
Captain?
You heard me.
Charles couldn't see her, somewhere behind her head, and her voice was barely recognizable, but who else would it be? Who else could it be? The ground trembled beneath her. Where was that trembling coming from? Like 1,000 iron hearts, beating. She drew fetid air into her lungs, deeper and deeper still.
Captain, I can breathe.
Then you'll live. Get up. I want you with me, till the end, you understand?
Charles tried to sit up, sank back in gasping pain.
Been stabbed, Captain.
That's how you get into this damned club. Stand up, damn you!
She rolled onto her side, easier this way to draw up her legs, to make her way to her hands and knees. Brevity was gasping out words.
Girl without a friend. Nothing worse. Know what happens when a girl's got no friend?
No, Captain.
They get married.
Charles saw a sword nearby. A corpse was gripping it. She reached out and prized the weapon free.
All right, Captain, she said. I'll be your friend.
Till the end?
Till the end.
Swear it.
I swear. I swear.
A hand reached under an armpit, lifted her up.
Steady now, love. Let's go kill us some men.
Zevgan Drools had killed his debt-holder, and then the bastard's whole family. Then he had burned down the estate, and with it all the records of the hundreds of families swindled into indebtedness by a man who thought he had the right to do whatever he damn well pleased, with as many lives as he could chain and shackle. Zevgan had gone on to burn down the bank, and then the Hall of Records. Well, only half of it, to be sure, but the right half. Not that anyone could prove a single thing, because he was no fool. Still, enough suspicions ended up crowding his feet, enough to get him sent to the prison islands, where he'd spent the last 21 years of his life, until the Exodus, until the March, until this damned shore. Too old to fight in the ranks, he now knelt on the berm overlooking the first shore, alongside a dozen or so others in the Children's Guard. The lame, the ancient, the half-blind, and the half-deaf. Behind them, huddled in the gloom of the forest edge, all the young uns and the pregnant women, and those too old, or, of late, too badly wounded to do any more fighting, and there were lots of those. Zevgan and his crew, and the 10 or so other squads, waited to give their lives defending the children of the Sheikh and the Lethery Islanders, the children and those others, but it was the children Zevgan kept thinking about. Well, it wouldn't be much of a defense, he knew. They all knew it, in fact. But that didn't matter. Why should it? Those are children behind us, looking up to us with those scared eyes. What else counts? Mixter Frill pushed up closer beside him, wiping at his nose.
So, you're confessing, are you?
You heard me,
Zevgan replied.
I did it, all of it, and I'd do it again, too. In fact, if they hadn't have stuck me on that island, I would never have stopped. I would have burned down all the banks, all the halls of records, all the fat estates with their fat lenders and their fat wives and husbands and fat whatevers.
You murdered innocents, Zev, is what you did. They should have hung you.
Hung, tortured, turned me inside out, roasted my balls and diced up my cock. Aye, Mix. Errant knows, messing with how things are made up for the people in power. Why, there's no more heinous crime than that, and they'd be the first to tell you, too.
Look at them dying out there, Zev.
I'm looking, Mix.
And where next?
Where next, aye, and that's why I'm confessing. You see, it's my last laugh. At 'em all, right? Ain't strangled, ain't inside out, ain't ball roasted, ain't dick diced.
Mix said something, but with all the noise, Zev couldn't make it out. He twisted to ask, but then he saw on all sides figures rushing past. And there were swords and that raging forest behind them, with all that deafening noise that had been getting closer and closer, and now was here. Mix was shouting, but Zev just stared. Skin black as ink, tall buggers, all manner of weapons out, hammering the rims of shields, and the look in their faces as they threaded through the camp where all the children huddled and stared, where the pregnant women flinched and shied, the look on their faces. I know that look. I saw it in the mirror. I saw it in the mirror. The night I took 'em all down. The 2 black dragons would not last much longer. It was a wonder they still lived, still fought on. Leaving them to his kin, Khadgar Fant descended to fly low over the shore. He could see the last of the hated enemy going down to the swords and spears of the elites. They were surrounded, those wretched murderers, stupidly protecting their leaders, the dead one and the woman kneeling at his side. Soon he would land. He would semble. Khadgar wanted to be there when that woman was the only one left. He wanted to cut her head off with his own hands. Was she the queen of all Carcanis? He believed she was. He had to acknowledge her bravery, to come down to the first shore to fight alongside her people. But not all bravery was worthy of reward, or even acknowledgement, and the only reward he intended for this woman was a quick death.
But a squalid one. Maybe I'll just choke the life from her.
This realm was thick with smoke, distant forests alight, and Khadgar wondered if the enemy sought to deny him the throne by perniciously burning the city to the ground. He could easily imagine such perfidy from this sort. "But I will rebuild, and I will loose the light upon this realm, scour away the darkness, the infernal shadows. Something new will be born of this, an age of peace, blessed peace." He saw one of the black dragons spin past, pursued by two of his kin. That one, he knew, was moments from death. "Aparal, you should never have gone through first. You knew he would be waiting for you." But his brother, his most loyal servant and friend, was now assembled, a lone, motionless body lying at the foot of Lightfall. From this height, pathetically small, insignificant. And this was improper. He would raise a monument to Aparal's sacrifice, to the glory of his slaying the wielder of the husked sword. There, at the base of Lightfall itself, he would. Black as midnight, a tide was flooding out from the forest edge below. Khadgar stared in horror as it rushed across the strand and slammed into his Leosan legions. "Tist Andi!" He wheeled, crooked his wings, awakening the sorcery within him, and sped down towards his hated foes. "I will kill them! I will kill them all!" Something spun past him in a welter of blood and gore, one of his kin, torn to shreds. Khadgar screamed, twisted his neck, and glared upward. To see a red dragon, a true Elaint, twice the size of his kin, close upon a brother soul-taken. Fire poured from it in a savage wave, struck the white dragon. The body exploded in a fireball, torn chunks of meat spinning away, trailing smoke. And now more black dragons sailed down from the sky. He saw two descend on the kin that had been pursuing the lone dragon, saw them crash down on them in a deluge of fangs and claws. The lone hunter below them banked then, and, wings thundering the air, rose towards Khadgar. Against him she would not last. Too wounded, too weakened, he would destroy her quickly, and then return to aid his kin. "This cannot end this way! It must not!" Like a fist of stone, something hammered down on him. He shrieked in agony and rage as enormous talons tore ragged furrows deep across his back. Jaws snapped down, crushed one of his wings. Helpless Khadgar plunged earthward. He struck the strand in a shower of crushed white bone, skidding and then rolling, slamming up against the unyielding wall of Lightfall. The sand pelted down, filling his ragged wounds. Far overhead, the death cries of his kin. 1,000 paces away, the battle at the breach. He was alone, hurt, broken. Khadgar assembled, dragged himself into a sitting position, setting his back to Lightfall, and watched the black dragon that had been rising to meet him now landing 30 paces away, shedding blood like rain. High overhead, the red Elaint killed another of his soul-taken kin, taking hold of it like a small bird, ripping its limbs off, crushing its skull in its massive jaws. Before him she had assembled, and now she walked towards him. Khadgar closed his eyes. "My people, my people." The sound of her boots. He looked up. She had a knife in one hand. "My people," he said. She showed him a red smile. "Your people." He stared up at her. "Give me your name, Leosan." "I am Khadgar Fant, Lord of Light." "Lord of Light." "I call upon the ancient custom of hostage." "We have no need of hostages. Your army is destroyed, Lord." "I will speak for the Leosan. There shall be peace." The woman nodded. "Yes, there shall be peace. Lord Khadgar Fant, on behalf of the Tist Andi, welcome to darkness." The knife flashed up towards his eye, a sudden sting of pain, and then... Korlat stared down at the dead man, at her knife, pushed to the hilt in his right eye socket, and then she stepped back, turned away. At the breach, her Tist Andi kin was slaughtering the last of the Leosan. They had driven them back to the wound itself, and when the enemy retreated into the miasma, she saw ranks of Andi follow. There would be an end to this.
An end.
Overhead, Nimander and his kin were descending, along with Prazek. Dathanar had fallen earlier. Korlat had felt her death cry, and its howl still echoed in her soul. Silana remained high overhead, wheeling like a huntress. Not one of the Leosan soul-taken remained. She looked down the strand, eyes narrowing at the motley remnants of the Sheikh, 300-400 at the most, now hunched over, slumping, some falling in a ragged circle surrounding a kneeling figure. Her gaze drifted momentarily from this company of survivors, travelled over the solid carpet of bodies spreading out on all sides, and slowly the magnitude of the slaughter here upon the first shore found resolution.
Gods below.
She set out for those survivors, a woman dripping blood from too many wounds to count, and beneath her feet, in a steady drizzle, crimson rain. Impossibly, the sound was gone, and the silence now surrounding them had thickened. Withal knelt, bent over, struggling to find his breath, but some blow had broken ribs, and he was afraid to move, afraid to inhale too deeply. A half-naked woman settled down beside him, tortured him by leaning against him.
Now that was a fight, thief, and for you, maybe not over.
He was having trouble with his eyes. The blood was drying, seeking to close them up. Not over?
If you don't give that armor back, I will have to kill you.
He reached up, dragged his helm free, and let it tumble from his hands.
It's yours. I never want to see it again.
Ill words, she chided. It saved your life 12 times this day.
She was right in that. Still,
I don't care.
Look up, man. It's the least you can do.
But that was too hard.
No. You did not see them here from the beginning. You did not see them die. How long have they been fighting? Weeks? Months? Forever?
I can see the truth of that.
They weren't soldiers.
I beg to differ.
They weren't soldiers!
Look up, old man. In the name of the fallen, look up.
And so he did. He and the Sheikh, the Lethery, the Queen Yan Tobis, Twilight, these few hundred were surrounded once more. But this time those facing them were Tist Andi, in their thousands, and not one was standing. Instead they knelt, heads bowed, withal twisted round, made to rise.
I'm not the one needs to see this.
But the woman beside him caught his arm, forcibly pulled him back down.
No,
she said, like him looking across to Yan Tovis, who still knelt over the body of her brother, and who still held shut her eyes, as if she could hold back all the truths before her.
Not yet.
He saw Sergeant Sellows sitting near the Queen, the husked sword balanced across his thighs. He too seemed unable to look up, to see anything beyond his inner grief. And all the others, blind to all that surrounded them.
Oh, will not one of you look up? Look up and see those who have witnessed all that you have done. See how they honor you. But no, they are past such things now. Past them.
A group of Tist Andi approached from up the strand. Something familiar there. Withal's eyes narrowed, and then he hissed a curse and climbed to his feet. Nimanda, Skintic, Desra, Nananda. But these were not the frail creatures he had once known.
If they ever were what I thought they were, if it was all hidden away back then, it is hidden no more. But Aranatha, Kedavis?
Withal, said Nimanda, his voice hoarse, almost broken.
You found your people,
Withal said, the head cocked.
And you yours.
But that notion hurt him deep inside, and he would not consider it. Shaking his head, he said,
The Sheikh and the Lethery Islanders, Nimanda, see what they have done. They held the first shore.
And Withal now understood that hoarseness, all the broken edges of Nimanda's voice. Tears were streaming down his cheeks. For all that he had seen, that he must have seen, for surely he numbered among the black dragons of this strand, this battle. Nimanda turned as another Tist Andi staggered close, a woman, half her clothes torn away, her flesh flensed and gashed.
Corlat, she did what was needed. She saw reason. Will you go to your mother now?
I will not.
Withal saw Nimanda's sudden frown.
She sits upon the throne of Karkanas, Corlat. She must be made to know that her daughter has returned to her.
Corlat's eyes shifted slowly, fixed upon the kneeling form of Yan Tobis.
Her son was the only child that ever mattered to my mother, Nimander, and I failed to protect him. She set that one charge upon me, to protect her son.
But you are her daughter. Korlat raised her voice.
Twilight, Queen of the Sheik, look upon me.
Slowly, Jan Tovis lifted her gaze. Korlat spoke.
I have no place in the palace of my mother, the Queen of Karkanas. In ancient times, Highness, there stood at your side a sister of night. Will you take me? Will you take Korlat, daughter of Sandalas Drukorlat?
Jan Tovis frowned. Her gaze wandered from the Tist Andi woman standing before her, wandered out to the kneeling Tist Andi, and then, at last, to the huddle of her own people, her so few survivors. And then, as if borne by an impossible strength, she climbed to her feet, brushed feebly at the sand clinging to her bloody clothes, straightened.
Korlat, daughter of Sandalas Drukorlat, the sister of night in the house of the Sheik is not for one of the pure blood. Forgive me, Queen, but my blood is not pure.
Jan Tovis paused and then continued.
The blood of the Alaint, Queen, my blood is not pure.
Withal suddenly comprehended Korlat's meaning. Cold dread curled in his chest. No, Korlat will have no place in the palace of Queen Sandalas Drukorlat. And how was it, after all that had happened here on the first shore, that his heart could still break one more time? Oh, sand. Jan Tovis spoke.
Korlat, daughter of Sandalas Drukorlat, I welcome you into the house of the Sheik. Sister of night, come to me.
One more time.
What are you doing?
Charles asked. She was lying down on the ground again, with no memory of how she'd got there.
Plugging the hole in your gut,
Brevity said.
Am I going to die?
Not a chance. You're my new best friend, remember? Speaking of which, what's your name?
Charles tried to lift herself up, but there was no strength left in her. She had never felt so weak. All she wanted to do was close her eyes and sleep. Someone was shaking her.
Don't you leave me alone!
Her body felt chained down, and she wanted free of it.
I never knew how to fight.
No, I can't bear this, don't you understand? I can't bear to see you die!
I'm sorry. I wasn't brave enough for any of this. My brothers, they died years ago, you see. It was only my stubbornness, my guilt. I couldn't let them go. I brought them with me, and those two boys I found, they didn't mind the new names I gave them. Orus, Cassel. I couldn't stop them dying. It was hunger, that's all. When you have no land, no way through, when they just step over you in the street. I did my best. We were not good enough. They said so, that look in their eyes, stepping over us. We just weren't good enough, not clever enough, not brave enough. Cassel was 4 when he died. We left him in the alley behind Skadans. I found a bit of sacking. I put it over his eyes. Orus asked why, and I said it was what they did at funerals. They did things to the body. But why? He asked. I said I didn't know. When Orus died a month later, I found another piece of cloth. I put it over his eyes. Another alley, another funeral. They were so little.
Someone was crying, a sound of terrible soul-crushing anguish. But she herself was done with that.
Let the chains fall away, and for my eyes a cloth. It's what they do.
With the Sister of Cold Nights standing close, Jan Tovis sat once more beside the body of her brother. She looked down on his face, wondering what seemed so different about it now, wondering what details had now arrived, here in death, that made it seem so peaceful. And then she saw. The muscles of his jaw were no longer taut, bunched by that incessant clench, and suddenly he seemed young, younger than she'd ever seen him before.
Yedan Derek, you are beautiful.
From all sides, she now heard, there rose a keening sound. Her Sheik and her Lethery were now mourning for their fallen prince. She let the sound close round her like a shroud.
Welcome home, then, brother.
Chapter 20. We stood watching the bodies tumbling and rolling down the broad steps. Half the city was on fire, and out in the farm holdings terrified slaves were dragging the diseased carcasses into enormous heaps, while lamplighters wearing scarves poured oil and set alight the mountains of putrid flesh, until the black columns marched like demons across the land. In the canals the corpses were so thick we saw a filthy boy eschew the bridge for a wild scramble, but he only made it halfway before falling in, and the last we saw of him was a small hand waving desperately at the sky before it went down. Most of the malformed and wizened babies had already been put to death, as much an act of mercy as any kind of misplaced shame, though there was plenty about which we rightly should be ashamed, and who would dare argue that? The animals were gone, the skies were empty of life, the waters were poisoned, and where paradise had once beckoned, now desolation ruled, and it was all by our own righteous will. The last pair of politicians fell with hands around each other's throat, trailed by frantic toadies and professional apologists looking for a way out, though none existed, and soon they too choked on their own shit. As for us, well, we leaned our bloodied pikes against the plinths of the toppled monument facing those broad steps, sat down in the wreckage, and discussed the weather. Sadakar's account, the fall of Inderus. The sun had set. The boy, awake at last, tottered into the Kundril camp. He held his arms as if cradling something. He heard the woman's cries. It was impossible not to, and all the Kundril had gathered outside a tent, even as the rest of the army pushed itself upright like a beast more dead than alive, to begin another night of marching. He stood, listening. There was the smell of blood in the air. War Leader Gaul could hear his wife's labor pains. The sound filled him with horror. Could there be anything crueler than this?
To deliver a child into this world. By the fall of Coltane, have we not shed enough tears? Do we not bear their scars as proof?
He sought to roll over in his furs, wanting none of this, but he could not move. As if his body had died this day, and he but crouched inside it.
Born to a dying mother, who gathers round her now? Shelamassa, the last of the surviving shoulder women. But there are no daughters, no sons with their wives. And there is not me, and with this child, this last child, for the first time I will not witness my wife giving birth.
A knife pressed against his cheek. Jastara's voice hissed in his ear.
If you do not go to her now, Gaul, I will kill you myself. I cannot. For the coward you are, I will kill you. Do you hear me, Gaul? I will make your screams drown out the world, even your wife's cries. Or do you forget? I am Semk. This whole night I will make it your eternal torment. You will beg for release, and I shall deny it. Then do it, woman. Does not the father kneel before the mother? In the time of birth, does he not bow to the strength he himself does not possess? Does he not look into the eyes of the woman he loves, only to see a power strange and terrible? How it does not even see him, how it looks past, or no, how it looks within? Does not a man need to be humbled? Tell me, Gaul, that you refuse to see that again, one final time in your life. Witness it!
He blinked up at her. The knife point had dug deep, now grazing the bone of his cheek. He felt the blood running down to drip from the line of his jaw, the rim of his ear.
"The child is not mine," he whispered.
But it is, you fool. Can't you see that? It will be the last Kundril child, the last of the burned tears. You are War Leader Gaul. It shall be born, and it shall look up into your face. How dare you deny it that?
His breath was coming in gasps.
Do I have this left in me? Can I find the strength she demands of me? I have lost so much, so much. This is our final night, Gaul. Be our war leader one last time. Be a husband. Be a father.
A feeble, trembling hand fumbled with the furs covering him. He caught its movement, wondered at it. My own? Yes. Groaning, he struggled to sit up. The knife slipped away from his bloody cheek. He stared across at Jastara. My son did well by you. Her eyes went wide. The color left her face. She shrank back. Gaul pushed the furs away, reached for his weapon belt. Summoned by a mother's cries, Badal walked with her children. Sadik stumbled at her side. They were all closing in like an indrawn breath. The army was on the move. She had not believed these soldiers capable of rising yet again to face the wastes ahead. She did not understand the source of strength they had found, the hard will in their eyes, nor did she understand the way they looked at her and Sadik, and at the other children of the snake.
As if we have been made holy, as if we have blessed them, when the truth is, it is they who have blessed us, because now we children will not have to die alone. We can die in the arms of men and women who for that moment become our fathers, our mothers.
But here in the Kundral camp, a new child was about to come into the world. When she arrived, the clawed warriors surrounded the birth tent. She saw the corpse of a horse nearby and walked over to stand upon it. Her children saw, and they faced her, for they knew what was coming. Looking down, she met Sadik's shining eyes and nodded. Badal awakened her voice.
There is a mother this night.
Warriors turned to her. They had no choice. She would make them listen, if only to give them the one thing that she had left.
Where it all began, so it ends. This is what I have, the only thing I ever had, words. There is a mother this night, in the desert of dreams, beneath stars burned blind, and soldiers must march where she leads them on the dead trail. By this truth we are all bound, past the bodies left in the ditch. She looks up where we fail, and the sky is without end. Follow her, for the time of our birth is a birth still to come. There is a mother this night who leads an army of children. What will you ask of her when dawn awakens? What will you demand of her that she would give if only she could? There is a mother in the night for a child lost in the dark.
Faces stared up at her, but she could make no sense of what she saw in them, and she could barely remember the words she had just spoken. But when she looked down at Sadik, he nodded, to tell her that he had them, gathered like the toys in the sack dangling from one hand.
And when he is a man, he will write this down, all of this, and one night a stranger will find him, a poet, a singer of tales and a whisperer of songs. He will come in search of the fallen. Like a newborn child, he will come in search of the fallen. Sadik, you will not die here, not for many, many years. How do I know this? And the woman who sleeps in the other room, who has loved you all her life, who is she? I would see that, if I could.
The mother's cries were softer now. A man appeared, walked through the silent crowd that parted from his path, strode into the tent. Moments later, the mother inside was weeping, a sound that filled the world, that made Badal's heart pound. And then a small, pitiful wail. Badal sensed someone standing near her. She turned to see the adjunct.
Mother,
Badal said,
you should be leading your children.
Did you truly think I would miss this? Sighing, Badal stepped down from the carcass of the horse, reached out and took the adjunct's hand. She flinched as if stung, stared down at Badal as if in shock. Don't do that, she said.
Mother, when will you let yourself feel?
The adjunct backed away, and moments later she was gone, lost in the crowd. If it made a path for her, Badal couldn't see it.
There is a mother this night, she whispered, but to her the stars are blind.
Korik reached up, and with one finger probed the line of his gums. When he withdrew the finger and looked down, he saw that it was smeared with blood. And that was a good joke. He was dying of thirst, just like all the others, But he'd been drinking his own blood for 2 days now. Wiping his finger clean on his thigh, he glanced over at the others. Smiles was going to outlast them all. Women were stronger in ways no man dared admit, but then they had to be. There was more blood running down the back of his nose. He could never quite manage to get his throat clear of it, no matter how many times he swallowed.
They had to be. A house of horrors. I saw all I ever needed to see. Better than any tutor's endless droning on about history. Better than all the sages and prophets and agitators and rebels. Aye, those ones made fists and shook them, punching walls at the injustice of it all. But those walls, they were just the boxes they'd built for themselves, the boxes they lived in. They could never see past. And for most of them, that box was their whole world. They had no idea there was anything outside it. But the whores knew. Laughter for the moment, but take the stretch of years and it's all heartbreak. A woman gives up her body when she has nothing else left to give. She gives it up like a man his last copper. In a whore's eyes, you'll find everything that we do to each other. Everything.
He'd killed a fellow Bonehunter last night, a man trying to steal an empty cask. But he wasn't thinking about that damned face so twisted with need, or the sigh that left the man on that last breath. No, he was thinking about whores.
They could have schooled me in shame, but they didn't. And now, God's help me, I wish they had.
Because then he would understand what it was that forced his comrades back to their feet, that gave them the strength to pick up their gear one more time, knees bending under that weight.
The Malazan soldier carries on his back all that's needed for war.
Dassem's credo for campaigns.
But what if there's no war? What if the enemy is inside you? And what if this burden doesn't belong to just you? What if it belongs to a whole damned world? What then?
He'd listened to that captain, Ruthen Gad, lying dry-skinned in the unbearable heat, shivering beneath the last blanket he still owned. He heard about the boy and the girl and the toys spilled out on the ground between them. They'd forgotten the word, toys. But even finding it again hadn't helped much, because they'd also forgotten how to play.
There's a secret few would guess. In a house of whores, the love for children is as close to sacred as a mortal can get. Too precious to mock, because every whore remembers the child she once was. Maybe they were sad memories, maybe they were bittersweet, but it was all before the last thing was given away. So they know. It's innocence that is sacred, nothing else.
On holy days, priests used to incite mobs to stone whores. No one would go out. He remembered all the women hiding in their rooms, speaking only in whispers lest some sound escape past the shutters or out under the door. And he used to cower with them, terrified, and on those days he came to learn a hatred for priests, for temples, for all those hunters of the unworthy.
So, crippled God, fallen one, if I could kill you with my bare hands, I would. If I could kill every priest and every god, and all those others stalking the streets with stones in their hands, I would. For the whores and all you took from them, and for the children.
He rose, shouldering his pack, his useless weapons, his useless armor, and faced the others, seeing that they too were ready, and when Tar gestured, they fell in one by one.
One more night, in the name of innocence.
Bottle's joints were on fire. Swollen and red, they made every step agony. Since when was a story enough to keep someone alive, no matter how heartbreaking, no matter how tragic, no matter how incensed the listener might become? The world lacked such simplicity. He'd never believed in speeches, was ever suspicious of that power to incite. Dreams could be voiced, desires could be uttered, and then whispered back with fervor, but in the end most people eventually turned away, and the crowd dispersed, and it was back home and getting on with living. For all the boldness of believers on the front line, when the fires ebbed and no one was looking, it was time again to hide away. But maybe we need that, our little hole to climb down into, for some respite where all the clamoring voices in your head can just die away, for blessed silence. And the ones who never get to that, who are so consumed they can find nowhere to hide, no place to rest, see what happens to them, see the fever in their eyes. They have made their lives torture. They have made the voice of their spirit one long unbroken howl. Fevered, aye. He was that and more. Where the walking dead. Fiddler's words, or someone's anyway. Maybe Cuttle. No matter. The walking dead didn't feel pain like this. The walking dead didn't carry on their backs 1,000 questions, questions with no answers. His grandmother was now hobbling beside him. She didn't belong on this trail, in this desert, but there she was. And maybe she wasn't his grandmother at all, just some other wax witch twisting reeds in her arthritic hands, making dolls for the children in the village ahead. Gifts. Charms. I remember you giving them away. Toys, you said, head bobbing. Free toys. And they all ran up to you, laughing. But you wove protections into those dolls, blessings, wards against illness. Nothing powerful, nothing to stop, say, a flash flood or an avalanche. But the father that lashed out with his fists, the uncle who slipped under the blankets in the dead of night, those ones paid for what they did. And the cuts that healed, the fevers that went away. So, grandmother, I'll walk this last walk in your memory. Make me a doll for this pain, and take this child by the hand and tell him again how they will pay for what they did. For years, before her nails were worn down to bloody shreds by all that she clawed at, Smiles had carried a dream, carried it around like a pearl inside a battered shell, of a day in the future when she was a mother, and she'd given birth to twins, 2 girls squalling and hissing the way girls do, playing on the beach under her watchful eye. And then, in a dark, desolate season, with the skies grey and the seas swollen, the older ones would come to her. "The fish are gone," they'd say. "The spirits must be appeased. Choose one, mother, and make of her the gift of our people, our gift to the thirsty waters." And she would walk away, calling her daughters back to the hut. They were low-born, the whole family. Her husband and the father of the twins was gone, maybe dead. It was all down to her. One child to be blessed, the other cursed. Yet arguments could be made as to who was which. She knew all about that. A night of bitter winds, of fires doused by spray, and Smiles would set out, knives in hand, and she would kill every one of those elders, in all their hunger, in all their needs, now that they were too old to fish, now that the only authority they still possessed came with their threats and warnings about angry, vengeful spirits. Aye, she would show them a vengeful, angry spirit, and the gifts it would make to the hungry sea would appease 1,000 spirits of the deep. Those kinds of dreams were honey on the tongue, heady with the juices of pleasure and satisfaction. She suspected such dreams hid in the hearts of everyone, desires for justice, for redress, for a settling of the scales, and, of course, that sour undercurrent of knowledge, that none of it was possible, that so much would rise in opposition, in self-preservation even, to crush that dream, its frail bones, its pattering heart. Even that could not take away the sweet delight, the precious hope. Wells for the coin, league stones for the wreaths, barrows for the widdershins' dance. The world was filled with magical places awaiting wishes, and empires raised lotteries, opened games, sought to lift high heroes among the common folk.
And everyone rushes up with their dreams. But stop, look back. Gods, look around. If all we seek is an escape, what does that say about the world we live in? That village, that city, that life? We are desperate with our dreams. What, oh what, does that say?
So those 2 children had forgotten about toys. She wasn't surprised. She remembered the day she sat with the last dolls she owned. But across from her sat no one. Where was her sister? They'd taken her.
But how can I play? Child, she was taken long ago. You cannot remember what you never had. Go out now and play with Skella. Skella is high-born. She just orders me around. That's the way it is, child. Best you get used to it.
In her dream, she saved murdering Skella for last. Cuttle's brothers had been on the wall when it came down. He remembered his shock. Their city was falling. His brothers had just died defending it. Tengi's soldiers were in the gap, clambering over the wreckage, coming out of the dust, howling like demons. Lessons, then. No wall was impenetrable. and the resolute in spirit could die as easily as could the coward. He would have liked to believe it wasn't like that, none of it, this whole mess, and that children could be left to play and not worry about the life ahead, to play the way he and his brothers had played, unmindful of the irony as they charged each other with wooden swords and fought to defend a midden behind the fishworks, dying one by one like heroes in some imagined last stand, giving their lives to save the swarming flies, the screeching gulls, and the heaps of shells. Where knelt a helpless maiden, or some such thing. Maiden, stolen crown, the jeweled eye of a goddess. They wove fine stories around their deeds, didn't they? In those long winters when it seemed that all the grey, sickly sky wanted to do was collapse down on the whole city, crush it forever, they lived and died their shining epics. A backside kick sent him out from childhood. He'd not forgotten those games, however. They lived with him and would until this, his last damned day. But not for the obvious reasons. Nostalgia was like a disease, one that crept in and stole the colour from the world and the time you lived in. Made for bitter people, dangerous people, when they wanted back what never was. And it wasn't even our innocence back then. We never felt innocent. They spent day after day living older than their years, after all. And no, not even the ties of family blood, those so familiar faces he grew up alongside, and all the safety and protection and comfort they offered. No, those games stayed with him because of something else, something he now understood to have been with him, undying since those days. Maiden, stolen crown, the jeweled eye of a god. Die for a reason, that's all. Cuttle, you're the last brother left who can do this. The others didn't make it, not to this epic's end. So you carry them now, here on your back, those boys with their flushed faces. You carry them. You're carrying them right past their useless deaths on that wall in a war that meant nothing. Take them now to where they need to go. We're going to die for a reason. That's not too much to ask, is it? You should have seen our last stands. They were something. Korab was thinking about Leoman of the Flails. Not that he wanted to, but that evil, lying, murdering bastard was like a friend you didn't want anymore, who just kept showing up with a stupid grin on his ugly face. He was covered in dust, too, and he had no idea why, and no, he didn't care either. That's what came of believing in people. All sorts of people, with their foreheads all hot and burning, and not a drink of water in sight. The man burned a city to the ground, tried killing 50 million people, too, or however many were in Yucatan when the army broke through and the temple caught fire and the priest's head was rolling around on the floor like a kickball with a face on it. Korab had wanted to be good. He'd grown up wanting that and nothing else. The world was bad and he wanted it to be good. Was that stupid? What was that his tutor used to say after the man had cried himself dry and in his fists were tangled clumps of his own hair? What was his name again? Baldy? He'd look over at young Korab and say, "Good? You don't know the meaning of the word. In fact, you're about the worst student I have ever had the horror of entertaining." That was fine. He didn't entertain very good either, Korab recalled, old Baldy. In fact, he was the most boring man in the whole village, which was why they voted him to teach the young ones. Because the young ones were causing so much trouble getting underfoot, and all the grown-ups decided they needed to be talked at until they turned into motionless lumps and their eyes fell out and rolled like marbles. But those fists holding clumps of hair, that was exciting. Birds could use that for nests. So maybe Baldy really was entertaining when he did his red face thing and bounced around on his stool. Leoman was no better. It was just Korab's luck, all these bad teachers. He remembered the day he made his mother cry. The Gafan brothers had been teasing him for what he couldn't recall, so he'd chased them down, softened them up a bit, and then used a rope he stole from a ragman to tie them all together, wrist to ankle, the four of them, their faces like burst gourds, and dragged them into the house. "Ma, cook these!" Grunter Gafan had shown up to get his children back, had the gall to threaten Korab's mother. And since Kanarab, his father, was still off in the wars, it fell to Korab to stand up to the pig-faced bully. But she'd been cooking a stew in that pot, and besides, once Grunter's head was inside it, there was no more room for the boys. They said he smelled like onions for weeks. It was the spilled supper that made his ma cry. At least that's what Korab worked out, eventually. Couldn't have been anything else, and if they had to move to get away from the Kafan clan, the new neighborhood was nicer anyway. And the day Grunter got killed, well, he should have known better than trying to slide all the way under that wagon, and Korab's kicking him in the head a few times had nothing to do with his tragic end. Nobody liked Grunter anyway, though Korab probably shouldn't have used that for his defense at the trial. So it was the priest pits for young Korab. Cutting limestone wasn't that bad a job, except when people got crushed or coughed their lungs out, spraying blood everywhere. And this was where he started listening to stories people told. Passing the time. It had been a mistake. Of course, if not for the uprising, he'd probably still be there, getting crushed and coughing his lungs out. And the uprising, well, if he looked back on it, that had been the beginning of his own rebellion, which later led him to join the bigger one. All because people told stories about freedom and the days before the Malazans. Stories that probably weren't even true. Leoman of the flails, and Shaik and Toblakai, and all the fanatics, and all the bodies. Nothing good in any of that. When you believe people telling all those lies. Was the adjunct any different? He wasn't sure anymore. He didn't understand all this business about being unwitnessed. That was what he'd been fighting against all his life. But now I got a kickball head, and it's burning up in the sun. And by dawn, we'll all be done with, finished, dead, and no one left to see. Is that what she meant? But what's the point of that? He had been born stubborn, or so everyone said. Maybe it had made for problems in his life, but Tar wasn't one to dwell on them. Here, this night, stubbornness was all he had left. Sergeant to a squad of Marines. He'd never thought he'd make it this far. Not with Fiddler there, taking care of everything that needed taking care of. But now Fid wasn't running this squad anymore. Now it's mine. I'm the one gets to walk it into the ground. I'm the one gets to watch them die like flies on the sill. He planned on being the last to go down. He had his stubbornness, after all, his way of pushing and pushing until he pushed through. He remembered the day they formed up officially in Aran. The chaos, the guarded looks, all the bitching that went on, unruly, unhappy, close to falling apart. Then a few veterans stepped up, Fiddler, Cuttle, Gessler, Stormy, and did what was needed. And that's when I knew that I was going to stick with this, be a soldier. I had them to follow, and that was good enough. It still is. It has to be. Fiddler's up ahead somewhere. Cuttle's right behind me. Only ever had the adjunct as commander, and she's kept me alive this long. She wants another march, she'll get it. No questions, no complaining. He twisted round, glad at his squad. First one falls, I will personally curse to the 13 gates of the abyss. Am I understood? That calls for a drink, said Cuttle. The others laughed. It wasn't much of a laugh, but for Tar it was good enough. They'll make it through this night. Past that, I won't ask them for a damned thing, unless I need to. Himble Thrupp had picked up a new name, Shorthand. He liked it. The old family line of Thrupps, well, his brothers were welcome to it. That long, ropey thing tying him to where he'd come from, and who he'd been, well, he'd just cut it. Gone. All the shit going one way, all the shit going back the other way. The rotted birth cord no Thrupp dared touch. Snick! Gone! Good riddance! Shorthand it is, on account of my short hands, you see. A damned giant lizard took 'em. No, boys, it's all true. A giant lizard. Chain camels, they was called, but we called 'em stumpies on account of their tails. This was back when I was a heavy. I don't look like a heavy, I know that. But it ain't just size makes a heavy. In fact, I know a Dalhanese heavy no bigger than a toad, and no prettier either. It's all attitude. Just look at the ones hauling those ropes, the ones just up ahead. What in Hood's name are they doing, dragging these wagons? It don't matter. They're heavies, and someone told them. All these wagons, and so that's what they're doing. You see? Attitude. Aye, we stopped 'em cold, those stumpies. They swung high, we ducked low. They gave us the blade, we gave 'em the shield. That's how it's done. True, I won't lie, not many of us left. We was outnumbered, badly outnumbered. These days,
I'm working for Master Sergeant Lieutenant Quartermaster Paws. He's just gone back to check on a cracked axle 3 wagons back. Be with us shortly. Me? I'm waiting for our squad of Marines to stand guard, aye. But they had a scrap last night, got cut up a bit, but it never went further since nobody's got the strength to take it further, if you see what I mean. Still, needed some sewing and the like. I'm expecting them any time. The name's Shorthand.
Something hard as stone smashed into the side of his head. Rackle lowered the mace, watched as Stull and Bester dragged the body off to one side. A score or so regulars had looked up at the scuffle, and now watched with dull eyes as they went, their legs dragging them along as if those legs were the last parts of them still working. Rackle wasn't ready to be like that. Hood take 'em all, he wasn't.
"So much for the bodyguard," he said.
Quiet,
Hissed Bester, nodding ahead to the lines of haulers.
Get up on the wagon rack, but go slow and careful. They're going to feel the extra weight no matter what.
Rackle grunted.
"Oaths are past feeling anything best."
But he edged up close to the wagon, reached up one hand and set a foot on the helper, and as the wagon rolled ahead, he let it lift him from the ground, nice and slow, the way Best wanted it. Rackle watched as Stull rejoined Bester, and the two melted away into the gloom. So far, so good. Somewhere in this wagon, probably packed dead center, were Blistig's special casks. Time had come for a drink. He drew himself higher up, leaning against the bales as he did so, reaching for more handholds. That water, he could smell it, close. Paws crawled out from under the wagon.
"Cracked right through,"
he said, climbing to his feet.
"What's in this one?"
he asked the man beside him. The once company cook scratched at his beard.
Some lantern oil, horseshoes, wax, grease.
"Grease? And it didn't occur to you to maybe use some of it on this damned axle?"
We was saving it for when it got real bad, sir.
Aye, maybe that was a mistake.
"All right," Paws sighed. "Cut the haulers loose and send them on. I'll take a closer look at what else is up there."
Aye, sir, but I don't think anybody's going to come back for whatever you think we still need.
Paws looked round. They'd been left behind by the train.
Shit. Even so, there might be a child hiding under the blankets, the way they come crawling out of the unlikeliest of places, or too sick to move.
I'll be on with it then, sir.
Spread the haulers out with the rest.
Aye, sir.
Paws watched him go, and then heaved himself up onto the bed of the wagon. Trying to ignore the fire someone had lit in the back of his throat and his growing sense of helplessness, he set to exploring. The kegs of grease were pretty much empty, with only a few handfuls of the rancid gunk left, so it probably wouldn't have been enough to save the axle anyway. He tried pushing clear a cask filled with horseshoes, but he no longer had the strength left to do that. Clambering over it, he thumped the nearest bale.
"Anyone down there? Wake up or get left behind."
Silence. Paws drew his dagger and slit open the bale.
"Spare uniforms? God's below. If the haulers find out, they'll skin me alive."
He cut open a few more. Tick for mattresses. Lead shot packed in wool for slingers.
"We don't have any slingers. Who's quartermaster of this mess?"
"Oh, me. Right."
"That's it, then," he muttered. "Master Sergeant Paws, fire Quartermaster Paws."
"Can I do that, Lieutenant?"
"You can, because I'm telling you so, or do I need to take this to fist kindly?"
"Please, sir, no, don't do that. He hates me."
"Odd, he doesn't hate me, Master Sergeant."
"Really, sir?"
"I'm certain of it, Master Sergeant. Reasonably, I hope. All right, no more excuses for the old man. He hates us all. This is what happens to a bald man who starts collecting combs." "Quartermaster Paws."
He looked up, saw Fist Blistig standing at the back of the wagon.
"Fist?"
"I need to speak to you."
"Aye, sir. What can I do for you?"
"You can give me my casks."
"Casks? Oh, those casks."
"Get over here, Paws. I ain't in the mood to be looking up at you."
He clambered his way to the back of the wagon, dropped down onto the ground. At the impact, his knees folded under him and he swore as he sank lower. And the knife meant for his heart went into his upper chest instead. Paws fell back, sliding from the blade, Blood sprayed, pattering the dusty ground like raindrops. He found himself staring up at the jade strangers.
"Bleeder,"
Blistig said, moving into his line of sight and looking down at him.
"That'll do."
He listened to the fist walking away, and he wanted to laugh.
Saves me a night's march.
Things were quiet for a time, as he felt himself fading away, and then he heard the crunch of a foot stepping close to the side of his head. He blinked open his eyes.
Look, it's the grey man, the harrower. Come for me. I knew I rated special attention.
The rotted skeleton crouched down to stare at him with black, empty sockets. Paws smiled.
Just leave it by the door.
Balm looked round, scowling.
"So, where is he?"
Throat Slitter hacked out a dry cough that left him doubled over. On one knee he gasped for a time, and then said in a voice like sifting sand,
Probably running an errand for poor Sergeant.
Dead Smell snorted.
"Errand? You lost your mind, Throat? Nobody's running errands anymore. He should be here. No, I don't like this."
Balm drew off his helm and scratched at his scalp.
"Throat, climb up and give it a look over, will you?"
There ain't nothing worth stealing up there, Sergeant.
"I know that, and you know that, but that don't mean anybody else knows it. Go on."
Groaning, Throat Slitter slowly straightened, made his way over to the side of the wagon.
"Widdershins," said Balm, "go up and talk to the haulers. See what they know."
What they know is the sight of their own feet, Sergeant.
"I don't care."
The mage made his way to the front of the wagon.
"Down to a crawl,"
Balm observed, eyeing the wagon's wobbly wheels rocking past.
"We'll be lucky making 2 leagues tonight."
Throat Slitter pulled himself onto the sideboard. The crossbow quarrel coming out of the darkness caught him in the right buttock. He howled. Balm spun round, bringing up his shield. A quarrel slammed into it, skittered up past his face, slicing cheek and ear.
"Ambush!"
The wagon trundled to a halt. Throat Slitter had dropped back down, only to fall onto his side, a stream of curses hissing from him. Dead Smell threw himself down beside him.
"Lie still, damn you! Got to cut it out, or you're useless to us!"
But Throat Slitter had managed to get one hand around the quarrel's shaft. He tore it loose, flung it to one side. Dead Smell stared at the man. He hadn't made a sound. With bloodied hands, Throat Slitter signaled, "Someone in wagon." The healer nodded, looked round. Balm had squatted down behind his shield, short sword readied. Widdershins was nowhere to be seen. The last of the regulars on this flank had simply melted away, and though the glow from the strangers was now painting the desert pan and luminous green, their attackers were nowhere to be seen. Dead Smell collected a pebble and flung it at Balm. It struck his hip and the sergeant's head snapped around. More hand signals. Balm backed until he was pressed against the wagon's front wheel. With his tongue, he was trying to lap up the blood trickling down his cheek. He flung a series of gestures off to his right and then glanced back at Dead Smell, and, tongue snaking out yet again, he nodded. Thank Hood. Dead Smell met Throat Slitter's eyes, jerked his head upward. Make a show. Drawing his knives, Throat Slitter gathered into a crouch. Rackle held himself perfectly still, not quite the way they'd planned this. One wounded to show so far. The fist wouldn't be happy, but maybe he could salvage this mess. He heard the wounded one hiss,
Get up on top, Dead Smell, and take a look around.
"You lost your mind, Throat?"
Just do it,
growled the sergeant. The weight of the wagon shifted.
"Here he comes. Hey, Dead Smell, I got me a nice surprise waiting for you."
He tightened his grip on the mace in his right hand. A sound from the back of the wagon. He twisted round to see the wounded one sliding up into view.
Shit!
Another shudder of the wagon as Dead Smell began pulling himself up the side. Rackle looked across at Throat Slitter, saw the man grin. Time to leave. He rose, spun round. Widdershins gave the bastard a smile as he drove his short sword into the man's gut and then up under his heart.
Stay low, Wid,
Throat Slitter hissed. He let the body's weight pull him down behind some bales.
"Where's the other one?"
he asked.
"More than one,"
Dead Smell replied, sliding in from the side.
2, I'd guess.
Snipers with crossbows, probably lying in shallow pits somewhere out there. The wagon rocked violently from the opposite side, and a moment later Sergeant Hellion was staring down at them.
You lads in trouble?
Head low, Sergeant, Throat-Slitter hissed. Snipers!
Oh, yeah? Where?
Out in the desert!
She squinted in the direction he pointed, and then twisted round.
Spread out, squad. We're going to advance on some dug-in positions. Go for hunting time. Oh, and shields up. They got crossbows.
Dead Smell stared across at Throat-Slitter, who simply shook his head.
Listen, Sergeant.
You got a wounded man here, healer.
Hellion pointed out, and then she clambered across, followed by 2 soldiers from her squad. Others had gone round the wagon, advancing slowly on the flank. Hellion dropped down.
Sergeant Baum, hold fast, will you? We got this.
You won't find 'em, Baum replied. Saw a couple of shadows running off.
Really? Which way?
Into the regulars. We lost 'em, Hellion. The woman sagged.
What were they after?
Hood knows. Having observed all this from atop the wagon, Dead Smell turned back.
Nice work, Wid. Though it would have been good to have taken him alive.
Wasn't interested in talking,
Widdershins replied.
They probably killed Shorthand.
Dead Smell was silent. He should have thought of that.
We need to look for him. And leave the wagon, Throat-Slitter demanded. There ain't nothing on this wagon. Right, sorry. Got caught up somehow. Anyway, I doubt I can walk, so I can stay behind and, guard.
Where'd you get it, Throat?
Widdershins asked.
Where it means I can't walk, Wid. In the butt, Dead Smell explained. It ain't bleeding. Did that quarrel hit bone? Don't think so. Miracle with your skinny. Just go find Shorthand, will you?
Dead Smell nodded over at Widdershins, and the 2 of them climbed down from the wagon. As all of this had been going on, the rest of the column had simply gone round them. On this flank, Sergeant Erb's squad had arrived, and after a few words with Baum and Hellion, Erb led his marines onward. Baum faced his 2 soldiers. "We was targeted specifically," he said.
"The marked casks," said Widdershins. "Don't matter that we used it all up on the children. They still think we're holding back."
"Blistig," said Dead Smell.
Baum's face twisted in distaste, and he reached up to wipe more blood from his cheek. Then he licked his fingers. "Killing officers is one thing, but a fist? I don't know."
"Who'd complain?"
Dead Smell demanded.
"It's mutiny. We ain't going against the adjunct's command in this."
"Wrong. In a way, that's exactly what we're doing. She made him fist."
"But now he's trying to kill his own soldiers."
"Aye, Dead Smell." Widdershins hissed to get their attention.
"Tlanimas coming, Sergeant."
Now what? The figure halted before Dead Smell.
"Healer, there is need for you. You're way past helping. The one named Pause is dying from a knife wound. Will you come?"
Dead Smell turned to Baum. "All right," the sergeant said. "I'll go find Kindly." Short Nose had been cut loose. The rest agreed it should be him, and he went and found Flashwit and Mayfly, and a little while later Salt Lick joined them. None of them said much, but it was clear that Short Nose was in charge. He didn't know why, but he wasn't in the mood to argue anyway, so it was him whether he wanted it to be or not. He led them into the press of the regulars, where soldiers melted from their path and with eyes all hollow and haunted tracked them as they went past. Maybe they'd been harnessed like oxen, but that didn't mean they weren't paying attention to whatever was going on around them. Most of it wasn't worth chewing on, but sometimes some unguarded comment hung around, and then, when something else arrived, it came back, and things started making sense. They weren't oxen. They were heavies, and word had reached them that Shorthand had a broken skull and probably wasn't going to last the night, and that a squad of Marines had been ambushed, with one of them down but luckily not dead. Looked like the one who busted Shorthand's head got himself gutted by a Marine, but at least 2 more attackers had gotten away. There weren't just 2 of them, Short-Nose knew. 2 with crossbows, aye, stolen from a wagon. At least 7 others with them, though. Fist Blistig's gang of thugs. Every army had them. They were only trouble when some fool put 'em all together in one place, and Blistig had done just that. Head breaking a heavy, and from behind, too? That needed answering. Shorthand had been a knot in the saw of the stumpies. He'd blunted a lot of teeth on that saw. Bad luck about the fingers, but cutting wood's a dangerous business. Almost, Short-Nose frowned, almost as dangerous as being a heavy. Too bad that Blistig wasn't with his crew when they found it. They wouldn't have killed him, though. Just let him watch as they waded into his gang, disarming them and breaking arms and legs, with at least one stamp down from Mayfly crushing a fool's pelvis, making him squirt in both directions. Aye, it would have been great for the fist to see when Saltlick found one of the stolen crossbows and tried to jam it butt-end first down a thug's mouth. Things tore and snapped and broke, but he got it as far down as the middle of the throat, which was something. They left it there. Short-Nose and Flashwit just used their fists and pounded faces into bloody pulps, and that took a lot of punches, but the only people looking on were regulars, and eventually those regulars just started walking again, since there was nothing else to be done. Somebody blindsided a heavy. That wasn't done, ever. But even Short-Nose was surprised when a regular, a sergeant leading his squad past, looked down on the bodies of the thugs and spat at the nearest one. No real spit, just the sound, the stab of his head, clear enough to take its meaning. And Short-Nose looked across to Flashwit and then Saltlick, and they nodded back. Just as the heavies weren't all oxen, the regulars weren't all pack mules. They'd seen, they'd listened, they'd made up their minds, and that was good. Better that than killing them all, wasn't it?
That'd take all night, or even longer.
Found him, Fist,
said Captain Raband. Kindly turned to Balm.
Pull everybody back now. This is between me and Blistig, understood?
The sergeant nodded and then hesitated. Fist, you're going to kill him, ain't you?
Sergeant?
Well, sir, it's just, if you ain't gonna, 'cause of some rules or something, a word to Throat-Slitter or Smiles, who's in Tar's squad, or
Marine, listen well to what I'm about to say. Unless you want to see one of your Marines executed, you will not touch Fist Blistig. Am I understood?
Begging your pardon, Fist, but come the sun's rise, we're all going to be crawling, if that. So that kind of threat don't mean much, if you see what I mean. We got us a list under Blistig's name, Fist, and we're expecting you to carve a nice red line right through it, starting with him.
You are talking mutiny, Sergeant.
Ugly word, that one, sir. What did the bridge burners call it? Culling. Old Malazan have it, right? Picked it up from the Emperor himself, in fact, and then the Empress, who did the same.
As she sought to do with the Wiccans, Sergeant, or have you forgotten?
Aye, easy to get carried away, sir, but tonight we're talking one man. Kindly glanced across at Raband, who stood waiting.
Is the Fist alone, Captain?
No, sir. Fist, Sort, and Captain Scanaro are with him, along with Captain Ruthengard. There's been an accusation voiced, sir. I was planning on telling you on the way, but—" and he shot Balm a look. "Ruthengard says there's blood on Blistig's knife. Pours his blood."
Balm swore.
"Dog's bloody jowls! By his own hand?"
Raband shrugged.
"Lead on, Captain,"
kindly said, so quiet the words barely carried. Balm watched them go. Dead Smell followed a pace behind his guide. Ahead, the other Talanimas had raised a tarp. Lanterns were lit, shutters slipped back, wicks turned up and blazing. It had been a long way back along the trail, 40 or more paces. Nearby squatted a wagon. In the harsh light beneath the tarp, he saw Paws's body.
Blood everywhere. He won't survive this.
He edged past the Talanimas and made his way under the tarp, falling to his knees beside Paws, studied the wound.
This is a bleeder, above the heart. He should be already dead.
But he could see the faint pulse, pushing out thinning trickles of blood. The man's breathing was shallow, rasping.
Not along, too. Please, not along. I've got no magic here,
he said, looking up and seeing nothing but withered, lifeless faces staring back down at him.
Shit, no help there.
He stared back down at Paws.
Seen the insides of plenty of people, he muttered, living undead. Well,
Had a teacher once, a priest, dresser of the dead. He had some radical notions. Gods, why not? He's going to die either way. Dead Smell drew out his sewing kit. Said it should be possible to go right inside a body, clamp the bleeder, and then sew it back together, right there inside. Not that it'll help much if he's got a punctured lung, too. But no blood froth at the mouth. Not yet. So, I guess I'll give it a try. He looked up. Two of you, I need your hands. I need the wound held open, wide as you can make it. Gods, those are foul-looking fingers you Imas got. There is nothing living on our hands, said one of them. What's that got to do with anything? Dead Smell asked. We will carry no infection into his flesh, healer. No, but the knife blade that did this probably has. His bleeding has cleaned the wound, healer. The greatest risk of infection will be from your hands and your tools. Threading a needle with gut, Dead Smell scowled. That old priest shared your opinion, but there's nothing I can do about that, is there? No. Dead Smell's vision spun momentarily and then steadied once more. Unbelievable. I'm dying, even as I'm trying to save another man from doing the same. And really, is there any point to this? Two Imas had knelt, reaching to prise open the wound. Dig your fingers in. I need to see as much as I can. No, wait. Now all I can see are your fingers. One spoke. Healer, one of us shall hold open the wound. The other shall reach inside and find the two severed ends of the vessel. Yes, that's it. And once you've got them, pinch hard, stop the blood flow, and then bring them together so I can see them. We are ready, healer. He's lost a lot of blood. He's in shock. This probably won't work. Surprised he's not already dead. I might just kill him, or he'll die later. Blood loss, infection. He trailed off, looked across at blank, staring, lifeless faces. Right. Needed to get all that out of the way. Here goes. They were waiting well off to one side of the trail. The column's ragged end had already passed. Blistig stood facing the others, arms crossed. Kindly and Raband made their way over. Overhead, the jade strangers blazed with a green light bright enough to cast sharp shadows, and it seemed the desert air itself was confused, not nearly as chill as it should have been. There was no wind, and stillness surrounded the group. Blistig met Kindly's eyes unflinchingly. I executed a traitor tonight, Kindly. That and nothing more. I was holding on to reserves of water, knowing a time of great need would come. Indeed, Kindly replied. How many casks was it again? 4, 5? For the officer corps, Kindly. With some, if we so judged, to the Marines and Heavies. It wouldn't have been much, granted, but something, maybe enough. Didn't the adjunct make it plain? The Marines and the Heavies before everyone else. In fact, the rest of them don't matter. Lieutenant Poors was not under your command, Blistig. Acts of treason fall under the purview of any commanding officer who happens to be present, Kindly. I acted within military law in this matter. That water, said Ruthengard, was doled out to the children of the snake by the adjunct's direct command. The adjunct knew nothing about it, Captain Good, so what you're saying makes no sense. Faradan snorted. We all knew about your stash, Blistig. We've just been waiting for you to make your move. But you can't reclaim what was never yours in the first place, never mind that it's now all gone. If there was any treason here, Blistig, it was yours. He sneered. That's where you've lost the track. All of you. All this we're in this together rubbish. So that a lowly latrine digger gets the same portion as a fist, or a captain, or the damned adjunct herself. That's not how the world is, and with good reason. It's us highborn who've earned the greater portion, on account of our greater responsibilities, our greater skills and talents. That's the order of the world, friends. Never knew you were highborn, Blistig, commented Faradan Sort. The man scowled. There's other paths to privilege, Sort. Look at you, after all, a deserter of the wall. Now here you are, a damned fist. And kindly here, straight up from the regular ranks. And that climb wasn't exactly meteoric, was it? Decades of mediocrity, right, kindly? You ended up just outlasting everyone else. Everything you're saying, Blistig, said Ruthengard, is undermining your original argument. Seems there's not one highborn among us here. In fact, only the adjunct can make that claim. A woman who betrayed her own class, Blistig said with a cold grin. Treason starts at the top when it comes to the Bonehunters. You plan on killing everyone then, Blistig? Kindly, turns out I don't have to, do I? We're finished. All those warnings have proved true. This desert can't be crossed. We've failed. In every way, we've failed. He shook his head. I did Pors a damned favor. I made it quick. Expecting one of us to make it as quick for you? Ruthengard asked him. Blistig shrugged. Why not? I don't care anymore. I really don't. She's already killed us all. Will it be your blade, Captain Good? Do me a favor. Make it the icy one. No one will be killing you this night, kindly said. He unclipped his sword belt and threw it to one side. We bear these titles, fists. Let's find their original meaning, you and me, Blistig. You're joking, old man. Faradan's sword turned to Kindly in alarm. What are you doing? Let's just drag him up before the adjunct. Kindly! But the man bowled forward, and Blistig moved to meet him. Two men too weak to do any real damage to the other. The fight was pathetic. Punches that couldn't break skin, blows that could barely bruise. 3 or 4 exchanges and both men were kneeling 3 paces apart, gasping, heads held down. When Kindly looked up, Blistig threw sand into his eyes, lurched forward, grasped Kindly's head and drove it down onto one knee. Sort moved to intervene, but Ruthengard reached out and held her back. The impact should have shattered Kindly's nose, but it didn't. He punched Blistig's crotch. The man let out a strangled grunt, sagged down onto his side. Kindly tried to get up, fell back down, and then rolled onto his back, eyes squeezed shut, his chest heaving for breath. That's it, Ruthengard said. They're done. Stupid, Faradan's sword snapped, pulling her arm out of God's grip. She went to stand over the 2 men. What was the point? If the soldiers up there had seen this, you useless fools. Blistig, if we weren't all of us about to die, I would kill you. But you don't deserve that mercy. No. You're going to suffer through this night just like everyone else. She turned. Captain Ravand, help your fist. Blistig managed to work himself back onto his knees, and he slowly sat up. She's killed us all, for nothing. He moved his glare from one face to the next. I see it in your eyes, every one of you. You ain't got a thing to say to make it different. She's killed us. You know it the same as me. So, you want to kill me? You want to do her work for her? He climbed with difficulty to his feet. Give me the dignity of dying on my own. You should have understood the value of that, said Ruthen, before you stuck a knife in Pors, Fist Blistig. Maybe I should have. But he lied to me, and I don't like being lied to. He pointed a finger at Kindly. We're not done, you and me. I'll be waiting for you at Hood's gate, old man. Pathetic, hissed Faradan's sword. They left Blistig where he was, and the way he held himself, it would be a while before he'd be ready to start walking again. Scannero moved alongside Ruthengard.
I was hoping we'd just kill him, she said, low under her breath. The man's a murderer, after all. Pors wasn't even wearing a weapon belt, and his knife was jammed hilt deep in a bale on the wagon.
If anyone will be looking for Blistig at Hood's gate, it will be Lieutenant Pors, don't you think? But Scannero shook her head.
I never believed in retribution beyond death's gates. Nobody is squatting on the other side, weighing and balancing a life's scales.
She stumbled slightly, and Ruthen moved to catch her, felt her momentarily sag against him.
Shit, I may not last the night.
You will, Scannero. I'm not letting you die. You understand me?
There's no way out, and you know it, my love. You know it. You can't hide what I see in your eyes.
He said nothing, because there was nothing to say.
You'll forget me, won't you? Eventually, like all the rest.
Don't say that, Scannero. It's the wrong thing to think. For people like me, it's not forgetting that is our curse. It's remembering.
Her smile was faint, and she disengaged herself from his half-embrace.
Then I beg you, love, do all that you can to forget me. Leave no memory behind to haunt you. Let it all fade. It shouldn't be hard. What we had didn't last long, did it?
He'd heard such words before.
And this is why remembering is a curse.
Blistig faced back the way they'd come. Off in the distance, he could make out the glow of lanterns, the lights swinging low to the ground. Frowning, he watched as they came closer.
She killed us. Come the dawn, when we're all finished, unable to take another step, I'm going to go to her. I'm going to stick a knife in her. Not a fatal wound, not right away, no. In the stomach, where the acids will all leak out and start eating her up from the inside out. And I'll kneel over her, staring down into her pain, and that will be the sweetest sight I will ever see. A sight to carry me right into death. But even that won't be enough, not for what she's done to us. Kindly, at Hood's gate, you're going to have to wait, because I won't be finished with Tavore Paran of House Paran.
T'lani Mas carrying a makeshift stretcher on which lay a swaddled body. Beside this, a marine with blood covering his hands and forearms. Blistig squinted as they drew closer. The T'lani Mas walked past him, and the fist looked down at the pale face of the man on the stretcher. He grunted. The marine halted before him, saluted.
Fist, he said. Paws ain't dead yet. What was the point of that, healer?
Blistig's answer was a fist smashing into his face, hard enough to crush his nose, send him reeling back. Stumbling, falling to the ground, blood gushing down, he lay stunned. The healer moved to stand over him.
Thing is, Fist, he said, massaging his hand, what with all the shit Paws has gone through because of you, we decided to make him an honorary Marine. Now you go sticking a knife in a fellow Marine and, well, we're out for you now. Understand me, sir? The Marines are out for you.
Blistig listened to the man walk off in the wake of the T'lani Mas. He made it onto his side to spit out slime and blood, and then grunted a laugh.
Aye, and a man is measured by his enemies. Do your worst, Marines, so long as I get to her first.
It was some time before he managed to regain his feet, but when he set off after the column, his strides were stiff, jerking, filled with a strength past anything he had known before. In his head, 3 words made a mantra. To see her, to see her, to see her. The Kundril camp was being packed up, but the people doing the task moved with aching slowness. The claws upon their skins seemed to be dragging them down, and Badal watched in the midst of 20 or so of Rut's children, as everything that was coming along for this final night was put in its proper place. Everything but for the mother's tent, and she was yet to emerge. The midwives and other women had come out earlier, expressions guarded, and, though she could not be certain, in Badal's mind she saw but 3 figures remaining inside, the father, the mother, and the baby. Would this be their final home, then? A Kundril child came up to Sadik, pressing into his hands yet another toy, a bone top or whistle. She couldn't quite see it before Sadik slipped it into his sack and smiled his thanks. A new sack, too big to carry now. The Kundril children had been bringing him toys all day. At times she'd watched that procession, she'd wanted to cry. She'd wanted Sadik to cry. But she didn't understand why she wanted that. They were being kind, after all, and she didn't know why she saw those Kundril children as if they were but servants to something greater, something almost too big for words. Not at the instigation of adults, not even mothers and fathers. Not at the behest of pity, either. Didn't they want their toys? She had seen such precious things settle into Sadik's hand, had seen bright shining eyes lift shyly to Sadik in the moment of giving, and then fall away again. Children running off, too light-footed, flinging themselves into their friends' arms, and this went on, and Badal didn't understand, but how her heart ached, how she wanted Sadik to weep, how she wanted to feel her own tears. She spoke a poem under her breath.
Snakes do not know how to cry. They know too much and yearn for darkness. They know too much and fear the light. No one gives gifts to snakes, and no one makes of them a gift. They are neither given nor received, yet in all the world snakes do not know how to cry.
Sadik studied her, and she knew that he had heard. Of course it was for him, this poem, though she suspected that he did not know that.
But the man who will find him will. Maybe he'll cry when we cannot. Maybe he will tell this tale in such a way as to make his listeners cry, because we cannot.
A Kandril elder came up then and helped Sadik load his bag of toys onto a wagon. When the boy glanced over at Badal, she nodded. He climbed up to settle himself beside his treasure, and there, he believed, he would die.
But it is not to be. How will he survive? I wish I knew the answer to that, because a secret hides inside it.
The birth tent's flap was swept aside then, and the father emerged. His eyes were raw with weeping, yet there was a fire in them.
He is proud, he is defiant in his pride, and would challenge us all. I like this look. It is how a father should look.
Then behind him, out she came, unsteady on her feet, sagging with exhaustion, and in her arms a small bundled form. Badal gasped upon seeing Rut walking towards them. Where had he come from? Where had he been hiding? With his crooked arms, with a terrible need in his ancient face, he walked to stand before the mother. Anguish gripped Badal's heart, and she staggered in sudden weakness.
Where is Held? Held is gone. Held was gone long ago. And what Rut carried in his arms was us. All that way, he carried us.
The mother looked across at this boy, and Badal saw now that she was old, and so too was the father, old enough to be grandparents. She looked at Rut, his empty arms, the ravaged face.
She does not understand. How can she? He cannot hurt anyone, not Rut. He carried our hope, but our hope died. But it wasn't his fault. It wasn't his fault. Mother, if you had been there, if you had seen...
And she stepped forward then, that old woman, that mother with her last ever child, this stranger, and gently laid her baby into Rut's waiting arms. A gift beyond measure. And when she settled an arm about his shoulders, drawing him forward so that he could walk with them, her and her husband, and they set out, slowly, as it was all she could manage, in the wake of the nearest wagon, and all the Kandril began to move, Badal stood unmoving.
Sadik, I will tell you to remember this. These are the Kandril, the givers of gifts. Remember them, won't you?
And Rut walked like a king. From where he sat, Sadik watched as they made space on a Kandril wagon for the mother, and for Rut and her child that he held, and then set out to catch up with the rest of the army. The man who was the father took the lead yoke at the wagon's head, and strained as if he alone could shoulder this burden. Because it was no burden. As Sadik well knew, gifts never are. Ahead, the desert stretched on. Fiddler could see no end to it, and now believed he never would. He remembered that ancient shoreline of bones, the one they had left behind what seemed a century ago. No clearer warning could have been granted them, yet she had not hesitated. He had to hand it to her. The world was her enemy, and she would face it unblinking. She had led them onto this road of suffering in the name of the crippled god, and, to that god, what other path could there have been? She was making of them her greatest sacrifice. Was it as brutal and as simple as that? He did not think her capable of such a thing. He wanted to refuse the very thought. But here he walked, 50 or more paces ahead of them all. Even the Kandril children were gone, leaving him alone. and behind him a broken mass of humanity, somehow dragging itself forward like a beast with a crushed spine. It had surrendered all formation, each soldier moving as his or her strength dictated. They carried their weapons because they had forgotten a time when they didn't, and bodies fell one by one. Beneath the ghoulish light of the jade strangers, Fiddler set his eyes upon the distant, flat line of the horizon, his legs scissoring under him, the muscles too dead to feel pain. He listened to his own breaths, wheezing as the air struggled up and down a swollen, parched windpipe. In so vast a landscape, he felt his world contracting, step by step, and soon, he knew, all he would hear would be his own heart, the beats climbing down, losing all rhythm, and finally falling still. That moment waited somewhere ahead. He was on his way to find it. Whispering motion around him now, drifting out from a fevered mind. He saw a horseman at his side, close enough to reach out, if he so wanted, and set a hand upon the beast's patched, salt-streaked shoulder. The man riding the beast he knew all too well. Broke his leg, a toppling pillar of all things. Mallet, I see you. You wanted to work on that leg. Got damned insubordinate about it, in fact. But he didn't listen. That's his problem. He only listens when he feels like it. Trots, you're still the damned ugliest barghast I ever saw. They bred 'em that way in your tribe, didn't they? To better scare the enemy. Did they breed your women to be half-blind, too? Keep the stones balanced, that's the only way to make it through. So where's Quick Ben? Callum, I want to see you all here, friends. Hedge, well, he's stepped out of this path. Can't look him in the eye these days. It's the one bad twist in this whole thing, isn't it? Maybe you can talk to him, Sergeant. Talk him back to how it should be. Hedge is where we want him, Fid. What? We sent him to you. To this, I mean. He's walked the lonely path back, Sapper. Mallet then spoke. But he thought he'd made it all the way, too, when he stood before you, Fiddler, only to have you back away. Oh, gods. Hedge, I better find him. Chew it all out, come the dawn. We'll make it that far, won't we, Sergeant? Until it rises, aye, Shepper. Until it rises. And then? You're so eager to join us? Whiskey Jack, please. Where else would I go? If we were just waiting for the dawn, soldier, you'd have to ask, what in Hood's name for? You think we'd see you put through all of this for nothing? And then there's Hedge. He's here to die beside you, and that's it. We sent him to you so you could just kiss and make up. Gods below, Fiddler, you're not that important in this wretched scheme. Well, said Mallet, he might be, Sergeant. Made captain now, didn't he? Got himself his own company of Marines and heavies. Bloody insufferable now, his old Fid. Sky's paling, Whiskey Jack said. Because you're on damned horses. I can't see it. False dawn, growled Trots. And Fid's fading, Sergeant. We can't hold on here much longer, once he stops sinking past his feet. I was a mason's apprentice. Had dreams of being a musician, getting fat and drunk in some royal court. Not this again, someone said among the crowd. Someone find him a fiddle and me a hanky. Glad you're all here with me. Well, most of you anyway. The bridge burners deserved a better way to die. The rider made a derisive sound. Don't be such an idiot, Shapper. In your head, you've all built us up into something we never were. How quickly you've forgotten. We were mutinous at the best of times. The rest of the time, and that would be almost all the time, we were at each other's throats. Officers getting posted to us would desert first. It was that bad, Fiddler. Look, I ain't done nothing to make this fucking legend, Sergeant. I ain't said a damned thing. You don't have to, and that's just my point. People can talk up anything, can make a snivelling dollop of shit the god's own mountain, given enough time and enough lies and enough silences. I'm a bone hunter now, got nothing to do with any of you anymore, which is what I was trying to tell Hedge. Fine, now go hunt down some bones. Sure, why not? Whose bones do you want us to hunt for? Whiskey Jack rode slightly ahead and swung his mount round, blocking Fiddler's path. But his old sergeant wasn't looking good. He was a damned half-mummified corpse, and his mount wasn't much better off.
Whose do you think, Fid?
And yet that voice was his, no question. Whiskey Jack.
Where'd you come by that name, Fid?
And that was Mallet, but he was badly chopped up, the wounds crusted with dried blood. The name? Bonehunters? It was finger bones, I think.
Whose hand?
What? Nobody's. Lots of people. Nameless ones, long dead ones. Just nameless bones. They were all fading from his vision now, but he wanted them to stay. They were supposed to be here with him, to take up his soul when he died. Whiskey Jack was backing his horse even as he grew translucent.
Bones of the fallen, fiddler. Now, who fell the furthest?
Before him now, nothing but that distant flat line. Nothing but the horizon. Fiddler rubbed at his face. Fucking hallucinations. Least they could have done was give me a drink of water. He resumed walking. No reason to. No reason not to. Who fell the furthest? Funny man, Whiskey Jack. But maybe it was so. Maybe she made us and named us to hunt down the bones of a damned god. Maybe she was telling us what she wanted all along, and we were too thick to know it. But look at that line, that perfect flat line, just waiting for our bones to make us ashore, and once we've made it, why, we go no farther. Almost time. Hedge, I'll find you if I can. A few words, a clasp of hands, or a clout upside the head, whichever best suits the moment. Bonehunters. Oh, nice one. Lostara Yill wanted her god back. She wanted to feel that flow of strength, that appalling will, to take her out of here, to feel a sudden immortal power filling her body, and she would reach out to draw Hanar Vigulf under her shadowy wing. Others, too, if she could. This whole army of sufferers, they didn't deserve this. Hanar walked close by her side, ready to steady her when she stumbled. He had seemed indomitable, but now he was bent like an old man. Thirst was crushing them all, like a vast hand pressing down. The adjunct was 10 paces ahead, Banascar off to her right, and far ahead walked Fiddler, alone. And she imagined she could hear music from him, a siren call pulling them ever forward. But his fiddle was broken. There was no music, no matter what she thought she heard, just the sluggish dirge of her own blood, the rasps of their breaths and the crunch of their worn boots on the hard ground. The jade strangers hung now over the northern sky, casting confused shadows. Those terrible slashes would circle round over the course of the day, now visible even through the sun's bright glare, making the light eerie, unearthly. The adjunct's march was unsteady, drifting to the right for a time, and then back to the left. It seemed only Fiddler was capable of managing a straight line. She remembered back to the reading, its wild violence. Had it all been for nothing? A rush of possibilities, not one realized, not one borne out in the days to follow. It seemed the adjunct, who alone warranted no card, had taken them all from their destinies, taken them into a place with no end but death, and a death bereft of glory or honor. If that was so, then Fiddler's reading had been the cruelest of jokes. Was he walking out there, ahead of the rest of them, out of some desperate desire, to drag them all into the truth of his visions? But the desert still stretched empty. Not even the bones of the children of the snake could be seen. They had lost them, but no one knew precisely when, and the path that might have led them to the mythical city of Icarius was now nowhere to be seen. Her gaze found the adjunct again, this woman she had chosen to follow, and she didn't know what to think. Beyond Tavore, the horizon, pale as the water of a tropical sea, now showed a rim of fire, announcing the end of the night, the end of this march. Shadows spun round. Fiddler halted. He turned round to face them all. The adjunct continued until she was 10 paces from him, and then slowed, and with her last step she tottered and almost fell. Banascar moved close, but stopped when Tavore straightened once more. Enar took hold of Lostara's left arm, and they were still, and she looked down at the ground as if to make it familiar to her eyes, knowing that from this place she would not move, ever again. Not her, not Hanar. This is my grave. The Fists and their officers were arriving. Faradan sought with Scanero, and beside her, Ruthen Gad. Kindly, his face puffy and red, as if he'd stumbled and driven it into something. Raband standing close, one hand on his sword as he eyed Fist Blistig. That man, Lostara saw, had taken a punch. The evidence was plain in his swollen, misaligned nose, his split lips and the smears of dried blood. Bruises had spread out under his reddened eyes, and it seemed as if those eyes were nailed to the adjunct, fevered, burning with malice. Behind them all, the army slowly ground down into something motionless, and she could see the faces of the nearest soldiers, this legion of old men and old women, all staring, equipment bags slumped to the ground. A few, here and there, followed their kit to the ground.
It's done, then.
All eyes were on the adjunct. Tavore Paran suddenly looked small, a person none would notice on a street or in a crowd. The world was filled with such people. They bore no proof of gifts, no lines of beauty or grace, no bearing of confidence or challenge.
The world is filled with them, filled, forever unnoticed, forever unwitnessed.
Her plain face was ravaged by the sun, blistered and cracked. The weight she had lost made her gaunt, shrunken. Yet she stood, weathering this multitude of stares, the rising heat of hatred, as every need was refused, as every hope was answered with nothing but silence. Now the Tlanimas arrived. They held their weapons of stone in their lifeless hands, drawing closer to the adjunct. Blistig snarled.
"Bodyguards, bitch! Can they kill us all? We'll get to you, I swear it."
The adjunct studied the man, but said nothing.
Please, Tavore, give us some words, give us something, to make this dying palatable. We tried, didn't we? We followed where you led. That was duty, that was loyalty. And all you kept asking of us, the battles, the marches, we did them. See how many have died for you, Tavore. See us who remain. Now we too will die, because we believed. Gods below, say something.
The adjunct twisted round to where Fiddler was standing, and then she faced Ruthen Gad.
"Captain,"
her voice was a dull croak.
"Where lies Icarius?"
"South and east of us, adjunct. 9-10 days.
"And directly east? Where is the edge of this desert?"
He clawed at his beard and then shook his head. "Another 10-11 days if we continue angling northeast. If we continue following this shallow basin as we have been doing since yesterday."
"Is there water beyond the desert, Captain? On the Elan plain?"
"Not much, I would warrant, or so the children have told us." Tavore looked to the Tlanimas.
"Upon the Elan plain, Baroque, can you find us water?"
One of the undead creatures faced her.
"Adjunct, we are then within the influence of Akrast Kovalen. It is possible, but difficult, and the efforts we make will be felt. We would not be able to hide."
"I understand. Thank you, Baroque."
She still thinks we can make it. 10 more days. Has she lost her mind?
Blistig laughed, a sound like the tearing open of his own throat.
"We have followed a mad woman. Where else would she lead us?"
Lostara could not understand where Blistig found the energy for his rage, but he now raised his arms, shouted,
"Malazans! She gave us nothing. We pleaded, we begged. In the name of our soldiers, in the name of all of you, we begged her."
He faced the army.
"You saw us, marching to her tent again and again. All our questions she spat back into our faces. Our fears, our concerns, they told us this desert was impossible, but she ignored them all."
Before him stood the ranks, and from them not a sound. Blistig spun, advanced on the adjunct.
"What power is this within you, woman, that they now die without a complaint?"
Kindly, Raband, Sort, and Scanero had all drawn closer, and all at once Lostara knew that if Blistig sought to attack Tavore now, he would never reach her, never mind the Tlanimas. Yet for all that, those officers kept looking to the adjunct, and Lostara saw the yearning in their eyes. No one could withstand this much longer. Even a god would fall to his knees. But still the adjunct stood.
Benescar,
she said. The ex-priest limped over to Lostara.
Captain,
he said.
Your kit bag, please.
She frowned at him.
What? Can I have your kit bag, Captain?
Hanar helped her lift it off her shoulders. They set it down. Kneeling before it, Benescar fumbled at the straps.
She judged you the strongest,
he murmured.
Gift of a god? Possibly. Or,
and he glanced up at her,
maybe you're just the most stubborn one of us all.
He pulled back the sun-cracked flap, rummaged inside, and then drew out a small wooden box. Lostara gasped.
That's not...
You stayed close, Benescar said. We knew you would.
He struggled to straighten, nodding his thanks when Lostara helped him, and then he walked slowly over to the adjunct. In Lostara's mind, a memory, a throne room. That cedar, the king. Complaining. Such a plain gift, that dagger. And what did the cedar tell her? Dire necessity. Benescar opened the box. The adjunct reached in, withdrew the dagger. She held it before her. When blood is required, when blood is needed. Tavore glanced over at her, and Lostara realized that she had spoken those words aloud. Benescar said,
Adjunct, the king's cedar
is an elder god, yes. Tavore continued studying the knife, and then, slowly, she looked up, her gaze moving from one face to the next, and something flickered in her expression, that parched mask of plainness, a crack through to such hurt. And then it was gone again, and Lostara wondered if she'd ever seen it, wondered if she'd imagined the whole thing. She is only what you see, and what you see isn't much. Benescar said,
Your blood, adjunct.
She saw Fiddler then, well behind the adjunct, saw him turn away as if in shame. The adjunct was studying them all. Lostara found herself at Tavore's side, with no memory of moving, and she saw the faces before her, all fixed upon the adjunct. She saw their broken lips, the glint of unbearable need in their eyes. And beside her, in a voice that could crush stones, Tavore Paran said,
Haven't you drunk enough?
Fiddler could hear music, filled with such sorrow that he felt everything breaking inside. He would not turn round, would not watch, but he knew when she took that knife and cut deep into her hand. He felt it as if that hand was his own. The blood was bright on that simple iron blade, covering the faint swirling etching. He could see it in his mind's eye. There was no need to lift his head, no need to look over at them all, the way they stood, the thirst and the wound she had delivered so raw in their eyes. And then, in the weight of a silence too vast to comprehend, blood flowing, the adjunct fell to her knees. When she drove that knife into the hard ground, Fiddler flinched, and the music deepened its timbre, grew suddenly faint, and then, in a whisper, returned to him. His knees were cold. Lostara lifted her head. Were they killing the last of the horses? She'd not even known that any were left, but now she could hear them, somewhere in the mass of soldiers. Stepping forward, her boots skidded. Beside her, Hanar cursed under his breath, but not in anger, in wonder. Now voices cried out, and the sound rippled through the army. There was a whispering sound from below, and she looked down. The ground was dark, stained, wet. Benescar was at the adjunct's side, lifting her to her feet.
Fists, he snapped. Have them ready, the casks! Move it!
Water welled up beneath them, spread over the ground. As the sun's light brightened, Lostara could see on all sides a glistening tide flowing ever outward. Through the holes and tears in her boots, she could now feel it, cold, almost numbing, rising to her ankles. What did Ruthengard say? We're in a basin? How deep is this going to get? She fell to her knees, drew her head down, and like an animal in the wilds, she drank. And still the water rose. Chaos in the army, laughter, howls, voices lifted to gods. She knew there would be those, fools, who drank too much too quickly, and it would kill them. But there were officers and sergeants and hands would be stayed. Besides, most of the fools were already dead. With casks full, with all the waterskins heavy and sweating, could they march another 11 days? They would eat now and soak in as much water as they could. They would feel strength return to their limbs. Their thoughts would awaken from the sluggish torpor they had known for days now. Still the water rose. Horns sounded, and suddenly the Bonehunters were on the move, seeking high ground. For all they knew, that knife had delivered an entire sea. Thick as blood, the smell of water filled the air. Book 7. Your Private Shore. Lie still. The jagged, urgent heat, the horn-twisted acts so unconscionable. I have run far from the mob, torn the veil and bled in holes under your very feet. Take my word, not for a day, not a year, not a century. What I will say charges the echo of 1,000 years unchained, and all the pillagers of derision, pacing the mouths of caves, march legions of dust, back and forth, like conquerors, and the juddering ways, the skittered agitations, the bridled and the umbraged. My tears appease not your thirst. My blood was never for you. I am running still, alone as I have ever been, and this kissing air on my face, from here to forever, is clean and pure as wonder. Legions of Dust. Atelict. Chapter 21. He was not a modest man. Contemplating suicide, he summoned a dragon. Gothos Folly. Gothos.
Even should you succeed, Cotillion, beyond all expectation, beyond even all desire, they will still speak of your failure.
He stood in the place where the whirl had manifested, a wounding in the fabric of shadow, a place now slowly healing. There was nothing else here, nothing to give evidence to the struggles that had occurred, the blood that had been spilled. Still, chaos felt closer than it ever had, as if moments from erupting once again. The madness of sorcerers, the ambitions of the starved, were surrounded by fools wanting more than what they have. And alas, it's all too familiar company, and the ugly truth is that we may not be out of place in that crowd. Edgewalker's words haunted him. The breathtaking ambition, the sheer verve of all that they had set in motion. But now we have finally arrived. It's all cut loose, and so much is out of our hands. He saw footprints in the grey dust, reminding him that there were other arenas, distant places where battles raged on. Nothing was simple, and in the spilling of blood no one could guess the myriad channels it would carve. Shadow Throne, old friend, we have done what we could. But the game is much bigger than we ever imagined. This gamble, gods, this gamble. One hand drifted to one of the knives at his belt, and then he shook himself, straightening. Take a deep breath, lad. Here goes.
What you ask of me, it is too much. Yes, of course, I see the necessity. I may have sickened, even threatened, but magic is not my enemy. It never was. Indeed, I envy its gifts to this world. Upon my own, no matter. Belief can be rotten. All it takes is one betrayal to steal away an entire future. You would not have recognized me in my anger. It shone blinding bright. There remain those among the multitudes I left behind who imagine themselves gods for all their mortal trappings. They would maintain a tyranny such as no true god could ever imagine. They would enslave generation upon generation, all those sharing the same soil, the same water, the same air. They conspire to keep them on their knees, bowed in servitude,
and each slave, measuring his or her life, can see, if they dare, only the truth, and so most of my world, most of my children, live a life of despair and suffering and ever-growing rage. Is this all there must be? The tyrants would have it so. I sometimes dream. Yes, I know you have little time. I dream of returning, swords blazing with holy vengeance. I dream, Shadow Throne, of murdering every one of those fuckers. Is this what it means to be a god? To be an implacable weapon of justice? Wouldn't that be nice? I agree. No, I'm not that much of a fool. It will be no different. And should you achieve the impossible with your handful of mortals, should you free me and find the path, the moment I take my first step upon the soil of my home, they will emasculate me, bleed me, gut me, and then stretch my hide overhead. They'll need shade from the torrid heat of all the fires they themselves lit. That is the problem with tyrants. They outlive us all. I will do what you ask. Rather, I shall try. Pieces of me remain missing, and I despair of ever seeing them again. It is my understanding that the one named Skinner, usurper and tyrant king of my house of chains, has many enemies. He can now count me among them. Do you imagine he loses sleep? No, I don't either. Betrayers never do. Shadow Throne, you will not betray me, will you?
Karsa Olong, where are all the gods of peace? He stepped outside, straightening. I know not. Pika turned to face the city. Many troubles there. Perhaps at last they had begun to settle, but all that boiled beneath the surface, well, that never went away. Do you know how to get there? He eyed her. I know how to get there. She drew a deep breath. She could hear movement inside the hut behind the giant. Pika lifted her gaze until it locked with the Toblakai's. I call upon the vow you made long ago, Karsa Orlong of the Teblor. When you walk to where you must go, a crippled priest will find you. In the street, a broken man, a beggar, and he will speak to you, and by his words you shall understand.
I already understand, Malazan.
Karsa,
there are too many gods of war.
And then he took up his sword, and inside the hut a woman began weeping.
And not one of them understands the truth.
Karsa, his teeth were bared as he said,
When it comes to war, woman, who needs gods?
She watched as he set off, and under her breath she whispered,
Darujistan, I beg you, do not get in this man's way.
Dust roiled over the distant encampment. Squinting, Paran took another bite of the alien fruit his foragers had found, and wiped at the juices dribbling down into his beard.
That is not helping, High Fist.
He glanced over. Ormulogan was scratching desperately on a bleached board with his willow charcoal stick. At his feet squatted a fat toad, watching his efforts with gimlet eyes.
Nothing will help that,
the toad sighed.
Posterity!
Snapped the imperial artist.
Posterity, my ass, Gumble replied. Oh, was that not droll of me? Critics are never appreciated for what they truly are.
What? Leeches sucking on the talents of others, you mean?
It is my objectivity that you so envy, Ormulogan.
And you, the artist muttered, can stick that objectivity up your posterity, Toad.
Paran took a last bite of the fruit, examined the furry pit, and then flung it over the wall. He wiped his hands on his thighs and turned. Fist writhe bude. The woman was leaning out over a parapet. She straightened.
Sir?
Assemble the companies at their stations. It's time.
Aye, sir.
Lounging nearby, Noto Boyle drew the fish spine from between his front teeth and stepped forward.
Is it truly?
Weapons, said Paran, kept hidden away. But there comes a time, Noto, when they must be unsheathed. A time, in fact, to put proof to the pretensions. He eyed the cutter. The gods have been kicking us around for a long time. When do we say enough?
And in their absence, High Fist, will we manage things any better?
No, Haran said, walking past him, but at least then we won't have the option of blaming someone else. Sister Belai scanned the distant walls. Suddenly, not a soldier in sight. They've quit, she said. Now, the question is, do they leave the way they came, or do they march out from the gate, or what's left of it, and try to break the siege? Standing beside her, Watered Exigent glanced back at the camp.
If the latter, sister, then we are perhaps in trouble.
Sister Belai pretended not to hear him. If his seed of doubt thirsted for water, he would have to find it elsewhere. Another week, that is all we need. And then Brother Serenity will be here with 5,000 heavily armored foreigners. The besieging forces were damaged. That last assault had been brutal. She was down to half strength. Her hold on them was fragile, and this was not a familiar feeling.
I see no movement at the gate, Sister Belai.
There was a barrier to dismantle, and that would take time. But I feel it. They're coming for us. Assemble the companies, Exigent. That gate is the bottleneck. If we can lock them there, we hold them until they're exhausted, too mauled to force the issue.
And if they break us instead?
She turned, studied him. Do you doubt the power of my will? Do you imagine that this master of the deck can manage anything more than fending me off? I will not yield, Exigent. Understand that. And if it means that every single one of our Shriven, and every single one of their watered commanders, ends up a corpse on the field, then so be it. Watered Exigent paled, and then he saluted.
I will inform the commanders that we shall advance.
Have them ready, Exigent. The command to advance shall be mine and mine alone.
Of course, Sister Belai.
After he had left, she returned her attention to the keep. Still no activity at the barricade. Perhaps my feeling about this is wrong. Perhaps indeed he flees through a warren, and just like that the siege is done. But he will return, somewhere. This thorn is yet to leave our side, I am certain of it. Her eyes narrowed, and she blinked rapidly to clear a sudden blurring of her vision. But the problem was not with her eyes. To either side of the barricaded gate, the massive walls had grown strangely smudged, all along the breadths, as if stone had become water. And from these places, troops appeared in formation, and then skirmishers and archers fanning out from main ranks. The 5 deep lines then unfolded and began linking up with those to either side. Cavalry thundered into view on the far left flank, riding hard for a rise to the west. She heard the shouts of confusion from her commanders, felt the recoiling fear of the Shriven. He opened gates through the walls. He knew we would be studying the barricade, waiting for them to begin dismantling it. He knew we wouldn't advance until they did so. And now we are not ready. Sister Belai swung round. Form a line! Form a line! My voice will take their souls, and I will drive the Shriven forward like wolves unleashed. They will ignore their wounds, their fear. They will think only of slaughter. By the time my last soldier falls, the enemy will have ceased to be a military threat. This I swear. She saw her watered commanders taking control of their companies, their voices powerful as iron-toothed whips. She could feel it now, the cold, implacable sorcery of Akrast Corvalane gathering, and she was pleased at its burgeoning strength. And then someone shrieked, and Sister Belai staggered. What? I have lost one of my commanders! How? She saw a swirl of soldiers closing in to where one of the watered had been standing a moment earlier. Terror and confusion rippled outward. 40 paces distant from that scene, another commander suddenly died, his chest blossoming wounds. They have infiltrated assassins! She awakened her voice. "Find them! Assassins, find them!" The companies were in chaos. "Facing ranks! Prepare for the enemy!" She saw Exigent, heard his shouts as he struggled to reassert order on his milling shriven. As she moved to join him, there was a blossom of darkness behind the man. Sister Belai shrieked a warning, but too late. Knives sank home. Exigent arched in shock and then was falling. "Akrast Corvalane, I call upon your power!" She set off down the slope. The darkness had vanished, but then, as magic heightened her vision, she could see its swirling path. There would be no hiding from her, not now. "A mage! How dare he! No power but mine!" And she saw that whirling black cloud stagger, saw it pinned in place, writhing in sudden panic. Hands twitching in anticipation, she advanced on it. Off to her right, she could hear the enemy's horns announce the attack. She would deal with that later. "I can still save this. I must!" The darkness convulsed in the grip of her power. Now only 6 paces between her and the hidden mage. "No power but mine!" The sorcery erupted, vanished with a thunderous detonation, and she saw before her a man staggering, sinking down to his knees. Dark-skinned, bald, gaunt. Not the master of the deck. No matter, she would rend him limb from limb. 4 paces, her boots crunching on gravel, and he looked up at her, and smiled. "Got you." She did not even hear her killer as he came up behind her, but the long knives that burst from her chest lifted her from her feet. She twisted, balanced on 2 hilts, as her slayer raised her yet higher. Then, with a low grunt, he flung her to one side. She was thrown through the air, landing hard, rolling across sharp stones. The bastard had severed the veins beneath both her hearts, and now, lying in her last moments, her head lolled, and she saw him. Burly, ebon-skinned, the long-bladed knives dripping in his hands. Her watered were all dead. She heard the enemy ranks smashing into her disordered forces. She heard the slaughter begin. Faintly she caught the mage speaking to the assassin. "Sheathe that Otatarl blade, Callum, and be quick about it." And he rumbled a reply. "Done. Now, make me invisible again." Their voices grew more distant. "Do you think it's easy? She damned near broke my back with that command." They were walking away. "Just feeling a tad exposed here, quick. Behind enemy lines and all." "What lines?" Sister Belai closed her eyes. "Otatarl? You unsheathed Otatarl? Oh, you fool." And these, her last thoughts, bubbled with a kind of dark pleasure. The enemy, broken, routed, war leader Mathok rode up to Paran's position near the westernmost rise and reined in. "High Fist, the last have fled east, down into the valley. Shall we pursue?" "No," Paran replied, watching as Quick Ben and Callum approached from across the killing field. "Mathok, begin gathering up forage for your horses. Send parties deeper into the valley if needed. But for resupply only, no chasing down. I fear we shall have to ride hard now." "Where?" "South, Mathok, south." The war leader wheeled his mount round, yelling commands at his second, Tmoral, who waited a short distance back with a wing of cavalry, and then rode off in the direction of his main force. Mathok's raiders had been eager, and they had acquitted themselves well. Watching the war leader ride away, Paran rubbed at the back of his neck. "No wonder you winced at every move, Dujek," he said under his breath. "I'm a mess of knotted ropes." Still, the enemy broke at first contact, and what could have been a nasty scrap turned into a slaughter. A mere handful of casualties, and most of those from idiots falling on weapons in their haste to pursue. Ensorcelled voices were all very well, but if that was where all the discipline and courage came from, now we can see the flaw in that, can't we? "High Fist," said Quick Ben, walking up like a man who'd taken a beating. His face was drawn, his eyes skittish with something that might be pain. Paran nodded. "High Mage, was it as bad as it looks?" "Not really. Just out of practice. Lost touch with being subtle, I think." A curious thing to say, Paran reflected, and then he faced Callum. The assassin's weapons were sheathed, and he looked rather pleased with himself. For no reason he cared to discover, Paran found he wanted to take that smugness down a notch or two. "You've been killing people after all." He regarded him for a moment longer before saying, "Your wife wishes your attention." The man scowled. "Now?" "That was easy. Since you're covered in blood, Corporal, you might want to wash first." Quick Ben snorted. "I'd forgotten, Callum. You're a lowly corporal, meaning I can order you around. Just try it, you hood-bitten snake." After the assassin had left them, the High Mage turned to Paran, hesitated, and then said, "Felt something far to the southwest." "As did I, Quick Ben." That skittish look returned. "Do you know what it was?" "Do you?" The High Mage sighed. "Back to that, then, is it?" Paran cocked his head. "When I asked Shadow Throne for Kalam, I admit that I didn't expect you to be the delivery man. My last sense of you was in the company of my sister's army, keeping your head down." Quick Ben nodded, looking thoughtful. "You were able to sniff out things like that? I'm impressed, Ganos Paran. You have come a long way from the nervous, gut-sick captain I remember from Black Coral." "I'm still gut-sick, High Mage," he said. "And as for sensing distant powers, alas, that's been growing ever more uncertain. And obviously, since coming within the influence of the Assail Warren, I have been effectively blind. But with my sister, it was never easy in the best of circumstances. Her sword. Her sword, yes. And other things." Quick Ben's nod was sympathetic. "Sisters, aye." Then his gaze sharpened. "That manifestation we felt, do you think, was it her?" Paran frowned. Just the mention of his stomach had delivered a nip of pain, and then vague nausea, reluctant to fade. "And look at us, still stepping round each other. Forget all that, Paran. Be honest, see what happens." "I don't know, High Mage, but I mean to find out." Quick Ben studied the mass of soldiers moving through the enemy supplies, and then he rubbed at his eyes. "Ganos Paran, what are we? Here, what are we?" Paran felt his face twisting as anxiety gnawed again at his stomach. "Quick Ben, we're soldiers of the Emperor. It's all we ever have been." Quick Ben shot him a look. "You were just a child when he ruled." Paran shrugged. "Nonetheless." "Aye," the High Mage muttered like a man trying to swallow bad news. "Nonetheless. But that empire is gone, Paran, if it ever existed at all." "Now that's a sharp observation. Nothing lasts, Quick Ben. Speaking of which, how do you warrant Kalam and Minala's chances?" Quick Ben grunted, and the sound might have been wry laughter or sympathy. "I don't. And while I think they'd be good together, they keep trying to wear each other's skin, if you know what I mean." "Sort of." "It's not love that's the problem. It's all the rest." Quick Ben nodded, and then he shrugged. "So tell me, O Master of the Deck of Dragons, what awaits us now?" "That depends." "On what?" "Gods below, where do I begin?" "Start with the worst it could get." "The worst? How much do you already know?" Quick Ben rubbed vigorously at his face as if trying to rearrange his own features. "And maybe become someone else." "Not as much as you might believe," he said. "Shadow Throne's not yet gotten over some past slight I offered him, though for the life of me I can't recall what it might have been. In any case, we're not exactly whispering in each other's ear." "Still," Paran said, not quite convinced. "Well, you have to understand, I usually work alone, and if I need help, I make sure the bargain I make is mutually beneficial, to keep down the chances of taking a knife in the back. I admit it, High Fist, I really trust no one." "No one at all?" "The trust I have, for some people, comes down to how well I know them, and then it's a matter of my trusting them to do what I think they're going to do." "It's a rather cynical take on trust," Paran observed. "It's the safest. It doesn't take much insight to realize that most people are only looking out for themselves, and once you figure out what they want, you can manipulate them." The wizard shrugged. Am I that much of a mystery? I have 12 souls in me. Think about that. All those lives, all those desires, regrets, hurts. Whatever you feel about your life, I have that a dozen times over. And some of those souls in me are old. Yet of necessity you all have to work together for a common purpose, if you say so. Paran studied the man. Mystery? What mystery? Right. Very well. The worst? Here goes, then. Kurald Galain falls to vengeful Tist Leosan, and they walk that path right into the heart of Shadow, ousting Shadow Throne, and from there they march onward to this world, joining with the Forkrul Assail in a tide of slaughter, until not one city is left standing, not one field planted, not one human child born into the world. Do you want the rest? There's more. The elder gods, having at last freed the Otateral dragon, succeed in the annihilation of magic, barring that paid for in blood, unless, of course, Carabas is killed. But if that happens, it will mean that the Elate, who are now or will soon be loose in this realm, will have killed it. And they will in turn seek domination, not just of this realm, but of all realms, delivering chaos wherever they go. And so, even with us wiped from the earth, terrible powers will contest the claim to our legacy. The gods will be dead, magic accursed only fools would dare invite, and, well, should I go on? Quick Ben licked dry lips. Parts of Byrne are dying. On our way here, whenever we touched the soil of this world, I could feel her skin searing, drying and shriveling into something lifeless. The Otateral dragon, yes. I probably already knew that, Quick Ben muttered, just trying not to think about it and hoping it would all go away. Hod's breath. Ganos Paran, tell me what we can do to prevent all this. The High Fist's brows rose. How unfortunate. That is the question I was going to ask you, Quick Ben. That's not funny. Wasn't meant to be. Your sister. Aye, my sister. You were with her, wizard. She must have explained her plan. Quick Ben looked away. She would free the crippled god. And that's it? How should I know? Was your whole family like her? Nobody saying a damned thing to each other? Dead silence at the dinner table? Is that how you managed to get along, assuming you got along in the first place? Paran grimaced. Can't say we did, much. Got along, I mean. What might she be holding inside? I wish I knew. Quick Ben's growing agitation was evident in his waving hands, his sudden pacing, the sharp, wide-eyed looks he threw at Paran. I thought you two had this planned. Had what planned? You're the master of the deck of dragons. So I am. Why? You want to play? For a moment it seemed Quick Ben's eyes would burst from their sockets, and then, with sudden hope, a reading? Yes, that's it. I'd take a damned reading right now. Why not? But Paran was shaking his head. You don't want that, High Mage. Trust me, you don't. There are too many rogue players in this game. Icarium, Draconis, the first sword of the Tlanimas, Olarethil, Silchas Ruin, Tulas Shorn, Kilava, even Gruntle, the mortal sword of Treach. And now the Elate, and how many dragons have come or are coming through the gate? 100? 1,000? Oh, and the elder gods, Erastus, the past master of the tiles, and Kilmandaros and her son. Quick Ben was staring as if Paran had lost his mind. Paran scowled. What now? They're all here? I have the deck of dragons in my damned skull, remember? I caught the first winds of convergence some time ago. Trust me when I say this will be the biggest the world has ever seen, bigger even than the chaining of the crippled god. Nobody said it'd be easy, High Mage. The question is, what do you have to offer me? Quick Ben snarled. Why, more good news. What did you think? What do you mean? The High Mage threw up his hands. Let's just add the Kachin Chimal and the Jaghut. And oh, we should probably mention Hood himself, no longer dragging the throne of death by one ankle. And who knows how many slavering fanatics of the Wolves of Winter? And what about the crippled god himself? Will he go quietly? Why should he? If I was him, even if you showed me the inviting door at the far end, I'd be slicing throats all the way down the corridor. I'd have damn well earned the right to as much vengeance as I could muster."
Paran grunted. "All right. It's rather more complicated than I had imagined, then." Quick Ben seemed to choke on his reply. After a bout of coughing and then spitting, he shook his head, and eyes watering, he rubbed at his face again. Then he took a deep, settling breath and said,
"We need a secret weapon, Paran."
"I have a gut feeling about that."
"The one burning a hole in your stomach?"
"I hope not. I think we might have 2 secret weapons, High Mage."
"Please, I am begging you, go on."
"Quick, Ben, tell me, who was the toughest bridge burner you ever knew? Think back and think carefully. Get your ego out of the way. Ignore your favorites and the ones who spent all their time looking mean. Not the callous shits, not the backstabbers, none of the posers. The toughest, Quick Ben. Day in, day out, good times, bad. Tell me, who?" The High Mage squinted, glanced down at the ground at his feet, and then he sighed and nodded, looking up as he said,
"I didn't need that list, Ganos. I knew my answer right from the start. We all knew."
"Who?"
"Fiddler. There's no tougher man alive."
Paran looked away. "My family. Aye, we were something of a mess. But I will tell you this one thing I know without any doubt, and it starts with a memory. My sister had an area of ground cleared for her at the country estate, and it was where, beginning when she was barely 5 years old, she used toys to fight battles from every history book and scroll she could find. And the times when my father entertained high fists in his horse-selling ventures, he'd make it a kind of challenge to those veteran commanders. Take to the field against little sallow-faced Tavore, with all those toy soldiers. Count your attrition honestly and see what happens. My sister, Quick Ben, from about 7 onward, never lost to a single commander. And when their corpses were dragged away, she went deeper into the histories. She started taking the losers' sides, and then won those too."
"Tavore, then."
"Think of all the great military leaders, Dassem, Coltane, Kaz, Dujek, Greymane. For what it is worth, I would pit my sister against any of them. Gods below, against all of them." He continued staring into the southwest. "There you have it, High Mage. Fiddler and my sister are 2 weapons." When he looked back, he saw Quick Ben studying him. The High Mage said,
"The ascended bridge burners hold the gates of death."
"I know."
"Except for Hedge. Whiskey Jack sent Hedge back to Fiddler."
"Did he now?"
"Remember Pale, Ganos Paran?"
"As much of it as I could, which wasn't much."
"Right. You weren't there yet. Not when we got together on a hill outside the city to shake things down one more time. Or if you were around, Sorry was sticking a dagger in your back about then."
"What about it, Quick?"
"It's just, we were all there, trying to make sense of things, and now I've got this feeling we're all going to meet again, to bring it all to an end."
"One way or another?"
"Aye."
"How do you gauge our chances, High Mage?"
"Miserable."
"And our weapons?"
"With me vouching for Fiddler and you for your sister," he said with a wry grin, "the best we could hope for, I suppose."
"And here I have 2 more. The infamous Callum and Quick Ben. You know, if I wasn't such a realist, I'd be feeling confident right now." A scowl replaced the grin.
"Did you really have to put it quite that way, High Fist?"
He felt her eyes on him as he swung onto the horse. Settling in the saddle, gathering the reins, he squinted at the broad, terraced valleys stretching away to his right. Rich lands, he mused. Then he glanced across at her. "What?" Minala shook her head.
"He's going to get you killed for real one of these days. You know that, don't you?"
Callum snorted. "Whatever you think you've seen, Minala, you'll just have to take my word. You really have no idea what we've survived, me and Quick."
"Fine. Impress me."
Probably not possible, but I'll try anyway. Jaghut and Crimson Guard avowed in Mott Wood. Tistandi assassin mages and highborn demons in Darujistan. More claw than you could count. Looking across at her, seeing her flat expression, he sighed. And we ain't so bad on our own, neither. Ikarium, the Panion Domin, Kachain Naruk, and Salt-taken dragons. Quicks faced down them all. As for me, if I could raise up every person and every demon and every whatever I've personally killed, I'd have an army big enough to drown the Forkrul Assail in piss, never mind a knockdown fight. She continued staring at him, and then she said, inflectionless,
"You are both insufferable."
"Some nerve," he rumbled, "after all that attention I just gave you." On all sides, Paran's host was forming up, preparing to march. They had a third of a day's light left, and it seemed the High Fist wasn't much interested in resting his troops. In a hurry, that's always bad. Decent-looking soldiers, though. Lots of North Genebakan and Malazan mainlanders. And then there's those Seven Cities horse warriors, tribals. Tribals always scared me. Minala took a drink from her water skin and then spoke again.
"Were all you bridge burners the same? Arrogant, self-important, narcissistic?"
Aye, and we earned every strut.
"Rubbish."
In fact, Callum went on, ignoring her comment, it's probably why they decided to wipe us out. Every officer they threw at us couldn't hold up. We were a company run by the sergeants, Whiskey Jack first and foremost, but even then the sergeants voted on stuff, the orders they'd give to the captains and lieutenants, the orders to go down to the rest of us. As you might imagine, the high command didn't much like that. Oh, we might listen to a few, the ones we knew would do right by us, Dassem, Dujek, the ones we knew were worth their salt, but the rest, not a chance.
"Meaning you were ungovernable?"
Meaning we were actually thinking of taking down the Empress. Aye, looking on it that way, Lassine had to wipe us out. She had no choice, and if it didn't sit well with her, having to kill off her toughest soldiers, well, I suppose we gave her few options.
"Well, now," Minala said, "finally a little honesty."
So now I'm with the host, wife. Which brings me to the question, what are you doing here? It ain't safe wherever we're going.
"Shadowthren's children," she said. "Those that survived, I mean. I couldn't look them in the eye, not after what happened. I couldn't bear it any longer. And I could see Cotillion and Shadowthrone, they were up to something. But mostly," she seemed to shudder, "the children and what happened outside the throne room. I'll grant you Quick Ben didn't hesitate. Even when it looked like he was going to die, he didn't hesitate."
Ikarium, Kalam muttered. Maybe one day I'll face off against him, and we'll see.
Minala snorted. "That'd put a quick end to your arrogance, Kalam Mekar."
A signaller waved a banner, and it was time to ride down to join the vanguard. Kalam thought about Minala's last words and sighed. They kicked their horses into motion, and Kalam asked, "Love, tell me again about that Tist Edur with the spear." Commander Erikala of the Grey Helms entered the tent to find Brother Serenity standing in a corner at the back, draped in shadows and facing the canvas wall. There was no one else present, and Erikala was brought up short. "Pure?" Serenity slowly turned.
"Have you ever been buried alive, Erikala? No, I would imagine not. Perhaps in the occasional nightmare. No matter. Earlier this day I felt the murder of Sister Belai, and every one of her officers, all dead. The siege has been shattered, and our enemy is now loose within our domain."
Erikala blinked but said nothing.
"Take off your helm," Serenity said. "Do you see, over there, a carafe, foreign wine? I admit to having acquired a taste for it. It serves well in easing my misgivings."
And he went over to pour himself a goblet. He poured a second goblet and gestured to it. Helm now unstrapped and under one arm, Erikson shook his head and said, "Misgivings, Pure? Is not the cause just?"
"Oh, indeed, Erikson. There will be justice in our tide of retribution. But there will also be crime. We do not spare the children. We do not ask them to remake their world, to fashion a new place of humility, respect, and compassion. We give them no chance to do better."
"Pure," said Erikson, "as the teachings of the wolves make plain, each and every generation is given a new chance, and each time they but perpetuate the crimes of their fathers and mothers. From the blow that strikes the innocent child to the one that lays waste to a forest, while the magnitude of the gesture may vary, the desire behind the hand does not. So the wild would say, if it but had the words to speak." Serenity's eyes glittered in the shadows.
"And you see no presumption?"
Erikson cocked his head. "Pure, the presumptions of the perished grey helms are unending. Yet if we refuse, or are unable to comprehend the suffering of the innocent, be it babe or beast, what do our words replace, if not all that we would not hear, would not countenance, lest it force us to change our ways, which we will never do? If we would speak for the wild, we must begin with the voice of human conscience, and when conscience is not heeded, or is discarded, then what choice remains to us?"
"How clearly you enjoy such debate, Erikson. You remind me of better days, peaceful days. Very well. I will consider what the world would be like for all within it if conscience was more than just a whispering voice. If, indeed, it could raise a hand in anger. And when even a sound beating is not enough, it might then close that hand about a throat and take the life from the transgressor."
"It is our greatest presumption, Pure," said Erikson, "that we be the hand of conscience."
"Holding a sword."
"And finally driven to use it, yes." Serenity drained his goblet and replaced it with the other one.
"Yet your fellow humans, your victims, could not but see you as evil, as terrible murderers of the innocent. In fact, the very notion of guilt or innocence would be without relevance in their eyes."
"If we are to be evil, then we but balance the evil that opposes us."
"Seeking negation."
And Serenity smiled. "Sister Reverence made us kneel, Pure. But we are not so naive as to have come to you expecting anything but the opportunity to give our lives in the name of that which we believe to be right. You will use us until none of us are left. She did not need to compel the perish."
"I believe you, Erikson, and I find in you and your people much to admire. I will regret sending you all to your deaths, but, as you might well understand, the wild poses a threat even to us Forkrul Assail, should it truly be unleashed upon the world."
"Pure, with my own thrones of war I have carried your most dangerous enemy to this land. I know well what is coming. It is my judgment, and I am confident that the mortal sword and the shield anvil will concur. It is my judgment, Pure, that in the war now begun we will all lose, and in our losing the wild shall win." Serenity was silent for a time, studying the perished commander, the unearthly eyes unwavering. Then a small catch of breath.
"Do I in understanding you, Erikson? You cross the field of battle to help even the scales?"
"By all means, Pure, send us to our deaths. Upon the other side we shall await you." Serenity advanced a step.
I know well these Malazans, and I will welcome them."
The mortal sword Krughava stood before the adjunct Tavore and placed her sword in the adjunct's hands. Before her, pure, we did not kneel.
"Sister Reverence forced you to kneel, you pompous fool!"
Erikson cocked his head. Did she?
"You resisted!"
Pure, why would we resist? You forget we came to you, not the other way round. Serenity turned, faced the back wall again. His head tilted as he emptied the goblet of wine.
"Tomorrow we double our pace, Commander. We will hunt down the foreign army, the murderers of Sister Belai. And your parish will fling themselves into the battle and fight and not yield. If it takes the life of every single one of you, the enemy shall be destroyed."
Precisely, Erikson replied.
"Dismissed."
Donning his helm once more, Erikson left the tent. Hips aching, Sister Reverence made her way along the ridge overlooking the now withered farmland. She could see where Brother Diligence had established revetments, arbalest sangers, berms, and trenches. She could see how he intended to funnel the enemy to the place of killing. Only the forward echelons and the engineer corps of the Shriven army were present, the rest remaining closer to the city where supplies could readily accommodate them.
"Such an army. 50,000 for this one battle," says Brother Diligence. "And soon more parish grey helms. 5,000 heavy infantry, fanatical and entirely subject to my desire and Brother Diligence's. And surrounding the spire, 20,000 more, entrenched, immovable. What foe would dare this?"
She saw her commander ahead, surrounded by officers and messengers. Old as he was, Brother Diligence seemed to have shed years now that a battle was imminent. As she drew closer, she heard him addressing his officers.
"Shall be starving. We well know how unproductive the Southlands are. And in this weakened state they will gamble everything on a single cast of the die, a solitary, determined, desperate advance. We need but hold them until their energy is spent, for once that strength is gone they will have nothing in reserve. And then and only then shall we advance. Ah, Sister Reverence, welcome."
"Brother Diligence, all that I see here pleases me."
He tilted his head in acknowledgement.
"Sister, has there been any word from Sisters Calm and Equity?"
"No, but I am not unduly concerned. In truth, we can manage quite well without them."
He frowned, but nodded. They walked a short distance from the officers.
"Brother Diligence,"
she said, studying the preparations,
"I am aware of the spire defenses, and of this, your main army. Where are the reserve armies?"
"Sister Freedom and Brother Grave command 20,000 Kolanse infantry, positioned 10 leagues to the west. To support them, Brother Aloft oversees 15,000 Shriven auxiliaries. These combined forces are so positioned as either to respond to a breakout from the enemy holding the keep, or to drive south to engage the enemy marching here. Should we perceive the need for them, which I do not."
He fell silent then, and Reverence saw that his attention had been drawn downslope to where a rider was fast approaching.
"News comes,"
Reverence said.
"in haste."
"From my southern outlying pickets, sister." The Shriven's horse was lathered, straining with exhaustion as it lumbered up the slope. When the rider reined the beast in, it stumbled and barely recovered. The man, soaked in sweat, dismounted and stood before Diligence.
"Inquisitor,"
he said, struggling to catch his breath.
"A moment," Diligence said. "I see you have ridden hard, Shriven, and such efforts tax your imperfect bodies. Gather yourself, and when you are ready, begin."
The man gulped air for a dozen or so heartbeats and then nodded.
Inquisitor, a report by relay. 6 days to the south, an army approaches.
And the size of this army?
Perhaps 7,000, Inquisitor.
Diligence gestured one of his officers over. Watered Hestand. Prepare a single mounted battalion and a full support train. Water and food for at least 3 legions. You are to make haste to intercept the army now marching up from the south. These foreigners are our allies, the land-based element of the Perish Grey Helms. Treat them with respect, Hestand, on your life.
Yes, sir. Shall I deliver a message from you?
A simple welcome will do, until such time as we meet in person. However, it is certain that they will have news of our enemy's disposition, and that I wish to hear immediately. Be sure to have with you a full cadre of messengers and mounts. The Watered saluted and left. Sister Reverence sighed.
Soon, then.
She was silent for a moment, and then she faced Diligence.
It must be understood, brother, that the heart shall be secured above all else. We well know that the gods are gathering, and that they will through force or deceit seek to wrest that organ from us. Failing that, they will attempt to destroy it.
None can hope to come close, sister. The power of Akrast Corverlane denies them, and shall continue to do so. Their only possible path to the heart is through their mortal servants. She feared she was missing something, however, something vital.
I shall attend the heart,
she said.
I shall not leave its side.
Understood, Sister Reverence. You will then be accorded a fine view of the battle here, and may well realize our victory before do we on the field.
If instead I see failure, brother, I shall by my own hand destroy the heart.
Prudent, he said.
Is this enough? What else can I do? And why this sudden unease?
She stared southward, eyes narrowing.
Why, brother, do we now face such opposition? Another year, perhaps 2, and Akrast Corverlane would be of such power as to dominate this world. And then we could unleash righteous adjudication upon every land in cleansing wrath.
The fallen god has forced their hand, Sister Reverence. We cannot determine precisely how, chained and weakened as he is, but I remain convinced that he is behind this gambit.
Perhaps that is as it should be,
she mused.
After all, is not his creed the very antithesis of our own? The flawed, the helpless, and the hopeless, daring to stand before holy perfection. The weak of spirit against the indomitable of spirit, the broken against the complete. What astonishes me, Brother Diligence, is their audacity in thinking they could defeat us. Before they even arrive, why, by their very doubts and mutual mistrust, they are already lost.
Diligence's gaunt face pinched into a faint smile. In a war between fanatics and skeptics, the fanatics win every time. At her frown, he shrugged. In the vaults of the palace, sister, our archivists came upon some ancient Jaghut scrolls. Gothos Folly. I have been acquainting myself with its peculiar perspective. She grimaced.
Fanaticism, Brother Diligence, is the harbor of delusions. While to others we may appear no different from fanatics, we are. Fundamentally different, for our cause is a justice beyond our own selves, beyond even our kind. And for all that we Forkrul Assail can but aspire to true perfection, justice stands outside, and its state of perfection cannot be questioned.
When wisdom drips blood, fools stand triumphant. Reverence shot him a look.
Have those scrolls burned, Brother Diligence. That is a command, not a request.
He bowed.
It shall be done at once, Sister Reverence.
And I would hear no more of this Gothos folly. Am I understood?
You are, Sister Reverence. Forgive me.
Her hips throbbed with old pain.
We have walked so far, but at last we make our stand, and we become the fulcrum of the world, and where but upon the fulcrum shall justice be found?
Clouds of dust from the work crews lifted to roll over their position. Discomfited by the sting in her eyes and the bitter taste in her mouth, she turned away.
Carry on, Brother Diligence.
Lying prone in the withered grasses with his gaze fixed on the vast camp sprawled in the plain below, Stormy swore under his breath, reached under his belly and dragged free a sharp stone. Beside him, Gessler scratched at his nose and said,
"That looks ominous, doesn't it?"
A troop of Perish were marching a half-dozen of their comrades, these ones stripped down weaponless and wearing only their undergarments, out to a trench from which diggers were only now climbing. When they were formed into a line facing that trench, they were made to kneel. Sword blades flashed, heads rolled, and bodies fell. Gessler grunted.
"Explains Bent and Roach going mad over those long mounds yesterday."
Sighing, Stormy said,
"If we practiced that, instead of arguing all the time, Guess, we'd have killed each other 1,000 times by now. Some people hate it when the party ends."
"Exactly. Listen," said Stormy. "We caught us up with the shits. We should do like Gurul says and cut 'em all down, starting with Tanakalian."
"In her worst moments, Krukava might agree. If we didn't have her under guard, sooner or later she'd be down there trying to do it personally,"
muttered Gessler.
"But it'd still be wrong, not tactical."
"Oh, here we go again. High first fist, sword-prancing Gessler the Great talking tactics again. Lay a wager the rest of them Perish aren't already waiting in the Assail capital, so instead of taking down 5,000 grey helms here and now, we'll have to take down twice that number a week from now. How does that make tactical sense?"
"Krukava thinks she can turn them back, Stormy, but now's not the time."
"She also thinks the sun sets up her ass every night and comes out of her mouth every morning. She's unhinged, Guess. You can see that, can't you? Mad as a five-eyed, one-whiskered cat."
"Hold on. Who's that?"
"Who? Where?"
"That girl."
Stormy fell silent, watching. He could see Tanakalian approaching her, was stunned when the shield anvil knelt before her. They were too distant to hear, but by the girl's gestures, pointing at the trench where the bodies and heads had been dumped, she wasn't happy about something, and she was giving that backstabbing shit an earful.
"That must be her,"
Gessler said.
"the one Faint told us about."
"Destriant," Stormy grunted. "But the question is, how in Hood's name did she get here?"
"Warren, she was spat out by the wolves."
"If Krukava's going to have to face anybody down, it'll be her."
"You're probably right, Stormy."
Gessler edged back down the slope of the ridge, and then sat up. After a moment, Stormy slid down to join him.
"It's this,"
Gessler said, wiping dirt from his hands.
"The wolves of war, right? So how come that army's acting like they don't even know we're half a day behind them?"
Stormy scratched in his beard.
"Wolves do the hunting. They don't get hunted. Except by us humans."
"Still, might be just never occurred to them to take a look back."
"So maybe the adjunct had it right," Gessler said. "This army of Kachain Chamal is ready to come down like a knife in the middle of the table."
"More like we're like snakes in the grass, and our fangs are fucking dripping." Stormy smiled without humor. "Excited yet, mortal sword?" Gessler's eyes were bright.
"You?"
"Nah, you're bound to mess it all up."
"That didn't last. Thanks."
"Just keep your head level, Guess. That's all I'm asking." Gessler's expression was incredulous.
"Now that's rich, Stormy, coming from you."
"I'm more battle-hardened these days, Guess. All my wisdom I earned the hard way."
"How are you managing to keep a straight face?"
"That's what us battle-hardened veterans do best. Now let's get back to camp. My mouth is watering at the thought of more armpit fungi and a big tankard brimming with gland juice."
There is treachery in his heart.
Setok stared down at the beheaded brothers and sisters, feeling the fury of the wolves, struggling to contain its wild wrath. The presence of the beast gods within her surged mindless as a storm, and again she felt as if she was moments from drowning in the deluge.
I am Setok. Leave me to be your voice. Blind rage is pointless. For all that your cause is just, it must be a human mind that guides us all into the war to come.
And this was what Tanakalian did not understand, or perhaps what he feared the most.
We must be free to speak, all of us. We must be free to object, to argue. Even the wolves do not understand this. Look at these bodies. They spoke out against the cruel pace, among other things. Above all, they spoke out of fear for the readiness of their fellow soldiers. This army is exhausted.
She turned, faced south, her eyes narrowing on a grassy ridge opposite.
If they came for us now, these lizard warriors, we would fall like myrid to the neck hooks. If they came for us now, I would have to awaken the wolves. But the footfall of gods upon the land shall summon like drums of war. Power draws power, too soon, too far away. Still, I wonder, why do they not attack?
She turned to see Tanakalian approaching.
Another audience. Shall I drive him to his knees again, humiliate him? No, that can wait.
She set off to take the two of them a fair distance from the camp, well beyond earshot.
Still, treachery in his heart.
Even before he caught up to her, he began speaking. Destriant, you must understand. The Perish are bound by strict rules of behavior. It is this discipline which gives us our strength.
You are destroying this army, Shield Anvil.
The Kachain Shemal
have already caught up to us.
His eyes widened, but for once he did not question her. The wolves must be sent against them, Destriant. We cannot hope to—
Now that our soldiers can barely stand, no, you're right, we cannot.
He drew himself up. This threat was ever present in my mind, Destriant. It was my hope that the Kachain Shemal would be content with escorting the Letheri and Bolkando. But I knew that I could not gamble the lives of my brothers and sisters on that assumption. This is why I drove my soldiers as hard as I did. We must reach the safety of the Forkrul Assail as soon as possible.
But you have failed to do so, Shield Anvil. And what manner of welcome do you imagine will the Assail accord us when we arrive with an army already half dead?
He was pale, and she could see the venom in his eyes. I had no choice.
You were impatient, Shield Anvil. You exulted in your betrayal, and in so doing you revealed your true nature too soon. Your once allies know the truth of you now, and they have had time to adjust their tactics.
This is Krughava's fault, all of it.
There shall be no more executions, Shield Anvil. Worse, your denial of their embrace has made a mockery of your title. I look upon you, and I can see, at last, the path that led to the Forkrul Assail.
Shock twisted his face. What does that mean? I am sworn to the wolves of winter.
You are drunk on justice, Shield Anvil. And for all that you imagine you walk a straight line, in truth you stumble and weave. Now you stand before me, deluded in your righteousness, and upon the path where you walked. She gestured back towards the bodies in the trench. The corpses of the innocent.
The delusions, he said in a low rasp, are not mine, child. Setok smiled.
Go on. I am intrigued.
Do you truly believe you can withstand the will of the Forkrul Assail? We shall be brought to heel, but that is not how it was supposed to be. Their aims are petty compared to ours. For all their claims, Destriant, the truth is, I intended to use them. They demand that we kneel? So be it. It matters not. The wolves are blind to all of this. We think in ways they cannot comprehend, and this game will not be won with slavering jaws and berserk rage. Against us, that has never worked. No, the wolves of winter are better off hiding in the forest, in the dark shadows. Leave us to do what must be done, and when all the players are weakened, then shall come the time for our gods to attack. After all, is that not the way of the wolves in the wild?
Tanakalian, said Setok, I agree with you. But alas, I cannot choose the times when the gods speak through me. I will have no control over their power the day it steals my will. Their anger will overwhelm, and through their eyes they will see nothing but blood.
That is not how to fight a war.
I know.
He stepped forward, a sudden hope in his eyes. Then you must work with me, Destriant. We can win this. Win it in truth. Warn the wolves. If they manifest within reach of the Forkrul Assail, they will be murdered, or worse, enslaved.
Then stand before me now as a true shield anvil. It is not for you to judge, not for you to deny your brothers and sisters, and above all, it is not for you to take their lives.
Tanakalian pointed back to the bodies in the trench. They would have deserted Destriant. They would have fled back to Krughava, carrying with them vital information. Their crime was treason.
They sought to raise a new mortal sword, she said. For the field of battle, they sought a veteran to command them. You killed them because of a personal slight, Tanakalian.
Matters were far more complicated than you realize. She shook her head.
You face a crisis, Shield Anvil. Your soldiers have lost confidence in you. It is crucial that you understand. If not for me, this army would return to Krughava.
Unleash the wolves upon the Kachain Chemal. Buy us the time we need.
It will not be.
Why not?
Because they refuse, Shield Anvil.
But why? Setok shrugged.
The Kachain Chemal were never the enemy of the beasts. They were never so insecure as to feel the need to slaughter everything in sight. They were never so frightened, so ignorant, so pathetic. I believe the wolves do not see them as deserving of slaughter.
And will they change their minds when those lizards attack us? She fixed on him a sharp, searching stare.
What will the wolves witness? Kachain Chemal cutting down humans.
But we perish are to be their swords of vengeance.
Then we can only hope that we do not face the Kachain Chemal on a field of battle.
Do you finally comprehend the necessity, the burden upon us, Destriant? We must stand in the shadow of the Forkrul Assail. We must be free to choose where and when to fight, and indeed whom we shall face. Let the Assail believe they have us well shackled and compliant, eager even.
You balance everything on the thinnest knife edge, Shield Anvil.
We are the Grey Helms, Destriant, and we shall serve the wolves.
Indeed.
And that is why we must continue marching at this pace. Leave the lizards no time to think about what to do about us. And if they chase our tails right into the Assail army, well, the moment those two ancient foes set sight upon each other...
We need only step aside.
He nodded. Dismissing him for the moment, Setok turned away.
Perhaps. Is this the treachery I sense in Tanakalian? And if I cannot agree with his methods, must I then reject his intentions? But the game he would play, poised between two such deadly enemies, is it possible? No. Ask yourself this instead, Setok. What alternative do we have?
When she turned, he was standing as he had been, facing her, and in his face blind need.
Are you clever enough for this, Shield Anvil?
I see no other way, Destriant. He hesitated, and then he said, Each night I pray to the wolves of winter. She turned away again, and this time with finality.
You waste your breath, Shield Anvil.
What?
They don't understand worshippers, she said, closing her eyes. They never did.
Once more, staggering lost, the darkness and the unbearable pressure, the raging currents that sought to rend the flesh from his bones, and on all sides the half-buried wreckage of the lost. He stumbled over rotted planks from broken hulls, kicked up bleached bones that flashed and spun in milky clouds. Silt-painted amphorae, ingots of tin and lead, a scattering of hundreds of round shields, hammered bronze over crumbling wood. Banded chests collapsed and spilling out their gems and coins, and everywhere the remains of sea creatures, their insensate bodies dragged down into the depths, and the rain from above was unending. Bryce Benedict knew this world. Was this yet another dream, a haunting from his memories? Or had his soul at last returned to this place he would learn to call home? Above all, the greatest pressure he felt, the one force which neither the strength of his legs nor the stolid stubbornness of his will could withstand, was that of immense devastating loneliness. Into death we step alone. Our last journey is made in solitude. Our eyes straining, our hands groping. Where are we? We do not know. We cannot see. It was all he needed. It was all anyone needed. A hand to take ours. A hand reaching out from the gloom, to welcome us, to assure us that our loneliness, that which we knew all our lives and so fought against with each breath we took, that loneliness has at last come to an end, making death the most precious gift of all. 1,000 sages and philosophers had closed desperate fingers about the throat of this one thing, even as they recoiled in horror, or, with a defiant cry, leapt forward. Tell us, please. Show us your proofs. Tell us oblivion has a face, and upon it the curve of a smile, the blessing of recognition. Is that too much to ask? But this, he knew, was the secret terror behind all faiths. The choice to believe, when to not believe, invited the horror of the meaningless. All these lives empty of purpose, all these hopes relinquished, dropped from the hand, left to sink in the thick mud, with silts raining down until everything is buried. I knew a man who studied fossils. He had made this pursuit his entire life. He spoke with great animation about his need to solve the mysteries of the distant past. And this guided his life for decades, until, in a confession written the night he took his own life, he finally spoke of the truth he had at last discovered. I have found the secret, the one secret that is the past. The secret is this. There are more life forms in the history of this world than we could ever imagine, much less comprehend. They lived and they died, and what little remains tells us only that they once existed. And therein hides the secret, the terrible secret. It's all for nothing. Nothing but fragments of bone. All of it for nothing. Easy enough to understand how this could have unleashed the black dogs, when comprehension yielded only a vast abyss. But then Bryce found a familiar face rising before him, there in his beleaguered memories or dream world, whichever this was. Tehol, and that look in his eyes that one might see the moment before he spat in the face of every god that ever existed, only to then move on to the dour mendics and philosophers and wild-haired poets. Damn them all, Bryce. No one really needs an excuse to give up on life, and all the ones you hear you might as well pluck out of a hat. Surrender is easy, fighting is hard. Brother, I remember once reading about deadly swords that, in the moment of war, would howl with laughter. What better symbol of human defiance than that? Sure, Bryce, I remember that bone collector. He got it all wrong. With that secret he discovered, he had a choice. Despair or wonder. Between the two, which would you choose? Me? I look at the idiocy and futility of existence, and how can I not wonder? Every creature dies, brother. You should know. I'd wager that each and every one of those creatures set out into the darkness, soul crouched and timid, not knowing what waited ahead. Why should us smart animals be unique? Death levels us with cockroaches and the rats and the earthworms. Faith is more than turning our backs on the abyss and pretending it's not there, Bryce. It's how we climb up above the cockroaches, top of the ladder, lads. And those 7 rungs make all the difference. 8? 8 rungs, then. Up here, the gods can finally see us, right? Remember that other sage who said the soul is carried from the body by maggots? Crush a maggot, kill a soul. And damn, but they'd have to crawl far, so the gods gave them wings to carry them up into the heavens. Makes for a strangely logical theory, don't you think? Where was I, brother? More to the point, where are you? The face of Tehol drifted away, leaving Bryce alone once more. Where am I, Tehol? I am nowhere. He stumbled, he groped blindly, he staggered beneath unimaginable weights, too ephemeral to shrug off, yet heavy as mountains nonetheless. and on all sides unrelieved darkness.
But no, is that light? Is that?
In the distance, a lantern's yellow flame, murky, flaring and ebbing in the currents.
Who? Do you see me?
A hand reaching out, the curve of a smile on a welcoming face.
Who are you? Why do you come for me, if not to bless me with revelation?
The stranger held the lantern low, as if no longer caring what it might reveal, and Bryce saw that he was a Tist Edur, a grey-skinned warrior wearing tattered leathers that streamed behind him like tentacles. Step by step, he drew closer. Bryce stood in the man's path, waiting. When the Edur arrived, he looked up, dark eyes staring with an inner fire. His mouth worked, as if he'd forgotten how to speak. Bryce held up a hand in greeting. The Edur grasped it, and Bryce grunted as the man leaned forward, giving him all his weight. The face, pitted and rotted, lifted to his own. And the Edur spoke.
Friend, do you know me? Will you bless me?
When his eyes snapped open, Erinict was ready for him, ready for the raw horror of his expression, the soul exposed and shaken to its very core. And she took him tight in her arms, and knew, in the pit of her heart, that she was losing him.
Back. He's on his way back, and I cannot hold on to him. I cannot.
She felt him shudder, and his flesh felt cold, almost damp.
He smells of salt.
It was some time before his breathing calmed, and then once more he was asleep. She slowly disengaged herself, rose, throwing on a cloak, and stepped out from the tent. It was near dawn, the encampment still and quiet as a graveyard. Overhead, the jade strangers cut a vast swath across the night sky, poised like talons about to descend. She drew out her tinderbox and a stick of rust leaf, to ease the gnawing hunger. This land was ruined, in many ways far worse than the wastelands. All around them were signs of past prosperity. Entire villages now empty, abandoned to weeds, dust, and the scattered remnants left by those who had once lived there. The fields surrounding the farms were blown down to rocks and clay, and not a single tree remained, only stumps or, here and there, pits where even the stumps had been dug out. There was no animal life, no birds, and every well they examined, every stream bed her minor mages worked over, seeking to draw water from the depths, yielded little more than soupy sludge. Their few remaining horses were suffering, and might not even make it into Kolanse proper.
And the rest of us aren't doing much better. Low on food, exhausting ourselves, sinking wells, and knowing that somewhere ahead a well-rested, well-fed army waits for us.
She drew hard on the stick, looked eastward to the distant camp of the Volcando. No fires, even the standards tilted like the masts of some foundered ship.
I fear we won't be enough, not to do what the adjunct needed, what she wanted. It may prove that this entire journey will end in failure and death.
Bryce came out of the tent to stand beside her. He took the stick from her fingers and drew on it. He'd begun doing that a few weeks past, seeking perhaps to calm his nerves in the wake of his nightmares. But she didn't mind. She liked the company.
I can almost taste the thoughts of my soldiers, he said. We will have to kill and eat the last horses. Won't be enough, even sparing the water to make a stew. Ah, if we could have scavenged, this might have succeeded.
We're not done yet, my love. Please, I beg you, do not answer that with yet another sad smile. With each one, I feel you slip further away.
It is our growing weakness that worries them the most, he said. They fear we won't be fit to fight.
The Perish, if anything, will be even worse off.
But they will have some days in which to recover. Besides which, Erinict, one must fear more than the Assail army.
She lit a second stick and then gestured with one hand.
If all of Kolanse is like this, they won't have an army.
Queen Abrastel assures me that Kolanse continues to thrive, with what the sea offers, and the fertile valley province of Estebance continues to produce, sheltered from the drought.
And each night the nightmares take you, and each night I lie awake watching you, wondering about all the other paths we could have taken. How have we failed her? Erinict asked. What more could we have done?
Bryce grimaced. This is the risk when you march an army into the unknown. In truth, no commander in his or her right mind would even contemplate such a precipitous act. Even in the invasion of new territories, all is preceded by extensive scouting, contact with local elements, and as much background intelligence as one can muster. History, trade routes, past wars.
Then without the Volcando, we would truly be marching blind. If Abrastel had not concluded that it was in her kingdom's interest to pursue this... Bryce, have we misjudged the adjunct from the very beginning? Did we fall into the trap of assuming she knew more than she did? That all that she had set out to do was actually achievable?
That depends.
On what?
He reached over and took the new stick of rust leaf. On whether she has succeeded in crossing the glass desert, I suppose.
A crossing that cannot be made.
He nodded. Yes.
Bryce, not even the adjunct can will her Malazans to achieve the impossible. The world sets physical limits, and we must live by them, or those limits will kill us. Look around. We are almost out of food and water, and this land has nothing to give us, and just as the farmers and villagers all fled or perished, so too are we faced with the same hard reality. The country is destroyed.
He seemed to be studying the sky. My father was not an imaginative man. He could never understand me and Tehol, especially Tehol. Our brother Hull, well now, he started out as the perfect eldest son, only to be pronounced dead in the eyes of father. He was silent for a few moments, smoking, and then he resumed. Beyond all the tutors foisted upon us, it was our father who insisted on delivering his one lesson. Even if it killed us, he would teach us the value of pragmatism, which is, as I am sure you well understand, nothing more than a cogent recognition of reality, its limits, its demands, and its necessities. Aranict cocked her head, wondering at the direction of his thoughts.
Beloved, of all men, the name of Tehol does not come to mind when I think pragmatic.
He glanced across at her. And what of me?
In you, yes. You are a weapon master, after all. I never knew Hull, so of him I cannot say.
So you conclude that of the 3 Benedict brothers, I alone absorbed our father's harsh lessons in pragmatism. She nodded. Bryce looked away again, this time to the southeast. How far away, do you think, lies the coast?
Proper marching, 3 days, if the Queen's maps are at all accurate.
Oh, he murmured, I'm sure they are.
It's almost dawn,
Aranict said. We will not march today, my love. She shot him a look.
A day's rest at this point could prove counterproductive.
He flicked away the stick, eyes tracking the glowing end. Before he changed his mind about things, Tehol became the wealthiest man in Lether, Aranict. Ask yourself, how could he have done that if in pragmatism he was an utter failure? He faced the camp. Today we eat the last of our food and drink the last of our water.
Bryce?
I think, he said, I will walk over to the Volcando camp. Will you join me, love?
Mud of the gods, woman, what are you doing?
Abrastel looked up. What does it look as if I'm doing, Spax? Her fiery tresses lay heaped on the tent floor. She was wrapped in her blanket, and as far as he could tell, naked underneath. He watched as she resumed slashing long lengths away with her knife.
I witness, he said, the death of my lust.
Good, it's about time. I was never going to bed you, Barghast.
Not the point. It was the desire I took so much pleasure in.
That's pathetic. Spax shrugged.
I am an ugly man. This is how ugly men get through each damned day.
You've been bedding my daughter.
She only does it to infuriate you, Highness.
Abrastel paused with her knife, looked up at him. And has it succeeded? Grinning, Spax said,
So I tell her every night. All about your rants, your foaming mouth, your outrage and fury.
Ugly and clever, a deadly combination in any man.
Or woman, I would wager.
What do you want?
My scouts have returned from the coast, Highness, with news.
Finally, she sensed something in him, in his tone, or the look in his eyes, for she slowly straightened. Are we flanked, War Chief? No enemy in sight, Highness. Then what? As you can see, I'm armed, and my patience is getting as short as my hair. Ships were sighted. A ragtag fleet. Ships? Under what flag? Lethery, Highness. Suddenly she was on her feet. Her hair only half shorn, she flung the knife away. The blanket slipped down, and Spax found himself staring at her magnificent body. Highness, I could live with that short hair. Get out of here, and send a messenger to Bryce. No need, Highness. About the messenger, I mean. He and Aranict are even now approaching camp. She was casting about for her clothes. Now she paused. This was planned, Spax shrugged. Possibly. But then, why not tell us? I'm more inclined to think this gesture was made by the king entirely on his own. She grunted. You might be right. What else did the scouts see? Landings, Highness, battalion strength, Lethery infantry and auxiliaries, and more supplies than any single battalion would ever need. Was the Imperial Standard flying? Does King Tehol command? No, only the battalion colors were present, as far as my scouts could determine. In any case, just this last night, my scouts realized that riders were on their trail. They too will be upon us shortly. She was still standing before him in all her glory. What are you still doing here? Answering your questions, Highness. I am finished with my questions. Get out. One more detail you might be interested in learning, Spax said. Among the auxiliaries, Highness, there are Teblor. Abrastal and War Chief Spax were waiting outside the Queen's tent, and Aranict studied them as she and Bryce approached. Both were arrayed in their full regalia, the Queen looking imperial, though the hair on one side of her head was shorn away, and the Gilk War Chief festooned in weapons and wearing an ankle-length cloak made of turtle shells. What is this? What has happened? Abrastal was the first to speak. Prince Bryce, it seems we shall be entertaining guests shortly. Before you ask, Bryce replied, this was not arranged beforehand. However, the last messengers I sent back to my brother detailed what we then knew of our route. At the time, we were 10 days into the wastelands. Still, she said, the timing of this is extraordinary. My brother's cedar is able to sense, even at a great distance, sorcerous efforts seeking groundwater. He turned slightly to nod at Aranict. As you know, our Legion mages have been engaged in such rituals ever since we left the wastelands. Abrastal's voice was flat. Your cedar was able to track us based on the drawing of water from the ground, while he sits ensconced in the palace in Letherus? You expect me to give credit to that explanation, Prince? Not even a god could reach that far. Yes, well. They could hear horses now, coming in from the southeast, and the Bolcando camp was suddenly stirring, as exhausted, suffering soldiers left their bivouacs to line the main avenue between tent rows. Voices were lifting, and now Aranict could see the vanguard. She squinted at the pennants. Sire, she said to Bryce, Lethery, yes, but I do not recognize the heraldry. What battalion is that? A new one, I would hazard, Bryce replied. The battalion commander halted his troop with a gesture and then rode forward until he was 10 paces from Bryce and the others. He dismounted in a clatter of armor, removed his helm, and then walked to kneel before the prince. It is Tenedict, sire, commanding the Chancel Battalion. Please stand, Commander, said Bryce. Your arrival is most welcome. It is Tenedict. I believe I know that family name, though at the moment I cannot place it. Yes, sire. My father was one of your brother's principal stakeholders, and numbered among the first to go under on the day of losses. I see. It seems, however, that the Tenedict family has recovered from its misfortune. Yes, and the king has seen fit to reward us, sire. Excellent. In the form of community service, under his new program of indebtedness to the community, sire. As the middle son and facing few prospects, I elected to take the military route for my community service, while the rest of the Tenedict family set to reforming the impoverished conditions of the indigents out on the Isles. Abrastal made a sound somewhere between disbelief and disgust. Forgive my interruption, Commander.
Am I to understand that the King of Lesser, having ruined your family's wealth, has since seen fit to demand from you a period of public service?
That is correct, Highness.
How is that even remotely fair?
Idist managed a faint smile as he regarded her.
On the matter of fairness, Queen, King Tavore had much to say to my father, and all those others who profit from the debts of others.
Abrastal scowled. Speaking from a position of great privilege, I find that offensive.
Highness, said Idist, I believe that was the point.
Bryce spoke. Commander, you bring not only yourselves, but also resupply, is that correct?
It is, sire. In addition, I carry a written missive from the king addressed to you.
Do you have it with you?
I do, sire.
Then please read it to us. The young commander's brows lifted.
Sire, perhaps some privacy?
Not at all, Commander. You seem to have the voice of a drill sergeant as it is. Lend it to my brother's words, if you please. All at once the man was sweating, and Erinict felt a sudden sympathy. She leaned close to Bryce.
You might want to reconsider, love. This is your brother, after all.
Yes, and?
His own words, Bryce.
The prince frowned. Ah, right. But Idist had begun.
Greetings to Prince Bryce from King Tehol, the only of Lether. Dearest brother, have you slept with her yet?
Wisely he paused then, and looked up at the prince. On all sides, from the soldiers within earshot to Abrastal and Spax, there was deathly silence. Sighing, Erinict lit a stick of rust leaf. Bryce stood, one hand over his eyes, and then, with a helpless gesture, bade Idist continue.
Never mind, we can talk about that later. But let it be known that as king I can command from you every detail down to the very last, detail, all the while promising that my wife will never hear a single word of any of it. Since, as I am sure you have now discovered, pillow talk can be deadly. Best I turn now to the dull official content next, so that we can later return to the juicy details. I feel justified in such expectations since I have discovered that women actually engage in the most horrendously explicit discussions of their menfolk when in the company of their bosomed friends, inviting tit for tat, and what tit could be more inviting than tat?
Spax burst out a harsh laugh and then ducked.
Sorry, that was just me, being appalled.
Idist resumed.
Official now. Bug formed up his own battalion, found an able commander for it, and then hired a fleet to transport said reinforcements along with all the resupply he could wedge into the holds. And then, following my proclamation of the sovereignty of the indigents out on the Isles, Bug oversaw all the Teblaw, who, strangely, rushed to join the Lethery military with the aim of accompanying the Chancel fleet. Between you and me, the Teblaw have to be the most contrary people I have ever known. Anyway, with all of Bug doing this and Bug doing that, I am understandably exhausted and I graciously accept your sympathy. To continue, the battalion now has 300 Teblaw in its auxiliaries. I believe some ancient prophecy has them in an advanced state of excitement. Just as my very own prophecy of your impending love life having now come true, I trust, why, I am left in an advanced state of excitement, but not improperly so, I assure you. That would be sick. Never mind tales of war and mayhem, brother. Spin me a romance. Trapped in a palace and chained to a wife, well, you can imagine my desperation here. Sincerely, as I am to put into practice a new period of austerity here in the palace, I have just discovered the error of dictating this missive to my wife. So, I will take this moment before fleeing the room to send to you all my love and to extend my warmest greetings to everyone else whom you have forced into the awkward position of hearing this. With deepest affection, your loving brother, King Tehol.
Prince Bryce, murmured Abrastal, you have my sympathies. Bryce sighed, and then, in a remarkably calm and steady voice, he addressed Idist. Commander, when will the battalion arrive?
They have already begun their march, sire. 2 days behind us. I left orders to push on into the night and rise before dawn, so with luck they will arrive by dusk tomorrow.
Thank you, Commander. As they walked back to the Lethery encampment, Idist and his troop maintaining a respectful distance behind them, Erinict took Bryce's hand.
All that cheering and laughter, that was ingratitude. You do realize that, don't you?
He frowned.
Bryce?
He does it on purpose, you know. sees me as far too serious, but then it just so happens I am about to lead my soldiers into war. We have marched a long way and have suffered deprivations, and our enemy awaits us, fit, rested, and probably thoroughly entrenched. That enemy will be choosing the ground, and to make matters worse, they will probably outnumber us by a wide margin.
Nothing he said made light of that, she responded, and by his gesture alone you must know that he worries for you. This resupply gives us a fighting chance.
I know, and of course I'm grateful. How could I not be?
Idist did warn you.
Bryce shook his head. It's not the letter, Erinict.
It isn't?
What just happened back there played out in Tehol's mind even as he dictated the lines to his wife. He knew I would want his words read out loud. My brother is diabolical and thoroughly shameless. I have spent my whole life walking wide-eyed into his snares, and none of it bothers me. In fact, I cannot help but admire his genius every time.
Erinict was baffled. Bryce, what is it then?
I cannot recall, Erinict, and I've been trying. I cannot recall Tehol ever saying that he loved me. And that alone is the measure of his concern, and it's shaken me to the core.
Bryce,
Tehol fears we will not see each other again. For all its mundane silliness, he came as close to saying goodbye as anyone could without using the word itself. And so, as you perhaps can now imagine, I miss him. I miss him dearly. She held tight onto his hand, as if that could help, when she knew that it could not. But she had nothing to say to him. Her mind was blank, echoing in the wake of what had just rushed through it.
He expects to die. My love expects to die.
The relief wagons rolled into the camp, and for the first time Shield Anvil Tanakalian set eyes upon a Forkrul Assail. Or so he thought, only to subsequently discover that the man was but a half-blood, a Watered. No matter, there was something of a nightmare about him, the skin white as papyrus, the way he moved, his arms crooking like snakes, the sinuous flow of his strides, and the ghastly coldness in his pallid eyes. These are the deadliest of allies. I am not blind to the contempt you have for us, when you look upon our beleaguered, battered condition, but we shall recover, and swiftly, and when the time comes to do what is necessary, we shall be ready. He saw Setok standing apart, ignoring the Watered and his officers, ignoring everyone and everything. Was she caught in the grip of the wolves? Did they stare out now from her mismatched eyes? She is a liability, but it's not her fault. The wolves have taken her. They use her. She is nothing more than a portal, and when the gods choose to manifest in this world, they will tear right through her. I doubt she will even survive. If necessary, I will seal that portal. I will stop the wolves from coming. I will do this to save their lives. So his prayers went unanswered. By her words, she had made plain that the priests of the Grey Helms were all fools, self-deluded in believing they could touch the mind of the wild. And generations have perished who gave their lives to the wolves. A waste. All that blood spilled. And the struggles for power, those precious titles of mortal sword, shield, anvil, destriant, they all meant nothing. And therein lurks the cruelest truth of all. In the end, we are no different from every other cult, every other religion, convincing ourselves of the righteousness of our path, convincing ourselves that we alone hold to an immutable truth, secure in the belief that everyone else is damned. But it was all a game, the sacred a playground for secular power struggles, venal ambition. What's left to believe in? His thoughts swirled, spun in a vortex, taking him down and down, to Krughava. Did you see through it all? Did you decide that personal glory was all there was, the only thing worthy of aspiration? Are you, Krughava, the reduction of the argument? Make your last stand. Die neck-deep in integrity and honor and duty. Those words are born on a flag in 3 shades of red, and you will rally to that standard, and once there you will happily die. Very well, Krughava. I can make sense of you now. It does not help, because still I will not follow you, but at least I understand. They didn't need Setok. The grey helms would be the wrath of the wolves, the fury of the wild, but without risk to the wolves. Yes, this is war, but do not come here. Not to this one. If you do, they will take you. If you do, gods will die on that day. I will not have it. He realized that he stood between the two, between Krughava and Setok, between the profane and the sacred, and yet to neither would he give his embrace. Poised on the knife edge indeed. I am the shield anvil, and the virtue of blessing is my one and my only virtue. Yet here I stand, trapped, unwilling to reach out to either one. It seems that the glorious death shall be mine, after all.
Shield anvil?
He turned, found himself facing the watered commander. Yes?
I suggest you rest and feed for this night. Come the dawn, we can begin our march to Blessed Gift.
Excuse me, where?
Blessed Gift is the old name for the plain where awaits the Kolanse army. It was a land once rich with wheat.
Tanakalian smiled, looked away. Very well.
Shield anvil?
He glanced back. What is it? The watered tilted his head.
I was about to comment on the impressive courtesy in the manners of your soldiers.
Forgive me, said Tanakalian, voice tight. I am distracted.
Of course. Brother Diligence wishes to know, are those pursuing you the only threat we should expect?
Those pursuing? But I say nothing of the Kachain Shemal. Not to you, not to any of you. I believe so. However,
Shield anvil?
There was an army of foreigners, but they attempted to cross the glass desert. It is probably safe to assume that they have failed.
I agree. We have sensed nothing impinging upon us from that direction.
Tanakalian nodded. Well, I doubt you would have anyway, but it pleases me to hear your certainty in your assessment that the glass desert cannot be crossed.
A moment, Shield anvil. You say to me that you do not think we would sense their appearance. Why is that?
Tanakalian's eyes wandered past, settled once more on Setok. He shrugged. Their commander wields an Otatarl sword. Not that it could save. He stopped then, for the watered was marching back to his entourage, shouting commands in the Kolanse language. In moments, 3 riders wheeled their mounts and set out at a gallop northward. When he glanced back at Setok, he found her staring at him. The shield anvil realized that he was sweating, his heart beating fast in his chest. It's just an Otatarl sword, he muttered, baffled at the watered's obvious alarm, unnerved by Setok's sudden attention. Calm yourself. Hold to the knife's edge. Breathe deeply. Breathe. Chapter 22. Even a man who has lived a life of sorrows will ask for one more day. Prayers of the Condemned, Kolanse Imperial Archives, Anonymous. Calm stood motionless, facing southwest. The sky was empty, cloudless, the blue washed out and tinged green by the strangers. Empty, and yet...
Death comes. I see a road built from bones and dust, a road slashing the flesh of the earth. It comes with the speed of the wind. It comes in the shadow of gods below.
Confusion erupted within her, then terror and dread.
Carabas, unchained! But why? Who would do such a thing? Who has summoned this power? It is madness!
For an instant she felt once more the unyielding weight of the stone that had once imprisoned her, suffocating, the horror of limbs she could not move, the darkness and the terrible, terrible solitude. And she knew what this was. She knew this sensation, this animal terror, panic.
No, no one will take me again!
Trembling, she struggled to regain control.
Carabas, you are freed. I feel your bitter exultation. Perhaps I alone can truly understand it. But they will come for you. Can you not feel them? The Alaint are upon this world. They will kill you. Do not seek us. Do not pierce the skin of Akrast Kovalain. We must not be wounded. Not now, Carabas, I beg you.
But she knew that there would be no reasoning with such a creature. From the moment of its creation, the Otataral dragon had been doomed to an eternity of anguish and rage. Unmatched in power, yet that power was abnegation. Its only food was sorcery, but life itself was a manifestation of magic, and so all it touched it killed. Only the Elate possessed the will to withstand that.
Such loneliness, the ordeal of existence, so unrelenting in its refutation. Yes, Carabas, I could look into your eyes without flinching, for I know the truth of your turmoil.
She knew she could not alter the dragon's deadly path. Her brothers and sisters had no idea what was now winging towards them, and against the Otataral dragon,
they might all die. Reverence, diligence, serenity, all my pure kin, and all that we sought to achieve will be destroyed.
No, she could not stop Carabas.
But I can avenge the deaths of my brothers and sisters.
She was camped 3 days from the bound body of Life-Stealer. 3 days from the one weapon capable of matching the Otataral dragon.
Icarium, I will awaken you. If the Elate fail, if they do not come in time, I leave Carabas to you.
The two would seek each other out. They could do naught else.
The dragon is negation, but Icarium is an open wound into chaos itself. When his self shatters, when his so-called rage is unleashed, he is but a conduit, a portal way. This is why he cannot be stopped. He is not even there. Shall you do battle against chaos itself? Impossible. They will clash, and that battle shall destroy the world. Good. Even Sister Reverence does not understand. There is more than one path to justice.
She set out. Beneath her feet, the earth's screaming now reached her senses. She could feel the tremors of the assault being inflicted upon it. The sudden blighting, the eruptions of dust, the vast fissures opening below Carabas.
Where she passes, there shall be no life. Where she passes, all that is living shall die. Elate, find Carabas, kill the Otataral dragon. That is all I ask, and then we can bargain, for I shall have Icarium. I shall have a force of chaos to match your own. We can strike a perfect balance in a world scoured empty of meddling gods. Imagine what can be achieved. We can give the inheritors true freedom, and by their each and every deed we can watch them hang themselves. No gods to blame, no excuses to build up, no lies to hide behind. Such a glorious world it will be, such a righteous place, a place where justice never blinks. We can share such a world, Elate.
Climbing a slope to a ridgeline, she found 2 figures standing in her path. Talani Mas. Ancient rage flared incandescent in calm, and once more panic rattled through her, just as quickly crushed down.
You would dare this?
In answer, they readied their stone weapons.
He is mine.
He is no one's, Forkrul Assail, said the female. Turn back.
Calm barked a laugh as she quested with her power.
I sense no others in this soil, nor on the winds. There are just the 2 of you. You must be fools to think you can stop me. I held the stone stairs against hundreds of your kind. I ended their war.
The 2 Talani Mas stepped out to the sides, the huge male hefting a flint-studded bone mace, the female shifting her grip on a stone spear. Calm moved with stunning speed, lunging at the female, her torso writhing to evade the thrusting weapon. Her hands snapped out, one plunging into the undead warrior's chest amidst shattering ribs, the other lashing at her face, catching the lower jaw and tearing it off. She twisted past, evading the downward swing of the male's weapon, and with one hand now gripping the spine, she spun the female round, lifting her off her feet and flinging her into the male's path. Even as he stumbled, he swung the mace in a diagonal slash. The Forkrul Assail stepped inside the attack, blocking the bone shaft with her wrists, turned to face him and thrust upward with the heels of her hands, catching each side of the warrior's lower jaw. The strength of the blow exploded the vertebrae of his neck, launching the skull into the air. As the huge headless warrior toppled, Calm closed once more on the female, who was feebly trying to regain her feet. Grasping her right arm, the Forkrul Assail tore it from the shoulder socket. Using the arm as a weapon, she swung it hard into the side of the female's head. The ball of the humerus punched a hole in the warrior's temple. The Tlanimas staggered to one side. Calm struck again. Plates of the skull splintered, broke away. A third blow crushed the woman's face. She fell. The Forkrul Assail stepped forward and with one booted foot rolled the Tlanimas onto her back. Then she swung the arm down repeatedly on what was left of the face and skull. The ninth blow split the arm bone. Calm flung it away in disgust and used the heel of her boot. Long after the wretched spirit of the female warrior had left the remains on the ground, Calm continued battering at that hated face. Some time later, she resumed her journey.
Such a glorious world it will be.
Kilmandaros fled. She could not even remember when she had begun running, or when she had breached her way into the first of innumerable warrens. The landscape she now crossed was bleak, colourless, the ground underfoot hard, uneven clay that had been chopped up by thousands of hoofs. 2 small moons tracked the night sky. Half a league ahead, she saw hills of red sand rippling as they climbed to the horizon. No places in which to hide, no caves, no forests. She would have to leave this realm soon, and yet Kilmandaros glanced back over one shoulder. A storm of darkness boiling to consume half the sky.
Close, close!
Her breath tore at her throat. Her heart pounded like the thunder of clashing storm clouds. She stumbled on torn, bloodied feet, her muscles burning like acid.
Where to hide? I've done a terrible thing, and now I will pay. It was all Erastus, all his fault, not mine. I did not want her freed, I swear it.
The slope of the nearest hill loomed before her, a sweep of red sand. How she hated this place.
A terrible thing, a terrible thing.
Darkness foamed up on either side. Crying out, Kilmandaros staggered to a halt, wheeled round, lifting her hands. He struck from the sky. Wings like flames of night, the blaze of argent reptilian eyes, talons lunging down, impaling her shoulders, snatching her from the ground. Kilmandaros shrieked, fists closing to smash upward into the dragon's ridged chest. The sound the impacts made was thunder, and then, trailing ropes of blood, she was falling. His shadow passed over her, a wheeling, plummeting presence, looming huge, jaws snapping out from a head above a lashing neck. Fangs sank into one thigh, and she was thrown upward once more. Spinning, she saw gleaming bone where the muscles of her left thigh had been, saw blood spraying out from her leg. Howling, she fell earthward once more. This time, he left her to strike the ground. She landed on her feet with the sound of exploding trees. Bones snapped, splinters driving up into her pelvis and torso. The impact threw her forward, onto her chest, and then over. Lying stunned, helpless, Kilmandaros stared upward to see Draconis descending.
Not fair.
A soft hand settled against her cheek. Blinking, she found herself looking up into her son's face.
No, leave here, beloved son, flee!
Instead, he straightened, drawing a sword. Kilmandaros heard Draconis speak from only a few paces distant. "Where is Erastus, Sechul?"
Gone,
her son replied. "Where?"
I don't know. Into hiding, of course. You won't find him, not any time soon. Shall I caution you against uttering any vows, Draconis? Or would the sting of that prove too much?
You always were chained to his ankle, Sechul, lass. But if you are determined to oppose me here, I will kill you.
I will defend my mother.
Then you will die with her.
She saw his sad smile, his lopsided shrug.
Draconis, I have nothing left, no one but her. If you will kill her this day, then there is no reason for me to go on. Do you understand?
Pathetic, growled Draconis. You would spend an eternity under your mother's wing. Step away, find some light of your own, Sechul.
Ah, I see. So this is my opportunity, is it? This is what you are offering me, Draconis? You never did understand acts of generosity, did you?
There was a long pause, and Kilmandaros knew that their gazes had locked, and then Draconis said, "Ready your weapon." She would have cried out then, would have begged for the life of her son, but when she opened her mouth her throat filled with blood, and she was suddenly drowning. She heard the whish of a blade, a scuffling of boots on the hard scrabble, and then a terrible grinding sound. A sword fell to the ground, and someone made a small, childish sound. Footsteps drawing closer. She couldn't breathe, felt herself dying, her eyes glaring upward, seeing those damned moons so puny in that vast night sky, and then that vision was blocked out and Draconis stared down on her.
He left you no choice, yes, but you do not say it. What need is there to say it?
His eyes shone like silvered pools at midnight, and there was, she realized with a start, such beauty in them.
With the darkness flowing round, falling like tears. But you can see how they could turn. You can see it. Such a terrible thing. Erastus, you have killed us.
Was it mercy when he set the sharp tip of his sword into the hollow of her neck? She looked again into his eyes, but saw nothing.
Yes, let us call it that. Mercy.
When he thrust the blade through her throat, it was cold as ice and hot as fire, and all that she saw suddenly faded from the inside out.
I'm leaving. My son, even at the last, you disappoint me.
Draconis pulled free the sword and then turned. A knot of shadows, vaguely human in form, stood opposite him. To either side was a hound, and he caught a motion off to his right and then on his left, more of the beasts encircling him. Eyes narrowing on the apparition, Draconis leaned on his sword. "Usurper, does Tulas know you stole his dogs?" The silver head of a walking cane flashed briefly before the shadows hid it again, like a fisherman's lure in dark water. The apparition spoke in a thin, wavering voice.
"There is little civility in you, old one."
A sudden giggle.
"Your inheritor once stood before me, just as you are doing now. He too held an infernal sword. Oh, was it yours? How careless of you."
"If you force me," Draconis said, "I will kill these hounds."
How goes the poem? The child and his dog.
Draconis stepped forward, blade lifting. "Who in the name of the Azathanai are you?" A frail, wispy hand gestured vaguely.
Your pardon. Did I offend?
"What do you want?"
Only a question for you, old one.
The cane reappeared, bobbing in the direction of Kilmandaros's corpse.
Where next? Or,
and he giggled again,
who next?
"Why should it matter to you?"
Only this. Leave Carabas. Leave the Forkrul Assail. In fact, leave that whole mess. Even the Elaint. If you show up, it'll only complicate matters.
"You are the one, then," Draconis said, lowering the sword and stepping back.
I am? Why, yes, I am.
The spider at the center of this web. Hood, rake.
And they were true to their words. Now that was a rarity. Perhaps of greater relevance is this. Anomander Rake spoke well of you, Draconis. Can you imagine such a thing? But it goes even beyond that, for he also said that you would be true to your word. Will you, Draconis, be true to your word?
"I do not recall giving it to you on any matter here," Draconis replied. The cane's heel thumped on the ground.
Excellent. Now, as to that,
A short time later, with Draconis gone, the hounds drew closer to the corpses of Kilmandarus and Setrul Lath, sniffing with their hackles raised like spines. Shadowthrone watched their agitated circling, and then glanced across to find Cotillion standing nearby. The patron god of assassins looked shaken. Shadowthrone sighed, not without sympathy.
The elders are so implacable. Look upon these two tragic victims. How many ages have they survived? To come to an end,
he waved the cane.
Here, wherever here is. Even the hounds were hard-pressed to track them.
You convinced him? Shadowthrone hissed, lifting the cane to examine the silver head.
He thought me audacious.
Just you?
Us.
We've lost her, Cotillion said. Or so I fear. It was too much, friend, too much. They have not walked our path. They are mortals, that and nothing more. They have not seen. The necessity has not gnawed at their souls the way it has with us.
Paths? Gnawing? Souls? None of this means anything to me. We concluded that things had to change, that is all.
They had to because our position was too perilous, Cotillion replied. Everything that's followed, this whole insane scheme, it all began with our need to secure our place in the Pantheon.
Precisely.
But then it all changed.
Maybe for you,
Shadowthrone muttered. Liar.
Shadows never lie.
They were both silent for a moment, and then Shadowthrone tilted his head back and let loose a wild laugh. Fighting a smile, Cotillion looked away.
Are you done with your moment of doubt? Shadowthrone asked. Good. It ill-suited you. Listen, she's a woman, and that alone makes her the most terrifying force in all the realms.
Yes, Cotillion said. I am well aware of your long-standing fear of the swaying sex.
I blame my mother.
Convenient.
I don't know which of us dreads more our visits.
She's still alive? Don't be ridiculous, Amanas.
Listen, I wasn't always this old, you know. In any case, every time we end up in the same room, I can see the disappointment in her eyes and hear it in her voice. Emperor? Oh, that empire. So now you're a god? Oh dear, not Shadow? Isn't it broken? Why did you have to pick a broken realm to rule? When your father was your age... and on it goes. I've been on the run since I was 9 years old. And is it any wonder?
Cotillion was studying him bemusedly.
They will walk out from that desert, friend,
Shadowthrone said.
I feel it in my bones.
Didn't know you had any.
Sticks, then. I feel it in my sticks. Doesn't sound sufficiently assuring, does it?
Assuring? No. Creepy? Yes. Shadowthrone thumped the cane down, looked round.
We're still here? Why are we still here?
A few last thoughts for the departed, perhaps.
Is it the thing to do? I suppose it is.
Studying the corpses now, Cotillion grunted. Not interested in just a slap on the wrist, was he?
Children who can't be touched end up getting away with murder.
That's your last word to them? It doesn't make any sense, Shadowthrone.
But it does. The elder gods were like spoiled children, with no one to watch over them. The only nonsensical thing about them was that they weren't all killed off long ago. Just how much can any of us tolerate? That's the question. The only question, in fact.
He gestured with the cane.
There's one man's answer.
I suppose, Cotillion mused, we should be thankful that Draconis was chained up inside Dragnipur for all that time. If Rake hadn't killed him...
Every wayward child should spend a few hundred lifetimes dragging a wagon filled with bodies.
Shadowthrone grunted.
Sounds like something my mother might say. Only 100 lifetimes, Kellan? Too weak to handle 1,000, are you? Why, your father... Ugh, not again.
Setchul Lath found himself lying on the ground. His eyes were closed, and he felt no desire to open them. Not yet, anyway. He heard footsteps coming closer. 2 sets, halting to stand on either side of him.
"Oh, my,"
said a woman's voice on his left.
"I suppose it had to happen eventually. Still, tell me, brother, are you feeling anything?"
No, replied the man on his right. Why, should I?
"Well, we are what was the best of him, and we shall live on."
Do you think he can hear us, sister?
"I imagine so. Do you remember once we sent a coin spinning?"
Long ago now.
"If I listen hard—"
Probably just your imagination, my love. Some games die with barely a whisper, and as for this new one, I want no part of it. She made a sound, something like a laugh.
"Is that wisdom I'm hearing?"
Look at our father, he said. When he opens his eyes, when he climbs to his feet, there will be no going back.
No going back, ever again."
Setchul's son sighed. I think we should hunt down the errant, beloved. In our father's name, we should teach him about the Lord's push.
"Draconis will find him. You can be certain of that."
But I want to be there when he does.
"Better we should be like this, brother, come to welcome him before the gates of death. We could help him to his feet, reminding him that our father waits on the other side."
We could guide him to the gate.
"Just so."
And then give the errant
a nudge.
His children laughed, and Setchul Lath found himself smiling.
Son, daughter, what a fine gift you give me, before I am sent on my way.
Sister, I see a coin with 2 heads, both the errant's. Shall we send it spinning?
"Why not, brother? Prod and pull, 'tis the way of the gods."
When at last he opened his eyes, they were gone, and all was well. When her draconic shadow slipped over the land below, the ground erupted in spumes of dust and stones. Fissures spread outward, jagged and depthless. Hills slumped, collapsed, their cloak of plants withering, blackening. Where she passed, the earth died. Freedom was a gift, but freedom filled her with desperate rage and such pain that the rush of air over her scales was agony. She had no doubt that she possessed a soul. She could see it deep inside, down a tunnel through cracked bedrock, down and ever down, to a crushed knot lying on the floor.
There, that.
And the screams that howled from it made the roots of the mountains shiver, made seas tremble, made still the winds and lifeless the air itself. Before her birth, there had been the peace of unknowing, the oblivion of that which did not exist. She neither felt nor cared, because she simply wasn't. Before the gods meddled, before they tore light from dark, life from death, before they raised their walls and uttered their foul words.
This is, but this is not. There shall be magic in the worlds we have made, and by its power shall life rise, and in looking upon its myriad faces, we shall see our own. We shall come to know who and what we are. Here there is magic, but here there is not.
She could never give her face to the gods. They would not look, they would only turn away. She could awaken all the power of her voice to cry,
I am here, see me, acknowledge me, your one forgotten child. But it would achieve nothing, because even the vision of the gods must have a blind spot. And what will you find there? Only me, a crushed knot lying on the floor.
Her living kin were hunting her now. She did not know how many, but it did not matter. They sought her annihilation.
But not yet. Leave me this freedom to do something, to do a thing that does not destroy, but creates. Please, can I not be more than I am? Please, do not find me.
Below her, her flight made a bleeding scar in the earth, and where her eyes reached out, where they touched all the beauty and wonder ahead, her arrival delivered naught but devastation. It was unconscionable. It was unbearable. See what comes when every gift is a curse. A sudden pressure far behind her, and she twisted her neck round, glared into her own wake of devastation. Alaint. So many. Rage gave voice to her cry, and that voice shattered the land for leagues on all sides. As its echoes rebounded, Corabus flinched at the damage she had unleashed. No! Where is my beauty? Why is it only for you? No! I will have this freedom. I will have it to do something. Her wings strained with the fury of her flight, but she could fly no faster than she was already flying, and it was not enough. The Alaint drew ever closer, and Carabas could see that crushed knot flaring with an inner fire, blazing now with all the anger she had ever felt, had ever taken inside, bound for so long. Anger at the gods, at the makers, her makers, for what they did to her. Alaint, you would kill me and call it freedom? Then come to me and try. Her rage was waiting for them all. Mathock reined in, dust and stones scattering from his horse's hoofs. As the cloud lifted around him, he cursed, spat, and then said, "They're in the pass, High Fist, the bastards! How did they anticipate us?" "Calm down," Paran said, turning to glance back at the column. "We are in the manifestation of Akrast Kovalain. The Assail can track our every move." He faced the war leader again. "Mathock, are they well placed?" "Dug in, sir. And these ones, High Fist, are heavily armoured, not local. The Assail have hired mercenaries." Fist writhed-viewed, standing beside Paran, somewhat too close as he could smell the spices in her hair, asked, "Could you see their standards, war leader?" Mathock made a face. "Wolf furs, Fist. Wolf skulls, too. I didn't get close enough. But if they had the carcasses of wolf puppies hanging from their earlobes, it wouldn't have surprised me." Paran sighed. "Torgan Fender, eh? Now that complicates things." "Why should it complicate things?" Noto Boyle demanded, withdrawing the fish spine from his mouth and studying its red tip. "There's nothing complicated about any of this, right, High Fist? I mean, we're marching double quick for who knows where, but wherever it is, it won't be pretty. And once we get there, we're aiming to link forces with someone who might not even be there, to fight a war against an elder race and their human slaves for no particular reason, except that they're damned ugly. Complicated? Nonsense. Now, 7 cities, that was complicated." "Are you done, Boyle?" "Noto Boyle, sir, if you please. And yes, I am. For now." "What makes this complicated," Paran resumed, "is that I have no real interest in fighting worshippers sworn to the wolves of winter. In fact, I sympathize with their cause, and while I might disagree with the means by which they intend to express their particular faith," he turned to Writhe-Bude. "Gods, listen to me. I'm starting to sound like Boyle." "Noto Boyle." "The point is, we need to get through that pass. Mathock, any other routes through the South Mountains?" "How the hood should I know? I've never been here before." "All right, never mind. Silly question." "Let's just pound right through 'em, High Fist. I figured just under 5,000. Fist Writhe-Bude choked, coughed, and then said, 5,000? Entrenched? Gods, this will be a bloodbath." Noto Boyle cleared his throat. "High Fist, a modest suggestion." "Go on." "You're master of the deck of dragons, sir. Talk to the wolves of winter." Paran lifted a brow. "Talk to them? Tell you what, the next pit full of wolves you get thrown into, try a little negotiating, Noto." "Noto Boyle." "You could swap bones." This from Gumble, where he was lying sprawled atop a flat rock. "Sniff their butts. They like that, I'm told. Lie on your back, maybe." "Somebody find us a big snake," Mathock growled, glaring at the toad. Gumble sighed loudly, his bloated body deflating to half its normal size.
I sense my comments are not viewed as constructive, leading me to conclude that I am in the company of fools. What's new about that, I wonder?"
Paran withdrew his helm and wiped grimy sweat from his forehead. "So we do this the hard way. No fist bude, not straight into the teeth kind of hard way. Signal the corps. We're marching straight through the night. I want us formed up opposite the enemy come the dawn."
Sounds like straight into the teeth, sir.
And that's what it will look like, too. There might end up being some fighting, but with luck, not much.
And how's that going to work out, sir?
I intend to make them surrender, Fist. Gumble, get your fat lump off that rock and find your erstwhile artist and tell him it's time. He'll know what that means.
"He's hardly mine, High Fist, and as for erstwhile—"
"Go, before Mathock decides to skew you with that lance."
"To raucous cheers from friend and foe alike,"
Noto Boyle muttered, the fish spine working up and down with every word.
"Look at him go,"
Writhe Bude commented.
"Didn't know he could scramble that fast."
Paran walked back to his horse, took the reins from one of the foundling children now accompanying the army. Swinging into the saddle, he looked down at the dirty-faced boy. "Still want your reward?" A swift nod. Paran reached down, lifted the boy up behind him. "Hold tight, we're going to canter, maybe even gallop. You ready for this?" Another nod, but the thin arms closing about Paran were tight. "Let's go see this pass, then." Kicking his horse forward, Paran glanced across at Mathock as the war leader pulled up alongside him. "Well?"
"Well, what?"
the warrior growled. "That's hardly a happy expression you're wearing. You got a sharp eye there, High Fist. So what's the problem?"
"There's only a problem, sir, if you pull this off."
"Are you always this hungry for a fight, Mathock?"
"Sharp eye, dumb mouth."
Paran grinned. "Can't have everything, you know."
"So I'm learning, High Fist."
"Would have made us a decent captain," Callum observed as he walked with Quick Ben. They were watching Paran, flanked by a mob of Seven Cities horse raiders, ride off towards the foot of the raw, worn range of mountains ahead. The assassin drew his cloak tighter over his broad shoulders. "Too bad he came to us too late."
"Did he?"
the wizard wondered.
"If he'd arrived before Pale, he would have been down in the tunnels when they collapsed."
"Maybe."
"Why are you walking with me, Callum? Where's Minala?"
The assassin's only answer was a low growl.
"Well," Quick Ben said, "it's just as well that you're here. We need to work out our next moves."
"Our next what? We're here to kill Forkrul Assail. There's no other moves to talk about, and those ones don't need talking about."
"Listen, that last pure damn near killed me."
"Rubbish."
"Well, all right. It hurt then."
"Get over it, wizard. We're back fighting a real war. Old style. Ugly magic, toe-to-toe, the works. Don't tell me you've forgotten how to do this."
"I haven't, but where's Fiddler, Hedge, Mallet, Trots, Whiskey Jack? Where are all the ones we need to cover our backs? Paran's sending us out into the enemy camp, Callum. If we get in serious trouble, we're finished."
"So fix it so that we can get back out if we have to."
"Easy for you to say."
Sighing, Callum scratched at the stubble on his jaw and then said, "Something happened quick back in Mala's city, in Mock's hold, in that damned chamber with Lassine and the adjunct. Well, just afterwards. Tavore and me, she asked me to make a choice. Lassine had already offered me whatever I wanted, pretty much, just to turn away." Quick Ben was studying him with narrowed eyes.
"Everything?
"Everything."
Knocking Topper off his perch?"
"Aye. She was giving me the claw, even though I had a feeling it was rotten through and through, even then. And I found out the truth of that later that night."
"So something had the Empress desperate."
"Aye."
"Fine. So what did Tavore offer you instead?"
Callum shook his head. "Damned if I know, and I've been thinking about it a lot. There was a look in her eyes. I don't know, a need, maybe. She knew that Lassine was going to try to kill her on the way back to the ships. We all knew it."
"She wanted your help. Is that so surprising? Who wants to die?"
"As simple as that. Quick Ben, she was asking me to die in her place." That's what she was asking. Just as desperate as Lassine, then. The two of them, they asked you to choose between two mirror reflections. Which one was real? Which one was worth serving? You still haven't explained how Tavore did it. She did it the way she seems to get all of us to do what she needs us to do. Well, now, that's been the one mystery no one's been able to answer, hasn't it? But, just like you, we follow. Kalam, I wish I could have seen you on that night in Malaz City. You must have been the holiest of terrors. So, just like the rest of us, you gave her everything you had. How does she do it? She simply asks, Kalam said. Quick Ben snorted. That's it? I think so. No offers, no riches, no titles, nothing any of us can see as payment or reward. No, she just looks you straight in the eye and she asks. You just sent a shiver up my spine, Callum, and I don't even know why. You don't? More rubbish. The wizard waved his hands. Well, Hood knows it ain't chivalry, is it? She won't even nudge open that door. No fluttering eyelashes, no demure look or coy glance. Callum grunted a laugh at the image, but then he shook himself. She asks, and something in your head tells you that what she's doing is right, and that it's the only reason she has to live. She asked me to die defending her, knowing I didn't even like her much. Quick, for the rest of my life, I will never forget that moment. And you still can't quite work out what happened. The assassin nodded. All at once, it's as if she somehow laid bare your soul, and there it is, exposed, trembling, vulnerable beyond all belief, and she could take it, grasp it tight until the blood starts dripping. She could even stab it right through. But she didn't. She didn't do any of that quick. She reached down, her finger hovered, and then gone, as if that was all she needed. You can stop now, the wizard muttered. What you're talking about, between two people, it almost never happens. Maybe it's what we all want, but Callum, it almost never happens. There was no respect in what Lassine offered, the assassin said. It was a raw bribe, reaching for the worst in me, but from Tavore, nothing but respect. Now I see it, Cal. I see it. Quick. What? Is she alive? Do you think... Is Tavore still alive? Quick Ben kicked a stone from his path. Even her brother can't answer that. I just don't know. But do you... Are you... Do I have faith? Is that what you're asking? He waved about. Look around. This whole damned army is marching on faith. We just have to get on with it, right? Fine, then, Callum growled. Let me ask you this. Can Paran pull it off on his own, if he has to? Quick Ben rubbed at his face. Scowling, he spoke under his breath. Listen, have you been paying attention? To what? Just when he walks through camp or rides. Do you hear the soldiers calling up to him as he passes, jests flying back and forth, laughter and nods, all of it? They're here because following him is what they need, what they want. The host lost Dujek one arm. That should have finished them, but it hasn't, has it? Our old captain here is now leading the whole army. You say Tavore asks because for her that's what's needed. But her brother, he just expects. Callum slowly nodded. 5 coins to that, Quick. Still, and he shot the wizard a sharp look, Shadow Throne sent you here, didn't he? Quick Ben made a face. The Emperor's drawing in all the old webs. Frankly, I'm appalled how he can still do that, you know? What kind of knots did he tie onto us anyway? Gods below. Do you trust him? Shadow Throne? Are you mad? The assassin paused, shook himself, and said, That's it then. Callum is done with his questions. You, wizard, you cover my back, and I'll do the same for yours. Let's go and kill Forkrul Assail. Lots of them. It's about time you regressed to your usual brainless bear-like self. So, there will be a camp up there where the officers are all gathered, well behind the entrenchments, watered and pures and whatever. We need to find the pures first this time, Take them out of the way, and the rest won't be as bad. Right. So what's all this about me not sheathing my Otataral knife? Why should that be a problem? Quick Ben shrugged. How does one make Otataral? No idea. Of course you haven't, the wizard snapped. You make it by pouring as much magic into one place at one time as you possibly can, and if you're lucky, a threshold is crossed. A firestorm that burns everything out, making Otataral. Will you stop interrupting me? My point is, what happens when 10,000 dragons and a few hundred elder gods decide to get together and do the same thing? Otataral Island? Of 7 cities? No wonder there's so much. Be quiet! No, not Otataral Island. That was just some localized scrap 1,000,000 or so years ago. No, what you get, Callum, is an Otataral dragon. Hood, take me. Wait, don't tell me they went and did that. Fine, I won't. But that's still not the point, Callum. So what is the point, Quick Ben? Only that the dragon's free and it's headed this way. And, most important, it can smell Otataral. So, every time you use it... Ah! Callum had his hands round the wizard's throat. He dragged his friend close. Hedge was right about you, he whispered, as Quick Ben's eyes bulged and his face darkened. You're insane, and worse, you think it's funny. Feeble hands clawed at Callum's wrists. Snarling, the assassin flung Quick Ben away. Staggering, the wizard fell to his knees, coughing, gasping to draw breath. 3 soldiers came running up, but Callum held out a hand to halt them. Return to your ranks, he'll live, and if I kick him while he's down, it'll only be once or twice. Seeing the look in their eyes, the assassin snorted. Aye, he's the High Mage. My point exactly. Now. His expression hardened. Get lost. The soldiers retreated. Callum turned to glare at Quick Ben. Hedge always kept a sharper back, you know. Had your face painted on it. He used to tell us if you went and killed him with one of your schemes, with his last act he was going to wing it at the back of your head. You know, I used to think that was a bit extreme. Leaving the gagging man on his hands and knees, Callum resumed his walk. My brother could not have planned for this, to see so much of his work unraveled. He understood the necessity of balance, but he also understood the wonder that is life itself. No, he could not have meant this to happen. Silchas Rowan glanced over to where Tula Shorn stood on the bluff's edge. Escape from death is never the escape you think it is. Would we have done it? He called over. The undead warrior's head turned, tilted slightly. We were young. Anything was possible. Then one of us would have knelt before the body of the other, weeping. That is likely. But now, Tulas, it seems we shall fight side by side, and there will be none to kneel by our bodies, none to weep for us. My hounds are wandering. I can feel them, hunting interlopers, dreaming of the chase. They wander the broken fragments of Corald Emorlan. Silchas Rowan was silent, wondering where his friend's thoughts were taking him. Tula Shorn sighed, the breath a long, dry rattle. Do you know what I envy most about my hounds? Their freedom. Nothing complicated in their lives. No difficult choices. Nodding, Silchas looked away. We face one now, don't we? The Elate will be driven to frenzy. Their entire being will be consumed with the need to kill Carabas. Can you not feel it in your own blood, Silchas? Yes. Tulas continued. We are left to a matter of faith. I doubt even Anamander could have anticipated that the elder gods would be so desperate, so vengeful. And this is what is troubling me, Silchas Rowan admitted. We cannot assume that all the elder gods acceded to the unchaining of the Otataral dragon. Does it matter? I'm not sure. Tula Shorn walked back from the edge.
Will any of them regret the annihilation of the gods? I doubt it. Once their children are gone, their resurrection is assured.
To inherit what, Tulas?
Ah, yes. But they do expect the Elate to kill Carabas. They require it, in fact.
Must we satisfy them?
Silchas asked. Tulas Shorn was silent for a while, and his face, taken into death, could give no expression, and the eyes were closed doors.
My friend, what choice have we? If Carabas survives, this realm will die, and it will be the first of many.
Leaving in its wake a land without magic. But even in such places life will return.
We cannot be certain of that. For all that we have explored the secrets of sorcery, we still know so little. We have flown over lifeless flesh. We have seen what happens when everything is truly stripped away.
Silchas Rowan studied his friend for a moment, then lowered himself into a squat and stared out over the valley to the south.
Am I fooling myself?
About what?
Silchas started, unaware that he had spoken out loud.
My brother knew well the elder gods. He'd clashed with them often enough.
It may be that his answer to the threat posed by the elder gods was to free Draconis.
Draconis? Then what will Draconis do?
I do not know, but even thinking about it fills me with fear. We know well what comes when Draconis is awakened to true anger. His solution may prove worse than the problem. Abyss knows, friend. We have seen that for ourselves. Still, since you have asked, I will give the matter some thought. Draconis freed. Who can oppose him now that your brother is dead? I don't know. This world has moved on. What would he do first? He would hunt down and kill the ones who freed Carabas. He always took retribution seriously.
Silchas Rowan was nodding.
And then?
The undead warrior shrugged.
Kill Carabas?
Leaving a realm filled with the Elate?
Then perhaps he would stand back and watch the two elemental forces collide and maul each other, until one emerged victorious, but so weakened, so destroyed, that he need only act expeditiously without rage. It may be that this is what your brother demanded of Draconis in exchange for his freedom.
Silchas Rowan held his hands up to his face. After a moment he shook his head.
Knowing my brother, there was no demand. There was only giving.
Friend, said Tulas Shorn, what is it that is in your mind?
That there is more to the unchaining of Carabas than we know. That in some manner we have yet to fathom, the Otataral dragon's freedom serves a higher purpose. Carabas is here because she needs to be.
Silchas, your living senses are sharper than my dead ones. How many Elate have come into this world?
The white-skinned Tistandi lowered his hands from his face and looked over at Tulas Shorn.
All of them.
Tulas Shorn staggered back a step and then turned away, almost as if his every instinct was demanding that he flee, that he get away.
Where? Anywhere.
And then he faced Silchas again.
Carabas does not stand a chance.
No, she does not.
The Elate will conquer this world. Who is there to stop them? My friend, we have been made irrelevant. All purpose gone. I will not surrender to Tiam.
The sudden anger in Tulas made Silchas straighten.
Nor will I.
What can we do?
We can hope.
What do you mean?
You say you sense the hounds of shadow.
Not close.
And you tell me that they possess a new master, the usurper of Kurald Emulan.
Who commands nothing.
No, not yet. There is a game being played here, beyond all that we think we understand of this situation. You say the hounds are wandering. The question that needs to be asked is why? What has Shadow to do with any of this?
Tulas Shorn shook his head. Silchas Rowan drew out his husked sword.
That usurper gave this weapon to me, as I told you.
See the blade, watermarked and etched with dragons. But there is more. There is my brother's sacrifice. There is the return of Mother Dark.
And now Draconis. Silchas, your brother, he cannot have meant to...
But I think he did, Tulas. We children were as responsible for what happened between Mother Dark and her consort as anyone was, even Osirk. My friend, they set something into play. And Amanda, this Shadow Throne, even Hood, and perhaps many other gods hidden from our view, forever veiled.
Draconis will never return to Mother Dark. Do you truly believe those wounds could ever heal?
Tulas, the Elate must be faced down. They must be driven back. They are the children of chaos, and who has always stood against chaos? What was Dragnipur, Tulas, if not a broken man's attempt to save the woman he had lost? It failed. Abyss knows how it failed. But now, at last, Draconis has been freed, his own chains forever cut away from him. Don't you see? My brother ended Mother Dark's vow of isolation. Once again she faces her children. But why should it stop there? Tulas, my brother also freed Draconis.
And Amanda would force the wounds to heal? The arrogance of the man.
He forces nothing, Tulas. He but opens the door. He makes possible anything.
Does Draconis understand?
Now that is the question, isn't it? When he is done killing the elder gods he feels should be killed, he will pause. He will ask himself the question, what now? And then perhaps it will come to him. The fullest recognition of Amanda's gift.
My friend, if I truly had breath, you would have taken it from me. But how can you be certain of any of this?
Silchas Rowan studied the sword in his hand. I think I know who crouches at the center of this mad web. Tulas, when I veer, what happens to this husked sword?
It becomes one with the fiber of your flesh and bone, as you well know, Silchas.
Yes, but this is a hust, a slayer of dragons.
Was the usurper trying to tell you something, do you think?
I begin to suspect the gift wasn't the sword. The gift was what the sword meant, what it means. He sheathed the weapon. The time has come, friend, for our last stand. War we shall now wage. Another rattle from Tulas Shorn's dry throat, but this time it was laughter.
I delight in this irony, beloved blade brother. Very well, let us go and kill some dragons.
Then he paused and cocked his head at Silchas.
Carabas, will she thank us?
Do you expect her to?
No, I suppose not. Why should she? We will fail.
Now, Silchas mused, you give me reason to wonder. After all, will this not be the first time that she does not fall alone? Tulas was silent for a moment, and then he said,
My friend, our death shall be our gift to her.
Tulas, can two ancients make a storm?
We shall have to try.
And Amanda, I believe I shall see you soon. And Anderist, too.
Since we are about to die, Silchas, will you tell me what happened to the Throne of Shadow?
Silchas Rowan smiled and shook his head. Perhaps, if the throne so desires, it will one day tell you itself.
Thrones cannot speak.
That is true, and it's just as well, don't you think?
It is a good thing we are going to die side by side,
Tulas Shorn growled.
Else I would be forced to fight you after all.
They had moved well apart, and now they veered. And two ancient dragons, one living, the other undead, lifted into the empty sky. Olarethil crouched in the grasses like a hare about to be flushed by a hawk. Torrent studied her for a moment longer, struggling to disguise his dark satisfaction, and then turned to check once more on the three children. They slept on, The hag had done something to them. It was just past midday, and they'd not travelled far since the dawn. Behind him, the bonecaster was muttering to herself.
Too many came through. Nowhere to hide. I know now what is being attempted. It cannot work. I want it for myself. I will have it for myself. There are ancients in the sky, but I am the most ancient one of all. I will see them driven back, but first Caraboss needs to die. They need to fail.
Torrent walked over to his horse, examined the primitive-looking arrows in the quiver strapped beside the bow. Then he glanced back at Assail. "What are we waiting for?" Her battered face lifted.
I will not be part of this fight.
He looked round, seeing nothing but empty plains. "What fight?"
You are as good as dead already, pup. Soon I won't need you any more. I have gifts to give, and he will forgive me. You'll see, he'll forgive me.
How can I see anything if I'm to be dead soon? She straightened, kicked at the grasses. 2 skeletal lizards dodged out, evading her gnarled foot. He heard their clacking jaws as they scampered past him, down the slope and away.
That's it, then,
Assail rasped, watching them flee.
They're gone? Good. I never trusted them. Go!
She hobbled to the edge of the ridge, shouted after them.
Find the great storm of Tiam! As if that will help you! Ha!
Then she wheeled and stabbed a crooked finger at Torrent.
I am watching you, pup!
Torrent sighed. It's all going wrong, isn't it?
Erastus was a fool, and all the elders who listened to him. His madness will kill them all. Good, so long as he leaves me alone.
You've lost your mind, hag.
Wake them up!
Assail snapped.
We need to go south, and we must hurry.
I smell the sea on this wind, Torrent said, facing east.
Of course you do, you fool. Now get the runts up. We must go.
You are losing your grip, witch. And you know it, don't you? You think that whatever you set out to do will be enough, that it will solve everything. But now you're discovering that it won't. I hope I do live for a while longer, long enough to be standing over your corpse.
Your mind leaks, pup.
It only leaks what I let through. She shot him a look. Torrent turned away, went to awaken the children. Telerast lunged and leapt alongside Curdle.
We'll be safe there, Curdle, won't we? The chains of our curse, broken in the storm, right? What I planned from the very start, Telerast, and if you weren't so thick, you'd have guessed that long ago. It was that priest of the worm, that clever drunk one, better than not Absalar, better by far. He told us everything we needed to know, so I don't have to guess, Curdle, because between us, I'm the smarter one. The only smart thing you ever did was swindling me into being your friend. Friend, lover, sister, or better half, it's all the same with us. And isn't that the best, Curdle? This is what it means to live a life of mystery and adventure. Oh, is my leg coming off? Curdle, my leg! It's fine, just wobbly. Soon it won't matter. Soon we will have the bodies to match our egos, and won't that be a scary thing? Why, I can smell us a throne, Telerast. Can you?
But Telerast had skidded to a halt.
Wait, Curdle, wait! That storm, it'll devour us. So we get eaten, at least we'll be free, and sooner or later the storm will break up. It has to. More like tear itself apart, Telerast hissed. We've got to be careful then, Curdle, so we don't get eaten for real. Well, of course we'll be careful. We're brilliant and sneaky. That's why creatures like us never lose, Telerast. We overflow with talents. They're spilling out everywhere. So long as my leg doesn't fall off, if it does, I'll carry you. Really? Well, drag you. You're so sweet, Curdle. It's because we're in love, Telerast. Love is the reason I'd drag you anywhere. We love ourselves, and so we deserve 2 thrones, at least 2. We deserve them, so we'll have them, even if we have to kill 10,000 babies to get them. Babies? Killing babies? Why not?
They resumed their swishing rush through the grasses.
I can almost see them, Telerast. An army of babies between us and those thrones. They can swing their bone rattles all they like. We'll chew through them like cheese. And kittens and puppies and small mice, too. Stop it, Curdle. You're making me hungry. And save your breath. We'll need it to kill Caraboss. Can't kill Carabas with our breaths, Telerast. She's Otataro, remember? We've got to do it the hard way, piece by bloody piece, until she's raining down from the sky. It will be great. Won't it, Colonel? Won't it? The best, Telerast. Almost as good as eating babies. How long is this going to take? Are we there yet, Colonel? My legs are about to fall off, I swear it. Maybe we should veer. For a bit, I mean, just a bit, and then back down, and then we run for a while, and then veer again. What do you think? I think you're almost as clever as me. And you're almost as clever as me. We're almost as clever as each other. Isn't that great?
Paran reined in to let the boy off. Ordering the rest of the troop to remain where they were, he waved Mathok to accompany him as he rode closer to the foot of the pass. The old mountains formed a saddle neck ahead, and the slope gave them a clear view of the trenches, berms, and redoubts crowding there. Figures swarmed to the defences.
"We've been seen,"
Mathok said. 500 strides from the base of the rough slope, Paran halted, studied the vista. A cobbled road worked its way up the pass. At the first line of defences, a half-ring of staked earthworks curled to face inward on that road. To attempt an assault there would invite a deadly enfilade. But the rest of the ground to either side of that road was rough and broken, almost a scree.
"Had a wife once," Mathok muttered. "Just like this."
"Excuse me?"
"The closer I got, the uglier she looked. One of the many pitfalls in getting drunk at the full moon. Waking up to the horrors you've committed and then having to live with them."
There were 2 distinct tiers to the defences, and the closer one bore the standards of Kolanse.
"Shriven auxiliaries," Paran said. "We'll have to go through them to get to the wolf army.
Now that's an unexpected complication."
"But you know, I loved that woman with all my might. She was my best wife, it turned out."
"What happened to her?"
"She inherited and left me for a prettier man. You see, she woke up that morning feeling the same horror as me, and the closer I got—"
"Mathok, looks like we're going to have a fight on our hands after all."
"Your words make me happy."
"We need to overwhelm and rout the Shriven. Then we can deal with the mercenaries. As it turns out," he added, collecting his reins, "that might be just what we need to convince them to surrender."
"There'll be a pure up there, High Fist. More fun for Kalam and your High Mage."
"We'll draw up tonight. Mathok, your warriors won't be much use if they stay mounted."
The man shrugged. "Why do raiders ride horses, High Fist? Because it's the quickest means of getting away."
"You're not just raiders anymore, Mathok."
"We'll skirmish if that's what you need, but we won't like it. Now, that road, that's a wide road, a military road. Clear the flanks and we can ride straight up it."
"Into the waiting teeth of those mercenaries? And uphill at that? I'll not see you wasted. Sorry, no matter how thirsty you are for blood, you may have to wait a while longer." The warrior grimaced and then shrugged.
"We're thirsty for blood, yes, but not if most of it is our own."
"Good," Paran grunted. "Keep your mob in check, that's all I ask." Mathok was studying him in a peculiar fashion.
"High Fist, I've heard a lifetime of tales about the Malazan army, and I've run from a few close calls in my day, ended up getting chased for weeks."
He jutted his chin at the pass.
"But this, even those Shriven, look to be enough to not only stop us dead, but hurt us bad in the doing."
"Your point?"
"I fear for the host, that's all."
Paran nodded. "Come the morning, Mathok, find a high vantage point for you and your warriors, and I will show you everything you need to know about the Malazan army." 2 turns of the sand after the sun had set, the host drew up a short distance from the base of the pass. Beneath the luminous green glow of the Jade Strangers, the companies broke out into their bivouacs. Forward pickets were established, although no probes were expected from the enemy. Soldiers ate a quick meal and then rested. Most slept, although a few attended to their weapons and armor, their leather harnesses, their shields and footwear. Trailed by Fist-Writhe Bude, Paran walked among the camps, exchanging words here and there with those soldiers too charged up or nervous to sleep. He had never expected to be commanding an army. He had never expected to take the place of Dujek One-Arm. He thought often of that man, and took from Dujek all he could. The host had known bad times. It deserved better, but Paran suspected that this sentiment was felt by every commander. When he and Rythe Bude finally retired to the command tent, they found Callum and Quick Ben awaiting them. It was 2 turns before dawn. The assassin was wrapped in black muslin, pulling on his stained and worn leather gloves, and though he was wearing chain beneath the cloth, there was almost no sound while he paced. Quick Ben sat on the ground, leaning back against a squat 4-legged chest, his legs stretched out, his eyes half shut. Paran stared down at the wizard. "Well?" "Well, what?" "Are you ready? Usually I can smell when there's been magic going on, and I can't smell a thing, High Mage." Quick Ben opened one eye to regard him. "If you can tell, High Fist, then so can the Pures up there. Trust me, we're ready." Paran glanced across at Rythe, who simply shrugged in reply. He squinted at her. "Get some sleep, Fist."
"Yes, sir."
After she'd left, Paran stepped into Callum's path. Muttering an oath, the assassin halted, bared his teeth, and said, "You're getting on my nerves, High Fist." Quick Ben spoke. "Do you have that card ready, High Fist?" Paran nodded, edging to one side so that Callum could resume pacing. "Good," said the wizard. He sat up, reached for a leather satchel lying beside him, rummaged inside it for a moment, and then drew out a crooked stick on which was tied an arm's length of twine. One end of the stick had been hacked into something resembling a point. Quick Ben stabbed that end into the floor. Then he removed from his satchel 2 small balls of weighted, knotted cloth, one black, the other gold. He bound these to the string, moving them away from the stick until the twine stretched straight. "Callum," he said, "it's time." The assassin halted, shook himself like a bear. Climbing to his feet, Quick Ben faced Paran. "Don't even blink, sir. Understand?" "I will be vigilant, High Mage," Paran assured him. "But you have me a little concerned here. What do you think awaits you?" "Beyond 1 or 2 pure Forkrul Assail?" Quick Ben snorted and then scowled. "Not sure. Something." "Let's get on with this," Callum growled. Paran drew off his helm, set it down on the map table. In battle, he would attach the full face grill. It was an arcane piece, Untan, a gift from Rythe Bude, but he still wasn't used to its full weight. Turning to face the 2 men, he began. "I think we should—" and then fell silent. He was alone in the tent. "God's below, he's good." Heart suddenly pounding, nips of pain flaring in his stomach, he drew out the wooden card Ormulogan had prepared, studied it in the lantern light. The first truly Malazan card for the deck of dragons. Artist, you did me proud. A single misshapen, vaguely polished object in the center of a dark field. "Behold," Paran said under his breath, "the shaved knuckle in the hole." Invisible to all eyes, even those of the Pures, Callum made his way silently up the cobbled road. Well, hopefully invisible to the Pures. Either way, we'll soon find out. To his right and left now, deep foxholes where sentries stood, chests against the pit side, looking down on the foreign invaders. At their feet, the dull glow of signal lanterns. Past them, the first berms fronting the lead trench. Mounded rocks and earth, high enough to provide cover from arrows and quarrels, treacherous enough underfoot for the attackers to lose their balance and slow their charge. The trenches themselves were solid with Kolanse soldiers, well armored and armed with pikes. 7 paces behind them, higher up the slope, ran a long slit trench, stepped for the archers. They would loose their arrows at nearly point-blank range, over the heads of the first line of defenders and taking the Malazans at the top of the berm. Callum hoped that Paran's damned card was working. He hoped that the High Fist was now seeing what he was seeing. This could be brutal. There's a decent commander up here somewhere. Quick Ben, I don't think this is the work of a Forkrul Assail. This has the feel of a professional campaigner, probably the Wolves' commander. I hope you're thinking what I'm thinking. Hold on. Mercenaries wearing wolf furs? No, couldn't be them. Just some other bastards. Got to be. 2 more tiers to match the lead line, with leveled ramps allowing for retreat should the first trench be overrun. and plenty of reserves positioned in 3 fortified camps just above the last tier. Callum judged there to be at least 6,000 shriven here. Glad I'm not you, Paran. Higher still, where at last Callum thought he could see the summit's edge, beyond which the pass levelled out. A massive stone gate straddled the road, with a low skirting wall above a moat stretching out to either side, effectively blocking the entire pass. And this area was well lit, revealing companies of heavy infantry. They were awake, divided into squads of 10, each squad forming a circle facing inward. The soldiers were praying. Fanatics, that's bad. We've seen this before, too many times. Surrender? Not a chance. Hold on. They were still too far away for him to be certain. He looked for standards, but none were raised. There, a fully armored soldier near the gate. Gods below! Fucking perish! Callum paused, his mind racing, sweat suddenly trickling beneath his garments. They turned on us? Krugava? I can't believe this. Soldiers of the wolves! God, who else could they have been? Callum, you idiot! Who'd take me? Who'd take us all? But if Krugava's here, it's no wonder the defenses are bristling. All right, woman. He began moving forward once more. Betray us, and you get what you deserve. The gateway was barred with projecting spikes, all blackened iron. The lowest row of spikes, ankle-high, jutted a hand's length beyond the higher ones, except for a matching row at eye level. There was a lone perished sentry standing behind the gate, visor lowered, heavy spear leaning against one shoulder. 10 paces away, Callum slipped down from the road, made his way along the drainage ditch and down into the moat. At the bottom, short wooden spikes were jammed between sharp-edged rocks. The bank furthest from the wall was soaked in pitch. Firewall. Nothing nice here, nothing at all. Hope you're close, Quick Ben. Hope you know what I'm going to have to do here. He carefully picked his way across the moat, waited a moment, and then whispered the chain word the wizard had given him. Sudden weightlessness. Reaching up, he made his way up and over the wall. As he touched ground on the other side, the weightlessness faded. Well, no alarm yet? So far, Quick's promise of being able to hide magic seems to be holding. Ahead, more guards, but widely spaced enough for the assassin to slip easily between them. He set out, made his way into the camp. Past the squad circles, the soldiers still praying, to an empty marshalling area in the center, and opposite it, 2 command tents, the one on the right surmounted by a wolf skull atop the center pole. Grey helms, all right, but this can't be all of them, unless Tavore made them pay dearly for the treachery. But if she did, then she's probably dead. She never got her chance. Well then, if vengeance is all we have left, let's get started. The other tent was larger, of the same style as those in the besieging camp outside the keep. It was lit from within, and 2 guards flanked the front flap, both Kolanse. Drawing 2 throwing knives, Callum advanced on them, moving fast. At 5 paces away, he raised both weapons and threw them simultaneously in a single fluid motion. Each found the base of a throat. Bodies buckled, blood splashing down. But before they could fall, Callum had reached them, grasping the knife grips to hold both men up before carefully settling them to the ground. How much noise? Oh, who cares? Leaving the daggers where they were, the assassin drew his 2 long knives, slashed the flap's drawstrings, and then bulled through. He clearly caught the pure by surprise, nothing stealthy or subtle in this approach after all, and collided hard with the Forkrul Assail. One long knife plunged deep directly beneath the heart. The other, moving up to slash across the throat, was blocked by a forearm hard as iron. Even as the Assail stumbled back, his hands lashed out. The first blow caught Callum high on his right shoulder, spinning him off his feet. The second one slammed into his chest on the left side, crushing chain, breaking at least 2 ribs and fracturing others. The impact flung the assassin backwards. He rebounded from the tent wall to the left of the entrance. Half stunned with pain, Callum watched the Assail pull the long knife from his chest and fling it away. "Oh," he gasped. "Did I make you mad?" Snarling, the Assail advanced on him. The ground disappeared beneath his feet. With a howl, the pure plunged from sight. There followed a thud. Quick Ben materialized just on the other side of the hole. drew out a small round ball of black clay, leaned over to peer down. "Compliments of the Marines," he said, and dropped the ball. The wizard had to lunge backward as a gout of fire shot from the hole, and all at once the tent ceiling was aflame, and Quick Ben was nowhere to be seen. Swearing, Callum retrieved his long knife. He'd somehow held on to the other one, and leapt for the entrance. Rolling clear, groaning at the blinding agony exploding in his chest, he staggered to his feet. On all sides, perished soldiers were rushing to the burning tent. He saw them drawing their swords. "Quick, Ben! I'm invisible, right? Quick, Ben!" He heard a hiss.
"Sheathe that damned knife!"
Hood's breath! Callum spun and ran from the nearest attacker, slammed the knife back into its scabbard. "Try again!" he bellowed. He stumbled, fell with a grunt. There was blood in his mouth. Not good. A hand settled on his back. "Don't move," came Quick Ben's whisper. The Perish were retreating now from the raging flames, and the fire was almost close enough to reach out and touch, but Callum felt no heat. "Can we talk?" he asked. "Now we can, aye. You said a sharper." "I changed my mind. Needed to make certain. Besides, the sharper's pretty loud." "A hood-damned burner, though? Now that's keeping things nice and quiet. Any more pures?" "No, shh. Something's close, tracking us. How? Don't know. I wanted to go after the Perish commander, Krughava, or whoever it is. You're bubbling blood with every breath, Callum. You're in no shape for anything. Stabbed the bastard in the heart, and it didn't do a damned thing. I'm sure it did, but they've got 2 hearts. Thanks for telling me." Callum grimaced, fought down a cough. "These are the Perish, aren't they?" "Aye. Now be quiet and let me drag you away. That fire's starting to burn through what I threw up around us." But the mage dragged Callum for only 2 tugs before the assassin felt Quick Ben's hands suddenly grip tight. "Shit, it's here!" Blinking, Callum twisted, looked round. "I don't see—" "Smells like an Encarl. Feels like a Tublakai." Not a chance. Oh, gods below, what's it doing here? He could feel it now, a massive, looming presence. "What's it doing?" he hissed. Sniffing you." Callum felt his skin crawl. "Why can't I see it?" "Because it doesn't want you to." The assassin almost shouted when a sharp talon tracked gently across one cheek, ending up directly beneath an eye. He forced himself to lie perfectly still. "A servant of the wolves, I think." "Aye, don't tell me what I already know." Then the hand pressed down on Callum's chest, directly over his shattered ribs, but there was no pain, just a sudden heat. A moment later the hand was gone, and then— "Hood, take me," Quick Ben muttered a few heartbeats later. "Gone. Never seen the like. It fucking healed you, Callum. Why did it do that?" Feeling shaken, fragile, as if he'd inhaled a fist and had only just now coughed it back out, the assassin slowly regained his feet. There was chaos on all sides of the burning tent, and he saw a Perish officer, one of Krughava's ship commanders. He was standing staring at the tent with an odd, almost satisfied expression on his lean face. "Ready to try for him?" Quick Ben asked. Callum shook his head. "No, we don't touch the Perish." "What do you mean?" "Unless you want that thing to come back a whole lot madder." "Good point." "You're sure there aren't any more pures?" "No." "Time to go, then." They set out, winding unseen through the crowd of soldiers. At the skirting wall, the assassin paused and glanced back, and nodded. "Always an even trade. Not that I can remember what I did to make him so happy." In his tent, Paran slowly sat back, carefully setting down the wooden card. He could have pulled them out right at the moment the demon closed on them, but something had held him back. That was a chosen servant of the wolves of winter. I felt its anger, and then I felt its— what was it? Solicitude? I didn't know they could even feel things like that. He straightened, walked over to the stick, took it in his hand and pulled it from the ground. The balls on the string snapped after it. A thunderous concussion in the confines of the tent, clouds of dust, and Quick Ben and Callum staggered into view. The wizard's expression twisted with outrage. He glared across at Paran. "That was a little late, High Fist. We were already halfway back." Paran waved at the dust. He could hear footsteps from beyond the flap and called out, "Everything's fine!" From outside, a soldier's voice hissed,
"Hear that, Gibbler? When a high fist farts, the whole world shakes."
"Shh, you damned idiot!"
The footsteps retreated. Paran sighed. "I got impatient waiting for you. Sorry. I didn't know retrieving you was going to be so messy."
"It was for emergencies, sir. I feel like I've been pulled inside out."
"Aye to that," Callum growled, moving over to sit down heavily on the chest. The stout legs snapped and the chest thumped down hard. The assassin winced. "Just what my old bent spine needed, gods below." He started pulling off his gloves. "My sister's allies, then. Am I correct, Callum?" "Good guess."
"Allies no longer,"
said Quick Ben, and now he was the one pacing in the confines of the tent.
"But that was Erikson, not the mortal sword. Didn't see the shield anvil either. This force is the one that came from the sea. The soldiers left to travel with the fleet."
"So it could be that Krughava has no idea they've turned," Callum said.
"That alliance always had me nervous," Quick Ben said. "Fanatical worshippers of a world without humans. How does that make any sense? Even if Krughava hasn't turned, it's only a matter of time. All they have to do is follow their faith to its logical conclusion. I warned Tavore."
"Now you're lying," Callum said in a growl. The wizard turned on him.
"How would you know?"
"Just guessing, because I know you, remember? You're just mad at yourself because you never anticipated this happening."
"Fine, have it your way then. The point is, Tavore is in trouble. She could get backstabbed at any time, and there's no way we can warn her."
"Maybe there is," Paran said. "Once we get through this pass, I want you and Callum riding ahead, fast as your horses can take you. Find my sister." "Did you see those defenses, sir?" Callum demanded. "How do you hope to get the parish to surrender? They can stop the host right here, right now." But Paran was frowning. "Why didn't that demon tear you to pieces, Callum?" The assassin looked away, shrugged. "Met it before. Did it a favor? Maybe, I think. Can't remember exactly, but it was back in Seven Cities, the middle of the whirlwind. Things happened."
"You weave a fine tale, Callum,"
Quick Ben observed. "I leave the endlessly flapping mouth to you, wizard."
"Clearly a wise decision. But next time, just summarize."
6 high-watered officers stood uneasily before Erikson, 20 paces behind them the blackened stain and charred wreckage of the Pure's tent, from which embers still blinked open and closed like glowing eyes amidst the ashes, and smoke lifted its black pall. The times the parish commander had had occasion to engage with these mixed bloods, they had looked upon him with disdain. Now such superiority had been swept away in a conflagration of fire. Brother Serenity was dead, but uttering that statement was akin to stating the impossible. One rank below reverence and diligence, Serenity's power had been immense, matched only by that of calm, or so Erikson had been led to believe. "And Serenity has this night fallen to 2 Malazans, and come the dawn we shall face in battle 8,000 more. But did the pure brother heed my caution? He did not. We have found blood trails leading out from the Pure's tent," he now said. "It is fair to assume that Brother Serenity fought hard against his assailants. Indeed, that he might have seriously wounded them, perhaps even killed one." But he could see no effect from these words. Sighing, Erikson continued. "Will you elect one among you to assume command of the Shriven? Alternatively, you can place yourselves under my command. Dawn is fast approaching, sirs, and we shall soon be locked in battle." One of the officers stepped forward. "Sir, in all matters tactical, Brother Serenity instructed us to obey your commands." Erikson nodded. "As you have done." "Sir," the officer began and then hesitated. "Speak your mind." "The Pures have felt Brother Serenity's death. They are wounded, confused, and from them we receive no guidance. Indeed, Korvalane itself has been damaged here." "Damaged?" This was unexpected. "How so?" "Another hold manifested here last night." "Indeed?" He scanned the faces before him. Perhaps you too readily discounted the efficacy of 7,000 perish praying to their gods. We do not speak of the beast-hold, sir. Erikson was silent, for now he was the one left shaken. In a quiet voice he asked, "And have you identified the intruder, sir?" "Not us, Commander. Sister Reverence, however, from the storm of her thoughts we sense her recognition." "Go on." The man shook his head. "This is all we have, sir. Is it now your thought that another ancient hold has set itself against Akrast Corvalane? We would know more of these Malazans, sir." Erikson frowned. "Have you become uncertain regarding my preparations here?" "No, Commander. Today the enemy shall be savaged, possibly shattered. But we seek to understand, are these Malazans nothing more than humans? No different from us perish, you mean? Then, do they too serve an elder god? The Malazans